We wish to thank the makers of Philip Morris cigarettes and the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day vitamins, co-sponsors of Queen for a Day, for delaying their broadcast time this afternoon in order that you might hear the third game of the 1948 World Series, which follows. Time permitting, Queen for a Day and others of WOR's regular afternoon favorites will be presented following the game. We take you now to the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Boston Braves and Cleveland Indians get ready for their third game in this 1948 Championship Series. Gillette is on the air the year around with on-the-spot reports of leading sports events. Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week every Friday night. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 28 years, the World Series has come to Cleveland. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the band massed in center field, facing the flagpole, and we're going to have the raising of the flag in short order. We're awaiting the ceremonies and the attendant music. Probably have the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner in just a moment. Meantime, Vern Bickford and Gene Bearden are continuing to warm up, and we'll tell you that the weather is not too good today. As a matter of fact, it's been raining all morning. It was raining up to a few minutes ago. And during the course of the travel from Boston to Cleveland, looking out the window of our speeding trains, we saw it rain and rain and rain. But it looks like we're going to play. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Yes, sir, the weather here today is certainly... Oh, there went a... Well, just listen. Couple of rockets. That's a typical Bill Veeck demonstration. One of the greatest showmen in baseball. And Bill likes to set off the rockets and the fireworks whenever he has the opportunity. I just started to say the weather today is more conducive to football. And speaking of football, while the rockets resound in the background, reminds me that my good friend Champ Pickens down in Montgomery, Alabama, is going to have one of the nicest Christmas presents in the pigskin world that you could possibly imagine. The annual Blue-Gray game on December the 25th, which will come to you folks over many of these same mutual stations. That's December the 25th. Champ is getting into the hospital, and I hope he gets out in good shape, because we're all going to look forward to that wonderful football Christmas present December 25th, the Blue-Gray game, which will come to you under the sponsorship of the Gillette Safety Razor Company over many of these mutual stations. Now the umpires have come to home plate, ladies and gentlemen. The lineups are just about ready. They were a little late in being given out today by the respective managers. but my co-worker, Jim Britt, has them, and he's been running around in this murky weather trying to get the lineups. For some reason or other, there's all this confusion that we mentioned to in the beginning because of the late arrival of trains today, and everything is just on a little late basis. So I'm going to turn you over now, ladies and gentlemen, to a young man who does a great job broadcasting American and National League games each summer, and who's all set to move in here and describe for you the first 4.5 innings of today's game, the third in this World Series clash between the Cleveland Indians and the Boston Braves. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Britt.
Thank you, Mel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Cleveland batting order has not as yet been officially relayed to the press box, but we do have the Boston Brave batting order. And Mel will check our tentative Cleveland batting order against the announcement over the public address system as I tell you who will start for the Boston Braves. Bickford and Bearden will be the pitchers. Bickford is a right-hander with a record of 10-5, and Bearden won his 20th game in the championship playoff at Fenway Park. For the Boston Braves, Holmes, right field. Clark, shortstop. Mike McCormick in left field. Elliott, third base. Frank McCormick, first base. Knatzer, center field. Macy, the catcher. Stanky, second base. And on the mound, the ex-Milwaukeean, the rookie right-hander, Vernon Bickford, with a record of 10 victories, 5 defeats. For the Cleveland Indians, the leadoff batter will be left fielder Dale Mitchell. In left field, Larry Dolby, center field. Lou Boudreau, shortstop. Joe Gordon, second base. Ken Keltner, third base. Walt Judnick, right field. Eddie Robinson, first base. Jim Hegan, the catcher, and southpaw Gene Bearden on the mound with a record of 20 victories, 7 defeats. And now, as the Cleveland Indians, in their uniforms of white, take their positions on the field, before getting into a play-by-play description of the third game of the 1948 World Series, we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
For the World Series and other top sporting events the year round, keep tuned to 710. This is WOR, New York.
The umpires today will be Bill Stewart of the National League at home plate, Bill Grieve of the American League at first base, George Barr of the National League at second base. Bill Summers of the American League will be at third base. The left field foul line umpire will be Joe Paparella, and the right field foul line umpire will be Babe Pinelli. Paparella is from the American League staff, and Pinelli is from the National League staff. To review the series so far, Johnny Sane bested Bob Feller in the first game by a score of 1-0, and yesterday Bob Lemon came back to pitch superbly against the Boston Braves and set them down with 1 unearned run and 8 hits. While for Boston, Spahn, Barrett, and Potter toiled, Spahn taking the defeat. Tommy Holmes will be the first man up for the National League champions and he has 1 hit in 8 official trips to the plate. He drove in the winning run in the first game, you'll recall. And today, he'll be looking at something he hasn't seen in the National League, namely a southpaw knuckler, because Bearden throws a good knuckleball. Holmes is a left-hander. Left-handed Bearden gets set. Here's the first pitch, and it's outside, a fastball for ball 1. There was no batting practice, nor was there any infield practice because of the inclement weather. The tarpaulin was on the field and was removed only at the last moment, and there were all kinds of wild rumors about the postponement of the game, none of which was based on fact. The outfield is set to the left a bit, and there seems to be apparently no wind. Whatever there is blowing out toward left center. Here's the pitch. There's a drive that goes on the first hop to Boudreau. His quick throw to Eddie Robinson is in time for the first out of the game. It was a line drive that kicked up the dirt at the feet of the Cleveland manager. And Tommy Holmes is out 6-3, short to first. Alvin Dark, the Braves' shortstop, comes up. He has a total of just 1 hit in 8 official trips to the plate. The Braves, of course, have had only 10 hits so far in the series play, while Cleveland has had 12. There are persons still arriving here, and it's far from filled at the moment, but it is, of course, a sellout. Bearden winds up to pitch to Dark. The first pitch, that took off. That might have been a knuckleball. It was high and wide to a right-handed batter, and the count is 1 ball. You never saw such confusion in your life. As a result of the late arrival of the trains, Cleveland was a veritable madhouse. Bearden winds up. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. That was a curveball that broke over to a right-hand batter. Johnny Cooney is doing the coaching for the Braves at first base, and Billy Southworth, the Boston manager, is doing the coaching at third. The Braves, of course, are wearing their uniforms of traveling gray, and today the Clevelanders are wearing their white home uniforms. The windup, the pitch, low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. The scoreboard is in dead center field, and because of the batting background, that section is unoccupied. It's all green, and an excellent background is provided for the batters. Bearden takes his windup. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. That comes back into the crowd, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. In the on-deck circle is Mike McCormick. Jeff Heath, broken ankle and crutches, is still with the Boston Braves. He's a former Clevelander, you know. When the Braves arrived this morning, there were approximately 15,000 gathered at the depot, hopeful that the first contingent would be their own beloved Cleveland Indians. 2-2 the count on Dark. He stands straight away. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. It was a curveball. And Dark strikes out. That's the second out of the first inning. And Mike McCormick comes up. Mike McCormick has been at bat 6 times in the series and has 2 hits. He got 2 of the 8 hits Boston collected yesterday. And Earl Torgeson, who is not in this batting order, got 2 more. McCormick is a right-hander from Ventura, California. The outfield straight away, not deep. Here's the pitch from Bearden, and it's a swing and a miss. He threw him a tantalizing slow curveball. McCormick seemed to be off balance and swung rather anemically at it, and the count is 1 strike. There are 2 men out, nobody on. The outfield not deep. The deepest is left fielder Dale Mitchell. The pitch, swing and a miss. That curveball that broke down almost in the dirt. Bearden has been great for the Indians this year. The greatest game he pitched was that 5-hitter, the payoff game against the Boston Red Sox last Monday, the game that brought Cleveland its first league championship in 28 years. Bearden says yes to the sign, winds up, fires 1, strike 3, swinging. Bearden turned in a great first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left for the Braves. The score is 0-0. To the unpracticed eye, one kind of razor blade looks much the same as another. But what a world of difference there is when they go to work on tough beer. For the best example of that, take today's Gillette Blue Blade. This blade is so sharp, so smoothly finished, that it just skims off the whiskers, leaving your face feeling as refreshed as it looks. The Gillette Blue Blade saves you money, too. That's because it's made of steel, hard enough to cut glass. So it stays sharp and easy shaving for a long time, far outlasting ordinary blades. Ask for Gillette Blue Blades, 5 for $1. Or, better still, get a handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Look sharp, Feel sharp. Be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. So, with Tommy Holmes having grounded to shortstop, Al Dark and Mike McCormick strikeout victims, there is no score going into the last half of the first inning. And Dale Mitchell, the left fielder, Larry Doby, the center fielder, shortstop Lou Boudreau will be the first batters for the Cleveland Indians. Dale Mitchell had 1 hit in 5 trips yesterday. It was his first hit of the series, and he has a total of 1 out of 9. Doby, who will be the second batter, has 3 out of 8 so far, and he is the series top hitter. Lou Boudreau, of course, had a good day yesterday with a double and a single, 2 out of 5 to give him 2 out of 9. The applause is for Dale Mitchell, the left-handed left fielder. And Vernon Bickford, who is getting his first crack at a World Series game, gets ready to pitch to the left fielder. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base, and Mel Harder, as usual, is coaching for the Indians at first. The Braves are warming up a pitcher, by the way, right off the bat, Bill Voisel. Here's the first pitch from Bickford. Strike called. He threw a fastball right down the middle. Mitchell has 1 out of 9, and he had a season's batting average of .335. He's a great competitor. Here's the pitch. A slow curveball hung up high, and the count is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's 410 feet to center field. That's 20 feet farther than at Braves Field because of the temporary fence here. Bickford delivers, and there's a drive that goes towards left field, and it's right into the glove of McCormick. Mike McCormick took the first put out. Larry Doby, the center fielder, comes up. He's had a great series so far with 3 hits, including a double, in 8 times at bat. It's 365 to left field, inside the line, 320 down the line, both ways. Bickford throws, and a curveball hangs high. That's ball 1. To right and left center fields, it's 380 feet. To right field and left field, 365, and 320 at each foul line. Bickford winds up, pitches, throws a curveball inside, and the count on Doby is 2 balls, no strikes. Doby is one of the fastest base runners in the game. He's extremely fast in getting off the mark, and he has the advantage of being left-handed so that he's closer to first base than a man who bats on the other side of the box. The windup, the pitch, strike called. That was a curveball. The count is 2 balls, 1 strike. The Braves today are going to have to look at their first left-handed knuckleball pitching of the year because there is no such competitor in the National League. Here it comes. That one is low. A curveball that broke below the knees, and the count is 3-1. The outfield is just a little to the left of straightaway, and the crowd is still filing in. The stands are not yet filled. The dubious weather responsible, no doubt. Here it comes. Ball 4, and there's the first base runner. Doby gets a base on balls, and the great Cleveland manager comes up with 2 hits and 9 trips in the series. Lou with the spark plug of yesterday's victory. And the crowd roars a welcome to him. His Indians proved their right to the American League crown by winning it like champions should. When they had to play off, they never played better baseball than they displayed against the Boston Red Sox. He bats from his crouch. He's right-handed. Outside, ball 1. One ball, no strikes. Doby on first base, 1 out in the Cleveland half of the first inning. Bickford delivers, swing and a miss. He broke off a nice curveball. Lou didn't come close to hitting it, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Bill Voisel of 96 South Carolina is doing the warming up. He now lives in Oklahoma. Bickford is being very deliberate about getting his sign. Third baseman Bob Elliott is playing close to the line against Lou. The infield in a bit. There's a ground ball. It goes by the mound. It goes to Dark. Dark to second. Second to first. Double play. And easy does it. From Dark to Stanky to Buck McCormick. Lou Boudreau hit a routine ground ball that wound up in a very fast double play. And Eddie Stanky, who seems to throw the ball even before he receives it, doubled up Boudreau by about 20 feet at first base. It wasn't even close. No runs, no hits, no errors, one walk, and no runners left. So at the end of one inning of play, we have a 0-0 baseball game. Bob Elliott is going to be the first man up for the Boston Braves. Robert has just one hit in 7 trips, but he drove in a run with it in yesterday's game, the only run, an unearned run for the Boston Braves. And then he'll be followed to the plate by Buck McCormick, who has had only one trip to the plate and has no hits. He entered the game in a pinch-hitting role yesterday. And then Clint Knatzer, who has not seen service in the series as yet. This will be his first Major League World Series appearance, although he has played in several Dixie Cup Classics, having come from the Dallas club of the Texas League.
Number 3, Bob Elliott.
The public address announcer has just given the name of Bob Elliott. The Braves bullpen is down the left field line. The Cleveland Indians bullpen is down the right field line. And they have boxes jutting out on both sides. But they have no temporary boxes as at Braves Field. They have some standees out in center. Gene Bearden retired the side in order in the first. He gets ready to pitch to Elliott. And there's a slow roller down the third base line. Keltner charges it, comes up fast, throws it, and it's out. Ken Keltner fired one to Eddie Robinson to retire Bob Elliott on a half-top, slowly rolling ground ball down the third base line. Buck McCormick comes up. Frank McCormick is his regular name. He grew up on the sidewalks of New York, and World Series play is nothing new to him because he played in a series with the Cincinnati Reds. He has made one pinch-hitting appearance in yesterday's game, and he struck out. He's a right-hander, and he takes a strike, a curveball. One strike the count. The outfield is set to the left. Third baseman Keltner is playing close to the line. Here's the windup. Bearden pitches. There's a ground ball, and that one goes right through the middle for a hit. It's between second base and Lou Boudreau, and Larry Doby throws it back into Boudreau, who covers. It's a single. That gives Buck McCormick one hit and 2 trips, and it brings up Clint Knatzer. He's a rangy, right-handed hitting Texan. Very fast. He has been one of the 2 platoons of outfielders employed by Billy Southworth during the year. Bearden now has a runner on base for the first time. One man out. McCormick leads off. Here's the pitch. Low, ball 1. He fired a curveball right off. Mr. Bearden has a very fancy left-handed knuckleball. And last night on the special train out of Boston, the Braves were speculating on just how well they would be able to solve it. 1 ball, no strikes. The stretch, the pitch. That looked like the knuckler, and it floated outside. 2 balls, no strikes. When he played against the Red Sox in the championship playoff game, batters like Ted Williams were amazed to find that even with a count of 2 balls or 3 balls, he occasionally threw it. But, of course, the Indians gave him good support in that game, so he could afford it. 2-0. McCormick takes a short lead off first base. Strike called. 2 balls, 1 strike. In the on-deck circle, Phil Macy. He still has on his shin guards, a precaution shared by most catchers in the event of a double play. The situation is 1 out. Frank McCormick on first base, being held close to the bag at the moment by Eddie Robinson against a left-hander. Now he strays off. There's the stretch by Bearden. Here's the pitch. There's a slow roller down the third base line. Bearden decides to make the play to first, and it is an out with a runner moving up. Eddie Robinson took a low throw right over the top of the bag. Bearden's a good fielder. So Knatzer goes out 1-3, pitcher to first, and Phil Macy comes up as the Braves have a runner, Frank McCormick, on second base. Looks as though Bearden got just a little bit of mud in his spikes. Manager Lou Boudreau came in to have a chat with him. Bearden won his 20th game in the 155th Cleveland game of the year. Up to that time, Cleveland and the Boston Red Sox had split even in 22 starts. The only American League club to take the measure of the Indians, by the way, on the basis of their season series this year was the New York Yankees, third-place club in the American Loop. Phil Macy, the batter. He has no hits in one official trip in this series. He's a right-hander. Ball outside. Macy scored the winning run in the first game. After Salkeld had walked and gone to second, Macy ran for him and with hat in hand sprinted all the way home as Tommy Holmes banged a line single just out of the reach of third baseman Ken Keltner. The series is even up at 1 game each. No score in this one. Bearden delivers. Foul ball right off the end of the bat, and Macy went down to one knee. That makes the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Back in the box again is Macy. Macy has a habit of knocking the dirt out of his spikes after just about every pitch and stepping out. Bearden delivers. High. 2 balls, 1 strike. Eddie Stanky is in the on-deck circle. He got a double in yesterday's game, but nothing came of it since it was the 9th inning, and Bob Lemon was not to be denied his first World Series win. There's the stretch by Bearden. McCormick has a good lead off second. The pitch, and there goes a fly ball towards left field. Mitchell going back. He's back on the track, under it, and he takes it. The ball was hit 310 feet for the out. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. And at the end of an inning and a half, the Boston Braves and Cleveland stand 0-0. One of baseball's all-time greats, Frankie Frisch, member of baseball's Hall of Fame, is watching the game with us this afternoon. Frankie, I know you use Gillette Blue Blades. Tell us how they rate in your book.
They're tops with me, Jim. I never use any other kind.
Have you tried the new Gillette dispenser that deals them out unwrapped?
Bought one just the other day. It's mighty handy, too.
Makes blade changing a cinch, doesn't it?
You said it. It saves a lot of bother.
Thank you, Frankie Frisch. Men, for extra convenience, buy Gillette Blue Blades in the convenient Gillette dispenser at the price of the blades alone. You get 20 blades, 40 superb shaving edges, for 98 cents here, $1 in Canada. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Going into the last half of the second inning, the leadoff batter will be Joe Gordon, the great Cleveland second baseman. Gordon in yesterday's game had 1 hit and 4 trips. He had the same in the start, so he has 2 out of 8 for the series so far. And he'll be followed to the plate by Keltner and Judnick. Right-hander Vern Bickford. Get set. Here's the first pitch to Joe, and there goes a high fly ball to short left field. Mike McCormick is standing, waiting for it to come down. He takes it. It was a tremendous high fly, but only about 270 feet out. 1 man out in the last of the second, and Ken Keltner is applauded as he comes up. Keltner has just 1 hit and 8 trips in this series, and a great many of the Cleveland observers predicted and were hopeful of the fact that once he came back here to his native habitat, he might open up with some of those siege gun drives. The pitch, outside, a curveball. 1 ball, no strikes. It was Keltner who handed Cleveland the pennant with a 3-run home run that broke up what had started out as a pitching duel between Denny Galehouse and the youthful Gene Bearden. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes down the first base line. McCormick takes it. He runs over, touches first in front of Keltner for an unassisted putout. That was hit right off the end of the bat. Looked like a curveball, and Keltner didn't get a good piece of it. An unassisted putout for first baseman Buck McCormick. Walt Judnick will be the batter. He did not see service in yesterday's game, by the way, but he had no hits in 4 trips in the series opener at Braves Field.
We wish to thank the Atlantic Refining Company, sponsors of the Yale-Columbia football game, for delaying their broadcast time until the conclusion of this World Series game. We take you now to the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, Gillette presents the exclusive play-by-play report of the fourth game of the 1948 World Series between the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Jim Britt with Mel Allen, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company. For the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports the year around. Over various networks, Gillette airs events of national interest as they occur throughout the sports calendar. Also, every Friday night, Gillette broadcasts the major boxing event of the week for fans coast to coast. Johnny Sane and Steve Gromek, two right-handers, one from Belleville, Arkansas, the other from Detroit, Michigan, will face each other today in the fourth game of the World Series of 1948. With Cleveland leading 2-1 on the strength of consecutive pitching performances by Bob Lemon and Gene Bearden, Billy Southworth had no other choice but his ace. Gromek, not one of the Indians' 3 frontline hurlers, has won 9 regular season games. In some quarters hereabouts, southpaw Sam Zoldak was favored for the Indian starting role today, but since the bulk of Boston's batting strength is believed to be right-handed, Gromek was a logical choice. Here in Cleveland, on the shorefront of Lake Erie, the same brand of baseball fever that attended the Indians' first 1920 victory over Brooklyn is again in evidence. The sports pages, the radio loudspeakers, have carried messages of optimism ever since Gene Bearden's 5-hit shutout of yesterday. The Braves are quiet, a little on the grim side, but confident that Johnny Sane has what it takes to turn the tide. One Brave, pitcher Red Barrett, who has relieved on successive days, stopped me in the hotel coffee shop this morning. Red pointed somewhat scornfully to a Cleveland headline, which characterized the Braves as Humpty Dumpty hitters. Humpty Dumpty, he snorted. Cleveland's team batting average for the series so far is 167, and ours is 166. Actually, while some of the observers declare that both teams are in one of the most dismal batting slumps of modern World Series history, it's just as logical to conclude that the pitching is responsible. In 26 innings, the Indians have collected only 17 hits. In the same number of frames, the Braves have banged out 15. A total of 32 hits, only 5 of them for extra bases, in 52 opportunities for the rival clubs. And the old-timers ask, old-timers like Cy Young, who is here, how long has it been since none of the first 3 World Series games produced either a 3-base hit or a home run? Pitching, they insist, and who can doubt it? One oddity of the series is that yesterday's crowd was not capacity, and at game time, some of the citizens who doubtless classed the purchases of World Series tickets as a solid investment were disposing of them, and good locations too they were, for as little as 50 cents. Today's crowd is a bigger one. Tomorrow's is likely to be largest of all. Few cities have been as baseball mad as this one, and no city in the history of baseball has ever seen such huge attendances as Cleveland in a single season, this season. It's a fine park, but the battle cry of the Indians is still, the series won't go back to Boston. Notwithstanding that, the Braves specials are scheduled to leave here tomorrow night for the hub at 6 o'clock with a 6th and possibly a 7th series game in mind. The top batting star of the series has been Larry Doby, the Indian center fielder. He comes from Norwalk, Ohio. He has collected 4 hits in 11 trips for an average of 364. The only other Clevelander who tops the 300 mark is pitcher Gene Bearden. His single and double yesterday put him atop all the players with a mark of 667. Mike McCormick, the Braves' center and left fielder, is the top Boston batter to date. His 3 hits in 10 trips average an even 300. But most of his teammates are far below him. Only Eddie Stanky with 2 out of 7 is close. The accent, as noted earlier, has been on pitching. The pitching has been brilliant. Defensively, in addition to the pitching, Cleveland has a wide edge. The Indians have made only one misplay. The Braves have made 6, all of them in the infield. One of them got Bickford into trouble yesterday, set the stage for the Cleveland first run. But Bearden, who has yielded only 1 earned run through his last 38 innings on the mound, would have chalked up a 1-0 triumph even without the aid of that third inning miscue. The Braves' relief pitching has been superb. 3 hits in 9 1/3 innings. That's par for any course in the relief department. As for the Indians, all 3 pitchers, Bob Feller, Bob Lemon, Gene Bearden, have gone the route. Percentage, insists Billy Southworth, is against Steve Gromek's finishing. But in a short series such as a World Series, percentage has oft-time failed to assert itself. 11 of the Braves have struck out so far, 10 of the Indians. 6 of the Braves have reached first base on bases on balls, and 7 of the Clevelanders have done so. And as noted earlier, the Indians have chalked up 4 double plays to the Braves' 2. The condition of the outfield today is extremely poor. Cleveland was belted all of last night by a driving rain. It's quite muddy on the outskirts of the left field and right field foul lines, and in conversations with the Cleveland outfielders, men like Dale Mitchell, Allie Clark, Larry Doby, Walt Judnick, they informed me that the outfield was tricky, treacherous, slippery, and that before the day ended, if any hard runs and fast starts and stops were required for fielding purposes, we were quite likely to see someone go down. Out in center field, the Marine Color Guard and the band are massed below the flagpole to the left, and very shortly we will have the flag-raising ceremonies. Incidentally, Larry Doby was high in his praise of Hal Newhouser, the Detroit left-hander. I asked him about the batting background here at Cleveland Municipal Stadium, and he complained about the shadows, pointing out that when a fast ball left-hander, especially, like Hal Newhouser, throws the ball out of the sunlight into the shadows, it's extremely difficult to watch him. I'll give you the batting orders with a word of explanation. Bill Salkeld, the Boston catcher, injured a groin muscle and probably will not be able to play through the series' remaining games. Here's the way the 2 teams will take the field. For Boston, Holmes, right field. Dark, shortstop. Torkelson, first base. Elliott, third base. Rickert, left field. Mike McCormick, center field. Macy will catch. Stanky, second base. And the pitcher will be right-handed John Sain, whose season's record included 24 victories and who won a 1-0 shutout in the series opener against Bob Feller. He's a right-hander. For the Cleveland Indians, Mitchell, left field. Doby, center field. Boudreau will be at shortstop. Gordon, second base. Keltner, third base. Judnick, right field. Robinson, first base. Hegan, the catcher. And the pitcher, right-hander Steve Gromek of Detroit, Michigan, with a record of 9 victories, 3 defeats. This, by the way, will be his first mound appearance since the 19th of September, when he made his last start and hurled a 2-0 shutout over the Philadelphia A's. A big victory that, since on that day, Philadelphia dropped 2 to Cleveland, while the Red Sox were twice going down to defeat at Briggs Stadium in Detroit. The umpires will be Bill Grieve of the American League at the plate, George Barr of the National League at first base, Bill Summers of the American League will be at second base, Bill Stewart of the National League will be at third base, Babe Pinelli of the National League will be the left field foul judge, Joe Paparella will be the right field foul judge. The Cleveland crowd is on Bill Stewart because of the fact that he has figured in 2 close plays, both of which he unhesitatingly called against the Indians. Steve Gromek has finished his warm-up. Johnny Sane has not as yet finished his. And now out in the center of the outfield, the pre-game ceremonies are just about ready to get underway. There go the Clevelanders in their white home uniforms out on the field. Jim Hegan, a tall, rangy, right-handed catcher and one of the great catchers of modern times, is waiting for Steve Gromek. The national anthem. Set the scene and given you the starting batting orders, with the Cleveland Indians leading 2-1 in the World Series of 1948. This is Jim Britt turning you over to your play-by-play reporter of the first 4.5 innings, Mel Allen.
Hello there, everybody. Before we get going, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the World Series and other top sporting events the year round, keep tuned to 710. This is WOR, New York.
Stephen Joseph Gromek, 28-year-old right-hander, born January the 15th, 1920 at Hamtramck, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit. Of Polish ancestry, entered pro ball as an infielder in 1939, and then after hurting his arm became a pitcher. And he's out there today making his first World Series start, hoping to keep the Indians on the winning side as they have been following opening day. On the other hand, the Boston Braves hope to make hay today while the sun is shining here in Cleveland. They believe that they have more base hits in their respective bats than they've indicated thus far. Tommy Holmes will be leading off.
For Boston, number 1, Tommy Holmes.
Tommy, a left-hand hitter. Steve Gromek, right-hand pitcher, all set. You've got Mitchell in left, Doby in center, Judnick in right, Keltner third, Boudreau short, Gordon second, Robinson first, Hegan catching. The umpires are waiting till the red-coated bandsmen clear the playing field before we get underway. Holmes steps up with a World Series batting average of .083. He's had 1 hit and 12 times at bat. Steve Gromek, he looks in to get the sign, starts the wind-up, and the first pitch of the ball game. And it's inside for ball 1. Billy Grieve of Yonkers, New York, calling balls and strikes. George Barr of the National League umpiring at first base. Bill Summers of the American League at second. Bill Stewart of the National League at third. Now the delivery. Holmes takes curve inside for ball 2. Joe Paparella of the American League, the alternate American League umpire, stationed down the right field foul line. And Babe Pinelli, National League alternate, is stationed down the left field foul line. Now the 2-0 pitch on its way. Tommy Holmes swings and lifts a high pop-up back of first. Joe Gordon goes out on the grass in short right. Coming in is Judnick under it, and he makes the catch for out number 1. Tommy Holmes pops to Walter Judnick in short right field as the 4th World Series game gets underway. And now coming to bat is Al Dark, right-hand hitter. The Brave shortstop having a World Series batting average of 167. He's had 2 out of 12. Outfield playing him about straight away. Kenny Keltner laying about 6 feet off the third base line, in comparatively close. Steve Gromek throws, and he gets it in there for a called strike. He's a sidearm pitcher, and he pitches with somewhat of a stiff arm motion. Joe Gordon shading second, a little more than first, with Ed Robinson, the first baseman, laying about 10 feet off the line. Now the pitch. It's swung on and missed by Al Dark for strike 2 as he tried to hit to right field. Pitch was toward the outside of the plate. Dark was in position and tried to hit to right, something that he practiced on quite a bit back in spring training and learned to do quite effectively during the season. Now the 2-strike pitch on its way is swung on and fouled off behind the plate. Dark is still alive up there. The ball got away from Jimmy Hegan. Bill Southworth, Braves manager, coaching at third base, and Freddie Fitzsimmons is coaching at first base today. Billy has alternated Johnny Cooney and Freddie as first base coaches during the series. Gromek all set. In comes the pitch, and it's outside, gets away from Jimmy Hegan, low outside for a ball. No wild pitch, of course, there's nobody on base. Outfield playing Dark, as we told you, just about straight away. Kenny Keltner with the count 1 and 2 on Dark is backed up halfway at third. Gromek working fast, is into the windup. Round comes the arm, the pitch. Misses the outside corner for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Gromek blows on his pitching hand. Hides the ball behind his back. Jimmy Hegan in the crouch back to the plate gives the sign to the right-hander. Good crowd out here today. And now just as Gromek was ready to work, Dark stepped down to the batter's box. Earl Torgerson is on deck. Now Dark is back in hitting position. Gromek into the windup. Here's your pitch. It's swung on, popped up in the air off to the left of the plate. Hegan goes over, under, and makes the catch right in the batter's circle of the visiting team for out number 2. Al Dark fouled out to Jim Hegan. Swung at what might have been a knuckler. Hit the ball on the handle of the bat and lifted a easy pop-up off to the left of the plate. With 2 down, here's Earl Torgerson, left-handed hitting first baseman, who's had 2 out of 6 for the Braves, batting .333. He's appeared in 2 games for Boston. First pitch to him is swung on and missed. Strike 1, he cut hard at the curve. Kenny Keltner laying in close, almost on the edge of the infield grass, laying about 8 feet off the line. Lou Boudreau over close to second base. Joe Gordon shading first just a little bit more than second. Robinson guarding the line. The pitch is in there for call strike 2. The fastball over the heart of the plate about knee high. Earl Torgerson evidently was expecting some other kind of a pitch and pulled away from the plate. Gromek ahead of the hitter. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the first inning. And the next pitch. Swung on. There's a drive to left center field. Doby racing for it. He cannot get it. It's by him, rolling to the wall. There goes Torgerson rounding first. Digs for second. He's got 2 easy. He stumbles, rounding second, and has to go back to second base. There's Robinson going down to second to take a throw and a tag, but it's not in time. Torgerson is back in at second base with a double. And to recap that play, Earl Torgerson drove to left center. Larry Doby raced over, couldn't get the ball. It was by him and rolled to the wall. Torgerson had 2 bases easy. As he neared second, he took a look at Billy Southworth to see if Billy was going to wave him on for 3. Billy evidently did, because Earl rounded second but stumbled over the bag. Lou Boudreau and Joe Gordon were out for relays. Nobody to cover second. And Eddie Robinson, the first baseman, after Torgerson had stumbled, went racing over to second, took the throw, but Torgerson got back to the bag in time. So it's a double for Torgerson with 2 outs in the top half of the first inning. And that for the Boston Braves is their 3rd double in the series. All the extra base hits in the series have been doubles. A total now of 6 extra base hits. in the series, 3 doubles by each team. You've got Bob Elliott, a right-hand hitter, up, 2 down, top of the first inning. The pitch, Elliott takes outside, ball 1. Torgerson laced that ball beautifully. A good line drive into left center. Doby, who's very fast to foot, still couldn't get to it despite a tremendous effort. Outfield for Elliott, step toward left. Here's your pitch. Elliott swings and pops it up into the air, off to the right of the plate. Jimmy Higgins getting under it. He's waiting now and makes the catch. So Elliott fouls out to Higgins, and the Braves fail to score. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the Cleveland Indians, 1 left on for Boston. And at the end of the first half of the first inning, the score is 0-0. Men, if all razor blades lived up to their maker's claims, nobody would have a shaving problem. As many of you have learned to your sorrow, however, words sometimes are one thing, performance another. But when I tell you that Gillette Blue Blades are the easiest shaving and the longest lasting on earth, I know your experience will prove every word is true. Gillette Blue Blades have the sharpest edges ever honed. They're so sharp, so smoothly finished, and so easy shaving that you get the best looking shaves, the quickest and most refreshing ever. Also, Gillette Blue Blades are double-edged for double economy. Buy Gillette Blue Blades, 5 for $0.25, or get a handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed.
34, Daniel Mitchell, left fielder.
Ready for the last half of the first inning. Dale Mitchell, Larry Doby, and Lou Boudreau will be coming to bat for the Cleveland Indians, and Johnny Sain, with but 2 days rest, takes the hill to try to keep the Braves in the World Series running. Dale Mitchell, a left-hand hitter, hitting at 0.83 on the series, 1 out of 12. Johnny Sain delivers a pitch, and it's in there for a call strike. They call Johnny Sain the man with the curves. He's got plenty of them. Bob Elliott laying in close at third in the event of a bunt by Mitchell, who likes to drop him down that way once in a while. Here's your pitch. Mitchell swings and lines one right back through the middle out of second to center for a base hit. Ball fielded out there by Mike McCormick. He bobbles it momentarily. Mitchell, who took a wide turn, started to go to second. Then the relay comes in to Stanky. He misses it. But in the meantime, Mitchell had returned to first base. And Al Dark finally got the ball. So Mitchell singles clean into center, right back through the middle. And that brings to the plate Larry Doby. Doby, who's had 4 out of 11, hitting at 364. Currently the leading hitter in the series. Here's the pitch. Swung on. A ground ball is stopped beautifully by Torgerson. He picks it up, flips the Sain for an out at first, and a nice play. Going to second is Mitchell. And what a great play that was by Earl Torgerson, as Doby's vicious bounder to the right of the first baseman was knocked down. The applause for Boudreau. Torgerson knocked that ball down beautifully. Recovered, but was down on the ground and flipped to Johnny Sain, who ran over and took the throw just ahead of Doby for the out at first. Lou Boudreau, right-hand hitter. Mitchell moved to second on the play. Sain delivers a pitch that swung on and hit down the first baseline by first down the right field line. Mitchell rounds third, comes in to score. Boudreau rounds first, digs for second. He's on his way to try for 3. Dark has the ball, fires into Elliott to tag. He's out at third base. And Lou Boudreau is arguing with Bill Stewart. He was out at third, and he is bobbing and weaving at Bill. His head is shaking. Lou Boudreau arguing with Bill Stewart, and now Bill Summers comes over to break it up. And Bill McKechnie, who goes over to help Boudreau, is moved away by Bill Summers. And now Bill Summers tells Boudreau to leave. And now he goes over to get Bill McKechnie and tells him to move off Bill Stewart. And Lou Boudreau, doubled into the right field corner, was out, trying to stretch it into a triple. Holmes to Dark. To Elliott. Now here's Joe Gordon. Indians lead 1-0. And the pitch is low. Ball 1. Joe Gordon. Bats him right-handed. Johnny Sane comes in with a pitch. Gordon swings and hits one out to short on one hop. Taken by Al Dark. Throws over to Torgerson, and Gordon is out at first. And the fans are getting on Bill Stewart. 1 run for the Cleveland Indians. 2 hits. No errors for the Braves. And nobody left on for Cleveland. In that inning, Mitchell singled to center, advanced to second when Doby's bid for a base hit was converted into a putout on a very nice play by Torgerson and Sane. And then Boudreau lined one inside the first baseline into right field. That was good for a double. He was out trying to stretch it into a triple. Holmes to Dark to Elliott. The play at third was very close, and incidentally, if you keep a scorecard at home, it's scored 9-6 to 5. Right fielder, the shortstop, the third baseman. A run batted in for Boudreau. The play was very close at third, and Lou started arguing very viciously, you might say, vehemently, with Bill Stewart. Of course, that's sort of a hangover from the first game of the World Series on that pickoff play in the 8th inning. Another close play, which you all recall, and which Stewart was the umpire and made the decision. Called the runner safe, and that turned out to be the winning run. Top of the second inning, Marv Rickard swings the first pitch, lines it to first baseman Eddie Robinson for the out. Rickard lines to Robinson on the first pitch for out number 1. He almost had himself an extra base hit there. Now Mike McCormick steps in. Mike bats him right-handed. One to nothing favor of Cleveland, top of the second inning. Outfield around toward left. Steve Gromek, the right-hander, into the windup. Here's the pitch. And it's a curve that's outside for a ball. Bill Macy's on deck. Gromek getting set. Here's his pitch to McCormick. Mike swings and misses. Cut hard at a fastball. Came over the outside corner about letter high. Mike McCormick hitting in 300 in the series. He's had 3 out of 10. Finds the outfield, step toward left, infield shaded around toward third. Gromek throws. McCormick looks at a high inside pitch for ball 2. 2-1. Billy Southworth slaps his hands together, coaching there at third base. Gromek ready. And the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a little fly ball hit into short left. Mitchell comes racing in, gets under it, makes the catch. And they're 2 down for the Boston Braves in the top of the second inning. Now you've got Phil Macy coming up. Right-hand hitter. The Braves catcher has not yet had a hit in the series. He's been at bat 4 times, and he's made an appearance in all 3 games. He's been in there as a pinch runner. And, of course, caught yesterday's game. Macy, a 5'10", 175-pounder from Berwyn, Illinois. Looks at a pitch that's inside, very close to his chin. Ball 1. Gromek isn't the kind of pitcher that'll overpower you, but he's cute. He's got an assortment of breaking stuff. And you've got to be very careful when you're up there at the plate when Gromek is right. Now the right-hander delivers. Macy swings and lifts a high pop-up out into short left. Boudreau goes out. Mitchell comes in. Lou says he has it and takes it. Boudreau makes the catch in short left, and the Braves are out in order in the top of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of an inning and a half, the score, Cleveland 1 Boston nothing. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Boston Braves and Cleveland Indians warm up for the fifth game in this great championship series. Gillette is on the air the year round with on-the-spot broadcasts of leading sports events. And Gillette also airs the major boxing match of the week every Friday night. In this 1948 World Series, ladies and gentlemen, tribal warfare, it appears in this tribal warfare that the Clevelands have the Indian sign on their embattled brethren, the Braves, and with it, most experts figure a bright chance of smoking the peace pipe long about 2 hours or so from now, because that's all there'll be left to do if the Clevelands continue to keep the Bostons penned up on the reservation, so to speak. However, the Boston's chief medicine man hopes that he's come up with a proper potion today that will send the Clevelands fleeing back to the banks of the Charles River, where the Braves figure to be more powerful in their own wigwam. Although Cleveland leads in the series 3-1 and needs but today's victory to capture the Classic, their superiority is not so great when seen from the standpoint of cold figures, which are surprisingly even. For example, the two teams have the identical number of base hits in the series. 22 for Boston, 22 for Cleveland. In the matter of two base hits, the Boston Braves have 4. The Cleveland Indians have 4. Neither team has any triples. And in the matter of home runs, the Braves have 1 hit by Mar Brickert, and the Indians have 1 hit by Larry Doby. Now, in the matter of runs batted in, the Indians hold an edge 7-3. Braves have driven in 3 runs, the Indians 7. The Indians have scored altogether 8 runs, and the Braves 3, which is quite a figure in itself. In the 4 games played to date, there have been a combined total of only 11 runs scored by the two teams. And the 44 base hits for a 4-game series is a new record, 10 under the previous record low for 4 games, which was 54 base hits, which incidentally the New York Yankees and Cincinnati Reds set in the 1939 World Series over the first 4 games. The band and the color guard are approaching home plate, coming in from left field. And I suggest that we pick up the music as the fans here in Huge Municipal Stadium, and we probably will have another tremendous crowd, are rising to take off their hats and greet the colors as they come marching behind home plate. So let's listen to the music just for a moment. The music is being supplied, incidentally, by the National American Legion Championship Band, which hails from Girard, Ohio. Getting back to our figures, the Boston Braves have received 7 walks, and the Cleveland Indians have received 7 bases on balls. There again, the figures are identical. In the matter of strikeouts, the Boston Braves have struck out 13 times, and the Cleveland Indians have struck out 13 times. It seems to be uncanny the way the figures are even in almost every department, except in the won and lost column, and the Indians have won 3 games to the Boston Braves 1. All low-score games, all games that could have gone either way, one base hit could have changed the complexion of the entire World Series up to this point. And though, compared to other World Series, you haven't had the explosive incidents repeatedly, or the tremendous excitement that often occurs in World Series play, this has been a series, of course, in which pitching has been the predominant factor. Cleveland, despite the fact that they do not have any edge, numerically speaking, other than in the won and lost column, which is the most important one, nevertheless has appeared to be a very highly confident team, ready to rise to most any serious occasion, otherwise seemingly content to grab a small lead and sort of hold on to it and watch the Braves and, shall we say, their frustration. Now you've got out on the field of play a clown running around, and somehow he let a duck slip out of his blouse, and the duck is out at the mound. I can assure you of one thing, the duck will not do the pitching today. However, the duck is still out at the mound, and standing there, is not moving off. The clown has disappeared, and the duck is just standing out there watching this huge crowd of people. And incidentally, yesterday's crowd of over 81,000 set a new World Series record. Also set a new record for attendance at a single game, although it was not quite as large as the over 82,000 crowd that saw a doubleheader here in Cleveland during the course of the regular season that broke a doubleheader crowd record set by the New York Yankees some years ago with the Red Sox. Now there is a Cleveland attendant chasing the duck out around about second base. He can't get him. He's chasing him out around shortstop. He grabs him around the head, and the duck moves away. And now he finally grabs him. Bet he'll taste good on that table tonight. But to get back to today's game, the pitchers have been the stars of this series, of course, and today the burden of upholding that prestige falls to the lot of Bobby Feller for the Cleveland Indians and Nelson Potter of the Boston Braves. Robert William Andrew Feller, 29-year-old right-hander, born November the 3rd, 1918 at Van Meter, Iowa, will be doing the pitching. And he is looking for his first World Series victory. He was defeated by Johnny Sain, the opening game of the World Series, 1-0. And Bobby Feller has been referred to as the modern Walter Johnson. And Walter Johnson found himself going to the final game of a World Series before he could gain his first World Series victory, and that was against the Giants in 1924. Nelson Potter, who pitched a couple of innings of fine relief ball against the Cleveland's the other day, pitched a couple of innings and didn't allow an earned run, is the surprise starter, as Billy Southworth hopes that the screwball, which the right-hander throws so effectively with his other assortment, will baffle the Indians sufficiently to give the Braves victory. Nelson Potter's no newcomer to a World Series. He pitched for the St. Louis Browns in 1944 against the St. Louis Cardinals, and his earned run average was less than 1. Although he lost the last game of that World Series in 1944 to the Cardinals by a 3-1 score when Billy Southworth, now the Braves manager, was managing the St. Louis Cardinals. Now the lineups for the Boston Braves. Leading off, playing right field, Tommy Holmes. Hitting second, playing shortstop, Al Dark. Hitting third, playing first base, Earl Torgeson. Batting fourth, playing third base, Bob Elliott. Hitting fifth, playing left field, Marv Rickert. Hitting sixth, catching, Bill Salkeld. Batting seventh, playing center, Mike McCormick. Hitting eighth, playing second base, Eddie Stanky. In the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching, Nelson Potter. And for the Cleveland Indians, leading off is Dale Mitchell. Left field, Larry Doba. Hitting second, center field, Lou Boudreau. Batting third, playing shortstop, Joe Gordon. Hitting fourth, playing second base, Kenny Keltner. Hitting fifth, third base, Walter Judnick. Hitting sixth, playing right field, Eddie Robinson. Hitting seventh, playing first base, Jimmy Hegan. Hitting eighth and catching. Hitting ninth, and in the pitching spot, of course, is Bobby Feller. There are your lineups. The band is massed out in center field. The color guard. That was the boo greeted the announcement of the umpires, one of them. But the color guard is massed out in center field, and in a moment or so we shall have the playing of the national anthem. Your umpires today will be George Barr back of the plate, Bill Summers of the American League at first base, Bill Stewart of the National League at second, Bill Grieve of the American League at third, you will have Joe Paparella of the American League stationed down the left field foul line, and Babe Pinelli of the National League stationed down the right field foul line. So there are your lineups, ladies and gentlemen. Your umpires: Nelson Potter, a right-hander, a surprise starter in place of Warren Spahn, although we use the word surprise to a slight extent. That is to say, we knew yesterday that Nelson Potter would be the pitcher. We knew it last evening. We, as well as most observers, figured earlier that it might be Warren Spahn. Bobby Feller has just concluded his warming-up chores. Nelson Potter just threw his last pitch, and now we are awaiting the playing of the national anthem and the raising of the flag. There's the bell sending the Cleveland Indians out onto the field.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
And that explosion in the background is my cue, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you a man who's always full of verbal pyrotechnics when it comes to handling this Gillette microphone. A man who today will be looking for a lot of fastballs and curves and some base hits, Jim Britt.
Thank you, Mel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand on the threshold of game number 5 in the World Series of 1948. Bob Feller is already on the mound, preparing to pitch to leadoff batter Tommy Holmes, who has had just 1 hit in 16 trips. And that is my cue to tell you that we now pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the World Series and other top sporting events the year round, keep tuned to 710. This is WOR, New York.
Tommy Holmes is standing just outside the left-handed batter's box. The umpires, as Mel Allen told you a moment ago, will be George Barr of the National League staff at the plate, Summers at first base, Stewart at second, Grieve at third, Paparella down the left field line, and Babe Pinelli down the right field line. Billy Southworth, wearing his traveling gray uniform, is stationed in the third base coach's box, and the first base coach for the Boston Braves today will be Johnny Cooney. He and Freddie Fitzsimmons have been alternating throughout the series, and it appears, at the moment at least, and we're not too capable when it comes to estimating crowds here in this unfamiliar Cleveland Municipal Stadium, but it appears that this will be the largest World Series crowd. It was told me by several of the Cleveland observers prior to the game that every person whom President Bill Veeck and the Indian staff could manage to squeeze into this huge shorefront Lake Erie Stadium would be here today, and there must be at least 8,000 or 9,000 standees out back of the portable fence, which is from the 365-foot mark in left field all the way around to the 365-foot mark in right field. Bob Feller is out on the mound seeking his first World Series victory. His regular season's record was 19 wins, 15 defeats. He dropped the series opener 0-1 to John Sain, and he now opposes Tommy Holmes, who has 1 hit in 16 trips and drove in the winning first game run. The pitch, curveball outside, ball 1. Against Feller will be a very cagey, shrewd, experienced screwball artist, formerly with the Philadelphia A's, St. Louis Browns, whom the Braves obtained in midseason. Feller gets his sign from Jim Hegan. Here it comes, and there's a drive to right for a base hit. A fastball, and Holmes banged it on a line between Gordon and Robinson for a single. It appeared, from here at least, that Mr. Holmes had been expecting that pitch since the series opener. Alvin Dark of Lake Charles, Louisiana, comes up. The former great Louisiana State University athlete has 2 hits in 16 trips and a series batting average of 125. Dark is a right-hander. The Braves have their first runner on. Bob Feller working from a stretch. Here it comes. Ball inside. Dark made no move to bunt. Incidentally, the tactics of the Braves were subjected to some criticism yesterday because, trailing by 1 run, a bunt was called for after Stanky's single in the 3rd inning. And some of the observers who have seen a good many World Series argued that on a foreign field especially, a team is expected to go out and get as many runs. But this has been a low-scoring series. The Braves now have 23 hits. Cleveland has 22. Feller delivers. Swing and a miss. Dark swung straight away at a fastball that broke outside, and the count is 1-1. Third baseman Ken Keltner, who is not exactly anticipating a bunt, is nevertheless playing in about 2 feet from third base because Dark is one of the fastest base runners in the National League. Bob Feller, who has always been a deliberate workman as well as one of baseball's greatest pitchers, is taking a lot of time in between pitches, as usual. He takes a stretch, pitches, outside and low, a fastball, and the count is 2-1. Tommy Holmes on first base. Tommy was personally disappointed. He had no hits at all since the 8th inning of the first game until he just banged that line drive single into right field, which was recovered by Walt Judnick. Holmes is being held close at first base by Eddie Robinson, the Texan. The stretch by Feller. Here's the pitch. Foul ball back into the screen. That was another Feller fastball, and the count is 2-2. Near the on-deck circle is one of the Braves' batting stars and one of the series stars, Earl Torgeson of Snohomish, Washington, and Natick, Massachusetts. He has 4 hits, and he'll be looking for number 5. Dark is standing in the rear of the batter's box. He's in his first World Series. As a matter of fact, this was his first Major League full season. 2-2 the count on. Feller stretches, pitches. There's a ground ball, a slow one that goes toward shortstop, and that's going to be a hit. Runners on first and second. Keltner tried to intercept it. Boudreau went over to cover third. It seemed to be an accidental infield hit. Runners on first and second. Feller threw a fastball that was inside, about belt high. Dark started to swing and tried to retract his bat, but the ball struck the handle, and it went very sharply to the left of the mound, but it had only the power to carry it about 75 feet. And Keltner rushed in fast to try to intercept it before it reached Boudreau, and there was no throw. And immediately, Sam Zoldak, a left-hander, starts warming up for the Cleveland Indians. 2 successive hits have been few and far between for the Boston Braves in this series. The infield is in, looking for the bunt with Torgeson up. And he hits a drive to right field. Judnick goes over fast, takes it, and both runners go back. The throw to second base was taken by Boudreau, short of a double play. That one looked as though it was certain to spell trouble for Feller. It was a wicked line drive, a sinker, but Judnick went over fast and took it at about the 325-foot mark in right center. Runners on first and second. That was one of the best hit balls of the series. But Lady Luck didn't attend it in its flight. As far as Torgeson was concerned, Judnick made a nice catch and a good throw, and that wasn't too far away from a double play ball. Bob Elliott up with 2 hits and 14 trips. Elliott is batting .143. The pitch, strike called. Curveball thrown inside. The count, 1 strike. Southpaw Sam Zoldak, whom Cleveland obtained from the St. Louis Browns, is warming up out in the bullpen. The outfield a little to the left of straightaway. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right field. That's well tagged. Jednick going back, and it is a home run. A tremendous three-run home run by Bob Elliott that went 385 feet to right field. A right-handed, right field home run, and the Braves lead Feller 3-0. After several vain opportunities, the San Diegan came through. Rickard is up. He has 3 hits and 11 trips. He's a left-hander. 1 out, none on. Curveball low. Ball 1. With one swing of his bat, Elliott has driven in more runs than any other World Series performer. That was his second, his third, and his fourth. Feller winds up. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Curveball over the inside. Elliott had 1 RBI prior to that one. And he's driven in 4 runs in this series, more than any other performer. The outfield is set to the right. Rickard has a home run along with Doby. Swing and a miss. Sharp curveball. It broke low. The excitement that attended that home run largely stemmed from the fact that very, very few right-handers hit home runs into that sector here at Cleveland Stadium or in any other field. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Strike called, and it's strike 3. Rickard is called out on strikes as Bob Feller threw a curveball over the inside. And that's the 14th Braves strikeout victim. Catcher Bill Salkeld comes up. He's handicapped because of an injured groin muscle, but Phil Macy, on the other hand, has 2 injured fingers on his left hand. I was under the impression yesterday that it was his right hand that had been struck, but he has some blood blisters on his first and second fingers. Here's the pitch. High, ball 1, fastball. Salkeld has 1 hit and 3 trips in this series and a batting average of .333. Feller seems to have lost not a bit of his poise. The outfield is set to the right. The pitch. Curveball called strike 2. Strike 1. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Before the game, when I asked Billy Southworth whom his pitching nominee was, to be sure that it was Potter, he said something that was significant. He said it will be Potter today and Voisel tomorrow. Here's the pitch. Low inside. That was a sharp breaking curveball, and the count is 2 balls, 1 strike. Overhead, cloudy, overcast, but there seems to be little threat of rain. 2-1 the count. Salkeld standing straight away in the batter's box. The pitch. Low inside. 3-1. Salkeld, incidentally, seems to have had the Indian sign on the Cleveland pitchers because although he has just 1 hit, he has reached base 2 other times as well. And it was he who got the base on balls that was turned into the winning run scored by pinch runner Phil Macy in the first game. Cleveland leads in games 3-1. Here's the pitch. There goes a long fly ball to center field. Doby goes back. He's under it. He's waiting. Takes it to retire the side. And in the first inning, the Braves have 3 runs, 3 hits, including Elliott's 3-run homer. No errors, none left, and the Braves lead. The score is Boston 3, Cleveland nothing. Way back in 1869, baseball's first salaried team played the entire season without defeat. Yes, fans, and there's another team whose performance has never been matched. That's the world-famous Gillette Razor and Gillette Blue Blade, the greatest shaving combination on earth. You see, these two are made for each other. They fit exactly and work together perfectly. On top of that, the Gillette Blue Blade has the sharpest, most beautifully finished edges ever honed. So you skim off tough beard with Gillette blue blades, 5 for a quarter. Or for extra convenience at no extra cost, get a handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for only 98 cents. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. The Boston Braves have a lead of 3-0. And they already have scored as many runs in this game as they did previously in the series. Dale Mitchell will be the first batter. He has a batting average of 125 in the series. He has 2 hits in 16 trips. Eddie Robinson Earl Torgeson, has just come over to say something to Nels Potter. The leadoff batter, Dale Mitchell, is standing just outside the left-handed batter's box. And Larry Doby, who has been the hitting star of the series so far for Cleveland, is in the on-deck circle. Mitchell comes from Norman, Oklahoma. Very capable baseball player. He's done a fine job in this series. No one has exactly broken any hit records, but he's patrolled the outfield very effectively. He's a left-hander. Here's the pitch. Strike called. That caught the inside corner. The last time Potter pitched here in Cleveland was in late May when he worked for the Philadelphia A's, and he pitched 4 relief innings scorelessly. There goes a long fly ball to right field. Holmes is going back, and that one is a home run. Mitchell belted a fastball at the 380-foot mark, deep into the standing crowd. And I seem to recall Mel Allen's having said something about pyrotechnics and fireworks. The Braves are warming up 2 pitchers, and Larry Doby is up. The first pitch, high, ball 1. Warren Spahn and Red Barrett are warming up for the Boston Braves. The score, 3-1, the Braves leading. There was the 4th home run of the series. The pitch, there's a ground ball that goes to Stanky. The throw to first base, Doby is out. A sharp ground ball, Stanky moved over into the hole between second and first. And here's Lou Boudreau. You probably can sense through your radio loudspeakers that this is not only the most enthusiastic crowd of the series, but also the largest. Boudreau has 3 hits, 15 times at bat. He's a right-hander, and the first pitch is outside, ball 1. Incidentally, these 2 are both from Illinois. Nels Potter is from Mount Morris in the eastern part of the state, and Lou is from Harvey. Foul ball. That goes back into the stands, and the count is 1-1. There are 789 members of the working press and radio here, and 137 photographers, not including the telegraphers. Here's the pitch. There's a ground foul that goes into the Boston dugout, and it was grabbed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Unofficially, we have been told that this is the largest World Series delegation from radio and the 4th estate. 1-2 the count. 1 out in the Cleveland first inning. The Braves 3, Cleveland 1. Potter pitches. There's a drive that goes back to Potter. He knocks it down, and it is an infield hit. A wicked line smash back to the box. Potter got his glove on the ball, knocked it down between himself and second base. There was no throw attempted by Stanky, who came in and tried desperately to grab it. Joe Gordon coming up. Lou Boudreau, who is trying to put his Indians back in the ball game following Mitchell's first-inning home run, is on first base with an infield hit. The second Cleveland hit, the 5th hit of this game. Gordon has 2 hits and 15 trips. Batting 1-3-3. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Potter has faced Cleveland before. with several ball clubs. The Red Sox, the A's, the Browns. 1 ball, no strike. Here it is. Side, 2-0. The outfield is deep to the left. Rickard in left field, Mike McCormick in center field, Tommy Holmes in right. The infield, Torgerson, Stanky, Dark, Elliott at third, Bill McKechnie, Mel Harder doing the coaching. Potter pitches. Outside. 3-0. 3 balls, no strikes. This game has already produced the second largest scoring total of the series. Bob Lemon won 4-1. That was a 5-run game. This has 4. The pitch. Strike called. And it's 3-1. 1 man out in the Cleveland first inning. After singles by Holmes and Dark, Elliott blasted a mighty 3-run home run. And then Dale Mitchell led off with a home run on the second pitch. Here it comes. Ball 4. 2 men on. Boudreau goes to second base. Gordon on first. And Ken Keltner comes up. That, by the way, is the 8th base on balls given the Indians in this series. Salkeld was just out having a chat with Potter. Eddie Stanky came in to say something to him and goes back to his position. Spahn and Barrett continue to warm up. Keltner has 1 hit in 14 trips. Swing and a miss. Potter threw a screwball, which is his specialty. That acts like a left-handed curveball. 1 strike to count. The outfield set to the left. Here it is. There's a high foul out of play. That came back up over our heads, and the count is 2. The Indians are trying to put their fireballing right-handed ace, Bob Feller, right back in the ball game. The Braves lead 3-1, first inning. And the Indians have a 3-1 lead in the series. Potter stretches. He pitches and misses the outside corner with a low breaking pitch. 1-2. Mel Harder is giving coach instructions to Joe Gordon at first base. Keltner stands in the box. Here comes. Foul ball right from the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes count. Everyone has marveling at the good fortune of Bill Veeck in his weather. We haven't had a perfect day yet in Cleveland, but we have had no rain falling during any of the games. And you wouldn't have given a nickel for the chance of each game going to a finish. 1-2. Potter gets set. Here it is. There's a high foul ball. Salkeld waits, takes it. He took it about 20 feet to the left of home plate.
Number 35, Walter Judnick.
2 men out. And here is Walt Judnick looking for his first series hit. Nels Potter and Bill Salkeld are having a conference out at the mound. Inadvertently, I may have mentioned Phil Macy a moment ago. Salkeld is doing the catching. Macy has a couple of blood blisters on the index finger and second finger of his left hand. Judnick is a left-hander. The pitch. There's a ground ball that goes down the first base line. Easy chance. Torgerson gets it, steps on first. An unassisted put out retires the Indians in the first inning. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 base on balls, 2 runners left. So at the end of 1 inning of play, the score is 3-1. Mel Allen may have had a very fortuitous premonition a moment ago about the fireworks. As a matter of fact, and this statement is intended in no wise to reflect upon the brand of play in this series, because it has been good. As a matter of fact, defensively, it has been too good from the crowd's point of view. In some quarters, it has been characterized as dull. But I think that's always been the case, and you doubtless will agree that a no-hit, no-run game doesn't have the thrills that a 7-6 game featured by a mistake or two defensively and a couple of long balls has as far as the crowd is concerned. And it is fitting, then, that in this game, the fifth of the series, attended by the largest crowd in World Series history, I think that statement will be borne out when they've counted the house, because the standing room is completely sold out today, and that was not the case in previous contests. It is fitting that this game should start off with a bang. Center fielder Mike McCormick of the Braves is up with 4 hits in 14 trips and a batting average of .286. He's a right-hander. He once was with the Reds. Feller pitches. Curveball, strike one. That's Feller's big curveball, the one with a wide breaking hook. The count is strike one. McCormick sets himself in the box. He's standing straight away. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Feller broke off that big curveball, and it was right down in the dirt. A pitch which, if McCormick had known about it in advance, he would have stayed away from. The count is strike two. The outfield is set just a bit to the left, and the infield is moved over. Here's the windup. Feller takes a big windup. He strides. He fires one. There's a ground ball that goes to Keltner. He bobbles it for an error. McCormick reaching, and no throw is made. Ground ball down the third base line. And it is an error for third baseman Ken Keltner. That's the second Cleveland misplay of the series, by the way. Defensively, they've had a wide edge over the Braves with 5 double plays to 2, and until then, 1 error to 6. Eddie Stanky, the batter. Third baseman Ken Keltner is in at the cutout left-hand side of the infield in the event of a bunt. And, of course, Eddie Robinson, as expected, is trying to hold McCormick close. Here's the pitch. There goes a high foul ball that will be out of play. Keltner goes over. No chance. And it goes into the stands to the left of the Braves dugout. Stanky is batting .300 in this series. I believe we're correct in assuming that this will be the largest crowd of the series. And there seems little question about the fact that this is the largest crowd in World Series history. 1 strike. Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Outside, there's a pickoff throw. Safe at first is McCormick. And the count is 1-1. A gentleman from whom you will hear shortly is my authority for an estimate of $83,000. And he's highly familiar with Cleveland Municipal Stadium. And you're highly familiar with him. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Feller delivers. Curveball high. 2-1. Stanky holds the all-time National League record for bases on balls in a single season's play. As you know, on the 8th of July, he sustained a very serious ankle fracture. Was about for a couple of months on a walking cast. During that time, he was a radio broadcaster and a newspaper writer as well. 2-1 the count. The pitch, low. No, it was foul tipped. It was a low pitch, and umpire George Barr indicated that it just tipped the bat as Stanky tried to get it out of the way. The pitch, however, was down below the strike zone, but Stanky had started to go for it, held his swing, and it tipped the bat. 2-2 the count. Boston leading by a score of 3-1. McCormick leads off. The pitch, foul ball, out of play. That's a souvenir for the upper deck. And with that same break of good luck that has attended the ventures of Mr. Veck and Mr. Greenberg in this series, the sun is beginning to appear again for the 3rd straight day. The outfield is set to the right. 2-2 the count. Stanky sets himself. Here it is. There's a solid hit to center field. Doby back. Takes it. That ball was well tagged. A high drive towards the 380-foot mark, with the exception of one time yesterday when he slipped for an instant on the slippery footing. Doby has performed magnificently out in center field. One man out. Stanky out, McCormick on first. And the young fellow stepping up to the batter's box now, Nelson Potter, from Mount Morris, Illinois, is one of the best hitting pitchers in baseball history. And that is for sure. One man out. Nels swings left-handed. Here's the pitch. Fastball high. One ball. Nell says he doesn't know anything about whether or not he's not supposed to hit as well against left-handers as against right-handers. But he does. He doesn't try to slug the ball. He simply concentrates scientifically on trying to meet it. Feller takes a stretch. There's a throw to first base. And out in the Cleveland bullpen, Sam Zoldak is loosening up. That's the second time he's been called into operation. This time, I suspect it's for precautionary purposes. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. That was Feller's fastball, and the count is 1-1. The last time Potter pitched here at Cleveland Municipal Stadium was in late May. He told me the horse had already been stolen when Mr. Mack sent him out on the mound, but he pitched 4 scoreless innings as a reliever against the Indians. He's been with 3 ball clubs this year, and his most notable performance occurred in September at Shibe Park, Philadelphia, when, following a triple and 2 intentional bases on balls in the 12th inning, he struck out 2 batters, forced the third to pop up, and gained credit for the win. 1-1 the count. Feller pitches. Strike called. He fired a fastball that caught the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Bob added a slider to his delivery this year, but the most recent reports were that he had abandoned it to concentrate on his fastball, his curveball, and his God-given talent. 1-2 the count. Here it comes. Swing and a foul tip right into Hegan's glove for strike 3. Feller bore down. Potter swung, knowing it was in. Bobby should be out of the inning, but the error has prolonged it. And Tommy Holmes comes up. Tommy started the fireworks in the first inning by lining a single into right field. He now has 2 hits and 17 trips. He scored the first run in this game. The Braves are still leading by a 3-1 score, and home runs by Bob Elliott and Dale Mitchell have accounted for the quartet of tallies. The outfield straight away. Here's the pitch. Strike called, curveball. Holmes is one of the most difficult batters in all of baseball to strike out. One year, he was the top National Leaguer in that respect. One strike to count. 2 men out. The base runner is Mike McCormick, who reached on Keltner's bobble. Here it comes. There's a slow roller down the first base line. Robinson takes it, retreats to first, steps on it for the unassisted putout, and the Braves have scored no runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 left. Boston leads by a score of 3-1. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports is on the air. From Braves Field in Boston, Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Jim Britt with Mel Allen greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Cleveland Indians and the Boston Braves get ready for their crucial 6th game of the 1948 Championship Series. Gillette is on the air the year around with on-the-spot reports of leading sports events. Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week every Friday night. The rival pitchers for this 6th World Series game will be right-hander Bob Lemon of Cleveland and right-hander Bill Voiselle of the Braves. Lemon, you'll recall, won an 8-hitter by a 4-1 score here at Braves Field in the 2nd game of the series to pull the Indians up even with Boston. Voiselle will be making his first series start, but during a 3 2/3 inning relief stint, he restricted Cleveland to a single hit, a single by Larry Doby. As a matter of fact, the relief pitching of all Billy Southworth's firemen in this series has been excellent. During 15 innings in relief roles, Voiselle, Barrett, Potter, Spahn have not allowed an earned run and have held the Indians to 4 hits while striking out 9 and walking only 1. In his victory earlier in the series, in the second game, Lemon yielded one unearned run. But a successful pickoff play, plus a costly Braves error, cost the Braves at least one run and handed the Indians a score. But even so, Lemon's pitching deserved the victory. Yesterday, at a time when series observers were on the verge of calling this 1948 championship one of the most lackluster of modern times, the power hitters stole the show, or most of it. Paced by third baseman Bob Elliott, who became the second National League batter of World Series history to hit 2 home runs in a game. The only other National League performer to do it was Benny Koff of the Giants back in 1917. The Braves overpowered the Indians. At the same time that Elliott twice homered, Dale Mitchell, Jim Hegan of Cleveland, and Bill Salkeld of the Braves all hammered round trippers. Hegan's was the 3-run blow that sent Cleveland ahead. But the Braves, who had failed to make an impressive showing in previous contests, staged the big inning of the series with a 6-run explosion in the 7th to sew it up. I said that Bob Elliott and the power hitters came close to stealing the show. But left-hander Warren Spahn of Buffalo, New York, was the top defensive hero. His pitching was the best this series has produced. He allowed only one batter, manager Lou Boudreau, to reach base via the hit route on a double in the 8th. Then he struck out 5 of the last 6 men to face him to preserve the victory. In 5 2/3 innings on the mound, after Nels Potter had been driven out, Spahn gave up a walk and a hit. His assortment of fast and slow balls, he was using his curve, by the way, as a waste pitch, his assortment had the Indians guessing. Once, when after taking a perfect fastball strike, Joe Gordon swung at a low slow ball and missed, he turned to the umpire and said, "I guessed wrong on that one, didn't I?" Bill Salkeld, the Boston catcher, said Spahn all but dispensed with his curveball. The pitch Cleveland batters had solved easily in the second series game in favor of a mixed-up assortment of fast and slow stuff. Feller, as was the case his first time out, couldn't win. Today, veteran observers are comparing his plight with that of the late, great Walter Johnson, who never did win a series game until the twilight of his career, and then in a relief role. No recent series, I think, has seen so many former infielders and outfielders rack up mound victories. Bob Lemon was both an infielder and an outfielder at one time. Steve Gromek played the infield. John Sain once roamed the outfield. It may get to be a habit, this switching around, since last year John Lindell, a former pitcher, was one of the top heroes of the series. On the special trains between Cleveland and Boston last night, the main topic of conversation, however, was the crowd, the attendance at yesterday's game. When he learned that about 12,000 fans saw the game while standing around Mr. Vecht's portable outfield fence, first baseman Earl Torgeson of the Braves said, "Imagine that, 12,000. Why, that's 6 times as many people as there are in my hometown of Snohomish, Washington." To the Cleveland club, yesterday's game was a bitter disappointment. The Indians consider Feller the same great performer everyone else does. The idea of his losing by any such lopsided score as 11-5, despite the fact that of the 11 Boston runs, only 7 were charged to Bob, seemed inconceivable. But when the Braves broke the 5-run tie on Torgeson's 7th-inning single, scoring Holmes, even Bob Hope, one of the most rabid Indian rooters, turned to a companion and said, "There's the ball game. We'll never get a hit off that guy, Spahn. He has it today." Well, he did have it. Boudreau's double was the only hit. So the series now faces its 6th game, with the Braves back on home soil, set to face their second game conqueror, Bob Lemon. Boston seems even more baseball mad today than on the day the series opened. This morning's Boston Herald carried the streamer headline, "Welcome home, Braves. Everyone salutes you." Fire equipment, bands, and huge crowds had already jammed Trinity Place when the Braves special arrived early this morning. Yesterday afternoon, after the Braves' victory in Cleveland, when the rush seats went on sale here at the park, the rush of the crowds broke all bounds, and the sale had to be postponed in the interests of safety. Braves Field holds only half as many persons as the huge and beautiful Lakefront Stadium in Cleveland, so today's crowd will probably approximate 40,000. The World Series checks this year will be sizable. Don't think they won't. The players' share of the receipts amounts to more than $548,000. Of that amount, 70% is earmarked for these 2 World Series contenders. The winner's share of the 70%, which is 60%, will total more than $7,400 on the basis of a 31-share split as previously announced, which means that even the losers' individual World Series checks will approximate $5,300, and the Boston Red Sox, for having finished second in the American League this year, will doubtless receive a larger share than they did as the losers' end of the World Series of 1946. Few World Series checks have ever approximated this total. If you're statistical-minded, perhaps a breakdown of the runs, hits, errors of the clubs will interest you. In the 5 games already decided, the Braves hold a scoring edge of just a single run, 14-13. In hits, Boston has a 34-28 advantage, thanks to yesterday's slugfest. The Indians have been charged with the fewer errors, 3-6, and both teams have left 27 runners on base. 20 Indians have struck out, Walt Judnick 4 times. 18 Braves have gone down on strikes, Rickert 4 times. The Braves have walked a total of 11 times, the Indians 10 times. The individual batting leaders are Torgerson and Stanky of Boston with averages of 429 and 308. For Cleveland, Doby tops the regulars with a mark of 278. Boudreau is 263. In team batting, Boston's mark is 218, Cleveland's 179. And now, before giving you the batting orders and the array of the umpires for this 6th World Series game, hats off to our northern neighbor, our good neighbor, Canada, which today in the Dominion is celebrating Thanksgiving Day. And Gillette, Mel, and I hope that their celebration is enhanced by a thrilling World Series broadcast. Here are the batting orders. For Cleveland, Mitchell, left field. Doby in right field. That's a change. Boudreau, shortstop. Gordon, second base. Keltner, third base. Tucker, Thurman Tucker, formerly of the White Sox, will be in center field. Robinson, first base. Hegan, the catcher. And the pitcher, right-hander Bob Lemon, with a season's record of 20 victories, 14 defeats, and a previous World Series record of 1 victory, an 8-hitter in which he yielded only 1 unearned run. For Boston, Holmes, right field. Dark, shortstop. Torgerson, first base. Elliott, third base. Rickert in left field. Salkeld, the catcher. Mike McCormick in center field. Stanky, second base. And Big Bill Voiselle of 96 South Carolina and Mustang, Oklahoma on the mound with a season's record of 13-13. Bill Summers of the American League at the plate. Bill Stewart of the National League at first base. Bill Grieve of the American League at second base. George Barr of the National League will be at third base. The left field foul umpire will be Babe Pinelli of the National League staff. The right field foul umpire will be American leaguer Joe Paparella. Out in center field at the moment, Baron Hugo's band is massed, ready to play the national anthem, and the colors will rise to the top of the staff under the supervision of the Marine Color Guard from the Marine Barracks of the Boston Naval Base. But first, the Braves bullpen pitchers and the Cleveland bullpen pitchers will be given an opportunity to clear the field. Bob Lemon is still warming up. Bill Voiselle is still warming up. Voiselle, incidentally, has pitched a total of 3 2/3 previous innings, has walked no one, has allowed no runs, has had no strikeouts, and has yielded just 1 single to Larry Doby. Today's crowd is likely to be the largest of the Boston series. The skies overhead are cloudy, overcast, but there is not a threat of rain. The Indians and the Braves both arrived on special trains this morning. They went through intensive fielding, batting practices, and in just a moment or two, the 6th game of the World Series will get underway. You're familiar with the way the pattern of the previous games has gone, of course. In the opening game, Boston defeated Bob Feller 1-0, Johnny Sain the winning pitcher. In the second game, Cleveland tied it up with a 4-1 victory, Lemon the winner, and Spahn the loser. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem. with the 6th World Series game about to get underway, let me again present my colleague and your play-by-play reporter for the first 4.5 innings, Mel Allen.
Hello there, everybody. Before the ball game does actually get underway, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the World Series and other top sporting events the year round, keep tuned to 710. This is WOR, New York.
Big Bill Boiselle on the hill for the Boston Braves, a right-hander who won 13 and lost 13 on the regular season. Boy from 96, South Carolina originally, who now lives in Mustang, Oklahoma. Big Bill had more than fair success against the Cleveland Indians in spring training games, and Billy Southworth is entrusting this strong-armed right-hander with the task of keeping the Braves in the World Series. Time is called just before we get underway. Bill Stewart, who's umpiring at first base, calls time. And Joe Paparella of the American League, who's stationed down the right field foul line, is over talking to the Boston Braves right fielder, Tommy Holmes, about something or other. I don't know just what it is. But now everything seems to be all right, and we're all set to go. Dale Mitchell will be leading off for the Cleveland Indians. Mitchell bats him left-handed. Boiselle looks in to get his sign from Bill Salkeld in the crouch back of the plate. Mitchell, who's had 3 out of 19 in the series, hitting at 158. First pitch, it's in there for a call strike. It was a fastball. Bill Boiselle whipped it in there just about knee-high. Bob Elliott goes over into the grass of the infield, picks up a piece of paper. He's laying in fairly close at third, looking for a bunt possibly. Outfield playing Mitchell around toward left. Here's your delivery, and it's high inside for ball 1. That evens up the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Boiselle gets that sign from Salkeld. He's in no hurry. Dale Mitchell, left-hand batter. Here's the pitch. Mitchell takes inside now for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Larry Doby's on deck with Lou Boudreau to follow. Bill McKechnie coaching back at third base. Mel Harder back to first base. Bill Summers calling balls and strikes. Boiselle into the windup, delivers. Mitchell swings and lines one out into center field. Coming fast is the center fielder, Mike McCormick, who takes it for the out. Mitchell lines to Mike McCormick in center field. 1 away, and up to the plate now comes Larry Doby. Doby's had 5 out of 18 in the series, hitting at 278. Earl Torgeson's had 6 out of 14 for the most number of hits of anybody, with Larry Doby having 5, Mike McCormick having 5, and Lou Boudreau having 5, among others. There's a pitch into Doby. It's wide of the mark for ball 1. Doby stands far away from the plate. Bill Boiselle into the windup. Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a call strike. 1-1. Larry Doby got the only hit off Bill Boiselle the other day when Bill hurled his release stint. Now the pitch. Doby takes fastball over for called strike 2. Fastball in there about letter high. Boiselle, went 3 2/3 innings in relief pitching. Allowed 1 hit, no runs, didn't walk anybody, didn't strike out anybody. The big right-handers into the windup. Here's the pitch. Doby takes curve inside. Ball 2, 2-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Top half of the first inning, 6th game of the World Series, with the Cleveland Indians out in front in games 3-2. Boiselle delivers. Doby swings and lines one out over short into left field for a base hit. Taken out there by Marv Rickard on a couple of hops. He whips his throw into second. And Doby's on with a line single to left field for the first hit of the 6th game of the World Series, and Doby's 6th of the Classic. And now here's Lou Boudreau coming up.
Boudreau, number 5, shortstop.
Lou bats him right-handed. The stretch by Boiselle. Here's the pitch. Lou takes it in the back. He's hitting the small of the back by a pitched ball. He's all right, however. Shakes it off. As a matter of fact, he reaches down and picks the ball up on the baseline as he trots on down to first base. The ball hit him right in the small of the back, just above the hips.
And that moves Larry Doby down to second. Lou Boudreau
Joe Gordon.
hit by a pitched ball.
Second baseman.
And that moves Doby down to second and brings up Joe Gordon. Double barrel activity in the Braves bullpen. Red Barrett, a right-hander, is one of the men who's warming up. We're checking the identity of the other. Looks like it may be Vern Bickford. Now the pitch to Joe Gordon. Swung on and fouled back to the screen. Strike one. As the Flash was going after that first pitch, hoping to drive it far and deep. The outfield playing Joe Gordon around toward left, playing him to pull. Infield shaded around toward third with Bob Elliott deep close to the line. Al Dark, the shortstop, deep over into the third base hole. Eddie Stanky over toward second base. They're in potential double play position if the opportunity should present itself. Runners lead off second and third. The stretch by Voiselle. Here's the pitch. Joe Gordon takes high. And the count is evened up now at 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. You got Kenny Keltner on deck. Bill McKechnie coaching at third. Mel Harder at first for Cleveland. A lot of room down that right field line. The outfield so far swung over toward left. Here's your pitch. Gordon takes high again. Ball 2, 2-1. William Voiselle, 6'3", 200-pounder, whose birthplace is listed as Greenwood, South Carolina, but who made 96 South Carolina quite famous. Pitches now to Joe Gordon, who started to swing, held up, but Bill Summers says to strike anyway. And it's a 2-2 count on Gordon. And now Bill Summers indicates that Gordon broke his wrists. In other words, he swung around enough for it to be called a strike. It was a high fastball. And it's a 2-2 count. You got Larry Doby on second. Lou Boudreau on first. 1 out, top half of the first inning, 6th game of the World Series. Bill Voiselle ready with the stretch, looks back at second base. Here's the pitch. Joe Gordon swings and fouls it back to the screen. Count remains 2-2. Gordon guarding that plate very closely. And that time he wasn't flailing away for any great distance. He was just trying to meet the ball. Doesn't want to strike out if he can help it. Of course, if he sees something that comes in there pretty fat, he might tee off on it. All right, Voiselle is ready with the stretch. Doby leads off second, Boudreau off first. Here's the pitch. Joe Gordon swings and lines one deep to left field. Going back is Rickard. He makes the catch of the line drive. And the runners have to hustle back to their respective bases. Doby to second and Boudreau to first. Joe Gordon plastered a liner to deep left, but Marv Rickard was right back there deep to take it. So with 2 down, up comes Kenny Keltner. Keltner, right-hand batter. Voiselle looks in to get that sign from Bill Salkeld. The outfield and infield setup is the same for Keltner as it was for Gordon. They're both extreme full hitters, although occasionally they might blast one to right. Bill Voiselle ready. Doby leads off second, Boudreau off first. Here's the pitch. Keltner takes a hook that's inside for a ball. Kenny Keltner, who's had only 1 hit in this series, 1 out of 17. He got that hit in the first ball game. First time up, he's been 0 for 16 since. Now the pitch. Keltner swings and he misses. Cut hard, slashed hard at a fastball. Joe Gordon, incidentally, had 3 out of 18 before he went out. Boudreau had 5 out of 19 before he was hit by a pitched ball. We gave you Doby's record before. Now the delivery. Keltner swings and he misses. As Bill Voiselle fired it by him. And the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes on Keltner. So we've got a dramatic moment here in the top half of the first inning. Kenny Keltner standing deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, slightly open stance. Larry Doby, fleet of foot, bore from Patterson, New Jersey, on second base. Lou Boudreau on first. Here's your pitch. Swung on, little ground ball, hit out toward short. Dark up with it, plays it over to Torgerson at first, in time for the out. And so Bill Voiselle pitched himself out of the jam. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. At the end of the first half of the first inning, the score, Cleveland 0, Boston 0. Guesswork doesn't go in laying out a baseball diamond. The distance between bases must be exactly 90 feet between the pitcher's box and home plate, 60 feet 6 inches. No more, no less. But talking about exactness, today's Gillette Blue Blade is made to the closest limits of accuracy known to the industry. For instance, the positioning slot in the middle of the blade is precisely centered. When you tighten the holder, the Gillette Blue Blade lines up absolutely parallel with the razor guard, extends just the correct distance for smooth, easy shaving. Thus, you have a perfectly matched shaving instrument that glides through beard with light, gentle strokes. Ask for Gillette Blue Blades, 5 for a quarter, or get a handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Coming into the last half of the first inning, Bob Lemon on the hill for the Cleveland Indians, and he'll be facing Tommy Holmes, Al Dark, and Earl Torgerson. Incidentally, a sidelight about Kenny Keltner and a possible reason for his not hitting better in the series. Cy Johnson, Braves coach, was with Keltner in the Navy. Played some ball with him together, with Kenny. He played ball together, and he got the Braves pitchers pretty well briefed on whatever weaknesses Keltner may have at bat. Here's a little bumblebee right in front of the microphone. Get out of there. All right, we're ready. Tommy Holmes up, left-hand batter, takes outside from Bob Lemon. Ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Last half of the first inning. Tommy Holmes has had 3 hits in the World Series and 21 times at bat for a series average of 183. One of his hits, though, was most productive. It won the first game. Bob Lemon throws. Holmes swings, sends a little dribble right to the mound. Taken by Lemon on 2 hops. Throws on over to Eddie Robinson, and Holmes is out. Pitcher to the first baseman. Lemon to Robinson. And thus, Bob Lemon starts out today, just as he did the other day, in his first starting effort, when he had so many chances.
Number 2, shortstop.
And Holmes, incidentally, bounced out to Lemon 3 times in the game that Bob started here at Braves Field. So Holmes starts out in the same fashion himself. Now Al Dark, a right-hand hitter up, looks at a fastball that's inside, about letter high, ball 1. Al Dark has had 3 out of 20, hitting at 150 in the series. He has quite a spread, his feet wide apart, not too close to the plate, outfield toward left. Here's your pitch, and it's outside now for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Two nothing to count. Here's your pitch. Swung on and fouled off. Back of first base, out of play, into the lower stands. 2 balls, 1 strike to count on Al Dark. 1 out, last half of the first inning, 6th game of the World Series, with the Cleveland Indians still needing but 1 victory to end it all, and the Boston Braves still battling to send it out to its full extent of 7 games. Bill Summers, the plate umpire, decides to dust off the plate. Bill Stewart of the National League umpiring at first base. Billy Grieve of the American League at second. George Barr of the National League at third. Babe Pinelli, National League alternate, stationed down the left field line, and Joe Paparella, American League alternate, stationed down the right field line. Now the pitch is bunted down the third base line. There's Lemon over up with it. The throw, not in time. Beaten out. The throw gets away from Robinson, but backing up is Joe Gordon. And Al Dark is on, beating out a bunt. It's a base hit for Al Dark as he makes use of his great speed, lays down a beautiful bunt down the third baseline and beat it out. Bob Lemon calls time, stands in behind the mound now, takes a white handkerchief out of his hip pocket and drives off his pitching hand. You got to give Lemon a lot of credit on that play. He dashed over that line in a hurry, grabbed the ball with his bare hand and flipped while off balance, but was unable to get the ball over there ahead of the speedy Alvin Dark. Lou Boudreau out at short, motions out to Dale Mitchell to move over a step or 2 toward the left field line. He's way over toward left center as Earl Torgerson steps to the plate. Torgerson, a left-hand batter, has had 6 out of 14 in the series. He hits a long ball. 1 down, 1 on, last half, first inning, no score. Here's your pitch, swung on. It's a fly ball. Hit out into short right center. Here's Doby racing in, and Tucker makes the catch, and there's a throw to first base, and it's a double play. They double up. Alvin Dark as Earl Torgerson's fly ball to right center faded. Larry Doby started racing in, And Tucker came over from center, and it was Tucker who finally made the catch. Al Dark thought the ball was going to drop for a Texas League single and was doubled up trying to get back to first. Tucker to Torgerson. Or Tucker to Robinson. No runs, one hit, no errors, and nobody left on. That was a nice play by Thurman Tucker. And that's the 6th double play that the Cleveland Indians have come up with in the series. Thurman Tucker came a long way to get that ball. He's very fast. It was obvious that Doby wouldn't get to it in time, and Tucker came from nowhere to get it. Alvin Dark had all the reason in the world to think he was doubled off at first base on a nice throw from Tucker to Eddie Robinson. So at the end of one inning of play, it's 0-0. We're ready now to move into the top half of the second with Thurman Tucker leading off. And as so often happens, when a man makes a nice fielding play in the field, he's the first man at bat coming up. In the next inning, takes a pitch outside for ball one. Tucker bats him left-handed. He hasn't seen any service in this World Series. Here's the pitch. Swung on, popped up in the air, foul off to the left of the plate. Bob Elliott moves away from third base under it, makes the catch about 20 feet off the third base line in foul territory, and there's one away. Now coming to bat is Eddie Robinson. Eddie Robinson bats him left-handed, the Indians' first baseman. Bill Boiselle into the windup. Around comes the right arm, the pitch. Swung on, lined right out to Eddie Stanky at second base for out number 2. Robinson lines to Stanky. So with 2 down, up comes Jim Hegan. Robinson had 4 out of 16 in the series. Now Jim Hegan, 3 out of 15. Gets a ripple of applause from the fans here in Boston because he is a native of Massachusetts, a boy from Lynn, right-hand hitter. Boiselle throws, fastball is in there for a called strike. Outfield swung around toward left for Jim. Infield shaded around toward third. Boiselle delivers, curve that swung on, lined over the head of Elliott, down the left field line for a base hit. There's Rickard up with the ball and a couple of hops, whips his throw into second, and Hegan goes back to first after taking his turn with a single to left field. That's the second hit off Boiselle. Jim Hegan's the boy that almost won the ball game for the Indians yesterday and the World Series, and a victory for Feller when he hit a home run with 2 on to put the Indians ahead. However, the Braves came slashing back for that big 7th inning to win. Now here's Bob Lemon stepping up. He's a left-hand hitter and a good hitter for a pitcher. The delivery, swung on, popped foul, back at first. Going over for it is Earl Torgerson right at the edge of the stands. He leans in, jumps on top of the dugout, but can't make the catch. But what a great try. Torgerson sort of jumped onto the Indians' dugout trying to catch that one. Certainly gave it a great try. 1 strike to count on Bob Lemon. Lemon was hitless and 4 times at bat. Boiselle with a stretch, checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Lemon swings and sends a long fly ball into left center field. Marv Rickard races back under it, makes the catch. That's all for Cleveland, top of the second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on. The score at the end of an inning and a half: Cleveland 0, Boston 0. Ray Scarborough, well-known pitcher for the Washington Senators, is watching today's game with us. Hear what he has to say about the convenience of the new Gillette Blue Blade dispenser. Come in, Ray.
I'm glad to recommend the Gillette dispenser to you fans, for it's the handiest thing I've come across in a long time. My beard is tough, and I change blades frequently. But with the dispenser, that's no trouble at all.
Now, folks, that was Ray Scarborough. Next time you buy Gillette Blue Blades, take his advice. Ask for them in the handy Gillette dispenser. It comes loaded with 20 blades, 40 shaving edges, for the price of the blades alone. 98 cents here and $1 in Canada. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. applause greets the appearance at the plate for the Boston Braves in the last half of the second inning, Bob Elliott. Elliott's the lad who hit 2 home runs yesterday, who sparked the Braves to their comeback victory over the Cleveland Indians to prolong the series to at least the 6th game and a return to Braves Field here in Boston. Elliott, a right-hand hitter, now has a batting average in the series of 4 out of 18. That's .222, but he has driven in 5 runs. That's more runs than anyone else has driven in the series. Jimmy Hegan for the Indians has driven in 4. Takes second place in the RBI department. It'll be Bob Elliott, Marv Rickert, and Bill Salkeld facing Bob Lemon. Lemon, a right-hander, faced the Braves in the second game of the World Series and beat them 4-1. Let the Braves have 8 hits, but he scattered them very nicely. Bob Lemon all set. All set to pitch to Bob Elliott. The right-hander throws. Elliott swings and sends a bounder down the third baseline. Charged nicely by Kenny Keltner. His throw over to first, and the ball is dropped. It's dropped by Robinson, and Elliott is safe. On that play, the ball charged by Keltner. The ball twisted off to Kenny's right just as he was ready to receive it, but he grabbed it anyway. His throw was on the home plate side of first base. Robinson had to stretch to get it as Elliott was bearing down on him, and Ed sort of slapped at the ball and couldn't hang on to it. Now coming up to bat is Marv Rickert. There's Balk as Elliott took his lead off first. Bob Lemon with a stretch started to throw to first base, and Eddie Robinson wasn't there. He was in behind the runner, so Bob Lemon was afraid of throwing the ball away, and as a result, he's charged with a balk, and that enables Bob Elliott to go down to second. Now, they have ruled Elliott is to be credited with a base hit and no error on that previous play. There's a pitch that's low outside now to Marv Rickert for ball 1. So as we saw and described for you, that ball took a peculiar twist on Keltner at the last second. He had to evidently hurry his throw, and the official scorer gave Elliott a base hit, and he goes to second on the balk. Now the pitch to Rickert, swung on and fouled off at the plate. Strike 1. They've given Elliott credit for a base hit rather than charge anyone with an error. Bob Lemon has come into the plate to talk to Jim Hegan. Now he's walking back out to the mound. The balk that Bob Lemon committed is one that will occasionally arise and not be the fault particularly of anyone. Lemon and Robinson didn't get together on their sign as to whether Robinson will be holding against the runner or playing in behind him. So as Lemon started to lob over to first, he saw Robinson playing in behind the runner and had nowhere to throw it. All right, the stretch by Bob, the pitch. It swung on. There's a drive to deep center. But Tuck going back for it, and Mike McCormick makes the catch. Tucker makes the catch for the out. Racing to third after the catch is Elliott. As the throw is cut off by Lou Boudreau. Marv Rickert lined that ball to deep center. Thurman Tucker went back and grabbed it for the out. The ball was hit so deeply that Elliott was unable to tag up and go to third after the catch. Now Bill Salkeld steps in. Salkeld, the left-hand batter. Lou Boudreau motions out to Thurman Tucker to come in a step or two. Motions over to Larry Doby, who's playing right field today, to move in a step. The infield is laying in, hoping to cut the run off the plate if the opportunity should present itself. Bill Salkeld, the batter, left-hand hitter. Bob Lemon throws a pitch that swung on a little roller down the first baseline. It's fielded by Robinson, who steps on first to retire Salkeld, and Elliott holds third. Salkeld grounds out to Robinson unassisted, with Elliott holding third. So they're 2 down. And now Lou Boudreau comes over to the mound to talk to Bobby Lemon. Coming to the plate is Mike McCormick. Mike McCormick, the right-hand batter. Infield goes back in normal position. Outfield step round toward left. Lemon looks in to get his sign. Starts the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on, so the roller hits slowly down toward third. Keltner starts it. Flips over to Robinson in time for the out. And the Boston Braves failed to score in the last half of the second inning, though they threatened. No runs, 1 hit. No errors, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 2 innings of play is 0-0. Bob Elliott was credited with the base hit on his tricky roller that Keltner charged, fielded, threw to first base on. The ball was dropped by Eddie Robinson, but in the judgment of the official score, it was a tough play, and they gave Elliott credit for a base hit. Then Lemon balked. Elliott went to second. Rickard's long liner to deep center, gathered in by Tucker, was deep enough to enable Elliott to tag up second, go to third after the catch. Then Elliott held third as Bill Salkel's little dribbler down the first baseline was handled by Eddie Robinson unassisted, and Mike McCormick ended the inning grounding out, third to first. Let's pause 10 seconds now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The La Rosa Hollywood Theater of Stars will be heard at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon over WOR New York.
Going into the top half of the third inning, it'll be Dale Mitchell leading off for the Cleveland Indians as we go to the top of the order. Dale Mitchell, Larry Doby, and Lou Boudreau. Mitchell flied to center field in the first inning. Bill Boiselle, the right-hander, throws. Mitchell swings and lines one down the left field line for a base hit. Maybe for extra bases. Rickard chasing the ball. Mitchell rounds first, digs for second. Here's the throw. It's in toward third, and Mitchell goes into second, standing up for the double. Dale Mitchell lines a double into the left field corner for the third base hit for the Cleveland Indians off Bill Boiselle. And for Dale Mitchell, that's his 4th World Series hit and his 2nd extra base hit. He had a home run, and now he's got a double. That brings to the plate Larry Doby, who singled to left in the first inning. Left-hand batter, the pitch to him is swung on. There's a long fly ball to deep left field. Rickard goes back toward the fence and makes the catch for the out. And there is Mitchell tagging up, bluffing a dash to third, and Torgerson went all the way down from first base to back up second in the event there was a throw in that direction. In other words, he was sneaking in behind Mitchell, but Dale's ear caught the voice of Bill McKechnie coaching at third base, yelling to him to get back, and he did. So Larry Doby's long drive deep into left field is caught by Rickard, just about 5 feet away from the left field fence for the first out in the top of the third. Manager Lou Boudreau is up, hit by a pitched ball in the first inning. Bill Boiselle throws. The pitch is swung on, hit out into right field. Racing over is Tommy Holmes, and he dropped the ball. Now Mitchell digs for third. He rounds it on his way to the plate. He goes in to score, and on at second base is Lou Boudreau as Lou sliced one into right field, and Tommy Holmes raced over, got his glove on the ball, and then dropped it. Mitchell was racing toward third, had to hold up, thinking that Holmes would get the ball, and then when he dropped it, Bill McKechnie waved him on. It scored as a double for Lou Boudreau. Into the right field sector, a run batted in for Lou. Mitchell scores, and for Boudreau, that is his 4th double of the series, and his 3rd run batted in. The Indians now lead 1-0. Joe Gordon up. Gordon takes a high fastball. Ball 1. 1-0 favored Cleveland. Top half the third inning, 1 down. Lou Boudreau leading off second. Bill Boiselle throws. Joe Gordon looks at a fastball that's inside. Ball 2. What a great player that Lou Boudreau is. He is really tremendous. Activity in the Braves bullpen. You've got Red Barrett and Vern Bickford, 2 right-handers throwing. Bill Boiselle delivers to Joe Gordon. Curveball stays high. Ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. Bill Salkel fires the ball back out to Boiselle. Outfield pulled way around toward left. Boudreau leads off second. Here's your pitch. Gordon takes a strike call. That 3-0 pitch is right in there. Gordon taken all the way. So it's a 3-1 count on the flash. Gordon flied to left field in the first inning. Lou Boudreau takes his lead off second. Stanky tries to dance in behind him, pull him back to the bag. Here's the pitch. Swung on by Gordon, popped high into the air toward third. Bob Elliott under it, right at the bag. He moves over into foul territory, makes the catch in foul territory. And they're 2 away. Gordon fouls out to Elliott, about a foot outside the third base bag. Now with 2 down, up comes Kenny Keltner. Keltner was tossed out by Al Dark in the first inning. Right-hand hitter stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Slightly open stance. Pull hitter outfield toward left. Eddie Stanky just about 2 strides to the right of second as we look out onto the field. Here's the pitch, and it's a high fastball. Ball 1. Bob Elliott laying deep at third, close to the line, or as they say in New England, Elliott. 1 ball, no strikes. And the pitch. Swung on it, missed strike 1, and how that Keltner did take a cut at that one. He was really slashing. I'll say one thing for Keltner. If Boiselle should happen to give him something on the outside that Keltner can get hold of, he's got an entire county to hit it into in the right field sector. Now the pitch. Keltner swings and fouls it off at the plate. Strike 2, 1-2. Of course, Keltner's primarily a pull hitter. But every once in a while, you'll find these extreme pull hitters shifting their feet if they get the type of pitch they figure they can work it on and hitting to the opposite field. Now, you've got, for example, Tommy Holmes playing almost straightaway center field. He's not more than 3 strides to the right of a straightaway center field position, and he's the right fielder. And Rickert way over on the left field line. Now the pitch to Keltner. Swung on it, missed strike 3. So the Cleveland Indians come up with 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Braves, 1 left on for Cleveland. Doubles by Mitchell and Boudreau, leading to the score. And at the end of 2.5 innings, the score is Cleveland 1, Braves nothing.
Because of the World Series broadcast that follows, Checkerboard Jamboree, sponsored by the makers of Purina Chow, will be canceled in certain areas today. Queen for a Day, jointly sponsored by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day Vitamins, the makers of Robin Hood Flour, and the makers of Philip Morris cigarettes, will be delayed until immediately after the game. We take you now to Braves Field in Boston.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Braves Field in Boston, Massachusetts, Gillette presents the World Series for the 10th consecutive year. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Cleveland Indians and Boston Braves get set for the opening game of the 1948 Championship Classic. Fans, for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's cavalcade of sports the year round. Every Friday night, Gillette broadcasts the major boxing bout of the week for the Fistic Fancy Coast to Coast. Also, as they occur, Gillette airs leading events of turf, diamond, and gridiron. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's been said many times in jest that the country could or should be given back to the Indians. Well, today that quip has taken on an aura of reality. For America truly has been taken by the Redskins, the Cleveland Indians, and the Boston Braves. Many times have these warriors been to the well through the years, but it's been quite a long time between thirst-quenching pennant drafts. It was 1914 when the Boston Braves last headed the National League contingent. The dramatic surge from last place in midsummer to the top at curtain falling time, and then a spectacular sweep of a star-studded Philadelphia Athletics team in the World Series. That's a story that has been repeated time after time after time, one of the greatest in baseball history. The Warriors from the Lake Erie Reservation, the Cleveland Indians, had gone hunting but wanting for an American League flag since 1920, when they knocked over the Brooklyn Dodgers in the Fall Classic. That was the series, you remember, in which Wamby made that unassisted triple play. And so it's been 34 and 28 years, respectively, for these two clubs since they were last represented in this greatest of sports spectacles, the World Series. And today our wigwam is pitched on the bank of the Charles River in what has often been referred to as quaint or staid old Boston. But you can take it from us, friends, that baseball fans in these parts are just as rabid and sportsmanlike as any you'll find anywhere at any time. I know you're interested in the weather. Perhaps many of you from coast to coast might have received reports from the many members of the various press associations and newspapers who are here in attendance that there was prediction of rain. There was. Everyone expected that the rain would be coming down today and that there would be a postponement of the opening game of the World Series. But somehow or other, the weatherman has cooperated to a great extent, at least thus far. Since early this morning, the sun was shining. However, at the moment, the sun is not shining, but there are patches of blue around and about. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. It's somewhat cool, but not too cold. It's not quite cool enough for football weather, almost. And the ball players will be comfortable. The wind is blowing in from right field toward home plate at the present time, so that left-handed pull hitters will not be aided exactly by the wind. And we're going to give you the distances from home plate down the foul lines in a moment as we go about the ballpark and describe that for you. But let us say, as we return to the weather, that it looks as if we'll be able to get in 9 innings without any trouble. There are a few clouds beginning to move into the blue, but it appears that we'll be able to play baseball all the way. As we look around Braves Field, we look off to the left, and when we look to the left from our broadcasting booth, that's down the left field line, out over the left field fence, over the New York Central Railroad tracks, and we see fair Harvard, the campus of Harvard University in the distance. And as we move around, looking out across the center field fence where the Charles River floats by, we see Cambridge and Somerville, and off back of right field we see the skyline of downtown Boston. Getting back to Braves Field, the fans are being entertained at the moment by some antics on the playing field itself, as the Cleveland Indians at the moment are taking infield practice. And warming up are the starting pitchers for today, Johnny Sain of the Boston Braves, sensational right-hander, and for the Cleveland Indians, realizing a dream of a lifetime, one of the greatest names in the history of baseball, Bobby Feller. Just a moment ago, we saw something that sent our mind spinning back through the years. Tris Speaker was talking to Lou Boudreau. Lou Boudreau, the wonderful, peppery, smart, great manager of the Cleveland Indians, was talking with Tris Speaker, who managed the Cleveland Ball Club in 1920. When Cleveland last won its pennant. We couldn't tell exactly what they were talking about, but you can imagine just about as well as we can. Chris was probably saying to Lou, just do the same thing, Lou, that you've been doing all year. And you'll bring a World Series to Cleveland, a World Series championship, just as I had the good fortune to do back in 1920. On the other side, there's Billy Southworth, a veteran of many World Series campaigns. I remember broadcasting one World Series when Billy Southworth entered as the underdog, just as he has entered the underdog in this series, Cleveland the favorite, against the New York Yankees. It was in 1942. But with Johnny Beasley pitching sensational ball and the masterminding of another outstanding manager and a great handler of men and the keen strategist, Billy Southworth, the St. Louis Cardinals that year beat the Yankees in the World Series for an upset triumph. You never know what's going to happen in 7 games, so why try to predict? All we can tell you is that around the hotels, wherever baseball men gather, there are those who predict anywhere from 4 to 7 games, and that just about covers it all. Pitching is the big thing in any short series. Billy Southworth has Warren Spahn to back up Johnny Sain. Lou Boudreau perhaps has a little more depth to back up Bob Feller. He has Gene Bearden and Bob Lemon. But you never know who might come out of the ranks to star in a short series. Somebody that you never expected, or at least didn't anticipate to star. But on the other hand, these managers might have been grooming him over the past few weeks, and they are tight-lipped about it. So we'll just sit tight and watch what happens as the World Series unfolds between the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians. There's another striking parallel here. Jeff Heath, who gained stardom in the major leagues with the Cleveland Indians, had the misfortune to break an ankle in the leg in Brooklyn just a few days before the 1948 season ended. Jeff Heath, now with the Boston Braves, who was looking forward to playing in his first World Series, and particularly against his old teammates. Dame Fortune did not see fit to smile on Jeff. However, he had a big smile himself when Cleveland beat the Boston Red Sox in the playoff game at Fenway Park. He went into the clubhouse, crutches and all, and congratulated the men with whom he had played. There have been others who have come along since with whom he did not play. And then he stuck up his leg that had the cast on it and said, boys, go ahead and autograph this for me. And the parallel goes back to a guy named Red Smith from the 1914 team of the Boston Braves. That was that great team, you know, who came from last place around 4th of July to win the pennant. Red Smith broke his leg in similar fashion to Jeff Heath, and against the same team, against the Brooklyn Dodgers toward the end of the year, and was unable to play in the series. And both of those men are out here today to watch the action. Jeff Heath, his heart, of course, pounding, his heart broken to a degree because he can't play, and Red Smith there to comfort him, to tell him about about his own experience. And then we saw Hank Gowdy a little while ago. Hank Gowdy is now with the New York Giants in the capacity of coach. He was with that great Braves team of 1914. And it's been wonderful just to watch all these men who have been invited by Mr. Lou Perini, owner of the Boston Braves, in a wonderful gesture. All the living members of the 1914 Braves team, the last to win the National League pennant, at his invitation have come to watch the World Series. But here are the lineups, ladies and gentlemen. For the Cleveland Indians, as we get ready for the more important business at hand, the start of the World Series. For the Cleveland Indians, it'll be Dale Mitchell leading off, playing left field. He hit .336 on the season. Larry Doby will hit second, play center field, with a batting average of .301. Batting third, playing shortstop, will be the manager, Lou Budrow, hitting at .355. In the cleanup spot will be Joe Gordon, no stranger to World Series play, but the first time that he has appeared in the Fall Classics since becoming a member of the Cleveland Indians. Batting at .279, playing second base. Hitting fifth is Kenny Keltner, hitting at .298, third base. Following him in the batting order, playing right field is Walter Judnick, who hit .257 on the season. Then comes Ed Robinson, first base, hit .252 on the year. Batting eighth and catching, Jim Hegan, who lives in Lynn, Massachusetts, nearby here, with a batting average of .248. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Bobby Feller. For the host, Boston Braves, leading off, playing right field, Tommy Holmes, hitting at .325. Hitting second, playing shortstop, one of the sensations of the year, Alvin Dark, hitting at .322. Batting third, playing first base, Torgerson, hitting at .251. In the cleanup spot and playing third base, last year voted the most valuable player in the National League, Elliott, hitting at .283, Bob Elliott. Marv Rickert will follow Elliott in the batting order. He received special permission to participate in the series after the injury to Jeff Heath, which reduced the outfielding strength of the Braves, and was recalled in a hurry by manager Billy Southworth from Milwaukee. Marv Rickert, who at one time played in the major leagues with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Marv Rickert hitting at .211. And then will come Bill Salkeld, hitting at .244 doing catching. Mike McCormick will play center field, hitting at .299. He once played in the World Series with the Cincinnati Reds. And the guy that played in the World Series last year, but with a different club, and he's going to start today. And it's going to be interesting to see that little pepper pot in action again. Eddie Stanky, second base, hitting at .315. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Johnny Sane from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Johnny Sane, that completes the lineups. There go the Boston Braves trotting out onto the field, ladies and gentlemen. The umpires back to the plate will be Barr of the National League, Summers of the American League at first base, Stewart of the National League at second base, Grieve of the American League at third base. The alternates, Paparella of the American League, will be stationed down the left field line, left field foul line, and Pinelli of the National League will be stationed down the right field foul line. And now it's with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce to you your play-by-play announcer for the first 4.5 innings of today's game, a man who knows these Boston Braves real well. He broadcasts their home games as well as those of the Boston Red Sox. It's a pleasure to introduce you now, ladies and gentlemen, to Jim Britt.
Thank you, Mel. Good afternoon, everyone. John Sane is out on the mound limbering up before throwing the initial pitch to left fielder Dale Mitchell, and Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie are taking their posts in the coaches' boxes at first base and third. But before the first game of this historic 1948 World Series gets underway, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Back at Braves Field, umpire George Barr is dusting off home plate, and he also is erasing the parallel lines of the batter's box so that they will in no way interfere with the whiteness of the outside corners on which many a pitch may hang. Dale Mitchell batted .336 for Cleveland during the regular season. He comes from Normal, Oklahoma. He's the left fielder. There's a strong wind blowing in from the River Charles, an east wind we call it in Boston, and it will take a mighty wallop by a left-hander to hit home run territory. Johnny Sain winds up. He takes his stride. The first pitch, ball outside. Third baseman Bob Elliott broke for the plate, thinking Mitchell might try to drop down a bunt. The outfield's disposition is slightly to the left. The right side of the infield is in a bit. Sain winds up again. Here's the second pitch. And there's a drive to center field with Mike McCormick drifting to his own left, waiting for it. One out. Mitchell lined out to Mike McCormick in left center field. In left field for the Braves, Marv Rickert, playing his first World Series for the Bostonians. As a matter of fact, very few of the Braves have had World Series experience. Eddie Stanky is the only one in the batting order who has seen it in an active role. The great Cleveland center fielder, Larry Doby of Norwalk, Ohio, has a batting average of .301, and he's a left-hander. He stands just a little open in the left-handed batter's box. He has great power. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. High curveball. Ball one, no strikes. Every seat, of course, is filled. The park has been sold out long since. Sain gets his sign from Salkeld. He delivers. Ball 2-0. The two foul line umpires are standing just about 30 feet from the right and left field fences. That was a move instituted by Commissioner Chandler. Time is being called, and one of the ushers is being told by Bill Summers to get off the playing field and get back in the confined area of the field boxes along the right field side. 2 balls, no strikes. Elliott in fairly close. Here's the pitch. And a curveball is high. 3-0. And the Braves partisans grow somewhat apprehensive. Down in the on-deck area is the great Cleveland manager, Lou Boudreau. Doby sets himself for the pitch. It comes in for a strike called. 3-1. Sain slowed up just a little, threw a moderate speed pitch that was letter high, and Doby plants himself again. Now he takes a wide open stance, feet wide apart, sets himself for the 3-1 pitch with 1 out. Sain pitches, and there's a high pop foul. Elliott is chasing it, but the wind blows it into the third base stands for a 3-2 count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Before the game, the great comedian, acrobat, contortionist of the Cleveland Indians, Jackie Price, gave a very interesting demonstration. Suspended by his legs from the bleacher wall, he caught fly balls and returned them. 3-2 the count confronting Sain and Doby. Here it is. There's a high fly ball to right center field. Mike McCormick has scarcely to move for it. He waits, and he takes it. Doby was 2/3 of the way to second base when the ball dropped into McCormick's glove. So the first 2 Cleveland batters, left fielder Dale Mitchell, center fielder Larry Doby, have flied out to center fielder Mike McCormick. And the great Cleveland manager is up, Lou Boudreau. Runner-up to Ted Williams in the American League Batting Championship. He single-handedly sparked his Indians to 2 rallies last Sunday. He teamed with Bearden, Keltner and company to beat the Red Sox in the playoff. His batting average was .355. He's a right-hander. He's in his crouch. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Curveball, letter high. Lou comes from Harvey, Illinois, and he was one of the greatest athletes the Illini ever produced. Sain delivers. Outside, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The experts were just about even in their choice of whether or not Sain or Feller would be the winning pitcher in this battle of aces. Johnny winds up, strides, and there's a fly ball down the left field line. It's being chased by Rickert, and he takes it in foul territory, just crossing the line. A foul ball hit to Rickert, so Cleveland goes down in 1-2-3 first inning order. The score is 0-0. Fans, for a doubleheader in shaving value, get Hefty Gillette Blue Blades. They're double-edged for double economy. You get 2 shaving edges, not just 1. What's more, they're the sharpest edges ever honed, the easiest shaving and longest lasting on earth. Bear in mind, Gillette Blue Blades fit your Gillette razor exactly. The edges line up absolutely parallel and extend just the correct distance for smooth, easy shaving. Yes, for the slickest shaves in the book, good-looking, refreshing shaves that really rate. Buy Gillette Blue Blades. 5 for a quarter, 10 for 49. Or for extra convenience at no extra cost, get them in the handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. So it was no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left for Cleveland in the first half of the first inning as Johnny Sane induced Mitchell, Doby, and manager Lou Boudreau to fly out. Two of them to center field, the other just outside the foul line and left to Marv Rickert. Rickert, you know, was declared eligible because of the injury to Jeff Heath. Tommy Holmes, Thomas Kelly Holmes, Brooklyn-born Boston Brave, will be the first batter. He finished the regular playing season with a batting average of .325 and has long been regarded as one of the most difficult men to strike out in baseball. He's a left-handed batter. He hits to all fields. Third baseman Ken Keltner is playing in fairly close. Mitchell is in left field, Doby in center, and Judnick in right. The infield for the Indians, Robinson, Gordon, Boudreau, Keltner. Bob Feller gets set to pitch to Jim Hegan. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. He threw a fast curveball that broke down near the ankles, and the count is 1 ball. Billy Southworth is the coach at third base, and Johnny Cooney, an old-time pitcher with a famous hesitation delivery. A pitcher outfielder is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes, no score as the Braves leadoff batter, Holmes, waits for the pitch. Ball 2, fastball outside, 2-0. To Mr. Chandler's box is immediately to the right of the screen, and Mrs. Boudreau is seated back of the Braves dugout. Mrs. Southworth is seated back of the Braves dugout, naturally enough. And the Braves' 1914 stars are here, and so are some of the great old Clevelanders. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball, caught the inside corner, called strike. 2-1. The umpires are positioned at first, second, and third, back of the plate, and on the 2 foul lines, in the interest of accuracy. And the wind continues to blow in strongly from right center field. Holmes waggles his bat. Feller takes a big windup. He fires one, and there's a drive to center field. Doby goes over to his own right, and he takes it. The ball was crisply hit, but it was an easy chance. Holmes flies to center, just as Mitchell did to lead off for the Indians. 1 man out, and the great young rookie shortstop of the Braves comes up. He is Alvin Dark, the former Louisiana State University star from Lake Charles, Louisiana, with a batting average of .322. He was largely responsible for the success of the Braves in the National League, and he drew high praise from rival managers and players alike. He stands almost straight away, feet wide apart. They play him fairly short in the outfield. Swing and a miss. Feller fired a fastball. This is his first look at Bob Feller, by the way. Outside of the game he watched at Fenway Park to decide the American League Championship on Monday. 1 strike to count. Feller takes that big windup. He strides, pitches, and there's a bunted foul down the third baseline, fielded by Billy Southworth. He decided to catch Ken Keltner napping, but the ball was foul by about 10 feet. The count is 2 strikes. Someone called the attention of George Barr to the fact that Dark's right foot was not in the batter's box, but the umpire looked it over very carefully and indicated that it was one of the Cleveland coaches. 2 strikes to count. No score in the last half of the first inning of the 1948 World Series. Feller gets set, he pitches, and there's a foul ball into the right field pavilion. 2 strikes to count. Dark swung late on a fastball that was outside. Two strikes to count. 1 man out. Feller is studying the sign given him by Jim Hegan. The infield is straight away. Here's the pitch. And there's a curveball that missed the outside corner. Feller stepped to his right and fired a crossfire. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The first 4 batters in this game have failed to hit. For the Indians, Mitchell, Doby, and Boudreau went out, and Tommy Holmes lined to Doby to start the inning for the Braves. Now it is 1-2 on Dark. The pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Eddie Robinson. Robinson decides to beat him in the race to the bag, and he does. Robinson had to slide into the bag at first base for the decision. Dark grounds out unassisted to Eddie Robinson on an extremely close play, with Robinson sliding into the bag to beat Dark, who really got up speed as he neared first. 2 men out, and Earl Ferguson of Snohomish, Washington. Earl Averill's birthplace had a batting average of .251 this year. He wears eyeglasses, as do some of the other players in the contest. 2 men out. Nell Harder of Cleveland does. Joe Tucker of Cleveland also. Torgerson wants the rosin bag, and Bob Elliott, who is in the on-deck area, throws it up to him, and then he steps back into the left-handed batter's box again. Darks out was the first infield chance of the game, the first ground ball that was handled in fair territory. The first four men to face the pitchers went out on fly balls. 2 men out. Torgerson sets himself, and the first pitch is a curve strike called. 1 strike to count. Feller is one of the all-time greats of the game. He missed 19 victories this year. His record was 19-15. He takes a big windup, delivers, and there's a foul ball grounded to the right of the plate, and first base coach Johnny Cooney is fielding it. The count is 2 strikes. As Mel told you, the consensus varied all the way from a 4-game victory for the Cleveland Indians to a 6-game victory for the Boston Braves, a 7-game contest even up. But in a short World Series, it's almost impossible to speculate accurately. In 1914, the Braves were underdogs, but they won 4 in a row, the first team ever to do it. Feller gets set. He throws. Strike 3 called. He broke a curveball over the plate to strike out Torgerson. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Neither team has put a runner on in the first inning of play. George Barr comes back of the plate to get some fresh baseballs. Bill Salkeld trots out to his catching position. Billy Southworth is a believer in the 2-platoon system. Consistently all season long, he has thrown left-handers in against right-handers. An announcement is just being made calling the attention to the fact that 31 of the players in this World Series Classic, 31 of the Indians and the Braves, started under the American Legion Junior Baseball program. And here as guests of the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians today are the 1948 American Legion Junior National Champions, the Trenton, New Jersey team. They were all out on the field getting their fill of autographs. And who knows, many of them may someday be playing on this and on other Major League fields, because all told, about 200 Major Leaguers got their start in the program. Joe Gordon, the ex-Yankee and the great Cleveland second baseman, will come up. He's a Portland Oregonian with a batting average of .279. Regarded by many as one of the great second basemen of all time. He stands deep in the box. Johnny Sain throws the first pitch, and it's a strike called. That caught the outside corner, belt high. Here's the windup. The pitch. Foul ball that's drifting into the first base stands, out of play, and the count is strike 2. Bill McKechnie is the coach at third base. Mel Harder is doing the coaching at first base, and Harder, by the way, was the batting practice pitcher for the Indians prior to game. The outfield is deep to the left with Gordon up. No score in the game. And so far, both pitchers have pitched 1, 2, 3 baseball. Sain is all set. He delivers. Strike called. Strike 3, a curveball that caught the outside corner. Gordon took it, so both Feller and Sain have a strikeout. Ken Keltner comes up. Keltner put the Skids under the Red Sox last Monday with a 3-run home run that broke an existing 1-run tie and gave the Indians a 4-1 lead, which they never relinquished. He's from Milwaukee and has an average of .299. He's a hard-hitting right-hander. He lets the ball go by inside. 1 ball, a fastball. The outfield is still to the left with Keltner up. Here's the windup by Sain. He pitches, overhand and high. He threw a fastball. The count is 2-0. 1 man out in the second inning. Third baseman Bob Elliott plays him, as he should, about 10 feet inside the line. Keltner sets himself for the pitch, and he takes a strike, a curveball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Sain won 24 ball games. He's the top winner in all of Major League Baseball this year. Johnny delivers. There's a foul ball that goes right back into the press box. The first souvenir to go to the boys in Typewriter Row during the ball game. 0-0 the score. So far, neither team has forced a break. The pitching is holding up, but the game is in its very early stages. The second inning, with 1 out and none on. Here's the pitch. There's a drive that goes over Elliott's head for the first hit of the ball game. Rickard throws it into second base and holds Keltner to a single. Only because the outfield was stationed to the left was that blow kept from going for extra bases. So there is the first hit of the 1948 World Series by third baseman Ken Keltner of Cleveland and Walt Judnick, a left-handed batting right fielder, comes up. Judnick is from San Francisco. He also has played first base for the Indians this year. The outfield moves to the right a bit. The pitch, Outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bill McKechnie hollered, there he goes, just as soon as the pitch came over. But there was no attempt made by Keltner to run. The Braves infield has moved into the halfway position, hopeful of a double play. The stretch by Sane. The pitch. Ball 2, a curveball. It was a little on the inside. So it's 2-0. First blood in the hit department by Keltner. He takes a lead off first base. Sane delivers. Strike call, curveball. That curved over after Judnick had stepped away from it. Eddie Stanky cups his mouth with his glove and shouts some instructions to Al Dark, the shortstop. Sane is taking a stretch, and he throws quickly to first base, but there's no tag. Keltner got back. And now Sane concentrates on the batter again. The pitch to Judnick. There's a drive down the right field line. Foul ball. That was ruled foul by the right field foul line umpire, Babe Finelli. It was a wicked line drive. The Indians were trying to try the hit and run, and that ball was very nearly in there for extra bases. The field boxes out in right field will keep some balls, perhaps, from going all the way into the right field corner where the rolled-up tarpaulin rests. And similarly, the field boxes out in left field will serve as a protection. 2-2. Judnick the batter. Keltner on. 1 out for the Indians in the second. The pitch from Sane. Inside. And there's the first full count of the ball game. 3-2. A great many World Series firsts of 1948 are bound to be registered in the early innings of play. The weatherman was wrong, fortunately. He predicted rain. There's a 3-2 pitch. The runner goes. There's a drive to right field. Tommy Holmes makes the play, and he throws to first base to chase Keltner back. So there are 2 men out, with Keltner returning to first base as Judnick hammered a hard line drive that was taken by Tommy Holmes. With Judnick having flied out to right field, Eddie Robinson, the first baseman, is up. He batted .252 this year. He's a left-hander and comes from Paris, Texas. He's a tall, likable, husky batter who is not unmindful of Hal Crosby, who once played first base for the Indians. Sane delivers. Strike called. He threw a fast one. He has a good fast curveball and an excellent sidearm curveball, which he delivers on rare occasions. Usually good control. The stretch. There's a ground ball to Torgerson. He knocks it down, steps on first. And Robinson is retired unassisted. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left for the Indians. The score at the end of an inning and a half, 0-0. Anybody who grows as tough whiskers as Leo DeRocher of the Giants does should know a thing or two about razor blades. So, folks, here's Leo DeRocher.
Fans, this is one man's opinion. But in my experience, Gillette Blue Blades are far and away the easiest shaving kind there is.
Care to recommend the Gillette dispenser, Leo?
Yes, sir. It's a marvelous convenience, fellows. A handy plastic case loaded with blades. When you want one, you push with your thumb, and there it is, unwrapped.
Men, the Gillette dispenser makes blade changing a breeze with any Gillette razor. You get it filled with 20 Gillette Blue Blades, 40 superb shaving edges, for the price of the blades alone. 98 cents here, $1 in Canada. Ask for the Gillette dispenser. Yes, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Bob Elliott will be the first batter for the Boston Braves in the second inning. In 2 innings, the Cleveland Indians have no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. The only hit was that of Ken Keltner with 1 man out, a single to left in the second, but he was left stranded. Bob Elliott was last year's most valuable player in the National League. He batted .283 this season for the Braves. He's a right-hander from San Diego, California. He stands with a very closed stance from the outfield place in to pull the ball. Bob Feller gets ready. He pitches. Foul tip. Robert went right after that first one. In 5 of the last 6 years, Elliott has driven in 100 runs or more. He just did make it this season, driving in his 100th run in the final game against Leo DeRocher's Giants, by the way. 1 strike to count. Feller is, as always, a deliberate workman. Baseball is his profession, and he treats it like a business. He pays meticulous attention to detail. He goes into that big windup. He strides, pitches. A curveball low outside, and the count is 1-1. Rapid Robert, the Van Meter, Iowa farm boy, now from Waukegan, Illinois. Johnny Cooney and Billy Southworth are coaching at first and third. The outfield swung to the left. Keltner fairly deep at third base with Elliott up. Gordon over to the right of second. The pitch. There's a drive that goes toward right field. Coming in fast is Judnick, and he takes it. It looked for the moment as though he misjudged it, and it also sounded like a broken bat. Elliott flied out to right field. Marv Rickert, R-I-C-K-E-R-T, who was recalled from Milwaukee after the injury to Jeff Heath down at Brooklyn, was declared eligible as a result of a special ruling by the Commissioner of Baseball with the full approval of the generous Cleveland Indians. He lives in the Tacoma, Washington area and has batted .211 during his short time with the tribe. He's a left-hander, bats from a crouch, and he hits a high fly ball toward right center field. Judnick is under it, but Doby calls for it, and Doby takes it. It was easier for him because of the position of the wind. 2 men out as Elliott and Rickert have flied to right and to center, and left-handed hitting catcher Bill Salkeld comes up. Like Lou Boudreau, he's wearing a turtleneck sweater. Several of the players are because of the chill air here at Braves Field today. There's no score in the game. Ken Keltner so far has accounted for the Cleveland hit. Salkeld is from Los Angeles. He batted .244 during the regular season of play. He stands with an open stance deep in the box. Left-handed. The pitch. Strike called. Feller threw a fast one to open up. Mike McCormick is the on-deck batter. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and the infield isn't deep on the left side, but Gordon and Robinson are back near the edge of the outfield grass between first and second. The windup by Feller. The pitch. Foul tip. He got that with the very end of the bat. 2 strikes the count. All the boxes are covered with red, white, and blue bunting, and a few Cleveland Indian and Boston Braves pennants are in abundance. As Mel Allen told you, the country has literally been given back to the Indians, baseball-wise, because both the Indians and the Braves wear tribal insignia. 2 strikes. Feller pitches. Strike 3, swinging. A fastball, and that is the second strikeout for Bob Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. This has been an even ball game so far, except that Ken Keltner has dented the hit column for the Cleveland Indians. In the first half of the third inning of a scoreless World Series opener, Jim Hegan of Lynn, Bob Feller of Waukegan, and Dale Mitchell of Normal, Oklahoma will be the batters. In 2 innings, the Indians have sent 7 men up to the plate, and the Boston Braves have sent 6. Practically every name well known to baseball is here today. And probably the most interesting concession to sentiment, a tribute to the 1914 Boston Braves, of whom Hank Gowdy, the popular coach of the New York Giants, is one. George Stallings, Jr. is here, representing his late father, and such grand old-timers as Rabbit Moranville, Red Smith, and the rest of them. Jim Hegan is extremely popular in New England because he lives in metropolitan Boston. He has a batting average of .248, and he is one of the most durable receivers in the business. He did the catching for Cleveland with very, very little relief. He worked 144 games for the Indians this year. He's a right-hander. Sane pitches to him, and it is ball 1. Curveball that just missed the inside. Sane shook his head. Eddie Stanky is positioned out on the grass, about 15 feet to the right of second base for Hegan, figuring that he's likely to pull one back through the middle. Sane pitches. Foul tip right into Bill Salkeld's glove. That was a fastball, and the count is 1-1. The outfield is deep to the left, with left fielder Marv Rickert playing right down under the big scoreboard. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Elliott. He fumbles the ball. Can't find it. Hegan is safe at first. No throw was made. It is an error for third baseman Bob Elliott. Ed Burns, one of the official scorers, just gave us the decision. Bob not only fumbled the ball, it bounded up over his head as it hit his glove, but he couldn't find the ball. He looked around in rather bewildered fashion. Bob Feller is up. He had a season's batting average of .095. His earned run average is .333. He's a big right-hander. They were looking for the bunt, and it's a foul ball. He tried to bunt it, fouled it back. Torgeson was just 15 feet in front of the plate when the ball was fouled. So the first error of the ball game is charged to Bob Elliott. It was a routine grounder, but it was a hard one. It took a high hop about letter high and bounded out of Elliott's glove. Sains takes his stretch. There's no one out. Here's the pitch. And it's a high one as they're trying to keep Feller from bunting the ball. 1-1. Both Sane and Feller have excellent fastballs, and when they throw a good, fast one close to the batter, it's difficult to bunt the ball. Here's the pitch, and there's a foul ball. As he tried to bunt it, it just turned the bat in his hands and went to the right of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Bob Feller looks down the third base line to get his sign from Coach Bill McKechnie, who doubtless has already given it to him. Eddie Stanky came in to have a brief conference with Johnny Sane. The infield is in a bit on the grass. Third baseman Bob Elliott in close. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 swinging. Curveball. After he got Feller into a 1 and 2 hole, Sane curved him, and the 2 pitchers have 2 strikeouts each. 1 man out. Left fielder Dale Mitchell up. His season's average was .336, and his first time up, he lined out to center fielder Mike McCormick of the Braves. Dale is a left-hander, and he was one of the most potent factors in Cleveland's pennant drive. Sane pitches to him. Outside, ball 1. George Barr is working back of the plate, and Bill Stewart at second because Barr is the senior of the two. And the other base umpires are Bill Summers and Bill Grieve. The pitch. There's a high infield pop-up. Elliott calling for it in foul territory to the left of third base, and he takes it. A foul ball taken by Elliott just outside the third base coaching box for the second out. With perfect support, the side would have now been retired, but because of the error that opened the inning, permitting Hegan to reach first base, Larry Doby now must be retired by Johnny Sane. Doby flied out to center field his first time up. He hit a monumental home run this season at Washington and Griffith Stadium, about which they're still talking in the nation's capital. He has tremendous straightaway power. He's a left-handed batter. The first pitch, curveball high, ball 1. 2 men out, no score in the game. 4 goose eggs already adorn the scoreboard. Keltner has the game's only hit. The stretch, there goes the runner. The pitch is outside, and the throw is not in time, and Hegan steals. He got a good lead on Johnny Sane. He stole that base on the pitcher, not the catcher. By the time Salkeld had drilled his throw to Al Dark, there was no time for the tag. Hegan had already slid in with the first stolen base of the 1948 World Series. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Doby. Hegan takes the lead off second. There's a ground ball that goes to Al Dark. He's in fast. The throw to first. That's all for the Indians in the third inning. Doby grounded out 6-3, short to first. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. So, at the end of 2.5 innings of play, the score is 0-0. It was Leo DeRocher, pilot of the New York Giants, who last inning called the Gillette dispenser a marvelous convenience. Yes, and believe me, you'll put in with him when you try this handy device that makes blade changing quick and easy with any Gillette razor. Men, it puts 20 Gillette blue blades, 40 shaving edges, right at your fingertips. You deal them out one at a time, unwrapped. Just push with your thumb and zip. There's a blade. What's more, the shaving edges are perfectly protected at all times. They don't even touch the dispenser when blades are being ejected. Enjoy extra shaving ease and convenience. Buy Gillette blue blades in the modern Gillette dispenser. You pay only 98 cents, the regular price of 20 blades. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed.
First batter for the Braves, Mike McCormick, number 31, center fielder.
Mike McCormick will be the leadoff batter for the Boston Braves going into the last half of the third inning. Mike was born in Angels Camp, California, scene of the famous Jumping Frog Derby, and he lives in Ventura. His season's batting average missed the 300 mark by just 1 point. He batted .299. He's the center fielder, stands feet close together, and he crowds the plate a bit. Bob Feller gets his sign from Jim Hegan, and Rapid Robert takes his windup. He pitches, and there's a high fly ball going to shortstop, who throws back under it, and Lou took it.
The second batter of the inning, Eddie Stanky, a pop to Bob Elliott at third base, and we pick up the action with Johnny Sane batting.
A fast call strike. 1 strike to count. This game has started out the way the real baseball fans like to see World Series competition get underway, with 2 pitchers on even terms. The breaks later, perhaps, to decide it. Here it comes. Foul ball. That goes back into the crowd, and the count is 2 strikes. It was fouled off to the right of the plate. Cooney and Southworth are the coaches for the Braves at first and third, while for the Indians, They are consistently Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie. The outfield is set a little to the left. 2 strikes, 2 men out, no base runners for the Braves in the third. The windup. Here's the pitch, and there's a high foul ball to the right of first base. Robinson is chasing it, the wind is carrying it, and he makes a nice catch and then fends himself off against the retaining wall of the boxes. A 1-2-3 inning for Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left, as Thames fouls to first. At the end of 3 innings, there is no score.
Because of the World Series broadcast that follows, Checkerboard Jamboree, sponsored by the makers of Purina Chow, will be canceled in certain areas today. Queen for a Day, jointly sponsored by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day Vitamins, the makers of Robin Hood Flour, and the makers of Philip Morris cigarettes, will be delayed until immediately after the game. We take you now to Braves Field in Boston.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Braves Field in Boston, Massachusetts, Gillette presents the World Series for the 10th consecutive year. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Jim Britt greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Cleveland Indians and Boston Braves get set for the opening game of the 1948 Championship Classic. Fans, for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's cavalcade of sports the year round. Every Friday night, Gillette broadcasts the major boxing bout of the week for the Fistic Fancy Coast to Coast. Also, as they occur, Gillette airs leading events of turf, diamond, and gridiron. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's been said many times in jest that the country could or should be given back to the Indians. Well, today that quip has taken on an aura of reality. For America truly has been taken by the Redskins, the Cleveland Indians, and the Boston Braves. Many times have these warriors been to the well through the years, but it's been quite a long time between thirst-quenching pennant drafts. It was 1914 when the Boston Braves last headed the National League contingent. The dramatic surge from last place in midsummer to the top at curtain falling time, and then a spectacular sweep of a star-studded Philadelphia Athletics team in the World Series. That's a story that has been repeated time after time after time, one of the greatest in baseball history. The Warriors from the Lake Erie Reservation, the Cleveland Indians, had gone hunting but wanting for an American League flag since 1920, when they knocked over the Brooklyn Dodgers in the Fall Classic. That was the series, you remember, in which Wamby made that unassisted triple play. And so it's been 34 and 28 years, respectively, for these two clubs since they were last represented in this greatest of sports spectacles, the World Series. And today our wigwam is pitched on the bank of the Charles River in what has often been referred to as quaint or staid old Boston. But you can take it from us, friends, that baseball fans in these parts are just as rabid and sportsmanlike as any you'll find anywhere at any time. I know you're interested in the weather. Perhaps many of you from coast to coast might have received reports from the many members of the various press associations and newspapers who are here in attendance that there was prediction of rain. There was. Everyone expected that the rain would be coming down today and that there would be a postponement of the opening game of the World Series. But somehow or other, the weatherman has cooperated to a great extent, at least thus far. Since early this morning, the sun was shining. However, at the moment, the sun is not shining, but there are patches of blue around and about. There's a bit of a breeze blowing. It's somewhat cool, but not too cold. It's not quite cool enough for football weather, almost. And the ball players will be comfortable. The wind is blowing in from right field toward home plate at the present time, so that left-handed pull hitters will not be aided exactly by the wind. And we're going to give you the distances from home plate down the foul lines in a moment as we go about the ballpark and describe that for you. But let us say, as we return to the weather, that it looks as if we'll be able to get in 9 innings without any trouble. There are a few clouds beginning to move into the blue, but it appears that we'll be able to play baseball all the way. As we look around Braves Field, we look off to the left, and when we look to the left from our broadcasting booth, that's down the left field line, out over the left field fence, over the New York Central Railroad tracks, and we see fair Harvard, the campus of Harvard University in the distance. And as we move around, looking out across the center field fence where the Charles River floats by, we see Cambridge and Somerville And off back of right field, we see the skyline of downtown Boston. Getting back to Braves Field, the fans are being entertained at the moment by some antics on the playing field itself, as the Cleveland Indians at the moment are taking infield practice. And warming up are the starting pitchers for today, Johnny Sane of the Boston Braves, sensational right-hander, and for the Cleveland Indians, realizing a dream of a lifetime, one of the greatest names in the history of baseball, Bobby Feller. Just a moment ago, we saw something that sent our mind spinning back through the years. Tris Speaker was talking to Lou Boudreau. Lou Boudreau, the wonderful, peppery, smart, great manager of the Cleveland Indians, was talking with Tris Speaker, who managed the Cleveland Ball Club in 1920, when Cleveland last won its pennant. We couldn't tell exactly what they were talking about, but you can imagine just about as well as we can. Chris was probably saying to Lou, just do the same thing, Lou, that you've been doing all year, and you'll bring a World Series to Cleveland, a World Series championship, just as I had the good fortune to do back in 1920. On the other side, there's Billy Southworth, a veteran of many World Series campaigns. I remember broadcasting one World Series when Billy Southworth entered as the underdog, just as he has entered the underdog in this series, Cleveland the favorite, against the New York Yankees. It was in 1942. But with Johnny Beasley pitching sensational ball and the masterminding of another outstanding manager and a great handler of men and the keen strategist, Billy Southworth, the St. Louis Cardinals that year beat the Yankees in the World Series for an upset triumph. You never know what's going to happen in 7 games, so why try to predict? All we can tell you is that around the hotels, wherever baseball men gather, there are those who predict anywhere from 4 to 7 games, and that just about covers it all. Pitching is the big thing in any short series. Billy Southworth has Warren Spahn to back up Johnny Sane. Lou Boudreau perhaps has a little more depth to back up Bob Feller. He has Gene Bearden and Bob Lemon. But you never know who might come out of the ranks to star in a short series. Somebody that you never expected, or at least didn't anticipate to star. But on the other hand, these managers might have been grooming him over the past few weeks, and they are tight-lipped about it. So we'll just sit tight and watch what happens as the World Series unfolds between the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians. There's another striking parallel here. Jeff Heath, who gained stardom in the major leagues with the Cleveland Indians, had the misfortune to break an ankle in the leg in Brooklyn just a few days before the 1948 season ended. Jeff Heath, now with the Boston Braves, who was looking forward to playing in his first World Series, and particularly against his old teammates. Dame Fortune did not see fit to smile on Jeff. However, he had a big smile himself when Cleveland beat the Boston Red Sox in the playoff game at Fenway Park. He went into the clubhouse, crutches and all, and congratulated the men with whom he had played. There have been others who have come along since with whom he did not play. And then he stuck up his leg that had the cast on it and said, boys, go ahead and autograph this for me. And the parallel goes back to a guy named Red Smith from the 1914 team of the Boston Braves. That was that great team, you know, who came from last place around 4th of July to win the pennant. Red Smith broke his leg in similar fashion to Jeff Heath, and against the same team, against the Brooklyn Dodgers toward the end of the year, and was unable to play in the series. And both of those men are out here today to watch the action. Jeff Heath, his heart, of course, pounding, his heart broken to a degree because he can't play, and Red Smith there to comfort him, to tell him about his own experience. And then we saw Hank Gowdy a little while ago. Hank Gowdy is now with the New York Giants in the capacity of coach. He was with that great Braves team of 1914. And it's been wonderful just to watch all these men who have been invited by Mr. Lou Perini, owner of the Boston Braves, in a wonderful gesture. All the living members of the 1914 Braves team, the last to win the National League pennant, at his invitation have come to watch the World Series. But here are the lineups, ladies and gentlemen. For the Cleveland Indians, as we get ready for the more important business at hand, the start of the World Series. For the Cleveland Indians, it'll be Dale Mitchell leading off, playing left field. He hit .336 on the season. Larry Doby will hit second, play center field, with a batting average of .301. Batting third, playing shortstop, will be the manager, Lou Boudreau, hitting at .355. In the cleanup spot will be Joe Gordon, no stranger to World Series play, but the first time that he has appeared in the Fall Classic since becoming a member of the Cleveland Indians. batting at 279, playing second base. Hitting fifth is Kenny Keltner, hitting at 298, third base. Following him in the batting order, playing right field is Walter Judnick, who hit 257 on the season. Then comes Ed Robinson, first base, hit 252 on the year. Batting eighth and catching, Jim Hegan, who lives in Lynn, Massachusetts, nearby here, with a batting average of 248. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Bobby Feller. For the host, Boston Braves, leading off, playing right field, Tommy Holmes, hitting at 325. Hitting second, playing shortstop, one of the sensations of the year, Alvin Dark, hitting at 322. Batting third, playing first base, Torgerson, hitting at 251. In the cleanup spot and playing third base, last year voted the most valuable player in the National League, Elliott, hitting at 283, Bob Elliott. Marv Rickert will follow Elliott in the batting order. He received special permission to participate in the series after the injury to Jeff Heath, which reduced the outfielding strength of the Braves, and was recalled in a hurry by manager Billy Southworth from Milwaukee. Marv Rickert, who at one time played in the major leagues with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Marv Rickert hitting at 211. And then will come Bill Salkeld, hitting at 244 doing catching. Mike McCormick will play center field, hitting at 299. He once played in the World Series with the Cincinnati Reds. And a guy that played in the World Series last year, but with a different club, and he's going to start today. And it's going to be interesting to see that little pepper pot in action again. Eddie Stanky, second base, hitting at 315. And in the ninth spot in the batting order and pitching is Johnny Sane from Pine Bluff, Arkansas. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Johnny Sane, that completes the lineup. There go the Boston Braves trotting out onto the field, ladies and gentlemen. The umpires back to the plate will be Barr of the National League, Summers of the American League at first base, Stewart of the National League at second base, Grieve of the American League at third base. The alternates, Paparella of the American League, will be stationed down the left field line, left field foul line, and Pinelli of the National League will be stationed down the right field foul line. And now it's with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce to you your play-by-play announcer for the first 4.5 innings of today's game, a man who knows these Boston Braves real well. He broadcasts their home games as well as those of the Boston Red Sox. It's a pleasure to introduce you now, ladies and gentlemen, to Jim Britt.
Thank you, Mel. Good afternoon, everyone. John Sane is out on the mound limbering up before throwing the initial pitch to left fielder Dale Mitchell, and Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie are taking their posts in the coaches' boxes at first base and third. But before the first game of this historic 1948 World Series gets underway, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Back at Braves Field, umpire George Barr is dusting off home plate, and he also is erasing the parallel lines of the batter's box so that they will in no way interfere with the whiteness of the outside corners, on which many a pitch may hang. Dale Mitchell batted .336 for Cleveland during the regular season. He comes from Normal, Oklahoma. He's the left fielder. There's a strong wind blowing in from the River Charles, an east wind we call it in Boston, and it will take a mighty wallop by a left-hander to hit home run territory. Johnny Sane winds up. He takes his stride. The first pitch, ball outside. Third baseman Bob Elliott broke for the plate, thinking Mitchell might try to drop down a bunt. The outfield's disposition is slightly to the left. The right side of the infield is in a bit. Sane winds up again. Here's the second pitch. And there's a drive to center field with Mike McCormick drifting to his own left, waiting for it. One out. Mitchell lined out to Mike McCormick in left center field. In left field for the Braves, Marv Rickert, playing his first World Series for the Bostonians. As a matter of fact, very few of the Braves have had World Series experience. And Eddie Stanky is the only one in the batting order who has seen it in an active role. The great Cleveland center fielder, Larry Doby of Norwalk, Ohio, has a batting average of .301, and he's a left-hander. He stands just a little open in the left-handed batter's box. He has great power. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. High curveball. Ball one, no strikes. Every seat, of course, is filled. The park has been sold out long since. Sane gets his sign from Salkeld. He delivers. Ball 2-0. The two foul line umpires are standing just about 30 feet from the right and left field fences. That was a move instituted by Commissioner Chandler. Time is being called, and one of the ushers is being told by Bill Summers to get off the playing field and get back in the confined area of the field boxes along the right field side. 2 balls, no strikes. Elliott in fairly close. Here's the pitch. And a curveball is high. 3-0. And the Braves partisans grow somewhat apprehensive. Down in the on-deck area is the great Cleveland manager, Lou Boudreau. Doby sets himself for the pitch. It comes in for a strike called. 3-1. Sane slowed up just a little, threw a moderate speed pitch that was letter high, and Doby plants himself again. Now he takes a wide open stance, feet wide apart, sets himself for the 3-1 pitch with 1 out. Sane pitches, and there's a high pop foul. Elliott is chasing it, but the wind blows it into the third base stands for a 3-2 count. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Before the game, the great comedian, acrobat, contortionist of the Cleveland Indians, Jackie Price, gave a very interesting demonstration. Suspended by his legs from the bleacher wall, he caught fly balls and returned them. 3-2 the count confronting Sane and Doby. Here it is. There's a high fly ball to right center field. Mike McCormick has scarcely to move for it. He waits, and he takes it. Doby was 2/3 of the way to second base when the ball dropped into McCormick's glove. So the first 2 Cleveland batters, left fielder Dale Mitchell, center fielder Larry Doby, have flied out to center fielder Mike McCormick. And the great Cleveland manager is up, Lou Boudreau. Runner-up to Ted Williams in the American League Batting Championship, he single-handedly sparked his Indians to 2 rallies last Sunday. He teamed with Bearden, Keltner and company to beat the Red Sox in the playoff. His batting average was .355. He's a right-hander. He's in his crouch. Here's the pitch. Strike called. Curveball, letter high. Lou comes from Harvey, Illinois, and he was one of the greatest athletes the Illini ever produced. Sane delivers. Outside, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The experts were just about even in their choice of whether or not Sane or Feller would be the winning pitcher in this battle of aces. Johnny winds up, strides, and there's a fly ball down the left field line. It's being chased by Rickert, and he takes it in foul territory, just crossing the line. A foul ball hit to Rickert, so Cleveland goes down in 1-2-3 first inning order. The score is 0-0. Fans, for a doubleheader in shaving value, get heft to Gillette Blue Blades. They're double-edged for double economy. You get 2 shaving edges, not just 1. What's more, they're the sharpest edges ever honed, the easiest shaving and longest lasting on earth. Bear in mind, Gillette Blue Blades fit your Gillette razor exactly. The edges line up absolutely parallel and extend just the correct distance for smooth, easy shaving. Yes, for the slickest shaves in the book, good-looking, refreshing shaves that really rate, buy Gillette Blue Blades. 5 for a quarter, 10 for 49. Or for extra convenience at no extra cost, get them in the handy 20-blade Gillette dispenser for 98 cents. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. So it was no runs, no hits, no errors, no one left for Cleveland in the first half of the first inning as Johnny Sane induced Mitchell, Doby, and manager Lou Boudreau to fly out. 2 of them to center field, the other just outside the foul line and left to Marv Rickert. Rickert, you know, was declared eligible because of the injury to Jeff Heath. Tommy Holmes, Thomas Kelly Holmes, Brooklyn-born Boston Brave, will be the first batter. He finished the regular playing season with a batting average of .325 and has long been regarded as one of the most difficult men to strike out in baseball. He's a left-handed batter. He hits to all fields. Third baseman Ken Keltner is playing in fairly close. Mitchell is in left field, Doby in center, and Judnick in right. The infield for the Indians, Robinson, Gordon, Boudreau, Keltner. Bob Feller gets set to pitch to Jim Hegan. Here's the pitch. Low and inside. He threw a fast curveball that broke down near the ankles, and the count is 1 ball. Billy Southworth is the coach at third base, and Johnny Cooney, an old-time pitcher with a famous hesitation delivery. A pitcher outfielder is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes, no score as the Braves leadoff batter, Holmes, waits for the pitch. Ball 2, fastball outside, 2-0. The Mr. Chandler's box is immediately to the right of the screen, and Mrs. Boudreau is seated back of the Braves dugout. Mrs. Southworth is seated back of the Braves dugout, naturally enough. And the Braves' 1914 stars are here, and so are some of the great old Clevelanders. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball, caught the inside corner, called strike. 2-1. The umpires are positioned at first, second, and third, back of the plate, and on the 2 foul lines, in the interest of accuracy. And the wind continues to blow in strongly from right center field. Holmes waggles his bat. Feller takes a big windup. He fires one, and there's a drive to center field. Doby goes over to his own right, and he takes it. The ball was crisply hit, but it was an easy chance. Holmes flies to center, just as Mitchell did, to lead off for the Indians. 1 man out, and the great young rookie shortstop of the Braves comes up. He is Alvin Dark, the former Louisiana State University star from Lake Charles, Louisiana, with a batting average of .322. He was largely responsible for the success of the Braves in the National League, and he drew high praise from rival managers and players alike. He stands almost straight away, feet wide apart. They play him fairly short in the outfield. Swing and a miss. Feller fired a fastball. This is his first look at Bob Feller, by the way. Outside of the game he watched at Fenway Park to decide the American League Championship on Monday. 1 strike to count. Feller takes that big windup. He strides, pitches, and there's a bunted foul down the third baseline, fielded by Billy Southworth. He decided to catch Ken Keltner napping, but the ball was foul by about 10 feet. The count is 2 strikes. Someone called the attention of George Barr to the fact that Dark's right foot was not in the batter's box, but the umpire looked it over very carefully and indicated that it was one of the Cleveland coaches. 2 strikes to count. No score in the last half of the first inning of the 1948 World Series. Feller gets set, he pitches, and there's a foul ball into the right field pavilion. 2 strikes to count. Dark swung late on a fastball that was outside. Two strikes to count. 1 man out. Feller is studying the sign given him by Jim Hegan. The infield is straight away. Here's the pitch. And there's a curveball that missed the outside corner. Feller stepped to his right and fired a crossfire. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The first 4 batters in this game have failed to hit. For the Indians, Mitchell, Doby, and Boudreau went out, and Tommy Holmes lined to Doby to start the inning for the Braves. Now it is 1-2 on Dark. The pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Eddie Robinson. Robinson decides to beat him in the race to the bag, and he does. Robinson had to slide into the bag at first base for the decision. Dark grounds out unassisted to Eddie Robinson on an extremely close play, with Robinson sliding into the bag to beat Dark, who really got up speed as he neared first. 2 men out, and Earl Ferguson of Snohomish, Washington. Earl Averill's birthplace had a batting average of .251 this year. He wears eyeglasses, as do some of the other players in the contest. 2 men out. Mel Harder of Cleveland does. Joe Tucker of Cleveland also. Torgeson wants the rosin bag, and Bob Elliott, who is in the on-deck area, throws it up to him, and then he steps back into the left-handed batter's box again. Dark's out was the first infield chance of the game, the first ground ball that was handled in fair territory. The first 4 men to face the pitchers went out on fly balls. 2 men out. Torgeson sets himself, and the first pitch is a curve strike called. 1 strike to count. Feller is one of the all-time greats of the game. He missed 19 victories this year. His record was 19-15. He takes a big windup, delivers, and there's a foul ball grounded to the right of the plate, and first base coach Johnny Cooney is fielding it. The count is 2 strikes. As Mel told you, the consensus varied all the way from a 4-game victory for the Cleveland Indians to a 6-game victory for the Boston Braves, a 7-game contest even up. But in a short World Series, it's almost impossible to speculate accurately. In 1914, the Braves were underdogs, but they won 4 in a row, the first team ever to do it. Feller gets set. He throws. Strike three called. He broke a curveball over the plate to strike out Torgerson. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. Neither team has put a runner on in the first inning of play. George Barr comes back of the plate to get some fresh baseballs. Bill Salkeld trots out to his catching position. Billy Southworth is a believer in the two-platoon system. Consistently all season long, he has thrown left-handers in against right-handers. An announcement is just being made calling the attention to the fact that 31 of the players in this World Series Classic, 31 of the Indians and the Braves, started under the American Legion Junior Baseball program. And here as guests of the Boston Braves and the Cleveland Indians today are the 1948 American Legion Junior National Champions, the Trenton, New Jersey team. They were all out on the field getting their fill of autographs. And who knows, many of them may someday be playing on this and on other Major League fields, because all told, about 200 Major Leaguers got their start in the program. Joe Gordon, the ex-Yankee and the great Cleveland second baseman, will come up. He's a Portland Oregonian with a batting average of .279. Regarded by many as one of the great second basemen of all time. He stands deep in the box. Johnny Sain throws the first pitch, and it's a strike called. That caught the outside corner, belt high. Here's the windup. The pitch. Foul ball that's drifting into the first base stands, out of play, and the count is strike two. Bill McKechnie is the coach at third base. Mel Harder is doing the coaching at first base, and Harder, by the way, was the batting practice pitcher for the Indians prior to game. The outfield is deep to the left with Gordon up. No score in the game. And so far, both pitchers have pitched 1-2-3 baseball. Sain is all set. He delivers. Strike called. Strike three, a curveball that caught the outside corner. Gordon took it, so both Feller and Sain have a strikeout. Ken Keltner comes up. Keltner put the Skids under the Red Sox last Monday with a 3-run home run that broke an existing 1-run tie and gave the Indians a 4-1 lead, which they never relinquished. He's from Milwaukee and has an average of .299. He's a hard-hitting right-hander. He lets a ball go by inside. One ball, a fastball. The outfield is still to the left with Keltner up. Here's the windup by Sain. He pitches, overhand and high. He threw a fastball. The count is 2-0. One man out in the second inning. Third baseman Bob Elliott plays him, as he should, about 10 feet inside the line. Keltner sets himself for the pitch, and he takes a strike, a curveball. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Sain won 24 ball games. He's the top winner in all of Major League Baseball this year. Johnny delivers. There's a foul ball that goes right back into the press box. The first souvenir to go to the boys in Typewriter Row during the ball game. 0-0 the score. So far, neither team has forced a break. The pitching is holding up, but the game is in its very early stages. The second inning with 1 out and none on. Here's the pitch. There's a drive that goes over Elliott's head for the first hit of the ball game. Rickard throws it into second base and holds Keltner to a single. Only because the outfield was stationed to the left was that blow kept from going for extra bases. So there is the first hit of the 1948 World Series by third baseman Ken Keltner of Cleveland and Walt Judnick, a left-handed batting right fielder, comes up. Judnick is from San Francisco. He also has played first base for the Indians this year. The outfield moves to the right a bit. The pitch, outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bill McKechnie hollered, there he goes, just as soon as the pitch came over. But there was no attempt made by Keltner to run. The Braves infield has moved into the halfway position, hopeful of a double play. The stretch by Sain. The pitch. Ball 2, a curveball that was a little on the inside. So it's 2-0. First blood in the hit department by Keltner. He takes a lead off first base. Sain delivers. Strike call, curveball. That curved over after Judnick had stepped away from it. Eddie Stanky cups his mouth with his glove and shouts some instructions to Al Dark, the shortstop. Sain is taking a stretch, and he throws quickly to first base, but there's no tag. Keltner got back. And now Sain concentrates on the batter again. The pitch to Judnick. There's a drive down the right field line. Foul ball. That was ruled foul by the right field foul line umpire, Babe Finelli. It was a wicked line drive. The Indians were trying to the hit and run, and that ball was very nearly in there for extra bases. The field boxes out in right field will keep some balls, perhaps, from going all the way into the right field corner where the rolled-up tarpaulin rests. And similarly, the field boxes out in left field will serve as a protection. 2-2. Judnick the batter. Keltner on. 1 out for the Indians in the second. The pitch from Sane, inside. And there's the first full count of the ball game. 3-2. A great many World Series firsts of 1948 are bound to be registered in the early innings of play. The weatherman was wrong, fortunately. He predicted rain. There's a 3-2 pitch. The runner goes. There's a drive to right field. Tommy Holmes makes the play, and he throws to first base to chase Keltner back. So there are 2 men out, with Keltner returning to first base as Judnick hammered a hard line drive that was taken by Tommy Holmes. With Judnick having flied out to right field, Eddie Robinson, the first baseman, is up. He batted .252 this year. He's a left-hander and comes from Paris, Texas. He's a tall, likable, husky batter who is not unmindful of Hal Crosby, who once played first base for the Indians. Sane delivers. Strike called. He threw a fast one. He has a good, fast curveball and an excellent sidearm curveball, which he delivers on rare occasions. Usually good control. The stretch. There's a ground ball to Torgerson. He knocks it down, steps on first. And Robinson is retired unassisted. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left for the Indians. The score at the end of an inning and a half, 0-0. Anybody who grows as tough whiskers as Leo DeRocher of the Giants does should know a thing or two about razor blades. So, folks, here's Leo DeRocher.
Fans, this is one man's opinion. But in my experience, Gillette Blue Blades are far and away the easiest shaving kind there is.
Care to recommend the Gillette dispenser, Leo?
Yes, sir. It's a marvelous convenience, fellows. A handy plastic case loaded with blades. When you want one, you push with your thumb, and there it is, unwrapped.
Men, the Gillette dispenser makes blade changing a breeze with any Gillette razor. You get it filled with 20 Gillette Blue Blades, 40 superb shaving edges, for the price of the blades alone. 98 cents here, $1 in Canada. Ask for the Gillette dispenser. Yes, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Bob Elliott will be the first batter for the Boston Braves in the second inning. In 2 innings, the Cleveland Indians have no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. The only hit was that of Ken Keltner with 1 man out, a single to left in the second, but he was left stranded. Bob Elliott was last year's most valuable player in the National League. He batted .283 this season for the Braves. He's a right-hander from San Diego, California. He stands with a very closed stance, and the outfield plays in to pull the ball. Bob Feller gets ready. He pitches. Foul tip. Robert went right after that first one. In 5 of the last 6 years, Elliott has driven in 100 runs or more. He just did make it this season, driving in his 100th run in the final game against Leo DeRocher's Giants, by the way. 1 strike to count. Feller is, as always, a deliberate workman. Baseball is his profession, and he treats it like a business. He pays meticulous attention to detail. He goes into that big windup. He strides, pitches. A curveball low outside, and the count is 1-1. Rapid Robert, the Van Meter, Iowa farm boy, now from Waukegan, Illinois. Johnny Cooney and Billy Southworth are coaching at first and third. The outfield swung to the left. Keltner fairly deep at third base with Elliott up. Gordon over to the right of second. The pitch. There's a drive that goes toward right field. Coming in fast is Judnick, and he takes it. It looked for the moment as though he misjudged it, and it also sounded like a broken bat. Elliott flied out to right field. Marv Rickert, R-I-C-K-E-R-T, who was recalled from Milwaukee after the injury to Jeff Heath down at Brooklyn, was declared eligible as a result of a special ruling by the Commissioner of Baseball with the full approval of the generous Cleveland Indians. He lives in the Tacoma, Washington area and has batted .211 during his short time with the tribe. He's a left-hander, bats from a crouch, and he hits a high fly ball toward right center field. Judnick is under it, but Doby calls for it, and Doby takes it. It was easier for him because of the position of the wind. 2 men out as Elliott and Rickert have flied to right and to center, and left-handed hitting catcher Bill Salkeld comes up. Like Lou Boudreau, he's wearing a turtleneck sweater. Several of the players are because of the chill air here at Braves Field today. There's no score in the game. Ken Keltner so far has accounted for the Cleveland hit. Salkeld is from Los Angeles. He batted .244 during the regular season of play. He stands with an open stance deep in the box, left-handed. The pitch. Strike called. Feller threw a fast one to open up. Mike McCormick is the on-deck batter. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and the infield isn't deep on the left side, but Gordon and Robinson are back near the edge of the outfield grass between first and second. The windup by Feller. The pitch. Foul tip. He got that with the very end of the bat. 2 strikes the count. All the boxes are covered with red, white, and blue bunting, and a few Cleveland Indian and Boston Braves pennants are in abundance. As Mel Allen told you, the country has literally been given back to the Indians, baseball-wise, because both the Indians and the Braves wear tribal insignia. 2 strikes. Feller pitches. Strike 3, swinging. A fastball, and that is the second strikeout for Bob Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left. This has been an even ball game so far, except that Ken Keltner has dented the hit column for the Cleveland Indians. In the first half of the third inning of a scoreless World Series opener, Jim Hegan of Lynn, Bob Feller of Waukegan, and Dale Mitchell of Normal, Oklahoma will be the batters. In 2 innings, the Indians have sent 7 men up to the plate, and the Boston Braves have sent 6. Practically every name well known to baseball is here today, and probably the most interesting concession to sentiment, a tribute to the 1914 Boston Braves, of whom Hank Gowdy, the popular coach of the New York Giants, is one. George Stallings, Jr. is here, representing his late father, and such grand old-timers as Rabbit Moranville, Red Smith, and the rest of them. Jim Hegan is extremely popular in New England because he lives in metropolitan Boston. He has a batting average of .248, and he is one of the most durable receivers in the business. He did the catching for Cleveland with very, very little relief. He worked 144 games for the Indians this year. He's a right-hander. Sane pitches to him, and it is ball 1. Curveball had just missed the inside. Sane shook his head. Eddie Stanky is positioned out on the grass, about 15 feet to the right of second base for Hegan, figuring that he's likely to pull one back through the middle. Sane pitches. Foul tip right into Bill Salkeld's glove. That was a fastball, and the count is 1-1. The outfield is deep to the left, with left fielder Marv Rickert playing right down under the big scoreboard. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that goes to Elliott. He fumbles the ball. Can't find it. Hegan is safe at first. No throw was made. It is an error for third baseman Bob Elliott. Ed Burns, one of the official scorers, just gave us the decision. Bob not only fumbled the ball, it bounded up over his head as it hit his glove, but he couldn't find the ball. He looked around in rather bewildered fashion. Bob Feller is up. He had a season's batting average of .095. His earned run average is .333. He's a big right-hander. They were looking for the bunt, and it's a foul ball. He tried to bunt it, fouled it back. Torgeson was just 15 feet in front of the plate when the ball was fouled. So the first error of the ball game is charged to Bob Elliott. It was a routine grounder, but it was a hard one. It took a high hop about letter high and bounded out of Elliott's glove. Sains takes his stretch. There's no one out. Here's the pitch. And it's a high one as they're trying to keep Feller from bunting the ball. 1-1. Both Sane and Feller have excellent fastballs, and when they throw a good fast one close to the batter, it's difficult to bunt the ball. Here's the pitch. And there's a foul ball. As he tried to bunt it, it just turned the bat in his hands and went to the right of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Bob Feller looks down the third baseline to get his sign from Coach Bill McKechnie, who doubtless has already given it to him. Eddie Stanky came in to have a brief conference with Johnny Sane. The infield is in a bit on the grass. Third baseman Bob Elliott in close. The count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, swinging. Curveball. After he got Feller into a 1-2 hole, Sane curved him, and the 2 pitchers have 2 strikeouts each. 1 man out. Left fielder Dale Mitchell up. His season's average was .336, and his first time up, he lined out to center fielder Mike McCormick of the Braves. Dale is a left-hander, and he was one of the most potent factors in Cleveland's pennant drive. Sane pitches to him. Outside, ball 1. George Barr is working back of the plate, and Bill Stewart at second because Barr is the senior of the two. And the other base umpires are Bill Summers and Bill Grieve. The pitch. There's a high infield pop-up. Elliott calling for it in foul territory to the left of third base, and he takes it. A foul ball taken by Elliott just outside the third base coaching box for the second out. With perfect support, the side would have now been retired, but because of the error that opened the inning, permitting Hegan to reach first base, Larry Doby now must be retired by Johnny Sane. Doby flied out to center field his first time up. He hit a monumental home run this season at Washington and Griffith Stadium, about which they're still talking in the nation's capital. He has tremendous straightaway power. He's a left-handed batter. The first pitch, curveball high, ball one. 2 men out, no score in the game. 4 goose eggs already adorn the scoreboard. Keltner has the game's only hit. The stretch, there goes the runner. The pitch is outside, and the throw is not in time, and Hegan steals. He got a good lead on Johnny Sane. He stole that base on the pitcher, not the catcher. By the time Salkeld had drilled his throw to Al Dark, there was no time for the tag. Hegan had already slid in with the first stolen base of the 1948 World Series. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Doby. Hegan takes the lead off second. There's a ground ball that goes to Al Dark. He's in fast. The throw to first. That's all for the Indians in the third inning. Doby grounded out 6-3, short to first. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. So, at the end of 2.5 innings of play, the score is 0-0. It was Leo DeRocher, pilot of the New York Giants, who last inning called the Gillette dispenser a marvelous convenience. Yes, and believe me, you'll put in with him when you try this handy device that makes blade changing quick and easy with any Gillette razor. Men, it puts 20 Gillette blue blades, 40 shaving edges, right at your fingertips. You deal them out one at a time, unwrapped. Just push with your thumb and zip. There's a blade. What's more, the shaving edges are perfectly protected at all times. They don't even touch the dispenser when blades are being ejected. Enjoy extra shaving ease and convenience. Buy Gillette blue blades in the modern Gillette dispenser. You pay only 98 cents, the regular price of 20 blades. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette blue blades with the sharpest edges ever honed.
First batter for the Braves, Mike McCormick, number 31, center fielder.
Mike McCormick will be the leadoff batter for the Boston Braves going into the last half of the third inning. Mike was born in Angels Camp, California, scene of the famous Jumping Frog Derby, and he lives in Ventura. His season's batting average missed the 300 mark by just 1 point. He batted .299. He's the center fielder, stands feet close together, and he crowds the plate a bit. Bob Feller gets his sign from Jim Hegan, and Rapid Robert takes his windup. He pitches, and there's a high fly ball going to shortstop. Boudreau is back under it, and Lou took it.
The second batter of the inning, Eddie Stanky, a pop to Bob Elliott at third base, and we pick up the action with Johnny Sane batting.
A fast call strike. 1 strike to count. This game has started out the way the real baseball fans like to see World Series competition get underway, with 2 pitchers on even terms. The break later, perhaps, to decide it. Here it comes. Foul ball. That goes back into the crowd, and the count is 2 strikes. It was fouled off to the right of the plate. Cooney and Southworth are the coaches for the Braves at first and third, while for the Indians, they are consistently Mel Harder and Bill McKechnie. The outfield is set a little to the left. 2 strikes, 2 men out, no base runners for the Braves in the third. The windup. Here's the pitch, and there's a high foul ball to the right of first base. Robinson is chasing it, the wind is carrying it, and he makes a nice catch and then fends himself off against the retaining wall of the boxes. A 1-2-3 inning for Feller. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left, as Sane fouls to first. At the end of 3 innings, there is no score.
We wish to thank the following sponsors who are relinquishing their broadcast periods today in order that we may bring you the World Series. The makers of La Rosa Macaroni, Spaghetti, and Egg Noodles, sponsors of the La Rosa Hollywood Theater of Stars, the makers of Philip Morris Cigarettes and Alka-Seltzer, co-sponsors of Queen for a Day. Time permitting, Queen for a Day will be presented following the game. We take you now to Yankee Stadium.
Look sharp, feel sharp,
be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Red Barber with Mel Allen at Yankee Stadium in New York, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Brooklyn Dodgers and New York Yankees get set for the opening game of the 1949 World Series. This is the 11th consecutive year that baseball's championship classic is being aired throughout the world by way of Gillette microphones. Yes, and because so many sports fans are also Gillette fans, we broadcast and telecast major boxing, racing, and football events as they occur throughout the calendar. So, folks, remember, for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's cavalcade of sports the year round. The first question that you want to know is about the weather, and the weather is fine. It scared everybody in New York to death this morning when dawn came, it came through gray clouds and it was raining. But the rain stopped about 8:30 to 9 o'clock. The outfield is going to be a little bit treacherous for any outfielder who has to cut sharply one way or the other. The infield, which of course was covered, is in perfect condition. Now, the second question that you'd like to know, the starting pitcher for the Dodgers. Bert Shotton did not announce him until his pregame clubhouse meeting. He is Big Don Newcomb, 6'5", 230 pounds, finishing his rookie year. In fact, he was not even with the Dodgers the first month of the pennant campaign, came on to win 17 ball games. The starting pitcher for the Yankees is the stout-armed right-hander Allie Reynolds, who has known for 2 days that he was going to be the starter. In fact, on the pre-World Series broadcast from Commissioner Chandler's suite last evening, you heard Allie Reynolds, and he was speaking then of the fact that he knew he was going to be the starting pitcher, said he was going to sleep well, and that the butterflies wouldn't start until about noon today. And as far as butterflies, there are butterflies everywhere as far as these athletes are concerned. This is it. And I think the tremendous tensions of the two pennant races, each coming down to the very last thing late Sunday afternoon, has added to the number of butterflies that will beset these ball players. But they're great. The Yankees won in a tremendous finish in the American League. The Dodgers won in a tremendous finish and one inning, you might say, in the National League. So adjectives can just be put in the attic. This is it. Now they are going to put their knucks on the line, and it's going to be settled right here and now. In fact, in about 13 fateful moments, this ball game will be on the way. So the two right-handers continue throwing. Reynolds, who won 17 and lost 6, it might be significant to point out he pitched 4 complete games. Newcomb has won 17 ball games for Brooklyn in the pennant race, has lost 8, and as far as his complete games go, 19. He's big and strong, and I think that is one reason that manager Shotton wished him to start. He wanted Newcomb to start so that he can do as much work as possible. Now you want the batting order. For the visiting Dodgers, captain and shortstop Pee Wee Reese will lead off. And Johnny Jorgensen, the third baseman, is hitting number 2. Johnny Jorgensen. Duke Snyder is in center field and is batting third. Snyder, who drove in Brooklyn's pennant-winning run in the 10th inning at Philadelphia Sunday. Jackie Robinson, who won the batting championship of the National League by 3 points. Robinson at second base. He was in the series in 47, you'll recall. Gene Hermansky is in left field. Hermansky in left for Brooklyn. Carl Ferrello, who is Brooklyn's casualty. Ferrello in right field. He has a groin injury, the right side of his groin. It's quite painful. But the Brooklyn trainer, Doc Wendler, put a whole roll of tape on him and an elastic bandage, and Ferrello is going to play. Hodges at first base. In other words, this is the regular Brooklyn batting order that goes against an opposing starting right-hand pitcher. Campanella is catching and is hitting 8. And the pitcher is rookie Don Newcomb. Now for Casey Stengel and his Yankees. And it's an odd fact that Stengel played in a World Series for the Dodgers, several in fact, and more than that, Stengel in 1934 and 35 managed at Brooklyn before he went to the Boston Braves. Now the announcement that Miss Lucy Monroe will sing the national anthem. Lucy Monroe, accompanied by Guy Lombardo's orchestra, just performed the national anthem. Now we'll go down the batting orders for the Yankees. The 6 umpires, Reese, the Brooklyn team captain, manager Casey Stengel, who takes his own batting order up for the Yankees, are conferring at home plate. The groundkeepers here at the stadium are still polishing off the infield, so it's just a quiet scene at the moment, the sun shining and the big crowd pouring in. For the Yankees, Phil Rizzuto, who's had a tremendous year at shortstop, leads off. A little scooter, Rizzuto. Tommy Henrik, all reliable. He told us in the dugout an hour ago that his backfield's fine, it is not taped, he's not wearing a corset. In other words, he said, that slender figure is all mine. Tommy Henrik. At first base, he's been a very valuable team player for the Yankees in the outfield or the infield, wherever they've needed him. Yogi Berra, whose left arm is still tender. He has to be very careful. He says sometimes if he hits a ball wrong off the bat, it stings his hand and hurts him very much. Yogi Berra is catching. The great Joe DiMaggio, 12 pounds lighter for that recent bout with Berra's pneumonia. Joe DiMaggio, who returned to get in action just in time those 2 games with the Red Sox Saturday and Sunday. DiMaggio in center field. Johnny Lindell in left. Lindell, who hit the winning run Saturday afternoon to break the 4-4 tie with the Red Sox. Lindell in left. Billy Johnson, who has been playing good ball lately, is at third base. Cliff Mapes, the rookie who's made the grade splendidly in right field. M-A-P-E-S, Mapes. Jerry Coleman, another rookie who came through for Stengel with his multitudinous shifts demanded by... We'll check it with Mel in just a moment. I think there were about 80 real casualties that the Yankees had in the way of injuries. Mel, how many casualties did you count up this year with the Yankees in the pennant race?
We stopped at 70, Red.
All right. Now, we told you Coleman at second base. Allie Reynolds is the pitcher. And the umpires. Cal Hubbard, one of the great athletes on the American scene. Oh, what a football player he was. Big Cal Hubbard will be back at the plate. John Beans Reardon will be at first base for the National League. Art Passarella of the American League, Passarella at second base. Lou Jorda of the National League will be at third. In the left field corner, as an alternate umpire, will be Ed Hurley of the American League, and in the right field corner, alternate umpire George Barr of the National League. Folks, now and then, something that doesn't happen is news. For instance, thanks to the cooperation of campers, hunters, tourists, and others who visit our woodland areas, 16,000 forest fires didn't happen in 1948. But before we start cheering, it's also true that forest fires devastated 30 million acres last year. That's an area as large as New York State. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires, so don't be careless. The umpires are going out to take their 6 positions, and I noticed that Hurley is going in the right field corner, Barr in the left field corner to make that change for you. And now, while we have the opportunity, we'll pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WOR and WOR-FM, your World Series stations in New York.
The Yankees have trotted out to take their 9 defensive posts here at Yankee Stadium. A little cloudishness has come, but there's still plenty of sunlight. Jake Pittler is going down to coach at first for the Dodgers. Milton Stock to coach at third. And now coming over here to the Gillette microphone, one of the great broadcasters. It's a real privilege to be with him again. His broadcasting this year as the Yankees drove to their pennant was equally in tune with the success of the New York club. Mel Allen.
Hello there, everybody. Thank you very much, Red Barber. And it's always a privilege and a real pleasure to be able to associate with you on these World Series broadcasts. I shall never forget the 1947 when you and I went to 7 games and had so much fun and excitement. This program comes to you by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball. It's intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program and commercial use of the program is prohibited. And so we're all set for the first game of the World Series. Allie Reynolds, who won 17 games and lost 6 for the Yankees in the regular season, and whose previous World Series experience consists of a victory over the Dodgers in 1947. He worked in 2 games, a total of 11 1/3 innings, beating the Dodgers in the second game of the 47 World Series here at the stadium. And he's opening for New York today. Vic Raschi, generally considered the Yankees' ace, went Sunday against the Red Sox in that thrilling finale. And thus, of course, Casey Stengel decided to rest him a little longer and start instead Allie Reynolds. Allie has a good fastball, a good curve, and has been troubled on occasion by his control. When Alley's control is good, he's rough to hit. If his control is off, then of course he'll get into trouble. Now the first ball was tossed out by Bruce Howard, a 9-year-old youngster of Astoria, Long Island. He's the guest of baseball commissioner A.B. Chandler. He was chosen to represent thousands assisted during this year's record infantile paralysis epidemic. And now the first pitch of the ball game to Pee Wee Reese. Right-hand batter is in there for a called strike, and we're underway in the 1949 World Series. Pee Wee, right-hand batter, who hit .277 in the regular season, captain of the Dodgers, a good money player. Johnson in close at third in the event of the bunt. The pitch is a curve over for called strike 2. The outfield for Reese, slightly toward left and center and left. I guess in general they're shading him toward left, although Cliff Mapes is looking for Pee Wee maybe to hit over toward right a bit. Tommy Henrik is deep wide of first. Jerry Coleman, 3 strides to the right of second. Johnson is a little deeper now at third with 2 strikes on Reese. The pitch just outside for a ball. It's an overhand delivery. Alley had come in sidearm with his first 2 pitches. It's a 1-2 count now on Pee Wee Reese. Johnny Jorgensen on deck with Duke Snyder to follow. Reynolds getting his sign from Yogi Berra, taking a little time. And Reese steps out. A little overcast at the moment. Sun's playing hide and seek. A little muggy. Now Reynolds is ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Reese, and it is swung on. A ground ball hit to Henrik. He's up with it. Outruns Reese to the bag, and there's one away. Pee Wee Reese grounding out. Henrik unassisted. And with 1 down, up comes Spider Jorgensen, a left-hand hitter. Batted .269 on the regular season. And I believe, Red, had Billy Cox not been injured, he probably would have been the starting third baseman for the Dodgers, would he? He's been hurt, of course, since Labor Day. So Spider Jorgensen is in there. He's had previous World Series experience. Outfield playing him to pull toward right field. Here's the pitch. Strike 1 it's called. Fastball in there around the knees. On deck is Duke Snyder. Top half of the first inning. 1 out. Nobody on. Phil Rizzuto is about 1 stride to the left of second base in a step. Johnson at third is in very close and about 5 feet off the bag. Now Reynolds' delivery on its way. Jorgensen swings and lifts a drive to left center field. Lindell racing over into the gap, going back, and it's over his head and rolling by. DeMatch is backing up, and Jorgensen's racing to second. Going to try for 3. Then he holds up quickly as the relay comes into Rizzuto. It's a double for Jorgensen in the left center. Johnny Jorgensen's drive into left center was overcharged by Johnny Lindell, and then as he attempted to retrace his steps and backpedal, it was a little bit too late. And Joe DiMaggio backed up, kept the ball from going further, and it's a double for Spider Jorgensen. That brings to the plate Duke Snyder, long ball hitter for the Dodgers. Duke batting at .292 with 89 RBIs on the season and 23 home runs. It's a 2-base hit for Johnny Jorgensen. Reynolds looks in to get his sign. Outfield playing him to pull toward right. Here's the pitch. Curve is low inside. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Billy Johnson about 6-8 feet off third baseline, a step away from the edge of the infield grass. Rizzuto over near second to hold Jorgensen close. Jerry Coleman, the second baseman, back on the edge of the outfield grass and at a point almost halfway between first and second, with Henrik deep on top of the first baseline. 1 out, 1 on, top of the first inning. Reynolds has the stretch, the pitch. Snyder takes inside the curve. Ball 2, 2 balls, no strikes. And you've got Jackie Robinson in the batter's circle. A 2-0 count. Milton Stock coaching at third for Brooklyn. Jake Fittler at first. Berra gives Reynolds a sign. The right-hander with a stretch checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Snyder takes strike call over the outside corner, knee high. The 2-1 count. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. And the fans beginning to warm to this first World Series game. They're still tingling over the sensational finishes in the 2 major leagues. Reynolds takes a little too much time for Snyder, and he steps out of the batter's box. Duke moves back into hitting position. Dodgers have something boiling in the top of the first inning. 2 balls, 1 strike. Count on Snyder. The stretch by Reynolds. Jorgensen off second. In comes the pitch. Outside. Ball 3. The curve, slow curve. It didn't break over. 3-1 now the count. Big Cal Hubbard calling balls and strikes. Beans Reardon umpiring at first. Art Passerell at second. Lou Jordan at third. Hurley down the right field line. Barr down the left field line. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. He cut hard. Man, he leveled. The right field stands here at Yankee Stadium are most inviting. 296 feet down the right field line into the corner with a barrier sloping off. It's a barrier, I'd say, approximately 3.5 to 4 feet high. And at a point about 50 yards off the line, it's only 344 feet. So we got a full count now on Snyder. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Jorgensen on second. Reynolds takes the stretch. The Spider has a lead. Here's the pitch. Snyder swings and he misses. Strike 3 and he's out of there. Alley came in with a fastball. Got it in comparatively close to Duke. There's a case there, I believe, Red, of either going all the way or not at all. He really cut on that one. And now here's Jackie Robinson. Jackie won the National League batting championship, spark plug of the Dodger team, right-hand hitter. Wound up the season hitting at .342, as did the American League batting champion, George Kell, with Ted Williams also a .342 average, but Kell had just a bit of an edge on him when you carried it out to 5 figures. Now the pitch. Strike called, sidearm fastball in there above the knees. 1 strike to count on Robinson. The outfield is shading him toward left and centered left. Cliff Make's not too far over into right center, but then quite a lot of room down the right field sector between him and the right field line. Johnson in halfway guarding the third base line. Reynolds delivers. Robinson takes outside and low for a ball, and the count is evened up at 1-1. Phil Rizzuto is about 3 strides to the left at short. There's a good shot between Johnson and Rizzuto, with Jerry Coleman, the second baseman, 2 strides to the right of the bag and trying to hold Jorgensen as close as possible. Tommy Henrik about 8 feet off the first base line and deep. Robinson out of the batter's box just for a moment. Gene Hermansky's on deck. Jorgensen on second, 2 down. Count of 1-1 on Jackie. Reynolds ready with the stretch. A look back. Here's the pitch. Slow curve, swung on, drilled out to right field. There's Mates digging over and back, and he's got it for the out, and the inning is over. Robinson lines out to Mates and right. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning, 0-0. This is the red letter day we've been waiting for all season, the opening day of the series. Yes, and it's also a red letter day for every man who shaves. For Gillette announces the most amazing offer ever made on a World Series broadcast. Your favorite store now has the sensational Gillette Super Speed Razor and 10-blade Gillette dispenser in a permanent travel case of handsome styrene. An outstanding $1.75 value for only $1. Remember, this is the Gillette one-piece razor that changes blades presto and makes shaving a breeze. Remember, you get 10 super keen Gillette blue blades and a handy dispenser. Remember, this combination comes in one of the most serviceable razor cases ever devised. Yes, and I repeat, you pay only $1 for this big $1.75 value. Ask for the special World Series Gillette razor set. Last half of the first inning, Big Don Newcomb, sensational right-hander for the Dodgers on the hill, who won 17 games for Brooklyn after starting late in the year, being recalled from Montreal. And leading off for the Yankees is their candidate, one of their candidates for the most valuable player award in the American League this year, Phil Rizzuto. One of the few Yankees who did not come under the injury jinx to any extent. He was out of 2 games. And actually, the one man on the entire ball club they could have done least without. They could at least have done without. So Don Newcomb, the right-hander's first pitch to Little Phil, is inside for ball 1. Rizzuto is in his 4th World Series. He played in 1941, 42, and 47 with the .277 World Series batting average. Newcomb delivers. And the pitch is in there for a called strike. Fastball came in there just below the shoulders. Oddly enough, Phil's batting average for the 1949 season was .277. Tommy Henrich on deck. Jorgensen's in close at third. Phil's a good bunter. Reese deep at short, about 4 strides of 5 to the left of the bag, over toward the third base hole. Here's your pitch. It's bunted, but up into the air. There's Gil Hodges digging over in foul territory, makes the catch for the out. So Phil attempted to come up with his specialty, a bunt, only on this occasion, instead of dumping it down the third base line, he tried to shove it by the mound. That was his intention, with Robinson deep at second. But instead, he popped it into the air in foul territory, back of first, and Gil Hodges pranced over and grabbed it easily. So there's one out, and up comes Tommy Henrich. Tommy hitting at .287 on the season. Played in the 38, 41, and 47 World Series. Left-hand hitter, the outfield around toward right. Don Newcomb into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch is fastball outside. Ball 1. Hermansky in left, Snyder in center, Perillo in right. Jorgensen third, Reese short, Robinson second, Hodges first, Campanella catching. Newcomb pitching. Now the 1-0 delivery on its way. And Tommy Henrich takes outside for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Frank Crosetti is coaching at third base for New York, and Bill Dickey at first. Gene Hermansky is way over into left center. And Tommy Henrich is adept at placing balls in the left field, but of course they may figure that Newcomb is too fast for Tommy to do that on. In comes the pitch. Henrich swings and smacks it right out to short. Reese grabs it, throws on over to Hodges in time, and they're 2 away. It was a hard ground ball. A couple of swift hops to Pee Wee, took 1 step to his left, up with it easily, over to Hodges, 2 down. Now the batter is Yogi Berra. Berra, left-hand hitter. Played in the 1947 World Series. Had a .158 batting average. Had 1 home run. That was a pinch hit homer at Ebbets Field. In close to the plate, he stands deep in the batter's box, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Don Newcomb throws. Fastball, golf foul on the ground down the first baseline. Strike 1. No score. Last half of the first inning. 2 teams that came in a hurry at the finish with sensational finishing drives, and today they're sort of feeling one another out in the early moments and getting the feel of the World Series. Now the 1-strike pitch on its way to Berra. Yogi takes a change-up. It's outside for ball 1, 1-1. Joe DiMaggio's on deck in the batter's circle, swinging a couple of bats around. 2 men out, nobody on. No score. Last half of the first inning. Don Newcomb's 1-1 pitch on its way. Swung on. It's a high pop-up. Out back of short. Reese dips on the grass in short left a couple of steps under the ball. Makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And the score at the end of the first inning of the 1949 World Series is 0-0. Red, I believe, in 1947, the first game or 2 of the World Series started out comparatively slow, and then it really began to pick up in tempo, didn't it?
Yes, it did, Mel. And once it got going, it just took everything with it.
Almost took us with it, too.
Well, this first inning showed the dominance of the pitches, but for the fact that Lindell came in when he should have been going back on Jorgensen's a double, it could have been played as to an easy fly ball. Would have had 3 up and 3 down. So I see Reynolds is out there getting all set. We'll hear you, Mel.
And coming up for the Brooklyn Dodgers will be Gene Hermansky, Carl Perillo, and Gil Hodges. Gene, a left-hand hitter, hailing from over Jersey way. A boy that resembles in appearance, that is facially, the late Lou Gehrig. He's built somewhat along Lou's lines. Lou a little stockier, I think, overall. Gene hits the long ball. On the season, Hermansky had a batting average with the Dodgers of .299. He only appeared in 87 games, as Bert Schotten alternated his outfielders to get the most out of them at the proper time. So Gene steps in. Allie Reynolds from Oklahoma City, all set to go. You got Lindell in left, DiMaggio in center, Mapes in right, Johnson third, Rizzuto short, Coleman second, Henrich first, Berra catching. and Reynolds pitching. Milton Stock coaching at third, Jake Cutler at first for Brooklyn. Top of the second inning, no score. Reynolds into the windup, in comes the pitch. Hermansky takes just outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Big gap in the outfield is in left center. Lindell looking for Hermansky to slice. DeMadge is not too far off a straightaway center line, but a step or so toward right center. Now the pitch. Hermansky takes strike call, fastball pumped through there above the knees. And the count now is evened up at 1-1. Generally speaking, in a World Series, it being the best 4 out of 7, they call it a short series. Pitching is the big key. Now the 1-1 delivery. High and outside, ball 2, 2-1. Reynolds indicated a curve, but came in with a fastball. It was high and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike on Hermansky. Gene with a slightly open stance, bend slightly at the knees. Deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate, and the pitch swung on, loop foul, back of third, is going to go out of play, and the ball goes into the upper deck along the left field line. So you've got a 2-2 count on Hermansky. 6 umpires. We like to mention their names as frequently as possible because sometimes they are the forgotten men and they do a tremendous job. Cal Hubbard at the plate of the American League, Beans Reardon of the National League at first, Art Passerell of the American League at second, Lou George of the National League at third. Now the 2-2 pitch on its way. Hermansky takes inside, almost went for a sweeping curve that broke in on him, and it's a full count on Hermansky. George Barr of the National League is umpiring down the left field line, and Ed Hurley of the American League down the right field line. It'll be their jobs to watch balls that are hit into the stands and close to the foul poles. Now the payoff pitch to Hermansky is low, ball 4, and he's on. So the Dodgers get the lead man on the top of the second inning. A base on balls. First given up by Reynolds to Gene Hermansky. And here's Carl Furillo, who in the late stages of the Dodgers' pennant fight was hitting that ball at a murderous clip. Carl wound up the season hitting at 322. And Red, I imagine he was hitting pretty close to 450 down the stretch, wasn't he? The last 2 months of the season. Carl bats him right-handed, playing this ball game with a groin injury, but well taped up. Right hand here to the stretch. A look over at first. Here's the pitch, and it's low outside, almost into the dirt. Yogi had to go to his knees and to his right to keep that from skipping by. 1 ball, no strikes. Been a lot of talk, of course, about the possibility of the Dodgers running on Berra, as they did in 1947. Bill Johnson's in close at third in the event of the bunt near the line. Rizzuto in halfway at short, 2 strides or 3 to the left of the bag. Here's your pitch, and it's low, ball 2. Now Jerry Coleman trots in from second base, calls time to talk to Reynolds. Alley missing that plate now and getting himself in a little trouble. He worked hard on Hermansky and finally lost him. Now he's got a 2-0 count on Furillo, and you've got Gil Hodges on deck. Coleman is shading second, just a little bit more than first. Henrik holding at first against Hermansky. The stretch by Reynolds. The 2-0 pitch. Strike called. Fastball over there just above the knees. It's a 2-1 count. The outfield for Furillo is toward right and center and right, with Lindell looking for Carl to hit the left, but not to pull too sharply. And all the room in the world in left center, and just off the straightaway center line. 2 balls, 1 strike, nobody out. Gene Hermansky on first base. Now Henrik's not holding against him, but just in behind him a step. The stretch by Reynolds. Here's your pitch. And it's low, ball 3. A 3-1 count on Furillo. Always the bugaboo of any manager is the base on balls. 3-1 count on Furillo. Reynolds checks with Berra, getting his sign. Now he's ready. Hermansky with the lead. The stretch. There he goes. The pitch swung on. Hit foul down the right field line into the lower stands. Strike 2. So Hermansky has to come back to first. He stops, however, to exchange a word or two with Phil Rizzuto. They're neighbors around Newark, around the Newark area. Baseball players are wonderful people. They battle one another tooth and nail, but in an idle moment in a game, they'll swap small talk. All right, you've got a full count on Perillo, 3-2. Nobody out, top of the second inning, no scores yet. Carl digs in, bat cocked up off his right shoulder, in close to the plate, slightly open stance to stretch. There goes Hermansky. The pitch is taken high outside, ball 4. He slowed up on Perillo, but didn't get the ball over. Walks to Hermansky and Perillo. They've got the Dodgers in business in the top of the second inning. Nobody out. And Billy Johnson goes over to talk to Reynolds. And there's a signal for action in the Yankee bullpen. Gil Hodges, right-hand hitter, steps in. Hit 286 on the year, including 23 home runs, and drove in 114 runs for the Dodgers. Reynolds ready with the runners on first and second. The Yankees looking for the bunt. The pitch is inside for a ball. Yogi Berra claims that the ball hit the bat of Hodges, but Cal Hubbard says no, it's a ball. Fred Sanford is starting to throw in the Yankee bullpen. Gil Hodges squared away to bunt. That pitch was way in on him. He had to jump to get away from it. Henrik's in close at first. Johnson in close at third. Johnson will try to anchor at third if he can, but if the ball is pushed that way, he'll have to leave the bag. Hermansky moves off second. Perillo off first. The stretch by Reynolds. Here comes Henrik. The pitch is bunted, and it's foul off to the right of the plate. It's a beautiful bunt, but it's squirted foul, spun foul off to the right, and it's a 1-1 count. Tommy Henrik was charging the plate. Billy Johnson was trying to anchor. Reynolds attempting to protect the third base line. And Berra, of course, moving with the ball. With Coleman breaking toward first and Rizzuto second. 1 ball, 1 strike. You got Roy Campanella on deck. And Newcomb to follow him. And incidentally, Newcomb's a pretty good hitter for a pitcher, so that you can anticipate the possibilities. Top of the second inning. No scores yet. Hermansky off second, Perillo off first. Here's the pitch. Hodges bunts, and it is foul off to the right for strike 2. 1-2. Now Gil Hodges will have to be swinging away unless Bert Schotten would order a third strike bunt, which isn't likely if you allow us to speculate for a moment, although it does happen. It could happen now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Billy Johnson backs up at third. Near the line, Rizzuto off to the left of second base, about 5 strides, in a couple of steps. Jerry Coleman 2 strides to the right of second. Reynolds ready. Here's the pitch, and Hodges swings and hits one back to Reynolds. Reynolds fires to Coleman for 1. Coleman back to Henrik, a double play. And the third on the play went Gene Hermansky. Gil Hodges hit to the box. Reynolds grabbed it, threw to Coleman. High. Coleman leaped, grabbed it, came down on the bag, and fired to Henrik to double up Hodges after they gotten Perillo at second, and Hermansky went to third on the play. The batter now is Roy Campanella. Casey Stengel was just out to the mound to talk to Allie Reynolds. Roy Campanella hitting at 287. Right-hand hitter. Squares away. The outfield plays him almost straight away, slightly toward left. Here's the pitch. Inside, around the letters, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. No scores yet, top of the second inning. Allie checks with Berra. Hermansky on third. Reynolds delivers. Campanella swings and hits a fly ball out into right field. Cliff Mapes is gathering himself under it. And he makes the catch for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. Well, as Cliff Mapes gathered that ball in to end the inning, it reminds me that one of baseball's greatest outfielders is Dom DiMaggio of the Boston Red Sox, and he's parked at my elbow right at the moment. Dom, anybody who grows whiskers like yours should know a thing or two about razor blades. How do you rate Gillette Blue Blades?
They're tops with me. I never use any other kind.
Easy shaving?
You said it. And long-lasting, too.
How about the Gillette dispenser? Like it?
It's a real convenience. Saves a lot of fuss.
Now, men, see if Dom DiMaggio isn't right. Buy Gillette Blue Blades, 10 or 20, in the handy Gillette dispenser for the price of the blades alone. Remember, it zips them out unwrapped and makes blade changing a cinch. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Dom, while you and I were chatting, a friend of yours just walked up to home plate and got a hand.
Yes, I see them down there.
Who is he?
Big Joe, the jolter.
He's a pretty good outfielder himself, isn't he, Dom?
Yes, he is, Mel. One of the best of all time.
Thanks a lot, Dom DiMaggio. And congratulations on a wonderful season. And now as we come into the last half of the second inning here at Yankee Stadium, no score. Joe DiMaggio leads off. Right-hand hitter. Hit .346 on the season in 76 games in which he appeared after missing the first 65 because of his now celebrated injured heel. Don Newcomb starts to work, the big right-hander. Around comes the right arm, in comes the pitch, and it's outside. Ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. DiMaggio has been in 7 World Series. This is his 8th. And he has a lifetime World Series batting average of .290, 21 RBIs. Newcomb throws. DiMaggio takes right in there for a called strike. Newcomb, a great big fella, sort of untangles himself, and he goes into that wind-up, and he fires away. A 1-1 count on Joe. Spider Jorgensen deep at third near the line. Reese very deep, not too far over into the gap. Here's the pitch. Swung on, drill foul down the right field line, out of play. The ball hitting the upper deck and bouncing downstairs, and it's a 1-2 count on Joe. Johnny Lindell is on deck with Billy Johnson to follow. 0-0, last half of the second. Gene Hermansky has just put on his sunglasses. The sun begins to peep out again here at Yankee Stadium. The wind is blowing in a mild fashion at the moment toward the left a bit and also toward right just a bit. It's a variable wind, but not too strong right now. Here's your pitch. And DiMaggio swings and misses. Strike 3. Tried to hold up, but couldn't. It was a high inside fastball that DiMaggio started to go for. He tried to hold up, but he went around. Big Cal Hubbard went up for the right hand, and it's strike 3. Here's Johnny Lindell, who with one mighty swipe of his bat on Saturday enabled the Yankees to stay alive in the American League pennant race since it tied the Yanks with the Red Sox, broke a 4-4 tie in that particular ball game, and made it possible for the Yankees to go into Sunday with a chance to win the pennant, which they did. Don Newcomb goes to work on the right-hand hitter, and the pitch is right in there for a call strike, right over the inside corner, belt high. Newcomb looks sharp. Outfield playing Lindell to pull. Carl Frillo is looking for John to hit over toward right center a bit. Frillo's over in front of the Yankee bullpen. Now the delivery. Change up is swung on, lined out to left field for a base hit. The ball is taken by Hermansky on 2 or 3 hops, clips his peg into second, cut off by Reese, and Lindell is on with a single to left field. He changed up on Lindell, and Johnny immediately spiked the liner into left for the single. And the first Yankee hit of the game. Now Billy Johnson steps in. Lindell had been in 2 previous series, 43 and 47. Billy Johnson also in the 43 and 47 World Series. Johnson, a right-hand batter. Billy hit .251 on the season. Below his par, the delivery right in there for a call strike. Outfield well spread out for Johnson. He can pull, he'll slice, and he can hit a long ball. Jorgensen halfway back at third, couple of feet off the line. Reese in a couple of steps at short, 5 strides to the left of second. Here's the pitch. Swung on, a ground ball hit foul down the third baseline. Frank Frasetti, coaching third, grabs it. And it's a 2-strike count on Billy. Cliff Mapes is on deck. Crowd sitting back rather quiet, waiting for the big explosion that generally will take place in a tight ball game. And, of course, they're ready to yell at the first opportunity either of these teams gives them. A 2-strike count on Billy. Lindell moves off first, one away. Here's your pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Went down swing on the fastball. That Newcomb has got a quick one. He's really alive with it, isn't he, Red?
Well, Mel, he struck out 149 and only came up after the season was a month old, so you can figure it out for yourself.
Here's Cliff Mapes stepping in, who on the season hit .243. Played great defensive ball for the Yankees. Got a tremendous arm. They play him to pull sharply in center and right. And now Bert Schotten is moving Gene Hermansky way over into left center. Newcomb's delivery swung on and fouled back. Strike one. Mapes is another of the Yankee left-hand hitters who, on occasion, will line that ball down the left field line. And they're giving him plenty of that sector at the moment. A great deal, however, depends on the way a man is pitched as to where he's going to hit the ball, and the boys in the field generally know, everything being equal, where he might hit it in the general direction if he hits the pitch. Newcomb throws. Mapes takes inside around the knees. Ball one, 1-1. Pee Wee Reese deep at short, over towards second. He's about 2 strides or so to the left of second base. Spider Jorgensen halfway back, 10 feet off third base line. Gil Hodges just in behind Lindell with 2 down, and Jackie Robinson at a point about halfway between first and second bases. No scores yet, 2 away. Here's your delivery. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Newcomb just overpowering Mapes, as he did DiMaggio and Johnson. And as a matter of fact, he might have done the same to Lindell. He slowed up on John, and John opportunity to capitalize on the change of pace with that line drive to left. A 1-2 count on Mapes. 2 down, no score. Last half of the second inning. Dodgers and Yankees at Yankee Stadium. It's the World Series. Newcomb throws. Mapes swings and misses. Strike 3, and he strikes out the side. He blazed it in there. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on, and a hand for Newcomb as he leaves the mound. Check that. 1 man left on base. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on. 3 strikeouts for Newcomb, all in the top half of the second inning. Let me double checking your totals. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. And thus the score at the end of 2 innings, 0-0. The Dodgers, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man left on. Now, before we move into the top half of the third inning as the Dodgers come to bat, we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WOR and WOR-FM, your World Series stations in New York.
This is Mel Allen with Red Barber, bringing you the 1949 World Series from Yankee Stadium, another in Gillette's cavalcade of sports broadcasts. The year round, they bring you the outstanding bowl games, fights, the World Series, the All-Star Game, and we hope that you're going to enjoy to the hilt the 1949 Fall Classic. And now, as we go to the top of the third inning, Don Newcomb steps in a hitting position. He's a left-hand hitter and a good hitter for a pitcher. We watched him hit one in that All-Star Game that Ted Williams made a sensational catch on to rob him of an extra base hit. Reynolds throws in there for a called strike. Outfield playing Newcomb to, well, they're playing him almost straight away. DiMaggio straight away in center. Lindell not too close to the left field line, and Mapes not too close to the right field line. The left fielder and right fielder in toward DiMaggio straight away. The pitch is swung on, a boundary hit out toward short. Rizzuto charges it up with it, throws over to Henrik in time, and there's 1 away. Newcomb grounds out. Rizzuto to Henrik. 1 away for the Dodgers in the top of the third inning. And now we go to the top of the order again for the brilliant shortstop and captain of the Dodgers, Pee Wee Reese. A nickname that, in a sense, is a misnomer, isn't it, Red? Because Reese certainly is no Pee Wee.
Mel, he got the name when he was a marble shooting champion back at Louisville, playing Pee Wees.
I used to shoot marbles. Wasn't very good. They never won a championship, Ed. Reese grounded out to Henrik in the first inning, right-hand hitter. Reynolds throws, fastball in there for a call strike. 0-0. Top half of the third, 1 out, nobody on. Bill Johnson in close at third. In the event Reese drops a bunt down, which Pee Wee can do on occasion. quick getting away from that plate. Reynolds sidearms him. Pitch is bunted right down to a third. Johnson charges up, but it fires over to Hendrick, and it's in time for the out. I don't think Pee Wee was reading our minds, but he did drop one down there beautifully, and Reynolds came very close to messing up the play. Johnson finally hollered him off. Reynolds was moving away from the play at first toward the third baseline while Johnson was moving in, and Billy, with that rifle arm, fired Pee Wee out. Here's Spider Jorgensen swings, sends the grass cutter out to second. Coleman scoops it up, throws over to Hendrick, and the inning is over. So the third baseman, second baseman, shortstop each had an opportunity that inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And the score at the end of 2.5 innings remains the Dodgers nothing, the Yankees nothing. As Dom DiMaggio, famous outfielder of the Boston Red Sox, told you, Gillette Blue Blades are tops for shaving ease and economy as well. That's because they have the keenest, most beautifully finished edges ever produced. Those edges also are hard nut-cut glass, so they shave and shave and shave. Never break down prematurely like ordinary blades that scrape and pull. Now I know you'll find the modern Gillette dispenser just as handy as Dom DiMaggio does. You see, it zips the blades out unwrapped, ready for use, saving you time, fuss, and bother. Ask for Gillette Blue Blades and the modern Gillette dispenser. They come factory sharp and stay that way until used. You get 20 blades, 40 shaving edges for 98 cents. 10 blades for 49 cents. Remember, look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Last half of the third inning at Yankee Stadium, no score. Jerry Coleman, the number 8 hitter in the Yankee batting order, will lead off. Then will come Allie Reynolds, and the top of the order, Phil Rizzuto. Coleman, a right-hand hitter, playing in his first World Series. A Yankee rookie this year who played sensational second base defensively and pretty good clutch hitter. It was his hit in the 8th inning with the bases loaded that iced the pennant for the Yankees against the Red Sox on Sunday. Newcomb throws. The pitch is swung on, foul off to the right of the plate, into the upper deck, and a World Series souvenir for someone who also will wind up with a swollen hand for a couple of days. 1 strike to count. I could hear that ball hit that meat hand, couldn't you, Ray? 1 strike to count on Jerry Coleman. Jerry hit .275 on the season. San Francisco boy. The pitch, curve ball, is just outside, ball 1, 1-1. Coleman acts exactly as his mannerisms are almost a faithful reproduction of Frank Cressetti's, and yet the one did not know the other. At a time in the formative stage when you develop those little mannerisms you do have playing ball. The 1-1 delivery, swung on, hit foul down the first baseline, a liner, strike 2, 1-2 the count. The ball skipped up into the stands, into the boxes, and the usual scramble for a World Series souvenir. Another thing, Cressetti and Coleman both come from San Francisco, and for a long while even Jerry's own teammates thought that he patted himself deliberately after Cressetti. The way he'd move his shoulders, the way he handled the ball, the way he got it away in a hurry. But it turned out it was strictly coincidental. 1-2 the count on Coleman. Last the third inning, 0-0. Big Don Newcomb starts to work. Around comes the right arm. In comes the pitch, and it's over that outside corner for a call, strike 3. Man, I mean, he cut loose a fastball. It looked like an aspirin tablet coming up there. And that is the 4th strikeout for Newcomb, and 4 out of the last 5 batters. Up comes Allie Reynolds. Reynolds hitting at .221. If Newcomb continues at this pace, we'll be going to those World Series record books, Red. Newcomb's first pitch to the right-hand batter. Reynolds swings and fouls it off behind the plate. Strike 1. Newcomb must be pretty quick because they're not looking for Reynolds to pull him. The outfield is shading toward right on Reynolds. Alley can swing the bat pretty well for a pitcher. Jorgensen's hanging around in close at third near the line. Reese over towards second. Here's Newcomb's delivery. Reynolds swings and sends a fly ball down the left field line, and he did pull him, and Hermansky can't get it, and the ball is by him, and Reynolds is going to go for two. Here comes the throw, a beautiful throw, but Reynolds goes in standing up with a double. The ball gets by Robinson, but Gil Hodges is backing up. Allie Reynolds caught him overshifted for him, as they didn't figure Allie could pull Don, but he did. It was an ordinary fly ball that Hermansky could have put in his hip pocket had he been playing Reynolds to pull, but it was way over in the left center and couldn't catch up to it. So that's the Yankees' second hit of the ball game. 3 in the game. The Dodgers have had 1. And up is Phil Rizzuto, who fouled out in the first inning to Campanella. The pitch is swung on, fouled back to the screen. Strike 1. Last half of the third inning. 1 out, and Reynolds on second base. Outfield for Phil. Almost straight away. Snyder's just a step over into left center. Spider Jorgensen hanging around in close at third. Now he backs up a step. Not too deep. Don Newcomb stretches, pitches. Phil takes just off the outside corner, and the count is evened up at 1-1. And so the crowd now has begun to warm a little bit to the situation with the runner in scoring position. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. No score. Last of the third inning. Newcomb has his sign from Campanella. He's ready to work. Here's his pitch. And it is swung on. A little pop-up hit back to first. There's Robinson going out on the grass in short right. Makes the catch, and Reynolds holds at second base. Rizzuto lifts a pop-up back to first, which Jackie Robinson eased over to get. And now Tommy Henrich is coming to bat with 2 down. Tommy was tossed out by Pee Wee Reese in the first inning. Yogi Berra moving up into the batter's circle with his shin guard still on with 2 down. He will not bat in this inning unless Henrich keeps the Yankee hopes alive. It's a 0-0 ball game, last of the third. The Dodgers have had a runner as far as third. Hermansky in the second inning. Reynolds is the furthest a Yankee has been. He's on second base. Lindell singled, but didn't get any further than that in the second inning. Newcomb with the stretch. Reynolds with a short lead. Here's your pitch. Henrich takes inside for a ball. Roy Campanella, very agile back of that plate, moves his feet around beautifully. As soon as he catches that ball, he's got that arm cocked and ready to fire in the event a throw is necessary to any base. Nobody is darting around trying to hold Reynolds close because he doesn't have too big a lead. 2 down, stretched by Newcomb. Here's your pitch. Henrich swings and pops it up into the air toward third. Jorgensen getting out of the ball, and then Reese takes him off and says he's got it, and does make the catch for the out. No runs for the Yankees. 1 hit. No errors for Brooklyn. And 1 man left on for New York. I might add that at this time of year at Yankee Stadium, when the sun is out brightly, particularly a little bit later on in the ball game, the sun field, which is left field, is a murderous one. And also, those who might be playing in center, if they're not accustomed to the situation here at Yankee Stadium, might find it difficult, as Pete Reeser did in 1947. The sun is in behind home plate, and it's a triple-deck stadium. So a ball comes up out of home plate, as it gets as high as the stadium, which is pretty high, and it has the stadium as a background. Then suddenly, as it gets higher than the stadium, it's right into that sun and in there in a hurry. And so frequently it can give the outfielders trouble, even those who play against it all season long. Now at the end of 3 innings, the score 0-0. The Dodgers no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on. The Yankees no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Yankee Stadium in New York, Gillette presents the second game of the 1949 World Series. This is Mel Allen with Red Barber saying good afternoon for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the Brooklyn Dodgers and New York Yankees warm up. Gillette is your radio and television host at leading sports events the year around. Over various networks, Gillette's cavalcade of sports airs attractions of national interest as they occur from time to time. Every Friday night, Gillette also broadcasts the major boxing match of the week, blow by blow, for fans coast to coast. Well, of course, this big town and the nation, and even around the world, as they heard the broadcast yesterday, as they saw it here, they're all buzzing over the dramatic suddenness with which yesterday's series opener ended a breathtaking pitching battle between the Dodgers' dazzling Don Newcomb and the Yankees' amazing Allie Reynolds. They were swinging and missing yesterday. Newcomb mowed down 11 Yankees, 2 short of the record set by Howard Emke. Reynolds struck out 9 Dodgers, 20 in all, 2 short of the combined record set by Denny Galehouse and Morton Cooper in the 1944 series. Yes, sir, they were swinging and missing until the last of the 9th inning when, as Walter Winchell so aptly put it in his sum-up, a great duel that ended with 1 pistol shot. And it was fired by one of the most remarkable marksmen in recent baseball history, Massillon, Ohio's gift to the baseball world, currently a resident of Ridgewood, New Jersey, Tommy Henrich. Let's just look at the record. Tommy Henrich on opening day hit a home run off Sid Hudson of the Washington Senators that won the ball game. It was in the 9th inning, the last half of the 9th inning, that won the game for the Yankees. The next day, in the 4th inning, he hit a home run off Calvert of the Senators that got the Yankees off to a 1-0 lead, and Rashi won the ball game by a shutout. 10 days later, against Tex Houston of the Boston Red Sox in the 9th inning again with 1 on, Henrich hit a home run to win that ball game 4-3. Approximately 2 weeks later, off Cleveland's Gene Bearden, he hit a home run in the 7th inning with nobody on. That was the winning run as the Yankees won that one 4-3. Later on May the 27th of this year, he hit a home run in the 1st inning with 1 on off Joe Coleman of the Athletics, giving the Yankees a 2-0 lead, and Lopat won that ball game by a shutout. And then, just a few days later, 4 days later, as a matter of fact, off Howie Judson White Sox, he hit a home run in the 7th inning with nobody on to break up a scoreless tie and give Rashi another shutout victory. The very next day, he hit a home run in the 1st inning with 2 on against Randy Gumpert to give the Yankees a 3-0 lead, and they went on to win that ball game. And that's the way Tommy Henrich has been hitting his home runs. On August the 6th, in the last of the 9th inning, the St. Louis Browns leading 8-7. Henrich hit a home run to tie it up. Joe DiMaggio followed on the next pitch with a homer to win it. And on the final game of the year, the one that won the pennant in the 8th inning of a tight 1-0 struggle, and with the Red Sox power coming up in the top of the 9th, Henrich hit one of Mel Parnell's curveballs into the right field seats to practically sew it up. And yesterday, in the opening game of the World Series, once again, it was old reliable. So it's amazing at that, as you check back over his record, how many home runs he hit during the course of the regular season that had the impact that the one did yesterday in the opening game of this World Series. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Guy Lombardo and his orchestra, Miss Lucy Monroe, and our national anthem. You know, there are many on the Brooklyn roster experiencing their first World Series. Campanella, Banta, Erskine, Minner, Newcomb, Palika, Almo, Cox, Rackley, Snyder, Whitman. And today's Dodger pitching choice, Elvin Rowe, better known as Preacher Rowe from Hardy, Arkansas. This 6'1" control artist is lean and left-handed. 31 years of age, and some 28 years ago, he remarked to his father when he was approximately 3 1/2, he did not like the name Elwin. His father said, "Well, son, what do you want us to call you?" He said, "Just call me Preacher," and it's been Preacher Rowe ever since. Has nothing to do with his profession, which we understand is a school teacher. He has won 15 games and lost 6 this year, and Bert Schotten has always said to Rowe, "Whenever you feel like pitching, that's your turn." Recently, he has taken a lot of rest between turns and has proved to be most effective as a result. For the New York Yankees, it's going to be Victor John Rashi, a 30-year-old right-hander born in Springfield, Massachusetts, sometimes called the Springfield Rifle, who won 21 games and lost 10 for the Yankees. A sandy-haired husky of Italian ancestry, he pitched the Yankees to the pennant Sunday in one of the finest performances of his career. Now for the remainder of the lineups, ladies and gentlemen, for the Brooklyn Dodgers, as Pee Wee Reese trots out to home plate to exchange batting orders with manager Casey Stengel of the Yankees and the umpires. Pee Wee Reese will lead off and play shortstop. Johnny Jorgensen will hit second and play third base. Duke Snyder batting third, center field. Jackie Robinson hitting fourth, second base. Is Gene Hermansky, right field. Change in the Dodger lineup because of the groin injury suffered by Carl Furillo before the end of the regular season, and which bothered him and hampered him considerably yesterday. Marv Brackley will follow Hermansky in the order, hit sixth, and will play left field. Hermansky, who played left yesterday, will shift over to right. Batting seventh, Gil Hodges, first base. Hitting eighth, Roy Campanella, catching. In the ninth spot in the order, Preacher Rowe, pitching. For the New York Yankees, Phil Rizzuto leading off, shortstop. Hitting second, Tommy Henrich, first base. And a change for the Yankees as Casey Stengel goes with as many right-handed hitters as he can today against the left-handed pitching of Rowe. Hank Bauer will bat third and play right field. Joe DiMaggio hitting fourth, center field. Johnny Lindell batting fifth, left field. Billy Johnson hitting sixth, third base. Hitting seventh, Jerry Coleman, second base. Hitting eighth, doing the catching for the Yankees today, Charlie Silvera. And in the ninth spot in the order and pitching, Vic Rashi, R-A-S-C-H-I. So there are your lineups, and we'll just zip over them again very quickly. For the Dodgers, and this is the order in which they hit: Reese, Jorgensen, Snyder, Robinson, Hermansky, Rackley, Hodges, Campanella, Rowe. New York, Rizzuto, Henrich, Bauer, DiMaggio, Lindell, Johnson, Coleman, Silvera, Rashi. The umpires will be back to the plate, Art Passarella. Check that. Beans Reardon will be back to the plate. Art Passarella at first base, Lou Jorda at second, Cal Hubbard at third. Ed Hurley will be down the right field line, and George Barr down the left field line. So those are your umpires. Your lineups and your batteries: for the Yankees, Rashi and Silvera; for the Dodgers, Rowe and Campanella. By the way, fans, if you want to drop a statistical bombshell into a casual conversation over community problems and progress, just point out to your neighbors that enrollments in our elementary schools are increasing at the rate of 1 million children a year, and that by 1956 there will be some 7 million more children in elementary schools than there are now. This means that hundreds of thousands more classrooms and qualified teachers will be needed if our entire school system is to avoid a serious crisis. Find out about the school situation in your own community, and then write for guidance and help to the National Citizens Commission for Public Schools, 2 West 45th Street, New York 19, New York. Remember, better schools mean better communities. Rowe and Rashi are still warming up. Pee Wee Reese and Casey Stengel still chatting with the umpires at home plate, the ground crew, ironing out the skin part of the infield, putting on the finishing touches, and momentarily the second game of the World Series will be underway. And while we wait, the time is right, and we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WOR and WOR-FM, your World Series stations in New York.
The crowd is buzzing. People are filing to their seats. There's no danger of rain as of this moment. It's rather cool. The wind is blowing in at the moment from left field toward home plate and is quartering across toward right a bit. It would not seem as of this moment that the wind would be a factor. However, it is a variable wind, and here at the Yankee Stadium, frequently after the start of a ball game, the winds will shift and become a definite factor on long balls that sometimes are either caught by the wind or helped along on their flight into home run territory. The umpires beginning to move to their positions. Everybody is beginning to settle back now and await the start of the ball game. Preacher Rose just delivered his last warm-up pitch and is moving over toward the Dodger dugout. Rashi has already gone into the Yankee dugout to rest just for a moment, get a breath, a drink of water, and the Yankees are awaiting the signal to dash out onto the field for the playing of the second game of the World Series. And a fellow who is anxiously awaiting the start of it, very eager to bring you his inimitable description of the first 4.5 innings of the game today. Your friend and mine, there go the Yankees, and here comes Red Barber.
Thank you, Mel. Afternoon, everybody. And the Yankees go out to take the field and receive a thunderous ovation. And before we go into the play-by-play, we'd like to tell you that this program comes to you by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball. It is intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program and commercial use of the program is prohibited. The Dodger bullpen contingent is on its way out to the bullpen, which is in an alleyway in left center field. Sam Narron is the bullpen boss, and he's taking 4 pitchers with him. Right-handers Carl Erskine, Jack Batter, Rex Barney, and left-hander Joe Hatton. And Barney's going down is somewhat of a story. Of course, as you know, when one ball club has lost the first game, they can't begin to save up too much. They've got to try and get even if they can. Manager Schotten, in his pregame thinking, said that it would be either Barney or Brancott as the starting pitcher for Brooklyn tomorrow over at Ebbets Field. But with Barney going down with the bullpen contingent right now, you have to figure that manager Schottenfield, if he gets in a scrape, he'll probably come with Barney today. So it remains to be seen whether Barney works in the bullpen or whether he gets in the ball game. The Yankee bullpen crew will be the same as yesterday. Stengel said he was quite satisfied. He had the veteran Buxton and Sanford, right-handers, and of course the great left-hander Joe Page, who saved countless games and relieved 60 different times in the pennant race. So you've got the location of the bullpens. The Yankees in right center field, the Dodgers in left center. Out on the mound is Vic Rashi. Pee Wee Reese, who got Brooklyn's second hit and final one yesterday, is first up as we move into the ball game today. Fastball is over for a called strike. Rashi is primarily a fastball pitcher, uses a curve and a change, as they speak in the trade. He does not fool with knuckleballs, screwballs, that sort of stuff. He's a power pitcher, control pitcher, delivers fastball high inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. This is the game's first batter, and absolutely no score. Reese up to be followed by Jorgensen, then by Snyder. As Mel pointed out to you, the wind is different from yesterday. Yesterday it was blowing out to right. Today it is blowing in from left. Reese hits a foul ball back. That was the changeup off the fastball thrown by big 6'1" Vic Rashi, who came up, if you'll recall, from the Coast League the last couple of months of 47 and practically pitched the Yankees in the World Series then. And in the series, he only relieved once and worked an inning and 2/3, so we didn't see much of him then. Last year, he just missed winning 20 games, and this year was the one for the series, Sunday. Big guy pitches, big curveball high, so he's now 2-2 with Reese. Milton Stark is Brooklyn's third base coach. Jake Pitwood first. The Yankees are going with the same infield. That's Tommy Henrik, the hero of yesterday's ball game. Well, co-hero along with Allie Reynolds. 2-2 pitch to Reese. Swung on. There's a high fly ball into left field. Johnny Lindell is under it easily. Not a tough chance. A high fly. Makes the catch and straightaway left. And there's one up and one gone. So that's the start of Game 2 of the 1949 World Series. Gillette, very happy to send you this on the Cavalcade of Sports. The Yankee battery, Rashi, and back of the plate is Charlie Silvera. We not only had a talk with Yogi Berra, who caught yesterday, but we saw that left thumb, and that fastball of Reynolds really bruised it up. Left hand is very puffy. Johnny Jorgensen takes a fastball high outside, ball one. No score, one man out, nobody on. Game has begun quietly enough. Outfield for the Yankees, Lindell in left, just made the put out. Joe DiMaggio's in center field, and in right field it is Hank Bauer. Pass ball through there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rashi relies a great deal on control, and one of his strongest assets is that everything that he throws with the same identical motion. He's a big man who moves easily. In fact, when you watch him pitch, you wonder just exactly what he's doing. His change is a big help to him. Spins, pitches 1-1. Jorgensen hits a ground ball wide of first base. Henrik is up with it, runs over to the bag, and makes the unassisted put out by a step and a half. So, Tommy Henrik handles the first play, and the two Dodgers up are retired routinely, and stepping in is center fielder Duke Snyder. The Brooklyn batting order had to be changed at the last minute because of the groin injury to Carl Ferrello. He goes out of right field. Left fielder Hermansky moves over to right, and Marvin Rackley goes into left. Rashi delivered. The fastball swung on, hit sharply down to short. Up with it is Rizzuto. Throws over to first by a step, and that's all for Snyder. So, Dodgers go down 1-2-3. Top half of the first inning. The Yankees are coming in, and so the score is Brooklyn nothing and New York nothing. When series time rolls around, you naturally expect to hear the latest shaving news from Gillette. Yes, fans, and here it comes. Gillette announces the greatest shaving bargain ever offered, bar none. Today, stores everywhere have the famous Gillette Super Speed Razor with 10-blade Gillette dispenser in a brand new permanent styrene travel case, a big $1.75 value for only $1. Think of it. You get a fine, precision-made Gillette one-piece razor that changes blades instantly and shaves like a dream. You get a handy Gillette dispenser containing 10 easy-shaving Gillette blue blades. Yes, and you also get one of the most modern and serviceable razor cases you ever saw. All for $1. Ask for the special Gillette razor set featured on the series broadcast. Believe me, you'll say it's a beauty and a bargain. The last of the first inning, and the lean left-hander Preacher Rowe on the mound for Brooklyn. The stocky catcher Roy Campanella back of the plate. For the Yankees, it would be Rizzuto, Henrik, and Bauer leading off. The Brooklyn infield, Hodges at first, Robinson at second, Reese at short, and Jorgensen at third. The outfield is Marvin Rackley in left, in center Snyder, and Gene Hermansky is in right. He has played a great deal of right field. In fact, when he first came up with the Dodgers a few years ago, he came up as a right fielder, so his going in right doesn't make very much difference. The rotation of the umpires today, Beans Reardon of the National League back of the plate on balls and strikes, Art Passarello of the American League at first, Lou Jordan of the National League at second, Cal Hubbard, who was back at the plate yesterday, is at third. George Ball's in the right field corner. He's of the National League staff. And in the left field corner, it is Ed Hurley of the American League staff. Now Rizzuto, who is the shortest man in the series and one of the smallest in baseball. Right-hand batter, choking that stick up. Third baseman Jorgensen has to be in a little close because of Rizzuto's threat to bunt. Left-hander Rowe pitches. Fastball swung on, foul, out of play, and back to the Brooklyn dugout, which is on the third base side. It's a coolish afternoon, a fairly strong wind. The wind seems to be increasing in its velocity. It's coming in from left. In other words, it is a wind which is for the pitchers. It will hold up balls hit to left field and hold them up decisively. It will push a ball hit along the right field foul line, foul. Rowe deals, screwball, high outside, 1-1. This is the first World Series for Rowe to get in. So this is his fall classic baptismal. He's a very cool fellow. Delivers 1-1. Curveball swung on, drilled in the left field for a solid base hit. Rackley goes over, cuts the ball off. There's a throw going into second, and Rizzuto, after his turn at first, holds on with the first hit of the ball game. A line single. He hit a curveball, curving into him, and belted it to left. So the Scooter, who is one of the most talented base runners in the trade, is now at first base. And Tommy Henrik stepping to the plate. Listen. Well, Henrik is the fellow that sent everybody home yesterday afternoon. He emptied the park. Bang, just like that. Left-hand hitter. Rowe throws over to first. Rizzuto wasn't off at all. Hodges is holding first base closer. The outfield swung around toward right. They have to play a little bit more toward right on Henrik than usual because of the wind. Henrik sets and takes a curve over for a called strike. He bluffed a bunt. We'll find out whether manager Stengel is bunting this early in the ball game. Probably not. Henrik sort of crowds the plate from behind. Left-hand hitter. He's a 6-footer and graceful. Rowe throws to first. Rizzuto steps back on. Skinny southpaw. Comes to his stop position. Delivers. Curveball low outside. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. When the Dodgers were coming down the stretch, they had some very difficult games with St. Louis. And Rowe is the fellow that pitched the ball games that kept Brooklyn alive. 1-1 pitch. Curve swung on, fly ball out into short right field. Hermansky coming in, getting under it, makes the catch in the right field corner. The throws to first base, not in time. Rizzuto back by a step. So, Henrik, first of all, roused the crowd a little when the ball began going toward right. But anyone watching the progress of the right fielder knew the ball was not going very far. Hermansky was angling in all the time toward the foul line. So we have one man gone. And as the events brought out, manager Stengel was not going to bunt with Henrik. He just had him bluff that one pitch. Hank Bauer getting in. This is his first series. Right-hand batter. Square across the shoulders. Outfield toward left. Rowe pitches. In at the knees. Throw to first base and catch a Campanella. Not in time. Rizzuto back. Bauer and Mapes. That is when Stengel could afford the luxury of switching outfielders. That is when he had enough out of the hospital during the season. He used them as alternates depending on whether the pitching was right or left-handed. Mapes a left-hand batter. And Bauer, as he stands there, right-hand hitter. No score. 1 out. Slow curve in under the hand. Ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Bauer backs out of there. B-A-U-E-R. Takes a look at the veteran third base coach, Frankie Crosetti, to say just how the Yankees want to play this 2-0 situation. Bill Dickey coaching at first base. Rowe checks first. Pitches. There's a ball hit foul outside third. Ground foul. 2-1. 2 ball tossed out to the mound. Rowe is not a power pitcher. He's a stuff pitcher. He's a control pitcher. He's what the trade would call a head pitcher. He's not an arm pitcher. He lost his fastball a couple of years ago. Got hurt. And he uses his fastball as primarily his change of pace. It's his best change of pace. But he uses different gate curves. He has a screwball, throws a slider. He just monkeys with hitters. Pitches. There is a fastball that is popped up back at first base. Robinson, the second baseman, comes over and makes the catch just in foul ground. Why the second baseman rather than the first cycle? Because Robinson, in running over, had the ball in front of him all the time. Hodges, to have made the play, would have had to have back pedal, which is sometimes rather risky. So 2 men are gone. Rowe using his fastball then as a change of pace, and Bauer didn't get around on it. So the jolter, Big DiMaggio, who made a fine catch on probably the hardest hit ball of yesterday's ball game. The ball that was hit, by Robinson. That ball was hit away out there. Of course, this is a big ballpark. It is 461 feet to straightaway center field. 457 to left center. 407 to right center. It's a lot of acreage. DiMaggio, right-hand hitter, bends at the knees, then steps back out. The throw goes to first base. Rizzuto has opened up with a single. Last of the first inning. He's the first 2 out. DiMaggio takes a sharp curve in under the hands, just missing, and it is ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. That pitch didn't miss by much more than the width of a Gillette blue blade. Close. Rose started drawing his breath when the call went against him. It's a habit pitchers have on close ones. Throw. Curve down at the shins for ball 2. 2-0. Rowe is sort of herky-jerk on the mound to a degree. He's never still. He's always moving around, just as restless as a cat with a hot foot. There's a curve swung on and fouled off. DiMaggio overswinging. The ball was slowed up. Rowe had pulled the string and given it a twist. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outfield deep on DiMaggio, around toward left. I'd like to have you keep in mind that the one effect of the weather today is the wind, which is blowing in from left field. Rowe checks first, pitches 2-1. Fastball too high for ball 3. 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike. DiMaggio looking to see what the orders are. No score. The Yankees now may have Rizzuto on his way. He's an excellent runner. Threat to steal on his own anyhow. Rowe checks first. Rizzuto leads off. There he goes. The pitch is swung on. There's a long fly ball deep in the left center field. Snyder's got a long way to go. The center field is under it and pulls it down in deep left center. So DiMaggio hits a long fly. Snyder gathers it in. No runs, 1 hit. So we have no runs. And for those of you who haven't seen Yankee Stadium, I don't know of a better fellow to tell you about the size of it, the dimensions and the distances, the triple decking, etc., than the guy who lives around here all summer long, Mel Allen. Mel, tell us.
Well, Yankee Stadium in left center field, where Joe just hit his ball, I think, which is a big reason that Red wanted me to step in here for the moment, is perhaps the deepest of any major league outfield. It's 457 feet, for example, to the point at the bleachers in left center. Just to the right of the flagpole in straightaway center, it's 461 feet. And at a point in right center, at the bleacher wall, is 407 feet. And then the stands sort of move in toward the foul line, so that at a point in right field, it's 344 feet, about, I'd say, 75 feet off the foul line. And in the extreme right field corner, it's only 296 feet, but the ball has to be pulled very sharply to get in there. And down the left field line, it's 301 feet right into the corner, but it drops off at the point where the left field grandstand is divided from the bleachers to 402 feet. So there's plenty of room for outfielders to chase balls in left center and in deep center and in right center. The balls have to be pulled very sharply to get into those seats without too much behind them. And now here we are, Red, with Jackie Robinson up in the second inning.
Robinson first up takes the first pitch, which is a sharp curve over the inside off the hands for a called strike. Robinson yesterday, as the National League's leading hitter, failed to get a base hit. He went 0 for 4. Rashi right-hands a curve inside, and it is 1-1. I noticed that Rashi has picked up the habit, started out with it, that National League pitchers use by and large over the year, trying to pitch in on Robinson's hands. 1-1 pitch. Change up ball low inside, 4-2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Outfield toward left on Robbie. Second baseman Coleman, about 2 steps closer into second base than straightaway position. Rashi pitches 2-1. Robinson takes a fastball on the outside for a called second strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just a bit of a cross on that one. Now the big brunette right-hander stands quietly on the mound, takes the sign. Robinson out of plate. Now Jack is in. Rashi pumps once, pumps again, deals. Fastball swung on, lined over third into left field corner for a base hit. Robinson's around first base. He's on his way for second. Here comes the throw from Lindell, and Robinson comes in standing for a line double in the left field corner. So Robinson comes up with his first hit of the series, and he's at second base. That looked to be a fastball in on the hands. It wasn't quite in enough. And Robinson, who, of course, is pitched to a great deal that way, has a habit of falling back. Also, he uses a thicker handle bat than most hitters just because he hits a lot of balls down on his hands. So he fell back from an inside fastball and pulled it, lined it high over third baseman Johnson in the left field corner for a double. And the batter up now is Hermansky, playing right field today, left-hand hitter. The pitch is a curve swung on. There's a fly ball out into short right field, close to the foul line. Second baseman Coleman over, makes the grab, and Robinson starts for third. Coleman slips and can't get the throw over, and Jack goes into third base. Well, Robinson was going to go. He's a daring runner, as you know, and his reflexes are instant. He set at second base. That foul ball was deep back at first, going across the right field foul line. Second baseman Coleman could get to it better than anybody else. It rained, you know, right up to about 9 o'clock yesterday morning. And as Coleman recovered after catching the foul and set to throw, he had to hold his throw a moment as his foot slipped in the mud. And that, of course, guaranteed Robinson going over to third. So Hermansky a foul ball to the second baseman, and Robinson moved on the play over to third. So the Yankee infield is up, hoping for a play at the plate. And Marvin Rackley, getting his first World Series ball game under his belt, is a small, diminutive, trim left-hand hitter. Takes a curveball over for a called strike. Rackley, earlier this year, was with the Dodgers, then was traded to the Pittsburgh Pirates for Johnny Hopp. Then the Pirates didn't like his arm, thought it was sore, and the deal was nullified, and so he was returned to Brooklyn. So here he is in the World Series. Robinson off third, no score. Right-hander Rashi deals. Fastball hits slowly up toward third base. Robinson has to hold. Johnson throws over to first base, and it's in time. Rackley is out. A bang-bang decision at first. Art Passarella, front of the play. Jake Pittler, the first base coach, lets out a holler, but that's all. So that's the second out. And Robinson had to hold at third. Rackley checked his swing and just trickled the ball up toward third. Robinson was not coming down on the play at all, so he was caught flat-footed. So that's the big second out. A nice play by Billy Johnson, who got a rifle for an arm. Johnson to Henry. So 2 gone, second inning, no score. And the batter is Gil Hodges, big right-hand hitting first baseman. Rashi flew around the back of the mound, going for the rosin bag. It was a big out that he just got past. Second out, that means that no run can now be scored as a result of an out. Robinson jockeys back and forth off third a little bit. Rashi sets. Johnson playing a little close to third. Rashi comes to his stop position, delivers. It's a curveball low. Well, that is interesting, that Rashi is not pumping with this runner at third base. Pitchers usually do that. No other runner on. But Robinson has stolen home 5 times this year, and he can misdirect the pitcher's attention as he takes his feints and his dashes down off third. So Rashi is just going to come to a stop position to hold Robinson up at third. Throw, fastball over, call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hodges the batter. In yesterday's ball game, Hodges was up officially twice. He can get a base hit and banged into a double play. No score. Rashi trying to get out of this jam. The sun is coming out brighter. The wind continues coming in from left field. 1-1 pitch. Too low. Over but low, just under the knees. And Rashi just sort of winced a little bit at that decision. 2-1. Johnson is moving out a little bit wider at third base. Robinson leading down off third. But he can't go very far because Rashi is not pumping. In other words, he is getting set. He's set now, deals. Fastball swung on, drove into left field for a base hit. So Robinson trucks in, and the Dodgers get their first run of the series, and Hodges goes into second base as Lindell errors on the ball. He fumbled it, the ball hitting on the chest. So Hodges, who knocks in the run, takes the extra base as the ball handcuffs Lindell in left. That's a line single, a run batted in, of course, an earned run, and Hodges gets the extra base as the error is charged against left fielder Johnny Lindell. So it is Brooklyn 1, New York nothing, and Roy Campanella is going to be purposely passed. There's ball 1. Campanella will be purposely passed to bring Preacher Rowe up to the plate, and Rowe is probably as notoriously a poor hitter as we have around the league. In other words, he's one pitcher who gets paid for pitching. Campanella being deliberately passed. Here's ball 3. Just a second. He'll be stationed at first base. And ball 4. Apparently, the catcher's position in the World Series on a deliberate base on balls is going to be the American League interpretation, where the catcher can move anywhere around in catcher's box, which is plainly defined. In the National League, you got to keep one foot back at home plate. Pitcher Raw, right-hand batter, feeling better about things. This pitchers are when they have runs to work on. It's now 1-0 Brooklyn. Rashi, who got past 2 big outs but didn't get the third one, is working for the third one right now. Hodges at second, Campanella at first. Fastball on the outside for a called strike. As expected, following the magnificent pitching duel of yesterday, there's a curve over, called second strike. As expected by most all the observers, the scoring would be beginning fairly early today. You just don't get pitching we saw yesterday coming right back to second day on both sides. That's not in the baseball book. 1-0, favor Brooklyn, 2 out. Pitcher up with 2 strikes on him in the second inning. Fastball swung and missed, strike 3. So that's the first strikeout for Rashi, and that closes up matters. A run, a couple of hits, 2 men were left. There was an error. So the Dodgers get out in front, and the Yankees come in now in the last of the second inning. Pitcher Hank Baroy of the Philadelphia Phillies is here to tell you that in his book, Gillette Blue Blades are #1 for shaving ease and economy. You're on the air, Hank.
Well, to put it my way, Gillette Blue blades shave easier than other blades, and I figure they save money, too, because they last a lot longer.
Well, also, Hank, you get better-looking shaves, don't you?
Yes, Red, they're much cleaner, much smoother.
Fans, for extra convenience, buy Gillette Blue Blades, 10 or 20 at a time, in the handy Gillette dispenser for the price of the blades alone. It zips them out unwrapped for quick, easy blade changing. Not only that, but it protects them perfectly. They stay factory sharp until used. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Well, Hank, as long as we've got you up here, what about these 2 pitchers as you see them work? How would you characterize them, one pitcher to talking about others?
Well, they look like 2 different kinds of pitchers. We have Rowe out there, who is strictly a controlled pitcher. He has a screwball, a slow curve, and a fast curve. Rashi's more of a fastball-type pitcher. Throws a lot of fastballs and a sharp curveball.
Hank, you getting a bang out of the series?
I am. It's a very good series, and it looks like it's going to be a little different from yesterday's series. I think we'll see quite a bit of good hitting here this afternoon.
Well, imagine for a pitcher when the hits start going, a seat in the grandstand's all right. Nice to have you, Hank. Now we've got Johnny Lindell, first up last of the second inning. The outfield around toward left on him. He pulls decidedly. And Preacher Rowe, ahead 1-0, delivers. Lindell hits a sharp foul in the lower left field stand, strike 1. He hit well out ahead of that one. 1 strike as we move along. Lindell to be followed by Johnson and Coleman. All right-hand hitters. Stengel has got as many right-hand hitters as he can get. Rowe pumps twice, delivers. Lindell swings, and there's a high pop fly into short right center field. Robinson goes out from second. Hermansky, the right fielder, comes in. It's Hermansky under it, and he makes the catch. 1 up, 1 gone. And Billy Johnson.
Billy Johnson, number
won many a big ball game for the Yankees.
Billy Johnson.
He had a great World Series, if you recall, back in 1943. And the Yankees balance their then books with the Cardinals. Right-hand hitter. Kicks a curveball in under the hands. Ball 1. Yesterday, Johnson went 0 for 3. Struck out twice. Well, a lot of guys struck out yesterday. Rowe pumps. Deals. There's a drive hit deep under left center. Snyder's got to go. He's under it, and he makes the catch as the ball sailed on him. The wind is coming in from left field, and suddenly, I guess the ball was hit with some sort of English on it. As Snyder was going toward left, that ball darted back toward center. It just curved. It just a sharp curve ball. I don't think I've ever seen one sail this sharply. I think the wind helped it, plus probably some sort of English that was hit on the ball. But all of a sudden, it was just like it was going to curve right away from the center field end. Snyder just stuck out his gloved hand. The glove is on his left hand and grabbed the ball one-handed. That was an odd one. That was a tough one. Not as easy as it looks to be out there on the picket lines. Okay, now the batter is Jerry Coleman. Takes a fastball high inside. Ball 1. Frankie Crosetti, who can be easily heard all over the stadium. He's coaching at third now. Hollis stepping up to the plate. Frankie's voice has always had that high carrying quality when he was playing shortstop for second base. You could hear him all over the place. Coleman, slender brunette, ready. Rowe's not slender, he's just plain skinny. You had to look at him twice to see him once. Ready on the mound. Rowe deals. There's a fly ball into right center field. Snyder, who's a busy young man, is under it and makes the catch. So for Snyder, that gives him 3 of the last 4 putouts. To the end of 2 innings to check totals. For the Dodgers, a run, 2 hits, and no errors. The run is earned. For the Yankees, no runs, 1 hit and 1 error, and the error had nothing to do with any of the scoring. 1-0 Brooklyn. And it's the Gillette Safety Razor Company, very pleased for the 11th consecutive year to be sending you the big fall classic, the World Series. And we'll pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
For the tops in sports, listen to WOR and WOR-FM, your World Series stations in New York.
Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Ebbets Field, here in Brooklyn, Gillette presents the World Series. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Red Barber with Mel Allen, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the New York Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers get ready for their 3rd game in this 1949 Championship Classic. Fans for the tops in sports, tune in Gillette's cavalcade of sports the year round. Every Friday night, Gillette broadcasts the major boxing bout of the week for the Fistic Fancy Coast to Coast. Also, as they occur, leading events of turf, diamond, and gridiron are aired for Gillette fans everywhere. The weatherman has given us a forecast of cloudy weather and no rain, and he's been exactly correct. It is overcast and cloudy as the series switches over here to the heart of Flatbush, but the prediction is still no rain. The air is heavy. There is a strong wind coming in from right field, which is the short sector, which means that left-hand pull hitters will be at a disadvantage. The wind is blowing, quartering toward the left field stands, so the right-hand batters who hit a high, long drive figure to have an advantage on the wind. Ralph Branca is to be the starting pitcher for the Dodgers. He's busily warming up for that familiar number 13 on the back of his home white uniform. And Tommy Byrne, the strong-armed, stout-hearted left-hander, is getting ready for the Yankees. The first 2 games have had unprecedentedly efficient pitching. You all know that. They've all been 1-0 ball games. And we've only had a 1-inning relief job. In other words, out of 4 starters, 3 of them were complete. The other one went 8 innings. Only an aggregate of 2 runs. The Brooklyn pitchers have given up no bases on balls in the 2 games. So the headline has been pitching. First it was Allie Reynolds on the strength of Tommy Henrich's 9th-inning home run, winning the first game and beating Don Newcomb for Brooklyn. Yesterday it was Preacher Rowe who lasted, made a second inning one-run stand-up and beat Vic Raschi, and Joe Page pitched the final inning of relief for the only relief assignment. So pitching is the story. However, neither one of these two pitchers today is rated primarily as a control pitcher. Both walk a great many men. Branco for Brooklyn, a right-hander, and Byrne, a left-hander for New York. In the regular season, Tommy Byrne won 15 and lost 7. Wildness was the thing that plagued him more than opposing hitters. He is a hardball, fastball pitcher with a solid curve, and he changes once in a while. Branca won 13, the number that matches his numeral that he wears, lost 5, and Ralph had sort of an in-and-out season. First he had arm trouble, and then he was wild, too, and threw a lot of home run balls. So the expectancy is that we'll have scoring today and certainly bases on balls. The umpires are coming onto the scene right now. There's a little meeting there in the Brooklyn bench. Some of the umpires visiting with manager Bert Schotten, and they're sort of grinning. Apparently there's some little joke between them. The crowd is all here. We checked with business manager Jack Collins of the Dodgers, and we can tell you right now the attendance will be between around 34,000 for this reason. There are about 32,000 reserved seats, and that 32,000, not 32,000 reserved seats, 32,000 seats. Now, of course, that includes the bleachers. The bleachers were closed off at 10 minutes of 11 this morning, about 2 hours ago. And there will be 2,500 standing room seats sold. That's all, the standing room tickets. So that is the crowd, and that's all there is to that. Now we'll go down the batting orders for you. As the series stands locked at a game apiece, for the Yankees, it is Rizzuto leading off at short. Each manager has changed his batting order quite a bit today. Rizzuto leads off as usual, and Henrik, as usual, is hitting number 2 and playing at first base. Berra, after being out with a swollen hand yesterday, is back in the ball game today. Berra, left-hand hitting catcher. Joe DiMaggio hitting 4th and playing center field. Bobby Brown gets the starting nod over Billy Johnson at third base. Brown at third, also a left-hand batter. Branco, right-hander, starting for Brooklyn. Woodling, a left-hand hitter, is in left field and hitting 6th for the Yankees. This is his first start. Umpires moving up to the plate now, and the batting orders will soon be presented. Mapes goes back to right field, left-hand hitter. Coleman at second base, hits 8, and the pitcher is Burns. The batting order for Brooklyn: Reese retains the leadoff spot and playing at shortstop. Eddie Mixis, a right-hand hitter, with a left-hander starting for the Yankees for the first time in the series. Mixis starts at third. Carl Ferrello is hitting third and is back in right field, and reports to manager Schotten that he feels a great deal better. He has a groin injury, you know, that kept him out of the starting lineup yesterday. Hitting fourth, Jackie Robinson. Gil Hodges, the first baseman, is batting 5th. Louis Olmo, who finished in left field yesterday, is starting there today for Brooklyn, hitting 6th. Snyder in center field is batting 7th. Campanella catching and hitting 8th. And the pitcher is Ralph Branca. Now the public address announcer is handing out the batting orders to the spectators here in the ballpark. Both pitchers continue working. The 6 umpires are up there. Casey Stengel, the manager of the Yankees, is up there to present his batting order. Captain Reese, who brings the Brooklyn list up to these pregame meetings, has not yet come out of the Brooklyn dugout. I was talking to manager Stengel, and I asked him, I said, Casey, this ballpark evokes many memories for you, doesn't it? He said, yes. This ballpark here at Brooklyn evokes memories for me from the time that this park was first opened for a professional game. It was a preseason exhibition game, and he says, oddly enough, with the New York Yankees. I was then, back in 1913, I was then a member of the Brooklyn team. And he said, all of the ball players in 1913 thought that this was the last word in baseball park, and that the Marble Rotunda was, well, the most spectacular thing that ever would be. So time really changes, and that brought back to mind that Charlie Ebbets, back in those days when people accused him of having too fancy a park, used to say that baseball was only in its infancy. And judging by the way the crowds are swelling in attendance, etc., I guess the game is still in its infancy. Now we have Pee Wee Reese coming up with the Brooklyn batting order. The ground rules are being discussed. The 6 umpires in their working rotation. Art Passarella of the American League will be back of the plate on balls and strikes. Lou Jorda of the National League staff at first base. Cal Hubbard of the American League staff will be at second. And Beans Ridden of the National League will be at third. In the left field corner, National League umpire George Barr. And in the right field corner, American League umpire Ed Hurley. Now, with the scene shifting over to the National League Park, there is a change in baseballs, but it is not as much of a change as you might think. The last 2 days at Yankee Stadium, which is an American League Park, the baseballs were stamped with President Will Harridge's signature, and they were stamped with the American League. And the balls that will be used today and for the next 2 games here at Brooklyn and National League Park, stamped with President Ford Frick's signature and the insignia of the National League. But Spalding makes them both, makes them on the same machines, and there is no difference between them. No difference at all. In other words, one is just the same as the other. The 2 starting pitchers, left-hander Byrne for the invading Yankees here at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn, and right-hander Ralph Branca, both continue toiling along. There was a very significant ceremony before the ball game, and that was a ceremony in which Commissioner Chandler presented a huge banner to the American Legion Junior Baseball team of Oakland, California, representing post number 337, the team that won the 1949 American Legion Junior Baseball National Championship. And they've been brought here as a body all the way from Oakland out on the Pacific Coast. And don't you know that bunch of boys is really having a time? And the commissioner gave them a great big banner. Man, that's some treasure. And it's interesting to note, too, that 27 of the 50 players certified for this World Series by Commissioner Chandler are graduates of American Legion Junior Baseball. 16 ex-Legion stars are with the Yankees, and 11 are with the Brooklyn Dodgers. Now we're going to have the ceremonies incident to the throwing out of the first ball. There's Commissioner Chandler over there in his box, which is just on the first base side, and he has with him a youngster who's just grinning so hard that I don't think he's been able to say a word for a couple of hours. Arthur C. Sweeney, 13 years old. He's a Brooklyn boy, and he was a victim of polio this year, and he has recovered beautifully. And there is Commissioner Chandler shaking hands with Borough President John Cashmore. John Cashmore stepping aside for this youngster, of course. Everybody steps aside for kids, for people who are in trouble, and especially for the fine cooperation with the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. So Arthur C. Sweeney, in just a second, will take the ball from Borough President Cashmore, and standing shoulder to shoulder with Commissioner Chandler, will fire that ball out toward the mound, and then the ball game will be on its way. Folks, to some of us, this month of October means the World Series and the beginning of football, and to others it means the start of the hunting season. But to all of us, it ushers in the annual drive on behalf of America's Community Chest. The Community Chest means many campaigns in one. It represents the biggest federation of community services and givers in the world. Were it not for this once-a-year campaign, each of more than 14,000 Red Feather Agency units in it would have to conduct a separate appeal for funds. So when the Community Chest worker in your town calls upon you, make a real worthwhile contribution. There are various payment plans, so pledge now and pay as you can during the year. The ground rules are still being discussed. We will check the batting orders for you in case you just joined us on this Gillette broadcast. Just before Game 3 of the 1949 World Series for the Yankees, Rizzuto at short, Henrik at first base, Berra is catching, DiMaggio in center, hitting fourth, Bobby Brown at third, Gene Woodling in left, Fifth Mapes in right, Jerry Coleman, the second baseman, and the pitcher is Tommy Byrne. The batting order for the Dodgers, Reese at short, Mixes at third, Ferrello in right, Robinson at second, hitting fourth, Hodges at first, Olmo in left, Snyder in center, Campanella catching, and the pitcher is Branca. The discussion incident to ground rules at this park, and of course Stengel is no stranger to this ballpark. Casey was as a player here on the first Brooklyn team to play in Ebbets Field back in 1913, played for many years, was a member of the Brooklyn pennant-winning team of 1916, which is being honored by being guests of President Branch Rickey and the Brooklyn Dodgers at this World Series. And all of them that were alive were brought in at the expense of the Dodgers. And tonight they're to be given a special banquet. And Casey Stengel says, sure, he's going to attend. He remembers that 1916 pennant was a mighty hard one to win. And he wants to be with those old friends for this evening. And, of course, Stengel managed here in Ebbets Field. So, well, this is the ballpark, too, you know, that Casey walked up the home plate one afternoon, lifted his cap, and a sparrow flew out. And Casey Stengel has had as much as any man that we know in setting the tradition that anything can and probably will happen at Ebbets Field.
Anyone interfering?
Just a quick description of the ballpark for you now. Right field is the famous wall here at Brooklyn. It is 297 feet down the right field line. It falls away sharply to where in right center field it is 395. That right field wall is 40 feet high. It's a 20 feet concrete wall with an additional 20 feet of screen paneling on top of it. And the scoreboard is stuck out in front of the concrete and wire fence in right center field. And you have any number of angles. The concrete wall does not go straight up and down. It goes up at a slant from the bottom and then is straight up and down halfway up. In other words, 10 feet off the ground. There are 3 different angles where the scoreboard intersects. So anybody who has played baseball will tell you that the right field wall here with its many angles is the most difficult single outfield piece of passage in any of the major league parks. Center field is 393 feet. In left center field, 351. In the left field corner, 348 feet. So this is a left-hand hitter's ballpark. The stands are double-decked here at Brooklyn, all the way from right center field, back around behind left, behind home plate, and to the right field corner. There are no seats at all. It is only the wall in straightaway right field. And now, friends, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear the World Series exclusively on WOR 710. See the World Series on WOR TV, Channel 9. WOR and WOR FM, New York.
Back at Ebbets Field, and the Brooklyn Club goes out to take the field. We will have the national anthem in just a moment, played and sung by Miss Gladys Gooding at the console of the electric organ. She has odd distinction. She is one of the few women who has a real major league job in sport. She entertains here at Ebbets Field and at Madison Square Garden. So now Miss Gooding is being announced, and we will have the national anthem. We would like to add one more note before we turn the microphone over to Mel Allen, and that is that we are very happy to see down in the Yankee box that Mrs. Casey Stengel is sitting down there, because to add to the walls of the Yankee manager. Mrs. Stengel was quite sick last evening, but we are glad that it was temporary, because you can imagine how Casey would have felt if his wife had been unable to be out here at the ballpark today. So, under overcast skies, but with no prediction of rain, although you sort of feel it in the air, the ball game is ready to go. Big Branker's on the mound, and here at the microphone, Mel Allen, who has done such a great job in the field of sports broadcasting, has lent it and all of us in it much distinction. Mel?
Hello there, everybody. Thank you very much, Red. This program comes to you by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball. It's intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program and commercial use of the program is prohibited. And so we're all set to go as Ralph Branco, the 23-year-old right-hander from Mount Vernon, New York, who stands 6'2", weighs around 185, is all set to compete in his second World Series. He worked twice in 1947. He won one and lost one. He opened the World Series for the Dodgers, was beaten by Spec Shea 5-3, but he's all set now to go against Phil Rizzuto as the Yankee shortstop, a right-hand hitter, steps into hitting position, chokes his bat a couple of inches. You got Eddie Mixis in close at third. P.B. Reese in a step or so over toward third. In comes the first pitch of the ball game, swung on, popped up into the air, foul off to the right of the plate. Campanella, after it can't get it, it's out of play into the upper deck. So strike one as we're underway in the third game of the Fall Classic. Baseball people galore around. Charlie Grimm and Frankie Frisch are here as we look about. Ralph Branco looking in to get his sign from Campanella. Outfield around toward left. In comes the pitch. Rizzuto takes strike two, called a fastball over the outside corner, knee high. Art Passarella of the American League calling balls and strikes. Lou Jordan of the National League at first. Cal Hubbard of the American League at second. Beans Reardon of the National League at third. Now Ralph Branco, the right-hander, throws. Rizzuto takes high and inside for ball one. The count is 1-2. Ed Hurley of the American League stationed down the right field line. George Barr of the National League down the left field line. Branca getting set. Rizzuto in close to the plate up in front of the batter's box. Deep at third now is Mixes with 2 strikes on the scooter. In comes the pitch. Phil swings and sends a drive down the right field line. It's going to go foul and out of play. Missing the wall by about 10 feet and foul by about 25. Carl Perillo, playing right field, raced over to get the ball, but of course couldn't. Got Louis Almo in left, Duke Snyder in center, Perillo in right. Jackie Robinson is about 4 strides to the right of second base in a step. Hodges in halfway at first, 5 feet off the line. Ralph Branco, the right-hander, throws. Rizzuto swings and sends a ground ball to third. Up with his Mixes going to his left. The throw to Hodges in time, and there's one away. Phil Rizzuto grounds out Mixes to Hodges. A ground ball hit into the hole between third and short, but not too hard, giving Mixes a chance to flash to his left, come up with it, with Reese backing him up. And now here's Tommy Henrich getting a hand as he is announced. Left-hand batter stands deep in the batter's box. Fairly close to the plate, not too close to it, however. Branca's first pitch to Tommy's right over for a called strike. Fastball got plenty of the inside part of the plate and above the knees. Frank Cressetti coaching there at third base. Bill Dickey at first for New York. Mixes about 12 feet off the third baseline. Reese over towards second. In comes the pitch. Inside and low for a ball, and the count is evened up at 1-1. Jackie Robinson at a point almost halfway between first and second, back on the edge of the outfield grass. The outfield around toward right and deep. In center and right, with Almo looking for Henrich perhaps to slice toward left. So he's over toward left center a bit. The pitch, it's strike call over the outside corner. And it's a 1-2 count now on Henrich. Tommy started to cut at that ball. It was taking off, and he thought it might go wide of the plate, but it didn't. Roy Campanella picks up a clod of dirt off to the left of the plate, tosses it away in the direction of Yogi Berra, who's in the batter's circle. 1 out, nobody on, top of the first inning. Branco pitches. Henrich swings and grounds one down to first. Hodges up with it. Runs to the bag. Outruns Henrich, and they're 2 away. There's a hard ground ball right at Gil Hodges. And now with 2 down, up comes Yogi Berra. Larry Berra from St. Louis, Missouri, who had the distinction in this ballpark 2 years ago of hitting a pinch hit home run over the right center field screen. Yogi playing with that swollen left hand. Outfield, infield set up the same for Berra as for Henrich. Big Ralph Branco, the right-handers, into the windup. Around comes the arm. The pitch, curve, swung on, a ground ball, foul down the first baseline. Gloved by Hodges, 3 feet foul. He whips it around to Robinson as the ball goes around the infield. 2 men down, top of the first inning. And the thousands here wondering, of course, whether we will have a reproduction today of the first 2 games of the series played at the stadium, both pitchers' battles, 2 1-0 ball games, the teams dividing them. 1 strike to count on Berra. Branco pitches, change up, and it's high and outside. Ball 1. He took a little bit off of a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. When Red told you about Casey Stengel in this ballpark years ago taking off his cap and letting a sparrow fly out, it reminded me of another story I'll tell you about in a moment. Berra swings and fouls it off to the left of the screen. There were reports after Henrik's homer to win the first game in the 9th inning, 1-0, that was the first time that it had ever happened. It was the first time it had happened to make a 1-0 victory in a World Series in a 9th inning. But Stengel, where the Giants had beaten the Yankees with an inside-the-park homer, 1-0, but that occurred in the 7th inning. The 1-2 pitch swung on a drive foul down the right field line going out of play. And when Casey hit that ball at Yankee Stadium, an inside-the-park homer, he lost his shoe rounding second base and continued to circle the bases with 1 shoe on and 1 off. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the first inning. No score, nobody on base. Branca studies Campanella's sign. Roy in a crouch behind that plate, giving the pitcher a good target. The Dodger right-hander delivers, and Berra swings and drives another one foul down the right field line. This one into the upper deck. Swung on a curveball. Throughout the year, Yogi hits more foul home runs than any other member of the Yankee ball club, and perhaps more than a lot of ball players in a lot of clubs. In other words, he pulls very sharply, and he'll hit 1 million of them just foul into the right field stands. Branca all set. The 1-2 pitch, and Berra swings and misses. Strike 3. Struck him out on a high fastball. It took off outside. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning is New York 0, Brooklyn 0. You know, for 11 years, Gillette has broadcast the series and other sports classics for you fans. We know you enjoy these events. Yes, and thanks to your record-breaking purchases of Gillette products, we're able right now to offer you the greatest bargain in shaving history. Men, it's the improved Gillette Super Speed Razor Set in a stylish styrene travel case. This one-piece Gillette razor changes blades instantly and gives you the sweetest shaves ever. With it, you get a handy Gillette dispenser holding 10 Gillette Blue Blades, every one factory sharp. And as I said, the combination comes in a serviceable styrene case that's really something. Now bend an ear. This outstanding $1.75 value is priced at only $1. Yes, only $1. So for the shaving buy of the year, get Gillette's World Series razor set. It's a beauty and a bargain. Last half of the first inning. The Dodgers sending up Pee Wee Reese, Eddie Mixus, and Carl Furillo against the left-handed slants of Tommy Byrne. Born in Baltimore, Maryland, currently resides in Wake Forest, North Carolina. He went to Wake Forest, as did Ray Scarborough, Washington Senator pitcher. They were teammates down there. Tommy Byrne represents, in a manner of speaking, an enigma to Casey Stengel and to baseball observers. He has some of the best stuff any pitcher has in baseball. But his problem always has been controlling it. He frequently will pitch a game in which he'll walk anywhere from 6 to 10 men or more, and yet keep the opposition from scoring. On the other hand, there have been times his wireless has cost him ball games. And so we're all set to go. And you never know just how Tommy Byrne will go. Generally, he has most of his wireless problems in the first inning, which has caused managers to wonder whether or not Tommy should warm up a little longer than the usual 15 minutes allotted for it. They've tried that, but that hasn't worked. Here's Pee Wee Reese leading off, right-hand hitter. Left-hander Tommy Byrne into the windup. In comes the pitch, and it is in there for a called strike. You've got Bobby Brown playing third base today, and he's in close in the event of a bunt by Reese. You've got Gene Woodling in left and Cliff Mapes in right. Yankee changes from the first 2 games. In comes the delivery, and it's outside and low for a ball. 1-1. Byrne has a fastball that's alive. He's got a sweeping curve, and he's got a fast-breaking curve. The outfield playing Reese toward left and center and left with Mapes pulled over into right center a bit. In comes your delivery. Swung on and missed. Strike two. Reese gave it a good cut. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Pee Wee. Tommy Byrne, despite his wildness, has through the course of this year, in winning 15 games and losing 7, won several key games for the Yankees in their battle for the pennant. Just when they had appeared to be in the throes of a losing slump, he would come along and win a key game for them, such as against Cleveland or one of the top teams that the Yankees had to beat. Now the delivery is inside. Reese hit him. I believe it hit him on the leg as that ball broke away on him. It did. He gets up and he trots on down to first. With a 1-2 count on Reese, Byrne whipped a terrifically breaking curveball inside, but it broke so far in that Reese couldn't even get out of the way of it. It hit him on the right ankle, or just above the right ankle, and time has been called while he trots up and down the line beyond first base toward right to take the sting out of it, and also the possibility of getting that blood circulating around in there so he can run. Jake Fittler, coaching that first base, is talking to him. Pee Wee says he's going to be all right. Meantime, Tommy is throwing a couple into Larry Berra. And time is back in, and into the plate now steps Eddie Mixes. Bats him right-handed, replacing Spider Jorgensen at third today with a left-hander going for New York. And so Tommy Byrne's wildness immediately comes into the spotlight ahead of the first hitter. He hit him. So Reese moves off first. The stretch by Tommy Byrne, a check of the runner. In comes the pitch, and it is a bunt foul off to the left of the plate, out of play, into the stands, to the left of our Mutual and Gillette broadcasting booth, which is located directly back of home plate. 1 strike to count on Eddie Mixes. Carl Furillo's on deck. Mixes is almost a local boy. He's from Burlington, New Jersey. Stands deep in the batter's box. Slightly open stance in close to the plate. Holds the bat just short of the end of the handle. Brown in close at third. Here's your pitch. Mixes takes outside for a ball. He did not indicate that he was going to bunt that time. Evidently, Bert Schotten took the bunt sign off. Now he can just as quickly put it back on. Bobby Brown still in close at third. Rizzuto's in halfway at short. 3 strides to the left at second. Coleman, same distance to the right of the bag and in halfway. Henry calling against Reese, who takes a good lead. The stretch by Byrne, a look. And the pitch into the plate. Outside. Ball 2, 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tommy Byrne now forcing himself a little bit after having hit Reese. He has a problem of his own mentally, and that he's thinking about his wildness. 2 balls, 1 strike. Byrne all set. A look at Reese leading off first. And the pitch to Mixes. Outside for ball 3. 3-1. Now Jerry Coleman trots in from second base to talk to Byrne. No activity in the Yankee bullpen as yet. Coleman talking to Tommy. You've got Carl Furillo on deck and Jackie Robinson to follow. Top half, the last half of the first inning, no score. Top of the order for Brooklyn. Reese on first, hit by a pitched ball. The count 3-1 on Eddie Mixes. Byrne takes his stretch. Reese with the lead. The delivery right in there for call strike 2. Pumped a fastball through there. Mixes steps out of the batter's box just for a moment. Now he's back in. Mixes' hind foot is half out of the back restraining line of the batter's box. It's a violation that's often, most of the time, overlooked. We're ready for the payoff pitch. There goes Reese. The pitch is swung on. It's a high pop-up off to the left of the plate. Berra stumbles as he starts back for the ball, getting toward the dugout for the Yankees, and makes the catch. And Reese goes to second base. There's a throw to Coleman, and Reese is double up at second base. And Art Passarella just ran over to the Yankee dugout and warned Casey Stengel. Stengel had come out of the Yankee dugout onto the playing area proper to coach Berra on the ball, and Passarella warned him. But it was a daring gamble by Pee Wee and an alert play and a good play by Yogi to double up Reese at second. And they're 2 down, and here's Carl Perillo, right-hand hitter, and the pitch. Swung on a drive to deep right center field. DiMaggio racing back toward the wall and meets, and DiMaggio's there under it, and he makes the catch. No runs for Brooklyn. No hits, no Yankee errors, nobody left on base, and so we've had a lot of excitement already in the opening inning, and it may be a harbinger of things to come in this third game of the World Series. So in the last half of the first inning, after Reese was hit by the pitched ball, Mixus, with a 3-1 count on him, took the next pitch for 3-2, and then hit a high foul pop-up off to the left of the plate that Yogi Berra caught after stumbling starting back, caught it near the Yankee dugout, and Pee Wee tagged up at first and broke for second with Berra having his back to the plate, thinking he might get the jump, thinking perhaps that Berra wouldn't figure him to be going. But Yogi whirled, and of course the boys on the bench hollered to Yogi to tell him, and threw. His throw was not too true. It was on the shortstop side of second, but Jerry Coleman was there to take it and had plenty of time to reach for it and then come back and tag Reese out sliding in for the double play. So as we go to the top of the second inning of the scoreless game, up steps Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio leads off with Bobby Brown and Gene Woodling to follow. Ralph Branca on the hill. Outfield around toward left, infield around toward third. To the pitch, right over for a call strike. Fastball, overhand fastball. Mixus deep at third near the line, about 2 feet off of it. P.V. Reese back on the edge of the left field grass and over toward the third base hole with Robinson 3 strides to the right of second. Branca throws low outside for a ball, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Dodgers have certainly got a good book on the Yankees. That is to say, they have scouted them well. Scouting is permitted in baseball just as it is in football. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ralph Branca works, and the pitch. Curve swung on and missed. Strike 2. A good swing, a good hook. 1-2 the count. DiMaggio's had only 1 hit in the series, and that was what the boys in the trade term a bleeder, as he beat out a slow roller in the 9th inning yesterday. Branca ahead of the hitter, and the 1-2 pitch on its way. DiMaggio swings and misses. Strike 3. Joe DiMaggio went down swinging on an inside fastball. And now coming up is Bobby Brown. Bobby bats him left-handed. He had a 1,000 batting average for World Series play until he pinch hit yesterday and struck out. In 1947, he hit every time that he was charged with a time at bat. Branca's first pitch is swung on. It's a looping fly ball out in the short center. Going out is Robinson. In comes Snyder's Jackie out there. Makes the catch in short center for out number 2. With 2 down, the batter is Gene Woodling.
Position, number 14, Gene Woodling, left fielder.
Woodling came up from San Francisco to the Yankees this year after having had brief trials with Cleveland and Pittsburgh. He led the Pacific Coast League in hitting last year with a .385 average. A boy from Akron, Ohio. Stands in close to the plate, deep in the batter's box, feet together. Chokes the bat just about an inch. In comes the pitch, and it's a little inside. Ball 1. They play Woodling toward right in center and right, straight away and left, the big gap in left center. Woodling slices, he can pull. Third baseman Eddie Mixus in halfway on the skin part of the infield, a dozen feet off the line. Branca throws, the pitch is right over for a call strike, a fastball, and the count is evened up at 1-1. Reese is about 3 strides to the left of second, in 2 steps. Jackie Robinson halfway between first and second, back on the edge of the right field grass with Gil Hodges deep and 3 feet off the first baseline. 1-1 the count. 2 men out, top of the second inning, no score. Branca's pitch. Strike. Gets called a fastball over that inside corner. Backed Woodling away, but the pitch stayed right in there. 1-2 count on Gene. Cliff Mapes on deck. Frank Rossetti coaching there at third, hollering something up to Woodling. Branca gets his sign from Campanella. Starts the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch. Curve, and it's outside. Ball 2. It was a beauty. Just missed. Art Passarella calling balls and strikes for the American League. Lou Jordan of the National League umpiring at first. Cal Hubbard of the American League at second. Beans Reardon of the National League at third. George Barr of the National League down the left field line, and Ed Hurley of the American League down the right field line. And now Branca's 2-2 pitch to Woodling. Swung on, it's a high pop-up, foul off back of third. Mixes, waves Campanella off, and he's under it and makes the catch. Woodling fouls out to Mixes. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And we move right along. You know, watching today's game with us here in the broadcasting booth is a ball player you all know, Bertie Tebbetts, aggressive receiver for the Boston Red Sox. Bertie, tell the folks why you prefer Gillette Blue Blades.
Well, that's a cinch, Mel. They're the only kind that give me a decent shave.
Well, how do you account for that?
Well, they're sharper than a hound's tooth, and they don't break down like other blades do.
You buy them in the Gillette dispenser, of course.
Naturally. It costs nothing extra and is mighty handy.
Yes, fans, it pays to ask for Gillette Blue Blades. 10 or 20 at a time in the modern Gillette dispenser that zips them out unwrapped. You save time, save fuss, and change blades presto. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Ready now for the last half of the second inning. 0-0. And so far, this has been primarily a goose egg series, hasn't it, Red?
Well, Mel, you've had only 2 runs and 2 ball games and 1.5 innings.
I don't believe they run out of goose eggs for the scoreboard, do you?
I believe they got enough out there if the pitchers can continue to deal them out.
Jackie Robinson leads off for the Dodgers in the last half of the second. Gil Hodges and Louis Olmo to follow. Phil Rizzuto hollers something over there to Tommy Byrne as Tommy went to the rosin bag. The left-hander sets to work on Big Jackie, right-hand hitter. Brown in close at third in the event of the bunt. Tommy Byrne's pitch to Robinson. Swung on. It's a high fly ball out into short right. As a matter of fact, the wind is holding it up, and Coleman, back of Henrik, makes the catch. A step on the skin part of the infield. As the ball started out, it looked as if it was going to go out into short right. Mape started in, but the wind, which is blowing in from right field and out toward left, held it up. And Coleman took it right in behind Henrik. So with 1 down, up comes Gil Hodges. Bats him right-handed. Outfield is around toward left. Hodges drove in the winning run for the Dodgers yesterday. Drove in Jackie Robinson, who had doubled in that inning. Now the pitch. Strike call over the outside corner. Byrne southpaw to fastball. That nicked the outside part of the plate just above the knees to Big Gil. Brown deep at third, or halfway back near the line. In comes the pitch, and it's way outside for a ball. 1-1. Phil Rizzuto's not too far over into the third base hole, but pretty close to it. Jerry Coleman only about 2 strides to the right of second. Henrik 10 feet off first base, in halfway on the skin part of the infield. In comes the pitch. Hodges takes strike, called as Tommy Byrne whipped a curve over the outside corner. It's a 1-2 count now on Hodges. 1 out. Last half of the second inning, no score. Milton Stock, coaching at third for the Dodgers, cups his hands over his mouth, hollers words of encouragement up to Big Gil, who has come along fast in his development as a first baseman. In comes the pitch. Curve swung on, popped up into the air, off to the left of the plate. Yogi Berra goes over and makes the catch. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Ebbett Field in Brooklyn, Gillette presents the exclusive play-by-play report of the 4th game of the 1949 World Series between the New York Yankees and Brooklyn Dodgers. Good afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. This is Mel Allen with Red Barber, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, maker of world-famous Gillette razors, blades, and shaving creams. Yes, and it's because so many of you fans use these products that Gillette is able to broadcast and telecast major sports events, including the Kentucky Derby, football bowl games, and top-flight boxing attractions for your entertainment. So enjoy the tops in sports by tuning in Gillette's Cavalcade of Sports the year around. This series, there's a big hand for all these Dodger stars of 1916. And Miss Gladys Gooding is playing All Lang Syne. Jeff Pfeffer, Nap Rucker, Zach Wheat, Otto Miller, Chief Myers, Rube Marquard. Boy, names to conjure with as you look back through baseball history. And those who were unable to attend today, Jack Coombs, now baseball coach at Duke University, Duster Males, now doing work on the West Coast, Fred Merkel, first baseman, now living in Daytona Beach, Florida. No longer living are manager Wilbert Robinson of that 16 team, Ed Appleton, a pitcher, first baseman Jake Daubert, third baseman Harry Mowry, and Sherrod Smith. As a matter of fact, Sherrod Smith just passed away not long ago. And if you want to go back into history, in that 1916 World Series, there was a guy in there pitching named Babe Ruth for the Boston Red Sox. And it was in that series when the longest game ever played in the history of the Fall Classic. The Dodgers lost to the Red Sox in the 14th inning. Babe Ruth, who won the 2-1 decision, passed on last year, and Sherry Smith, who pitched for the Dodgers in that game, also passed along recently. And now the lineups for today's game. For the New York Yankees, Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Hitting second and playing first base, Tommy Henrik. Batting third is Yogi Berra, and catching. Hitting fourth, Joe DiMaggio, center field. Hitting fifth, Bobby Brown, third base. Hitting sixth, Gene Woodling, left field. Batting seventh, Cliff Mapes, right field. Hitting eighth, Jerry Coleman, second base. In the ninth spot in the order and pitching, Eddie Lopat, who won 15 and lost 7 for the Yankees in the regular season. For the Dodgers, a change by Bert Schotten. Leading off, as usual, will be captain and shortstop Pee Wee Reese. Hitting second, Eddie Mixis, third base. In the third spot in the order will be Duke Snyder, playing center field. In the cleanup spot, Jackie Robinson, second base. Hitting fifth, Gil Hodges, first base. Batting sixth, Louis Almo, left field. Hitting seventh today will be Roy Campanella, catching. In the eighth spot in the order, Gene Hermansky, playing right field. And in the ninth spot, pitching Don Newcomb. Carl Furillo normally would be playing today, but that injury of his, that groin injury, has hampered him considerably. He has attempted magnificently to play in the series for the Dodgers. A great outfielder, a great thrower, and a fellow who had been murdering that ball in the last couple of months of the season. But when injuries hamper you, it's just rough and tough. And though he gave it a great try, Bert Schotten realizes he had to go with Gene Hermansky today in place of Furillo in right field. Gene, a left-hand batter against a left-hand pitcher. But sometimes there are certain left-handed batters who can hit left-hand pitchers as well as others, particularly when it comes to the type of stuff the left-hander delivers, and Lopat is a slow stuff type pitcher. The umpires for today at the plate will be Lou Jordan of the National League. At first base will be Cal Hubbard of the American League. At second base will be Beans Reardon of the National League, and at third base, Art Passarella of the American League. The foul line umpires will be Ed Hurley and George Barr, with Hurley in left field today and Barr in right field today. The umpires are moving down to their positions after the meeting at home plate, with Reese and Stengel exchanging batting orders. Stengel stops and Lopat chats with him with a smile on his face and then continues to warm up. Don Newcomb still warming up. You know, among other things I never knew till now is the fact that since 1910, under our American economic system, we have more than doubled the production of each of us for every hour we work, and in the same period have reduced our average work week by 18 hours. This spectacular progress, unmatched anywhere else in the world, has gone hand in hand with the preservation of our basic freedoms. We still have a long ways to go, a lot of faults to correct, economic, human, and otherwise, but the fact remains that our American economic system has brought more benefits to more people than any other ever devised by man. Learn more about it. Drop a postcard to Gillette, Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City, for the free booklet, The Miracle of America, which explains how a still better living can be had for all. The umpires have taken their places. In a moment, we shall have the playing of the national anthem by Miss Gladys Gooding, whom Red told you about yesterday, who sings and the anthem and plays the organ here at Ebbets Field. And while there go the Dodgers trotting out on the field, and as they rush to their positions, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear the World Series exclusively on WOR. See it on WOR TV, Channel 9, WOR and WOR FM, New York.
The Dodgers are out on the field. Bill Rizzuto is coming out of the Yankee dugout with a couple of bats. Don Newcomb walks out to the hill. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gladys Gooding and our national anthem.
Will now sing the national anthem. What's so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight, for the hearts we watch are so gallantly streaming, and the rocket above us
Well, we're all set to go in the fourth game of the World Series. Each of the first three have gone right down to the last pitch. The tension has been terrific, every one of them, decided in the ninth inning, and right down to the last pitch before you could know which team had finally won. And now, as we get ready to go, moving into the microphone, a fellow who has done a brilliant job of reporting in this World Series, as he has in every previous World Series he's done, dating way back to 1935. I refer, of course, to the old redhead, Red Barber.
Thank you, Mel. Just trying to keep up with you. Afternoon, everybody. Big Newcomb is throwing down to Campanella. Rizzuto is getting ready to be the first hitter for Game 4. And this program comes to you by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball. It is intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program and commercial use of the program is prohibited. As Mel told you, it's an overcast afternoon. All the folks are here. The weatherman says that it will not rain. The temperature is in the middle 70s and the humidity is quite high. And the humidity is expected to get higher. In other words, it's an afternoon for perspiration. The air is quite heavy and quite muggy. The Yankees lead of the three games played, 2-1. Rizzuto, who is 1 for 11 so far. Small right-hand batter, very active. Big Newcomb coming back for the second time on 2 days' rest. Big right-hander throws, fastball inside, ball one. Newcomb and Campanella the battery. The infield, Hodges at first, Robinson at second, Reese at short. Eddie mixes with a left-hander. Eddie Lopat starting for the Yankees is at third. He's right-hand hitter. Olmo in left field and center Snyder and the right fielder Hermansky. Newcomb delivers a fastball swung on and drilled for a base hit out into center field. So Rizzuto comes up with his second hit of the series and begins this ball game sharply. So Rizzuto opens up with a single. Sharply out in the center. One up and one on. The first hit off Newcomb when he started the opening game of the series didn't come until Lindell's single with one out in the second inning. In other words, Newcomb retired the first four men, if you're interested in any sort of a comparison such as that. It is no score. And time is called for the moment. Campanella is calling over to the Brooklyn bench. Olmo in left field wants his sunglasses. The sun has not broken through the overcast, but it has made enough penetration to where there is a glare coming down. So left fielder Olmo figures that discretion is certainly the better part of valor, and this World Series game is held up. Newcomb is now tossing a few pitches down. Sunglasses have not yet been discovered in the Brooklyn bench to be taken out to left fielder Olmo, who's walked in behind shortstop. We might give you a little note on Don Newcomb coming back up to 2 days rest. Manager Shotton said before the ball game, we were talking to him, he said that he wasn't going to announce that Newcomb was going to be the starting pitcher, but he was going to talk to Newcomb. There's Rex Bonney loping out with those sunglasses for left fielder Olmo now. And Shotton said that he was going to ask Newcomb how he felt about pitching with 2 days rest. If Newcomb said he felt okay, then he'd go. Newcomb said he didn't feel okay with just 2 days rest, he wouldn't go. Because, said Manager Shotton, when you realize it, it's these players' money that they're playing for. As a manager, I don't even have a vote for a share. So Newcomb apparently told Manager Shotton he was ready, willing, and able. So here he is on the mound. Rizzuto has touched him up for a line single. He's at first base, perhaps the best and most dangerous base runner for the Yankees, and the batter is Tommy Henry. Pitch, curve, low inside for ball one. One ball, no strikes. It's a smoky-ish, hazy-ish, very much the overcast, high humidity, warm afternoon. Temperature in the 70s. Big crowd on hand, headed by Commissioner Chandler. Had a lot of dignitaries attending these games. Mrs. Truman, Mrs. Coolidge, ex-President Hoover, the mayor, and of course the borough presidents, Jim Lyons of the Bronx, John Cashmore of the Brooklyn. Now here's the pitch to Henrik, swung on a high foul ball, out of play, back of the Brooklyn bench. One ball, one strike. You can look down seat by seat behind their respective dugouts, and there are the big wheels, of course, of baseball and the many other walks of life. Tommy Henrik, left-hand batter. He has 1 for 11 at 1. Beat Newcomb in the first game. There's a pitch out, but Rizzuto wasn't going anyplace. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Frankie Crosetti, with that high piping voice that carries so well, coaching at third. Very alert, quick-moving, quick-thinking fellow. Bill Dickey, one of the great all-time catchers of the game, pushing at first. Rizzuto leads off, no score, nobody out. Henry hits a ground foul and it dies as it goes over toward the first base stand, rolled right up against the box in front of Commissioner Chandler. Two balls, 2 strikes. Rizzuto, who can scamper. He bothered Newcomb, if you recall, when he got on base in Game 1 of the World Series back at the stadium. Rizzuto got on with in that first game, with a force out, 6th inning. At 2-2. Newcomb takes first pitches. Henrik swings, grounds it foul sharply back of first base. Ball comes off. First base coach Bill Dickey throws it out. No score. Gillette Safe to raise the company. Very pleased and privileged to send you this broadcast to the World Series. Henrik chokes that stick a little bit. All reliable, they call him at the stadium. Newcomb delivers as a ground ball hit to first, just fouled by a foot. Big Cal Hubbard, who moves extremely easily for any size man, and especially as big as he is. Hubbard giving the out sign. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I remember a few years ago talking to George Hallis, the coach and owner of the Chicago Bears, and I guess about as good a judge of professional football players as anybody has ever seen. I asked him who was the toughest football player that he had ever been in contact with and knew anything about. And Hallis said without any hesitancy, Cal Hubbard. The guy at umpiring at first. Players don't storm at him too long, we might add in. Blue Jordan working balls and strikes back at the plate. Hubbard at first, Ridden at second. Passarella is at third. Throw to first, not in time. Down the left field corner is Ed Hurley. In the right field corner, George Ball. No score. Newcomb with deliberation, ready to pitch again. 2-2 does. Henry hits a ground foul outside first base. Ball kicks back over. And first base umpire Hubbard throws her up. Still 2-2. Henrik in spinning on that ball. Kicked a little dirt on the plate, and Jordan brushes it off. It is continuing to get brighter and more glarish. What's it that they say down east in New England, that the sun is burning it off? That seems to be what's happening. The weatherman has certainly not missed a single prediction. He said it would finally be clearer this afternoon, and it's becoming clear right now. It looks like in another inning or so, it will be completely clear if it keeps on at the present gait. All right, Newcomb set 2-2, nobody out, no score, run at first, throw to first again. Rizzuto takes his lead. He's quick. He has an extremely rapid lateral move, which any good base runner must have. The pitch is swung on a high foul ball back of the Yankee dugout. Still 2-2. Of course, one of the great strengths of humanity is the feeling for other people, memory, sentiment. That's one of the great strengths of baseball. And that was certainly very vividly shown before this ball game began. When, as the guest of President Branch Rickey of the Brooklyn Ball Club, those members who could get here of the 1916 pennant-winning team were introduced. Henrik swings a ground ball, hit into right field for a base hit. Rizzuto goes down to second base, then goes on for third. Hermansky's throw over to third base is not in time, and Henrik holds it first. So it's a single in the right by Henrik, and the Yankees are pressing forward with men at first and third and nobody out, and the Brooklyn bullpen gets up and goes to work. Joe Hatton immediately to start throwing to the bullpen catcher Sam Narron. So Henrik comes up with his second hit of the World Series. It's the second hit of this fourth game, and all of his hits are off Don Newcomb. This is a clean single to right. Rizzuto, who can run, got a good jump, took the extra base. Reese comes in from short, talks to Newcomb for the moment. So Newcomb has now got 1 foot in the pickle bat. Yogi Berra catching his third game. He has no hits out of 6 official at-bats, but he got a very telling base on balls with 1 out in the 9th inning yesterday. Outfield toward right, the infield is in double play depth. In other words, they'll give a run to get outs. Runners at first and third. Newcomb's pitch low inside, a slider, and Berra checked his swing in time. Ball 1. Now Robinson comes in from second base. Says something to Don. Campanello goes out to the mound. Left-hander Joe Hatton, who's been in the bullpen every day, been throwing for the last couple of days, is now throwing today. It's no score, but the Yankees are pushing forward here at the opening bell. No man retired. Yogi Berra, stocky, strong, free-swinging left-hand batter at the plate. 1 ball, no strikes. DiMaggio waiting on deck. Then Bobby Brown. Rizzuto, who can fly, leading down off third. He just took the extra base, which is an important thing in this business of baseball. Henrik, who is a good runner, although not too swift. He knows how to run, leads off first. The infield halfway up. The pitch is swung on, fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody has gone down to the Yankee bullpen at all. In fact, I see Joe Page probably doesn't even know how to act. He's sitting right there against the water cooler in the dugout. I guess he feels a stranger hanging around that dugout. Quite a job he did yesterday. Well, now let's see. Big Newcomb, ready. Right-hander pitches. There's a ground foul outside first base, and it's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Don fooling with the pitcher's rosin bag. Rizzuto and Henrik have opened up with singles if you just joined us. on Gillette's broadcast of the World Series. No score, and the Yankees are trying to give Newcomb a rough time right here at the start. Casey Stengel walks in front of the dugout. Hollis set him up to Berra. The 1-2 pitch. Hit down to third base. Here comes the throw to the plate, and Rizzuto's caught in a run-up. Campanella throws the ball back to Mixes, bluffs him into third base, tags him, runs him out of the baseline, and Henrik is called off second base, and Robinson tags him, and he's out. So 2 men are out. 2 men are out. No score, and Berra winds up at first. And now we've got a rhubarb. The Yankees are claiming, I think, that Jordan called time. That's what the Yankees are claiming, and the umpires say, no, he did not call time. Jordan had to call the out on Rizzuto, who was not tagged. He ran out. Now let's go back over that play with Rizzuto at third base, Henrik at first. Berra hit a solid ground ball, sharply at third baseman Mixes. Rizzuto came halfway to the plate and realized he was a dead bird and stopped. Mixes threw the ball to Campanella. Campanella running Rizzuto back toward third. Rizzuto tried to run around Campanella and ran out of line into foul ground and was called out by Jordan. Then Henrik, who had turned to the left too far at second base, was out when Campanella threw to Robinson. And Henrik immediately started to protest, claiming time had been called. But it had not. So 2 men are out. That's the first Brooklyn double play. No score. Berra at first. DiMaggio takes a curveball low outside for ball 1. Well, you expect things to happen here at Ebbets Field. It does, sooner or later, and there it was. The Yankees got hung up on the bases, and I guess Casey Stengel said, hey, that used to happen when I was at Brooklyn. Throw, fastball is too low, ball 2. The Yankees, in this series, had come up with 3 double plays. This is the first one for Brooklyn. And that double play was the third baseman to the catcher to the second baseman. Assist for the third baseman, a put out, and an assist for the catcher, and a put out for the second baseman. DiMaggio swings, misses, throw to first base, not in time. Campanella will fire. Berra getting back. So your double play was 5-2-4 if you're scoring. And of course that takes Newcomb out of quite a hole that was yawning for him. It looked as though the Yankees were just about ready to give him a very bad first inning. Well, let's see. 2 down, no score. DiMaggio up. Takes a fastball outside for ball 3, and the count is now 3-1. DiMaggio has had 1 hit for 11 official at-bats, and that was a dribble single down to third base. Berra, with a fielder's choice, is at first base. Newcomb off the mound, pulling with a handkerchief. Everybody's perspiring today, not only from the pressure of such a ball game, but from the weather. High humidity. Hatfield, deep toward left. There's ball 4, and Berra was running. DiMaggio takes ball 4. This is the first base on balls given up by Newcomb. He gave up no walks in the opening game. So, 2 men gone. The Yankees are at first and second. And Bobby Brown, who came up with a money base hit in the 9th inning. When with 2 down, he singled sharply into right field. Brown up. He has 1 for 5. He's a dangerous batter. Berra at second. DiMaggio at first. Two out. Outfield toward right. Brown chokes that stick about 3 inches. Slender left-hand hitter. Newcomb pitches. Fastball low inside. That ball hit the dirt. Campanella trapped it. Plate umpire Jordan examines it. Finds it's all right. 1 ball, no strikes. The sun that threatened to burn off the overcast early in this first inning has been unable to do so, and the clouds have moved back in again. That ball hit the dirt. Campanella trapped it. Plate umpire Jordan examines it, finds it's all right. 1 ball, no strikes. The sun that threatened to burn off the overcast early in this first inning has been unable to do so, and the clouds have moved back in again. Barra ready to take off on any provocation at second base. 2 down. DiMaggio at first. Right side of the infield back on Brown. They play him to pull. Young man who continues his studies down in New Orleans to be a doctor up there at the plate. Bobby Brown. Pitch is low, down by the batter's feet. Ball 2. Campanella again blocks it into the dirt. Played up by Jorda. Again demands the ball for an inspection. And finds it is scuffed up now, and he throws it out. 2 balls, no strikes, and Campanella goes to talk to Newcomb. Newcomb does not have the sharpness of his control today. That is obvious compared to the way he performed over at the stadium Wednesday. Two and all. Crowd quiet. Settle back. Ballpark all decked out in gala red, white, and blue bunting. Jack Collins and his crew done a fine job. Groundkeeper Eddie Durham has, of course, got the field just right. Little do you think about it, but the World Series is the big moment for the fellow who runs the park and the fellow who runs the field. Big for everybody. Now let's see. Big Newcomb ready to pitch 2-0. Does. Brown takes a high outside fastball for ball 3. So Newcomb is now back in a hole. The double play alleviated some of the pressure, but then came the walk to DiMaggio. Time is called, and the pitching coach, Clyde Sukforth, goes out to the mound to talk to Newcomb. 3 balls, no strike. Left-hander Joe Hatton, who shares the same honor as manager Stengel, being a boy from Oakland, California. Hatton throwing down the bullpen. Understand there's a proclamation from Oakland which is to be given tomorrow to Casey Stengel. So Suki's back in the dugout. 3 balls, no strikes to Brown. You can rest assured that this is not what is called the automatic strike. Brown has gotten his orders from bossman Casey Stengel. Big Newcomb set. Pitch is 3-0. High outside for ball 4, and Brown walks, and the bases are loaded. So Berra will move to second on DiMaggio's walk. Now moves to third on Brown's walk as DiMaggio moves over to second. 3 men on, and Gene Woodling stepping in. Had a fine year out on the Pacific Coast last year and is back for another trial in the majors. Had a very successful workmanlike season with the Yankees. No score. Had a double play, 2 hits, 2 walks, fielder's choice, 3 men are on, 2 out. Outfield toward right. Right now Newcomb's pitch is high outside, a fastball for ball 1. He hasn't been particularly close to the plate on these walks. 1 ball, no strikes. Big rookie who came up to the ball club in May, wasn't even with it at the start of the season. He's carrying the hopes of Brooklyn, trying to get even. Delivers. Too low, over but low. It's his slider for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. And Stengel has had a tight rein on these hitters. He's just letting Newcomb get into all the trouble that he can. As they say in baseball, Stengel is seeing to it that his hitters do not help the pitcher. In other words, you get a pitcher wild, a lot of managers want batters to take. The 2-0 pitch. In there. There's a throw down to third base. Not in time. Campanella, trying to help his pitcher, as the saying goes, tried to pick Berra off third. Berra took a run up the line. While the throw was reasonably close, it wasn't dramatically close. Berra had to slide back. All right, 2 balls, 1 strike. Woodling had to take on just now. Left-hand hitter in a crouch. Crowds are played from behind. The pitch is swung on. There's a fly ball into center field. Snyder going back. He's under it. He's got it for the 3rd out, and no run scored. So at the end of half an inning, the score is New York 0, Brooklyn 0. Friends, I'll never have a better chance to tell you about the whale of a shaving bargain that my Gillette folks have dreamed up for series time this year. Now, call it Gillette's World Series Special. The razor set that they're talking about on the air, and any storekeeper will know what you mean. Yep, he'll show you the improved Gillette Super Speed razor set, the shaving bar of your lifetime. Men, This razor is a beautifully balanced one-piece razor that changes blades instantly and shaves like nobody's business. With it comes a Gillette dispenser filled with 10 factory-sharp Gillette blue blades. Not only that, but the newest thing in razor cases, the durable, transparent styrene case. Now, all this adds up to $1.75 value, and it's yours for $1 even. These Gillette Super Speed razor sets are selling like hotcakes. Better ask for yours right away. The stocky southpaw, Eddie Lopat, who is a pitcher with the same sort of philosophy and stuff and delivery as Preacher Rowe, although one has been eaten at the bigger end of the trough than the other one as far as physique is concerned. Lopat gives you knucklers, screwballs, slow curves, and uses his fastball as a changeup, as well as trying to pick a corner of the plate once in a while. Eddie Lopat getting ready. It's his first start in the series. Back of the plate is Yogi Berra. Henrik at first base. At second, Coleman. At shortstop, Rizzuto. The third baseman is Brown. In the outfield, it's the same as started yesterday. For the Yankees, in left it is Woodling. In center, DiMaggio, and in right field, Mapes. Berra takes the last of the warm-up pitches, fires it down to second base. Reese, Mixes, and Snyder hitting for the Dodgers. No score. And Newcomb was really wading around in hot water, but he didn't get scalded. That double play pulled him out of it. Reese, who has had 2 hits for 10 at-bats, 1 a home run. First up, right-hand batter. The Yankee outfield is around toward left. Left-hander Lopat pitches and gets looked like a slider in up there against the hands for a called strike. He throws some of anything. Knucklers, screwballs, sliders, curves. Stocky left-hander deals. There's a curveball hit out into left center field. It is in there for a base hit and extra base. Reese is around first. He's coming into second base. DiMaggio takes the ball on the bounce. It's a double as Reese comes in standing. The Brooklyn captain, Pee Wee Reese, just teed off on a curveball and straightened it out, hung it up the alley in left center field. Woodling went over, couldn't get to the ball, and then fell to the ground deliberately to get out of the way of DiMaggio's throw. So this promises in Game 4 to be a riotous afternoon before it's concluded. The 4th games, oddly enough, between the Yankees and the Dodgers have always taken place at Brooklyn, and they've always had something dramatic. Game 4 and 41 was the Mickey Owen third strike. Game 4 and 47 was the Lavagero-Bevins affair. Eddie Mixes hits a ball in front of the plate. Fair. Berra recovers, throws to first base. Mixes is out, and Reese is held at second. So, Mixes swinging on the first pitch, beats it right down in front of the plate. Berra handled himself very well. The catcher firing down to first base from Henrik. So, we have 1 out last of the first. Reese at second, and Snyder, who has 1 hit for 12 at-bats. Left-hand batter, tall, slender. Right fielder Mapes plays him straight away. DiMaggio in center is veered over toward left a little bit. Left fielder Woodling straight away. Time is called. Pitcher Lopat wants to talk to his battery mate. So Yogi goes out to the mound. Lopat in no hurry. He fusses with you and tries to finesse you and tries to get you off balance and gives you some of that slow stuff and tries to make you hit a breaking pitch or a bad ball. Now, if you're itchy up there at the plate, boy, that Lopat really won't help you. See, Snyder leans in, Lopat delivers. It's a big curve high outside, ball 1. Lopat got a big kick out of talking with Mel and me the other day. We were talking about how we try and describe what the pitches are. And he said, well, when I work, I'll give you boys a workout. Reese off second, 1 out, no score. Left-hander pitches. The fastball swung on, hit wide of third. Up with it is Brown nicely. The throw over to first base in time. Snyder's out for 2 steps, and Reese is still bothered at second. So, 2 are gone. And Robinson stepping in. He has one hit for 9 at-bats so far in the series. Outfield line toward left. Jake Putler coaching at first base. Follows up something to the plate. Milton Stock coaching at third. Reese now ready to take off on anything with 2 out at second base. No score. Lopat, who's settled right down, delivers. Robinson swings, hits it through to short. Rizzuto, a nice play over to first base, into the dirt, and Henrik jugged it. Whoop. Robinson is out. Henrik just did get that ball on the skip. It looked for a second like he might juggle it, but he stayed with it. So, that is all. Rizzuto made a fine play. Just like a quick bug. He scooted over toward second base, toward his left-hand side, came up with the ball, and he had to take it right off of Reese's feet as Pee-wee delayed, trying to shield the infielder from the side of the ball, which is a trick which accomplished base runners use all the time. But Rizzuto made the play. His hurried throw was into the dirt, and Henrik just did stay with it. That's something when you have to dig him out. So that's all for a threat for each side. So we've had an exciting but a scoreless first inning. Newcomb, hoping that he's over his wild streak, is ready to pitch in the second inning, and we'll pause 10 quick seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The World Series is heard exclusively on WOR. See it on WOR TV, Channel 9, WOR and WOR FM, New York.
Moving into the second inning, it's the last third of the Yankee hitting list of 9. Right fielder Mapes, a left-hand batter, followed by Jerry Coleman, who now is tied with Pee-wee Reese for the most hits in the series, each possessing 3, and then pitcher Lopat, who hasn't been up in the series. This is his first appearance. Mapes 0 for 5, left-hand batter. Very much a hazy-ish, overcast afternoon. It's extremely warm. Muggy. Big right-hander delivers. Fastball too high, and it is ball 1. Newcomb 6'5", 230 pounds. He's big. Outfield toward right. Mapes, sort of a slenderish 6-foot left-hand hitter. Swings as a bounding ball at Newcomb, grabs at the mound, throws over to first base to Hodges, and Mapes is out. So the hot bounder, the pitcher's speared. So 1 up, 1 gone, opening up the second inning. No score. And here is Jerry Coleman, who batted in the 4th, and as it paid off the winning run for the Yankees yesterday. Coleman has had a fine series, played very well at second base. He's had 3 hits for 11 at-bats. Outfield straight away, infield straight away. Coleman works upon the handle of that bat. Newcomb's slider misses on the outside, ball 1. Don doesn't call that hard, quick curve of his a slider. He calls it a hard curveball. Everybody else calls that sort of pitch a slider. That's become, one of the most overworked words in baseball in the last 5 years. 1-0 pitch. Fastball swung on, a high foul. Campanella coming back close to the stands. He's got it. So a catch of the foul ball by the catcher. 2 men out. No score. And pitcher Lopat is over at the Yankee bat rack. Hasn't found his stick as yet. Now he's got it. Here he comes, walking easy up to the plate. He's a nonchalant sort of a fellow. Lopat, left-hand hitter. Stocky. Thick through the shoulders and chest. Light red hair. Outfield, shaded toward right. Newcomb's fastball is in there for a called strike. 0-1. 2 down, nobody on, second inning. Things moving easily now after the frenetic first inning that we had on both sides, especially for the Yankees. Pitch outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Packed stands, rather quiet for the second. Just waiting. 1-1 pitch. Curve swung on and missed. 1-2. Sharp curve ball at the knees. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lopez swings from the end. He stands up there like a workman with that stick. The sun is getting through a little brighter. Sort of glary. The 1-2 pitch is swung on, a fly ball out into deep and dead center field. Snyder is back, turns, waits. He has it, and nothing across. The Yankees in the top of the second inning. And it is still no runs in the ball game. And folks, when I tell you that Red Rolfe, former Yankee third baseman, who did such a great job managing the Detroit Tigers this year, looks mighty sharp today, well, you know, I know, he uses Gillette Blue Blades. Yep, and here he is to tell you why.
Fans, I'm like you. I have only one face, and I don't go for nicking and scraping it. So I use Gillette Blue Blades. You can't beat them.
Red, how do you like the Gillette dispenser?
It's a real convenience. Makes blade changing lots easier.
Men, for slick, comfortable shaves that make your face look its best and feel refreshed, get hep to Gillette Blue Blades. Yep, and for extra convenience at no extra cost, buy 10 or 20 at a time in the modern Gillette dispenser that zips them out unwrapped, ready for use. Look sharp, feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Well, Red, one more question. How do you feel about this ball game today? Do you sort of sense or smell something?
Yes, I think there's going to be a lot happen today, Red. The pitching doesn't look quite as sharp as it has in the first 3 ball games. Newcomb, for one thing, is much more unsteady than he has been in his previous start.
Okay, Red. Feel sharp, be sharp. Use Gillette Blue Blades with the sharpest edges ever honed. Gillette's cavalcade of sports is on the air. From Ebbets Field, here in Brooklyn, Gillette presents the World Series. Afternoon, baseball fans everywhere. It's the old redhead, Red Barber, with Mel Allen, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company as the New York Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers warm up for the 5th game in the State Championship Classic. Gillette, maker of world-famous Gillette razors, blades, and shaving creams, has leading events in various fields of sport the year round. Gillette also broadcasts and telecasts the major boxing match of the week every Friday night. This is a perfectly beautiful day from the standpoint of the weather. It couldn't be nicer. The temperature is right at 80 degrees, a completely clear, blue, sunny sky. The field is in apple pie shape, and the question now is what goes in this 5th game as the Dodgers are dormy. In other words, Brooklyn is 2 down with 3 games to go. The Yankees, as you know, lead 3 games to 1 in the best 4 out of 7. So this one has to be more seriously considered than any other that has come about. And for those of you who haven't looked in the little red book of baseball records or who are not quickly conversant, only twice in the entire history of the World Series, going back to 1903 when World Series as properly constituted began, has a team behind 3 games to 1 come on to win. In 1903, the Boston Red Sox did it in the first World Series. The last team to do it was the Pittsburgh Pirates against the Washington Nationals in 1925. So, there you have that. Now, about the pitches. It is, as expected, Vic Raschi, the big towering 21-game winner, who is coming back for his second shot. Raschi, who has been charged with the sole Yankee defeat. So Raschi is going to get another opportunity this afternoon. Vic Raschi, and as Casey Stengel smilingly says, Raschi is starting and Joe Page is ready in the bullpen. For the Dodgers, it is the unpredictable right-hander Rex Barney, who can be as good as any pitcher and can be as wild as any. You think of the little girl in Longfellow's poem when you think about Barney. And to forecast how he'll pitch, well, you don't know. He can be very, very good, or, in other words, good enough as a no-hitter witnesses for itself 2 years ago. And Barney, of course, in the 1947 series, threw a very hard ball, was quite wild. And some of the big moments came in some of his strikeouts, especially one of DiMaggio with the bases loaded. In fact, he did that twice. So it is Barney going for Brooklyn. This is his first appearance in this World Series. He was in the bullpen 2 days, but he never threw in the bullpen at all. So as far as rest is concerned, he is completely rested. Manager Shotton, before deftly coming down to Barney, had a little talk with Preacher Rowe and wanted to know if by any chance the thin left-hander who pitched the 1-0 win in Game 2 thought that he should attempt this one today. And Rowe said no, he didn't think he had enough rest. Rowe, during the regular season, never pitched with less than 5 days rest, sometimes 7. He's quite slender of physique and quite frail. But, said Mr. Rowe, and he doesn't bat an eyelash, I'll pitch tomorrow. The lineups will be no surprise to you, I don't think. The teams are shaken down. So here they are. For the Yankees, as they go into Game 5, it is Rizzuto again leading off and playing a magnificent game at shortstop. Tommy Henrik, living up to every letter in the phrase that has been lovingly bestowed upon him in recent years, old reliable. Tommy Henrik at first base. Yogi Berra is catching. He says his hand is even sore than it has been, but he wouldn't get out of there unless 6 wild horses yanked him away from the plate. And I don't see any horses in the ballpark today. There's no room for anybody but ticket holders. Joe DiMaggio, and he, of course, is one of the most heartwarming stories in the series. One of baseball's all-time great players who has been plagued this year. First with that sore heel, and then virus pneumonia that bedded him, yet he was able to come off of his crutches at one time and spark-plugged the Yankees to a win against the Red Sox when they needed it, then came out of a hospital and spark-plugged the Yankees in their last 2 games, which got them into the series. And DiMaggio so far has had 1 scratch single. He has struck out 5 times. He has fallen down twice in center field. DiMaggio in center. Perhaps the human interest story that's been most overlooked. This great ball player who is not having a great series. Now we have Tommy Brown, who was the batter yesterday with a double and a triple. Knocked in 3 runs, the winning runs. Brown at third. Woodling is in left field for New York. Mapes is in right field. His double sliced in the left field corner. Got in the first couple of Yankee runs and got them started yesterday as they won 6-4. Coleman, who's played a fine game at second base. And Vic Raschi coming back for his second start. Now for the Dodgers, the batting order again goes with captain and shortstop Pee Wee Reese leading off. With a right-hander going for New York, manager Shotton goes to his left-hand hitters, which means third baseman Johnny Jorgensen is hitting number 2. Jorgensen at third, batting second. Snyder in center field, batting third. Robinson at second base, hitting fourth. Batting fifth and in right field is Gene Hermansky. Carl Ferrello is still out with that injured right groin. He just can't go. Hodges at first base is hitting sixth. Marvin Rackley, who came out of the second game of the World Series at the stadium, if you'll recall, with a pulled muscle in his back, is a surprise nomination. Manager Shotton at noon, or an hour and 50 minutes ago, here in New York, thought that Olmo would be a starting left fielder. But Rackley apparently told him that he was all right, and manager Shotton has changed and is going with Rackley in left field. Roy Campanella is catching, and Campanella, yesterday, I think impressed every baseball man in this ballpark with the fineness of his receivership. His throwing, the fact that he was in there digging pitches out of the dirt, that he was taking them out of the air, just about all that you could ask a catcher to do, he did. Campanella catching, and Rex Barney is the pitcher. And for the umpires, we will have the working rotation that we had in Game 1 of the series when it opened at the stadium. That means that Big Cal Hubbard will be back of home plate of the American League staff. Beans Ridden of the National League staff will be at first. Ridden is making this series his swan song. He's been in the major leagues 24 years. His health has not been too good. He was out several times during the pennant campaign with illness. He is quite light, about 15 pounds off weight, and he figures that he's going back to his adopted state of California and call it a day as far as umpiring goes as soon as this series is over. He's had a great career, and everyone in baseball is deeply indebted to a man who has given so much of himself with such honor and such judicial demean. Art Passarella, hustling young umpire of the American League, will be at second. Lou Jordan, a veteran, will be at third base from the National League staff. In the left field corner will be George Baugh in the right of the National League, and in the right field corner will be Ed Hurley of the American League. But I repeat again that the weather is ideal. You could not have a finer day for a baseball game. It is just hot enough, and yet it is not too hot. And we'll have to keep a close eye on the official timepiece, our Longines watch, to be sure that this ball game does not get underway before the New York State Sunday law, which says that no athletic event, baseball or otherwise, can begin before 2 o'clock. In fact, with the 1916 Brooklyn Dodger team here as guests of President Branch Rickey of the Brooklyn Ball Club, there's been a great deal of talk in which these players used to remark that back in 1916 there were no Sunday games that they played while the team was at home. The late mayor of New York, when he was in the House of Representatives at Albany, New York, Jimmy Walker, was the father of the Sunday sports law. He got the law through, and the law stipulated that no sporting event could begin on Sunday afternoons in the state of New York before 2 o'clock. Therefore, all Sunday games are advertised at 2:05. And now, as the umpires walk up to home plate, manager Stengel comes out with the Yankee batting order, Captain Reese comes up with the Brooklyn batting order. Here is an important message to every one of you veterans listening in to the World Series broadcast today. To you veterans, if you have held National Service Life Insurance for 3 months or more on a policy taken out before the end of 1947, that's on a policy taken out before the end of 1947, you are eligible for a special dividend. The amounts will vary, but many veterans will receive as much as $300. Obtain your application from any post office. Fill it out and mail it promptly to the Veterans Administration. Now, don't fill out more than one application, and don't write to the Veterans Administration about your application. Checks will start going out after the first of next year. Now, in that final lull before the storm, while things are still quiet, which they rarely are at Ebbets Field, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear the World Series exclusively over WOR. See it on WOR TV, Channel 9, WOR and WOR FM, New York. The meeting at home plate, 6 gentlemen in their blue serges, and 2 in what is called in the trade monkey suits. Reese handing over his batting cards, Casey Stengel handing over his. Each team representative comes up to home plate with 3 batting cards, and they must be identical. One set of cards, that's one from each team, is kept by the plate umpire. Then each team representative keeps his own batting card and one of the other fellows. So they have to be made out in triplicate. Rex Barney, who will start for Brooklyn and will take the mound sooner than will Rashi of the invading Yankees. Barney has finished his warming up and has gone into the dugout, sitting down for a last-minute blow. And Rashi is just polishing off. He's just throwing sort of loosely back and forth, just getting the feel in his arm just right. There's a final refinement going on at home plate over ground rules. Big Cal Hubbard, who back at the plate today will act as the umpire-in-chief, is straightening out something to make certain that Reese and Stengel understand. Of course, anything about this ballpark that Stengel doesn't understand, he never will. He was in it as a player. In fact, he played on the first Brooklyn team that ever performed in this park. It was an exhibition game against the Yankees just before the season opened in 1913. Reese and Hubbard going over some point of ground rules, and Pee-wee's pointing out towards center field. Just what it is, I don't know. It's not very serious because George Barr grins and walks away. Reese is just needling somebody, and Stengel grins. And by the way, Casey Stengel was very pleased to be honored by the folks from Oakland, California. Casey, managed Oakland to a championship last year in the Pacific Coast League. And before the ball game began, City Commissioner Frank J. Ewell of Oakland presented a proclamation from the City Commission commending Stengel for the fine job that he's done in managing the Yankees to the American League pennant this year. So, the Dodgers are calm. The Yankees are quietly and serenely confident. The umpires are now scattered to their 6 defensive posts. One lone groundkeeper is finishing off a smooth place where Rashi was last warming up.
Now, no one is on the field but the umpires, and now the Dodgers take the field, and the battle will be joined. So Brooklyn goes to the field. Manager Shatton told his ball club, reminded them that they did everything the hard way all season long, that in important series after important series, especially with the Cardinals, the Dodgers would inevitably lose the opening game of the series, then have to come back to take the next two to keep going. And Casey Stengel, of course, doesn't have to say anything. He just starts Rashi, and the ball game plays. Now, in a moment, we'll have the national anthem. It's a minute after 2 o'clock. The announcement is made that Miss Gladys Gooding will play and sing the Star Spangled Banner. The preliminary words have been written and have been spoken. It is now a time for the actual playing performances on the playing field and the play-by-play words of Mel Allen as we send you Game 5. And Gillette is very pleased to have this in its cavalcade of sports. Mel, let me say again while you can hear it, it's great to work with a major league broadcaster, and here you are.
Hello there, everybody. That goes double with me, Red. This program comes to you by authority of the Commissioner of Baseball. It's intended only for the private use of our audience. Any publication or reproduction of this program and commercial use of the program is prohibited. Roy Campanella's throw down to Jackie Robinson at second base. The ball whipped back around the infield and comes to rest in the glove of Rex Barney, who performed in the 1947 World Series with the Dodgers. In 3 games, he went 8 1/3 innings. I checked that he went 6 2/3 innings. Lost 1 game, did not win any, as Spec Shea beat him 2-1 in the 5th game of the 1947 setup. And so the right-hander, young right-hander, 23 years of age, for the Dodgers, starts the windup, pitching to Phil Rizzuto, and the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Rex Barney from Omaha, Nebraska. I called him 23. I should have said 24. He'll be 25 on December the 19th. In comes the delivery. Rizzuto takes outside again for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. The Scooter has a batting average in the series of 200. He's had 3 hits and 15 times at bat, all singles. Johnny Jorgensen's in close at third in the event of the bunt. Pee Wee Reese over toward the third base hole. Barney delivers outside again for ball 3. And now Johnny Jorgensen moves over from third base out to the mound to talk to Barney. And Carl Erskine sticks his head out of the Dodger dugout, starts to go down to the bullpen, is immediately called back for a moment. Now he's taking the walk down to the Brooklyn bullpen. He's trotting down now. You've got Jorgensen third, Reese short, Robinson second, Hodges first. Rackley left, Snyder center, Hermansky right, Campanella catching, Rex Barney pitching, 3 balls, no strikes to Rizzuto, and it's outside and low, ball 4, and the Scooter is on. Jackie Robinson trots over from second base now to talk to Barney. Tommy Henrich steps in. He's had 4 hits and 15 times at bat in the series for a .267 average. there have not been too many robust hitters in the series, it being predominantly a pitcher's classic this year. Although yesterday the boys sort of broke loose a little. Outfield around toward right for Henrik. Stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. The pitch. Inside for a ball is a curve. Cal Hubbard almost went up with a hand. He was watching that one very closely. The ball broke. Almost had the inside edge, but did not quite get it. You got Jorgensen about 10 feet off the third baseline in on the edge of the infield grass with three strikes to the left, a second in halfway. Now the pitch, and Henrik takes outside for ball two, and Rex Barney is starting out in very wild fashion. Time is called as Roy Campanella goes to the mound and Captain Pee Wee Reese comes in from short, and there's action about to begin in the Dodger bullpen. A little conference around the mound, trying to settle Barney down. Reese goes back to short. Campanella comes back to the plate. Milton Stock pokes his head out of the Dodger dugout to see that action is going on in the bullpen. Rex Barney all set to pitch 2-0 to Tommy Henrik. Here it is, and it's in there for a call strike. A throw down to first. Rizzuto back. That's the first strike that Barney's gotten in 7 pitches. Jack Banta, a right-hander, throwing the bullpen. 2-1 the count on Henrik. Jorgensen is backed up from the edge of the infield grass, not looking for the bunt. Barney ready, throws. Henrik takes low, ball 3, 3-1. The outfield around toward right. Jackie Robinson's halfway between first and second and about 3 steps in from the edge of the outfield grass with Gil Hodges holding against Rizzuto. Henrik has a look at Frank Rossetti coaching at third for any sign. Bill Dickey coaching at first. Rizzuto might be off and running with this pitch in the event Casey tries to decides to put on the hit and run. There goes Phil. The pitch is low inside. Ball 4. Henrik walks. Rizzuto holds up, eases into second. And now coming up is Yogi Berra. Berra has had 1 out of 11 in the series in the 3 games in which he's participated. And thus you have almost a reproduction of the first inning of yesterday, with the first 2 Yankees getting on base. Only on yesterday, they were on first and third. Rizzuto moving to third on Henrik's single. And then came the play on which Berra hit into the unusual double play, the retired Rizzuto, who was on third, and Henrik, who had rounded second. Yogi squares away. Jorgensen in on the edge of the infield grass. 10 feet off third. Rizzuto moves off second. Henrik off first. Here's the pitch. Yogi takes inside. Ball 1. He bluffed a bunt. Jack Banta, angular right-hander, throwing in the bullpen for Brooklyn. Outfield for Berra, round toward right. Gil Hodges has moved into the edge of the infield grass, looking for the bunt, though he hasn't charged. Neither has Jorgensen, who will try to anchor at third if he can to let Barney handle the bunt if Yogi is bunting. Runners lead away. Here's the pitch. Yogi shortens up, takes a strike. And Campanella started to throw down to second as Reese broke for the bag, but he didn't throw. He cocked his arm, but he didn't let the ball loose. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the situation is boiling here in the first inning. This is a key man as Rex Barney, trying to settle down, has worked the count to 1-1. Rizzuto has a short lead off second. Henrik off first. Now Hodges is in behind Henrik. He's not looking for the bunt. Here's the pitch. Berra swings at a curve and misses. Strike 2. He went for a bad pitch that was low inside. 1-2 the count on Yogi. Rex Barney, who walked the first 2 men, Rizzuto and Henrik's, now ahead of the next man, Berra, the count of 1-2. And, of course, Hodges is halfway back at first now, definitely not looking for any bunt. 2 strikes on the batter. Reese halfway at short, 3 strikes to the left of the bag. The stretch, the pitch, swung on, grounded foul down behind the bag at first, in behind Bill Dickey and into the Dodger bullpen. The ball retrieved along the right field line by the alternate umpire, Ed Hurley of the American League. George Barr, the National League station, down the left field line. You've got Rackley in left, Snyder in center, Hermansky in right. That's the Dodger outfield today. They're playing Berra to pull. Barney gets his sign from Campanella. Now he takes his stretch. Rizzuto has his lead off second. Henrik off first. Here's the pitch, and Berra takes low into the dirt, and the ball is nicely blocked by Campanella. Keep it from being a wild pitch, and the count is 2-2. Barney has a world of stuff, but he, like the Yankees' Tommy Byrne, will have difficulty controlling it. And when they can have their control down pretty well, they're tough to handle. Not easy to hit, in other words. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the first inning, Rizzuto on second. Henrik on first. Reese trying to slip in behind Rizzuto. Now he backs away. Here's your pitch. And it's inside for ball 3. Full count on Yogi. 3-2. That pitch was very close to the inside corner. Possibly could have had it, but probably was below the knees. Or at least it just missed it. Full count now on Berra. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Rizzuto on second. Henrik on first. And young Rex Barney getting ready for an important pitch. They're all important in a World Series, but particularly is it important at this moment. There's Reese as it going down to second, trying to pick off play, and the ball's off Reese's glove, and he stumbles over the umpire Passarella, and going to third is Rizzuto on to second, Henrik, and the ball is relayed into the plate by center fielder Duke Snyder on a peculiar play. As they attempted the pickoff, Barney whirled through to Reese. Rizzuto was getting back to the bag. The ball was high. Reese went up for the ball, and as he twisted around, Art Passarella, the umpire, is there to call the play, and Reese tumbled over him and could not get up off the ground, and there was the shortstop for the Dodgers and Art Passarella both on the ground, and the Snyder racing in to back up and keep Rizzuto from scoring. So it is an error charged to Barney on the throw, enabling Rizzuto to go to third and Henrik to second. So you have runners on second and third, 3-2 on Berra, and now Barney will take the full windup. Around comes the right arm, the pitch, and Berra swings and grounds it foul off to the right of the plate. The ball skips up into the box just to the right of the commissioner's box. Souvenir for a World Series fan. Full count then on Berra. Barney trying to help himself out of the jam with that pickoff play, but it didn't work and resulted in an error charged to him, putting 2 men in scoring position, nobody down. And the 3-2 pitch on its way, and Berra swings and misses. Strike 3. How about that? Barney strikes out Berra, and now here comes Joe DiMaggio. Joe has had 1 out of 14 in the series. As Red told you, the story of Joe DiMaggio is one that hasn't been told too much in this series. He hasn't had a very good series for a great star. But then one of the reasons perhaps that not too much has been said about Joe's failure to hit is the fact that he got out of his sickbed to finish the last 2 games of the year and is still not well. And here he is, Rex Barney facing the Clipper. And the pitch. High, ball 1. And the infield on the right side is in, the left side deep, as the Dodgers play it in a split-up defensive situation. That is to say, Jorgensen is halfway back at third, 3-4 feet off the line. Reese deep at short over toward the gap, but there is Jackie Robinson on the edge of the infield grass, and Hodges just a step or 2 away from the edge of the infield grass. DiMaggio swings and sends a long drive to deep center field. There's Snyder racing way back toward the wall. He leaps up and grabs it. Tagging up and scoring after the catch of Rizzuto, and racing to third after the catch is Henrik, as Duke Snyder leaped up against the deep center field wall to 393-foot sign to haul in the drive. DiMaggio gets a hand as he comes into the Yankee dugout, and Casey Stengel pops his head out and claps his hands and says, "Nice going, Joe." And Duke Snyder made a sensational catch as he went all the way back to the deep center field wall and leaped and caught the ball above his head. And now here's Bobby Brown with 2 down, 1 run in, 1-0, New York. Henrik on third, the pitch to Bobby in there for a called strike. That's about as good a ball as DiMaggio has hit in the series. And had he been able to pull it just a little bit, it would have been up into the seats. It is almost into dead center field. Bobby Brown, left-hand hitter, chokes that bat. Barney throws. Bobby swings and hits one right back through the middle. Out of a second into center for a base hit. Henrik comes in to score. Up for the ball is Snyder. Off the grass, throws on into Robinson, and the Yankees lead 2-0 as Bobby Brown continues his spectacular World Series hitting. 3 for 3 in 1947. And he has had in this series 3 for 8. Now 4 for 9 with that base hit. So a total of 7 out of 12 in World Series competition for Bobby Brown. And that's Bobby's 4th RBI in the series, and he leads everybody in that respect. Now here's Gene Woodling, left-hand hitter. The delivery inside the knees, ball 1. 2-0 favor the Yankees. And to refer to a situation that we always do, it's a manager's headache. Those bases on balls. That started the Yankees off in this inning. Barney stretches, checks his runner, the pitch. Right in there for a call strike, a throw down to first, not in time. Brown sliding back in. Hodges not bothering to tag Bobby because the throw's a little late. Gene Woodling the batter. Cliff Mapes on deck, 2 runs in. Top of the first inning. Barney again ready, has a look. Here's the pitch. Curve, and is just outside for a ball. 2-1. Banta still continuing to limber up in the bullpen, not throwing too hard now. He's almost ready in the event he's needed. Barney seems to be settling down a bit. There's a quick throw to first. Back in time is Bobby Brown. Quick move over. When I said Barney seems to be settling down a bit, I mean insofar as his wildness is concerned. The right-hander throws. The pitch is swung on, foul tip, skips off the mid of Campanella into the chest protector in behind it of Cal Hubbard. You know, in the American League, the umpires wear the chest protector outside their jacket. In the National League, inside. Cal Hubbard working his second turn behind the plate in this series. He opened it up at the stadium. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 in. 2-0 New York, top of the first inning. Outfield around toward right for Woodling. Stands in close to the plate. Barney throws. The pitch is inside. Ball 3, 3-2. Roy Campanella, who has caught a beautiful series, taking his time for returning that ball to Barney. The Yankees have all remarked about what a swell backstop Campanella is. How swell he can throw and how he keeps all the base runners on their toes. And sometimes on their stomachs. The pitch is inside as Brown was running on the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs. It's ball 4. Woodling walks. Third pass given up in this inning by Barney. And now coming to bat is Cliff Mapes. Mapes, who's had 1 out of 7 in the series. Left-hand hitter. Brown on second, Woodling on first. 2 runs in. 2 men out. Infield is shaded around toward first. Rex Barney delivers. Mapes takes curve over for a call strike. Came in with a fastball motion and delivered a slow curve with it. Jorgensen, the third baseman's halfway back, 6-8 feet off the line. Reese over towards second. He's about 3 strides to the left of the bag. Brown moves off second. Woodling off first. Here's your pitch. Swung on and foul tip for strike 2. Ball skips out of the mid of Campanella. Marv Rackley is over toward left center. Duke Snyder into right center. And Gene Hermansky is shading right center more than he would be the right field line. Not looking for Mapes to pull too sharply. Runners move away from first and second base as the pitch. And it's inside to Mapes. Right around the letters for ball 1. 1-2. Ball players are not prone to take too much of a toehold against a pitcher who is inclined to be a bit wild, as is Barney, or as is Tommy Byrne of the Yankees when he's working. The 1-2 pitch. It's just outside for ball 2. Curve. Mighty close. Barney figured he might have had the strike on that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 in, 2 on. Rex walks around the mound. Now he comes back on. Campanella gives him the sign, then sets up the target. Brown moves off second, Woodling off first. Hodges very deep at first. The stretch, the pitch. Swung on, it's a high foul going out of play to the left of the plate and out of the ballpark. The wind seems to be blowing from right out toward left. So that at the present time, any ball hit up into the air in the direction of left field would be aided by the wind. Held up, hit out into right field to some extent. Once again, Barney set, checks his 2 runners, leading off first and second. The pitch, curve, and it's inside for ball 3. 3-2. 2 pitches that Barney has delivered. 2 of the pitches that Barney has delivered to Mapes have been very close. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Reese came in a few steps, hollered something to Barney. Brown on second, Woodling on first. Will be off and running with this pitch. There being 2 down and 3 and 2 on the hitter. Stretched by Barney. There go the runners. The pitch is strike 3. Called, a curve that broke over. For the Yankees, then, 2 runs. 1 hit. No errors for the Dodgers. 2 Yankees left on. 1 error for the Dodgers as we double-checked. That was on Barney's attempted pick-off at second when he threw the ball over Reese's head. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on. And the score at the end of the first half of the first inning, Yankees 2, Dodgers nothing. Draw your chairs up close, fans, while I put you next to the hottest razor buy you ever heard about. It's the sensational Gillette Super Speed razor set that's keeping clerks on the hop and sales zooming in stores all over the country. A, you get a fine precision-made Gillette one-piece razor that changes blades instantly and skims off whiskers easy as pie. B, you get a handy Gillette dispenser holding 10 factory-sharp Gillette blue blades with the longest-lasting edges ever produced. C, you get a handsome modern styrene travel case that's an eye-opener for convenience and serviceability. Yes, and get this. All 3, razor, dispenser, and styrene case, a big $1.75 value, are yours for just $1. Better hurry. Retail stocks are getting low. Ask for the World Series special, the modern Gillette Super Speed razor set, at your nearest store soon. Quick. Last half of the first inning. Vic Grashy goes to the mound for the Yankees, making his second start of the series and working with 2 days' rest. Defeated in the second game of the World Series 1-0 by the Dodgers and Preacher Row. As Grashy gave up 7 hits and 1 run and lost the ball game 1-0. The right-hander pitching to Pee Wee Reese, right-hand batter. Throws, and it's right in there for a called strike. The official scorer has informed us that both runs for the Yankees were earned in the first inning. Here's a pitch, swung on, hit sharply to short. 1 hop. Rizzuto grabs it, throws over to Henrik in time. There's 1 away. Reese swung at a curveball, hit it solidly, but right at Rizzuto on 1 hop, and Phil retired him. Johnny Jorgensen steps in now. Reese had 4 hits and 14 times at bat in the series for a .286 average. Johnny Jorgensen, in 3 games, has had 2 out of 8. Left-hand hitter, Grashy delivers. Fastball in there for a call strike. Bobby Brown's in close at third. Rizzuto's over towards second base, about 2 strides to the left of the bag as we look out onto the field. Jerry Coleman halfway between first and second, back on the edge of the outfield grass, and Henrik near the line. Vic Grashy getting his sign now. Taking a little time. Now he goes to work, into the windup. Around comes the right arm. The pitch is swung on, a grounder, hit the third. Bobby Brown is left up with it. Fires across to Henrik in time, and they're 2 away. 2 up and 2 down. And now here's Duke Snyder. The Duke, one of the hitting disappointments in the series for the Dodgers. He's had for 1 hit and 16 times at bat. But still a fellow that Bert Shotton's got all the confidence in the world in, and rightfully so, because when he connects, he can send them. Vic Grashy's first pitch to the Duke. Left-hand hitter. In there for a call strike. Slow curve. Broke over just below the shoulders. Snyder is the kind of a guy who can break up a ball game for you at any given moment. Robinson is on deck. Here's your pitch. Outside. Ball 1. 1-1. They play the Duke around toward right. Brown's in fairly close at third, giving the bag about a 10-foot berth. Rizzuto about a stride to the left of second. The 1-1 pitch on its way. The left-hand batter cuts and misses at a curve that broke off into the dirt and skipped in behind Berra. 1-2 the count. Duke a little over anxious. Jackie Robinson's on deck. Jerry Coleman, the second baseman, kicking at the dirt. He's back on the edge of the outfield grass and at a point halfway between first and second bases with Henrik deep 3 feet off the first base line. Melton Stock coaching at third, Jake Pittler at first for the Dodgers. Now the 1-2 pitch on its way from Grashy to Snyder. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and he's out of there. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And Snyder goes down striking out for the 6th time in the series. DiMaggio had struck out 5 times, as had Snyder before the start of today's game. So the two center fielders are both running parallel courses. And now the Dodgers Symphony Band are serenading one of the owners of the Dodgers, Waller O'Malley, evidently his birthday, as they are playing Happy Birthday. And as they conclude, we pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hear the World Series exclusively over WOR. See it on WOR TV, Channel 9. WOR and WOR FM, New York.
Going into the top of the 2nd inning, Jerry Coleman, Vic Raschi, and then Phil Rizzuto will be coming up for the Yankees. It's 2-0 New York, the end of the 1st inning of play. Spider Jorgensen comes in to say something to Rex Barney. Crowd sitting back rather quiet at the moment. A lot of folks out here today who were unable to get here during the weekdays. A lot of working people can't get out to the ball games except on Sunday. Notice Lou Boudreau, skipper of the Indians, who won last year out here. There's a pitch right in there for a call strike as Barney cut loose with a fastball right over. Jerry Coleman, right-hand hitter. He's had 3 out of 15 in the series and has been playing a fine defensive game. Chokes that bat 3 inches or so in fairly close to the plate. Open stance, knees bent, leans from the waist a bit. Barney throws, fastball swung on, hit high up into the air in the short left. Reese goes out, waves Rackley off, Pee Wee under it, and he makes the catch about 15 feet off the left field line, about 25 feet behind third base. So Coleman pops out to Reese in short left. And now coming up is Vic Raschi. Vic bats him right-handed. Outfield straight away. Infield shaded round toward third just a bit. And in a normal setup, here's the pitch. Just outside, ball 1, fastball. Yanks 2, Dodgers nothing. 2nd inning. Phil Rizzuto's in the batter's circle. Rex Barney, the right-hander, throws. Fastball, and it's outside for ball 2 to Raschi. Two nothing count. Barney aims this one over. It's in there for a call strike. Fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Now the delivery to Vic is inside and a little high, just around the shoulders. 3-1 the count. Barney gets his sign from Campanella, getting ready to work. Raschi stands way away from the plate. The 3-1 pitch. Right over for call strike 2. Barney has got a good fastball, really alive. I recall 2 years ago in the World Series when Billy Southworth came up here talking to Red and me, and he said, "There's a fellow I'd like to have on my ball club. He's got a lot of stuff." Here's your pitch. Strike. No, did he? No, it's ball 4. Hubbard started to go up with a hand, and he indicated as the crowd yells that he was merely pointing down to first base. The only way that we have of determining whether an umpire calls a strike or not is when he goes up with the right hand. And Hubbard did go up with the right hand, but he indicated again after that, that's the reason we called it the third strike, as the crowd yelled, he said, with his gesture, he raised his hand up and pointed at first base. He merely meant for him to go on down. So it was ball 4. That's the 4th walk given up by Barney. Time is called here for a moment. A little conference at the mound. Reese, Robinson, Barney, and Campanella, while Vic Raschi adjusted his windbreaker. Now Rizzuto, who walked in the first inning and scored the first Yankee run, awaits the pitch. He's a right-hand hitter. It's on its way, and it's outside. Ball 1. And now Campanella turns and says something to Hubbard. Barely discussing the situation a bit. Barney figures some of those pitches that were close should have been called strikes on some of these batters. Gil Hodges walked over a few paces from first. Now we're ready to continue. One out, one on, top of the second inning, 2-0 New York. Barney throws. Rizzuto takes a strike call. Fastball in there. One ball, one strike, one out. Phil down on the end of the bat a bit. Here's your pitch. It's bunted down toward first. Hodges comes in, picks the ball up, and tags Phil out on the line as Rashi goes to second. Now, Phil will be credited with a sacrifice, though that was not actually his intention. He was bunting to get on with one out. He was hoping to bunt it to the right of the mound to make Robinson come in and field it, and Hodges get off the bag so that he could beat it out, but he bunted it right toward Gill, and the Dodger first baseman picked it up and retired Rizzuto unassisted. However, since it moved Rashi down to second, it must be scored as a sacrifice, so that was not the intent. Now here's Tommy Henry. At least that was not the sole intent. Frank Cressetti coaching there at third, hollering down to Rashi. He's watching Reese and Robinson for Vic as Vic watches Barney. Barney has the stretch. Here's the pitch, and Henry swings and sends a ground ball to backhanded nicely by Hodges. Flips to Barney, covering for the out, and a beautiful play. Hodges backhanded that ball, which was hit into the hole between first and second, took a possible base hit away from Henry, flipped to Barney covering for the out. No runs for New York, no hits, no Dodger errors, one left on for the Yankees. Fans, Earl Torgeson, first baseman for the Boston Braves, is here watching the game with us. Earl, come in and say a few words to the folks.
About Gillette Blue Blades?
Can you name a better kind?
You have me there, Mel. As far as I'm concerned, Gillette Blue Blades are absolutely top.
Easy shaving?
Not only that, but consistently good. You never find one that scrapes or pulls.
Fans, buy Gillette Blue Blades, and you'll go along with Earl Torgeson, I'm sure. Earl, have you enjoyed the series thus far?
Not very well. I'm too much of a Dodger fan, Mel. That National League. I'm rooting for that National League.
Well, I can appreciate that. Rex Barney, you batted against him a lot of times, haven't you?
Yeah, he has a world of natural ability. Should be a great pitcher.
Well, getting that control down, of course, is his biggest problem, and he seems to be settling down just a little bit.
Yeah, I hope he does.
Earl, how's your hand? I know you got
along all right, Mel. It's a little stronger now. It's feeling better.
You expect by the time spring training rolls around to be fit and ready again to go with the Boston Braves?
I hope so, Mel.
Well, much obliged to you, Earl.
All right, thank you very much.
Earl Torgeson dropping in to visit with us for a little while. And now we're ready for the last half of the second inning. Jackie Robinson leads off for the Dodgers. Robinson's had 2 out of 12 in the series. He'll be followed by Hermansky and Hodges. Vic Brashy, the right hand, into the windup throws. Robinson takes outside for a ball as he bluffed a bunt. Brought Brown charging in from third. Henrik is deep at first, and Jackie looked as if he's going to try to shove one out towards second. Jerry Coleman's only 2 strides to the right of second. Henrik near first, a lot of room in there. Here's your pitch. Swung on, lined right to Coleman as he leaps and grabs it. Jackie Robinson's blazing liner was hit just above Coleman's head, but it sank. It was a sinking liner and sank off to his left, and Coleman speared it glove-handed for a brilliant play, robbing Jackie Robinson of a base hit. Now here's Gene Hermansky, left-hand hitter. Rashi throws. Gene takes a strike over the outside corner as a fastball. Bobby Brown's in close at third near the line. Rizzuto over toward second base. Coleman halfway between first and second and deep. Henrik deep near the line. The outfield shaded around toward right. 2-0 New York, last half of the second inning. Vic Rashi goes to work. In comes the pitch. Gene Hermansky takes high for a ball, and the count is evened up now at 1-1. Jake Pittler, as usual, walking up and down, coaching there at first. Gil Hodges on deck, going through his usual batting, preceding his batting motions, adjusting his cap. Here's the pitch, and it's inside to Hermansky for ball 2, 2-1. Berra turns and asks Hubbard where the ball was. It was close. 2 balls, 1 strike. Jerry Coleman just went over and took Jackie Robinson's glove, which was nearby, and tossed it a little further back out on the grass in right field so it wouldn't be in his way. Now your 2-1 pitch. Swung on, popped foul off to the left of the plate and out of play. Ball going into the upper deck. And you got a 2-2 count on Gene. Rashi fumbling around with the rosin bag. Has a new ball to work with. Working with 2 days' rest. He's taking his time. In talking with fellows like Rogers Hornsby, for example, and other old-time baseball greats, they say that pitching with 2 days' rest is not so rough, really. The 2-2 pitch. Curve is swung on, drilled out in right center field. There's Mapes racing over, and he takes it for the out. Hermansky didn't get a good cut at that ball. If he'd have hit it solidly, it'd have gone a lot further. Hornsby said that most of it's in a pitcher's mind. And he referred back to the old days when the pitchers used to work very frequently with very little rest. Gil Hodges, right-hand hitter, awaits the delivery from Rashi. It's fastball over for a called strike. Two to nothing, favor of New York. Last the second inning, 2 down, nobody on. Hodges the batter, Mar Brackley on deck. Outfield toward left. Rashi throws, fastball misses the outside corner this time. The count is evened up at 1-1. Big Gill, boy from Petersburg, Indiana, who made the change from a catcher to a first baseman and has developed amazingly rapidly and shows promise of becoming a very outstanding first baseman if he already hasn't done so. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on him. Rashi into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on, hit sharply out to short. Rizzuto with his right up with the ball. Fires the long way to Hendrick, and it's in time for the out. The Scooter showed a flash of his brilliance that has put him into contention for the most valuable player award in the American League this year as he raced to his right, took that ball deep over toward third, and threw Hodges out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on, and the score at the end of 2 innings, 2-0 in favor of the Yankees, with the Yankees owning the only hit in the ball game thus far. Now, as we move to the third, the Yanks will come up with Berra, DiMaggio, and Brown. It was good to see Ty Cobb out here and chat with him before the ball game. And he is among the most excited of all the fans here at this World Series. And in a measure, you wouldn't think that there was a fellow who went through World Series and a lot of the roughest and toughest ball games imaginable, a great competitor, and played baseball for so many years, over 20, that you would figure that he'd take all this in stride. But he's one of the most excited fans out here.
Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Wheaties, the Breakfast of Champions, presents the 2nd annual Welcome Back Baseball. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to a special half hour of entertainment brought to you by General Mills, the makers of Wheaties, as a salute to the great American game. Welcome Back Baseball is transcribed with Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, their favorite girlfriend Dorothy Lamour, and the leading home run hitter of the major leagues, Pittsburgh's Ralph Kiner. And now here's Bing Crosby.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Well, we'll root for the home team. They don't win, it's a shame, 'cause it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get at the old ball game.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers, Jack. I don't care if I never get back. Well, I'll root for the home team. They don't win. Ah, what a shame. Well, it's 1, 2, 3 strikes you're out at the old ball game.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait. Mac, hold it here.
They know me. I took an ad in all the papers. They saw it.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw your ad. It says comedian. Will meet audience anywhere willing to travel.
I ran it right next to your ad. Barry Fitzgerald, come back. I need you signed, Old Choir Boy.
Old choir boy. Now back up. Will you? Let me introduce you right.
Yes,
Will you?
Yeah.
Let me introduce you right.
What could you say about me that hasn't been said before?
Well, I could tell the truth.
On the air? This man lives more recklessly than Gussie Moran.
Well, we ought to get into some entertainment now. You know, something like a song. You think it's in order?
Oh, good. You know, you're my...
Oh, good.
Good. You're my favorite singer, and I call you singer because you're built just like a sewing machine. You are. Jazzy.
It's time for a song, and just to show you I'm not an old piggy, I'm going to let you sing with me.
That doesn't prove anything, but if I... I don't think you'd cut me into a song. This is my night.
Singing everything. It's fun. This is fun. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Baked the cake.
Baked a big fat cake. If I knew you was coming, I'd have baked a cake.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do?
Had I dropped you a letter, would you have hired a band?
I got the greatest band in the whole darn land.
Had I dropped you a letter, would you have hired a band? And spread the welcome mat for me.
Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Get a chair, fill your platter, and dig right in.
If you knew I was coming, you'd have had a meal.
7 course.
Mostly horse.
Yeah, now.
Knew I was coming, you'd have had a meal.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
If we'd have known you were coming, we'd have baked the cake. Baked the cake, baked the cake. If we'd have known you were coming, we'd have baked the cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? Had you dropped us a letter, we'd have hired a hall. A great big hall with a band and all. Had you dropped us a letter, we'd have hired a hall. And spread the welcome mat for you. Spread the welcome mat for you.
See, it's so darn good to see you.
And I've planned a good long stay.
If you'd only give me warning, I'd have hopped the train this morning and I'd have gone the other way.
If you knew I was coming, you'd have cooked a goose.
Cooked a goose?
A goose moose. If you knew I was coming, you'd have cooked a goose.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
How'd you do? Do-do-do-do-do-do.
How'd you do? Never heard you in such wonderful voice, Rob.
Yes, I had the carbon scrape. But you know, you don't have to bake a cake. Just slip me a bowl of Wheaties every time.
If we play our cards right, Ken Carpenter will slip everybody a bowl of Wheaties right now, won't you, Ken?
Ask many a busy family why they don't eat a good breakfast every morning, and they'll probably tell you it's because they're in a hurry, haven't the time. But what they don't realize is this. All the time it takes to get good nourishment first thing in the morning is the brief moment it takes to pour Wheaties into a bowl, slice a banana on top, and add sugar and milk. Yes, nutritionists tell us that one dish, milk and fruit and Wheaties, can be the better part of a better breakfast. Enjoy it along with some buttered toast or bread, and you're all set for a busy day. But you might ask, is there really much nourishment in such a quick and easy-to-fix breakfast? Ah, indeed there is. For remember, Wheaties are 100% whole wheat flakes. They give you 3 B vitamins, minerals, protein, food energy. In fact, with milk and fruit, Wheaties give worthwhile amounts of more than a dozen essential nutrients, just what you need at the start of a busy day. So tomorrow morning, every morning, start the day with a better breakfast. A breakfast that begins with milk and fruit and Wheaties. Wheaties, 100% whole wheat flakes. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Have you tried Wheaties? The best breakfast food in the land.
That was B. Crosby singing Wheaties, Wheaties, Wheaties. Yes, sir, folks. Try those Wheaties. Tonight, we got to show a little class as we welcome back the great American sport.
Oh, my, you read straight lines so well, you ought to do it more often.
Handle all that stuff.
So good. So empty.
I got to give you credit, though, Crosby. You hold a very unique position in baseball.
Really?
Yeah, you're the only guy in the game who grows his own bat boys.
You got the only face that grew its own bat, too.
You're pretty chipper tonight. You've been starching your legs again.
And no remarks about Pittsburgh tonight, you hear me? I'm loyal to those boys, and I'm proud to say that I'm a real pirate.
If you take money for singing, you're a pirate. A real one.
Yeah, but it just comes to me. I don't have to run all over the country collecting it in person like you do. Hopping hitting in young bilking people. How about that Count in Denver?
I've seen your act. It would be dangerous. But I like the feel of the money as it wriggles through my fingers on its way to Washington. I love it. Tell me, hula hips, what have you been doing?
I'm slender.
What have you been doing for excitement besides spiking your Wheaties?
Nothing too brilliant. Ballast breeches, nothing at all.
Ballast breeches?
Yes.
If you want to get descriptive, Tired Tonsils, I will admit that I'm getting a little chubby in places.
Yes, sir. You're chubby in places where there aren't even supposed to be places.
There's one thing about that line. Either one of us could have read it. You know that.
Just anybody.
But I think I would have gotten a bigger laugh with it. I really
well with it. I did well.
Are you going to tuck these things in before the show?
Just because I work for Chesterfield is no sign I should be the butt of all your jokes. Smasher?
Now, wait a minute. I'd like to throw in a plug for Surf myself.
Always punching, aren't you? But I got to hand it to you about making those personal appearance tours around the country. Must take a lot of energy to play all those theaters, those chili parlors and trailer camps.
Well, it is rather tiring, but I'm full of vigor.
Oh.
I wish you'd left off the O, boy.
I was worried about how to read it. I didn't know what would get it.
But I can't be too harsh with you tonight. You haven't recovered from your operation yet. You still smell from ether.
I wish you'd inhale deeply.
Don't stand too close to the audience. I think it's getting to them. They look
now
like
let
they're
them
ready.
sleep. Let them sleep. Now, why should they suffer?
I think they're ready for surgery right now.
But my operations are nothing serious. As a matter of fact, I had quite an interesting time at the hospital.
Really? What transpired?
Well, I...
Wait a minute.
What's that?
What transpired?
That's
There's a straight line I wouldn't give to Milton Berle.
What
That's
transpired?
yeah. What transpired?
Well, I was...
No, wait. The line that may help you what you're going to say. I'll do it in a
Let's let me have it big.
What transpired? Now
well,
go.
This is what transpired. I had my appendix taken out.
Hey, incidentally, Cross, speaking of your operation, they really take out your appendix, or was it a low tonsil?
I don't know. Ask Luella Parsons.
She'll know. She never misses an opening.
Never, but you might be... That was a little secret. You didn't know that was there, did you?
What transpired? You thought I wouldn't say. What transpired?
No, get off that line.
I can't live without her. What transpired?
You're reading it better, too.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Brittle Bones. 1 week after my operation, I was out at San Bernardino working out with the Pirates.
I know. You were the liveliest guy in the squad, too.
You do a lot of talking. I didn't see you doing any spring training with Cleveland, boy.
That's all you know about it. I went to Phoenix and worked out with the club. I even got a uniform that says Indians on the shirt.
Yeah, and you're the first Indian I ever saw carrying a papoose in front.
And another thing, I'm not a coward like you. I did a television show Easter Sunday.
That was wonderful.
Thank you.
I mean, it was wonderful that this Easter people didn't have to hunt for eggs. You dropped them right in the living room.
From now on, I want to hear all the lines at rehearsal. All right?
Something transpired that you didn't expect.
Stole my ad lib, too, huh? I'm confused. Did we mention my new picture, Fancy Pants?
Yeah, now that you've finished the picture, why don't you send the pants back to Gussie Moran? Listen, did we mention the picture of riding high? We got to that, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Fine.
We got that. And you know, Bing, I'm a real fan of yours. As a matter of fact, I've seen every picture you ever made.
I appreciate that. I want to thank you for contributing at the box office. That must be quite a sum.
No, not as much as you think. During most of your career, I was getting in for half price.
Dream on. I'll say one thing for you, Bob. By attending my pictures, you've learned a lot. If you keep working hard, someday you'll be a leading man, like I am.
Look who's calling himself a leading man. Last week, 3 women in Glendale reported his ears as flying saucers.
They thought your beak was one of the 23-inch men, too, you fellow. Furthermore, Flabby, your irascible harangue on my physiognomy is without my approbation is of the contumelious and supercilious nature.
I don't know what you said, but words that long can't be clean, and I'll report it.
What I was trying to convey to you, Rob, is that I wish you'd pull yourself together because it's time now to introduce our first guest.
Well, I hope it's Dottie Lamour. I'm tired of looking at you, you big blue-eyed money bag.
Let me live a little. Ladies and gentlemen, here now is our favorite girlfriend, the lovely lady of the screen, Miss Dorothy Lamour. How are you, Dottie?
Hello, Bing. Do you mind if I squeeze in here?
Just get in. We'll do the squeezing, honey.
Kid hasn't changed, has he?
Nope. He's still the same old rheumatic Romeo.
Hopefully hard to get her. I may change my mind. But, Dottie, it sure is good to see you.
Yeah, you're looking great, Dottie. That dress is so... Well, gee, it makes you look... You're so...
There goes his appendix stitches. Bring in Ori Kelly and stitch him up.
What transpired? We get Don Loper.
Why are you two fellas doing this baseball broadcast? I never thought of you as athletes.
Get out. We're big athletes.
Certainly. Didn't we chase you around Paramount for 7 years?
Yeah, but you never caught me.
Maybe not, but our breath sure scorched a lot of your sarongs.
Dorothy, it's safe for you to come back to Paramount now. I think Hope's out of breath.
Old dishpan ears is bitter, you know. They get that way in second childhood, you know. Tell the truth, Dottie. Who's your favorite leading man in the movies? Tell the man.
Alan Ladd.
Any more questions, Bob?
Watch for it at your neighborhood theater, folks. The next road picture starring Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Zazu Pitt. You better reconsider, Dottie. After all, I have such a nice profile.
Yeah, but Alan has a whole face.
You're looking for trouble, aren't you?
Watch closely, folks. At no time does Mr. Hope display any talent.
Say, abalone ears. You're being bitter. You hate me, don't you?
No, Bob, I
Yes,
really
you
don't.
Do. Yes, you do. I can tell the way
love
you
you.
You don't. Then kiss me.
Think I want to kiss you with Dottie standing here?
Oh, go ahead and kiss him. I'm not interested.
Now, you know that you love us, Dottie, and we love you.
Why, of course, we're buddies.
Yes.
Comrades to the end.
It's very sentimental. John Scott, give us the downbeat. Listen, Robert.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Why, lard.
Could I give you the information now?
What'll Dixie say?
Have I told with all my heart and soul how I adore you?
What transpired?
Robert, I'm telling you now.
I think this kid wants to go steady.
My heart would break in two if you'd refuse me.
Has an ether hangover.
I'm no good without you anyhow.
I know, I've seen your cinemas.
Say, have I told you lately that I love you? Oh, well, Bobby, I'm telling you now.
We're lovely. We're engaged. We use Brillo. When I heard about your operation.
Thanks for the get well Mickey Finn you slipped me.
Then, old pal, believe me, I was loyal.
I'll tell Senator Johnson you're a nice kid.
Yes, I rushed right down and bought some stock in that hospital.
Why'd you do this?
With your luck, I figured they'd strike oil.
Your life would be so drab if you should lose me.
Watch those stitches when you take a bow.
Have I told you lately that I love you?
Sisters of the Skillet.
Well, buddy, I'm telling you now.
Whatever happened to baseball? I thought we had baseball in here someplace. Kids?
Oh, how they love the grand old game of baseball. The thrilling crack of horsehide on the bat. The cheering crowds, the hot dogs and the peanuts. They've got the concession for that.
Red Hots, get your Red Hots.
Hold on, your Rex Toasted Venus. I
want a lollipop.
We'd pine away without those golden Wheaties. They are great for growing boys, that's sure. And now for grown-up boys, here's something special. Not Wheaties, but Dorothy Lamour.
Come in, Mother.
Have I told you fellas that I love you?
I think she's trying to come between us, Dad.
Have I sung your praises loud and sweet?
Oh, this chick is getting homey.
Did I ever tell you boys how mad I am about you?
Let's have it, Ma.
I must have been crazy with the heat.
Have I told you lately how I miss you?
What a friendship!
Dear old pal, with tears my eyes are wet.
Woo-hoo!
For we travel down that road for Paramount together.
Oh, brother, how corny can you get?
This heart would break in two if I should lose you. I'm no good without you anyhow. Have I told you lately that I love you?
Well, Buster, I'm telling you now.
Jessica, your net is dragging.
Yes, sir, them's our real sentiments, folks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as our purpose this evening is to welcome back baseball, it behooves me at this time to drop in a note of authenticity in the person of the leading home run hitter of the major leagues, the pummeling pirate from Pittsburgh, Mr. Ralph Kiner.
Thanks, Ring.
Ralph, I want you to edge right in here, and I want you to meet a couple of friends of mine, Dorothy Lamour and Gussie Moran.
Miss Lamour is beautiful, but Gussie's rather a disappointment.
We're in trouble. This kid gets laughs, you know. Look inside the hair on that man's chest. Maury Amsterdam. What a waste of talent. A guy like Kiner playing with Pittsburgh. If you want to get out of the bush leagues, Ralph, talk to me later.
Get away. Get out of here now.
Talk to me later.
Now, wait just a minute, Ralph. Wait a minute. I don't like to be an old fuddy-duddy, but I don't think you should talk to Hope, and I don't think you should have any dates.
Well, maybe Bob has something important to say to me. And I'm sure Miss Lamour packs a real message.
Well, now, even though you're
Sort
in
of a staggering delivery, huh?
Lying on the outside,
this
wasn't it?
here.
Yeah.
You gotta watch it.
Now, even though you're in Hollywood, Ralph, I don't think you should break training.
Don't pay any attention to this pooped-out Pinza, you hear?
I don't want you fooling around with Kiner either.
Wait for my laugh. All right.
Don't you fool around with this, boy. Take a look at those wrists. Those strong wrists of his to send that old pill a-sailing, boy.
Does just swinging a bat develop your wrist like that?
No, what really gives me this development, Dottie, is the extracurricular work I do.
Really? What transpired? No, I mean... No, wait. I'm sorry, Ralph. I'm sorry, I lost my thing. Look, let's get, extracurricular, did you say?
Yeah.
Well, really, your extracurricular work, you do that, huh? Well, really. I say to you in all earnestness, what is that?
Well, after every game, Crosby makes me squeeze oranges for Minute Maid.
Boy, you sure got a head for business, Bing, that's all.
Thank you.
I never saw a better one for squeezing oranges on.
Now, wait a minute.
That's my line. Wait a minute. Look, just stick to playing ball, kind of. That's my line.
Well, Bob, I just didn't think you could handle it.
Ralph, I tell you, you just got to grab anything you can here, Ralph.
He can grab me.
How can he miss?
Pardon me a minute, Dottie and fellas.
Are we canceled?
Don't get excited, Bob. You see, Bob, along about here, the Wheaties people would like to have us drop a few words gently into the microphone concerning their delicious, energy-giving product.
Yeah, we got a real champion here, Ralph Kiner. Perhaps he'd like to say something about the breakfast of champions.
I certainly would, Bing. Wheaties is my favorite breakfast food.
Ralph, is it true they send you a case of Wheaties every time you hit a home run?
Well, that's right, Dottie.
Ralph's got more Wheaties than the Wheaties people have.
You signed with the Indians, Ralph, and every time you get a case of Wheaties, we'll furnish the milk. We keep cows in the outfield, you know.
You ought to have some ball players out there, son.
No insults during the commercials.
I'm sorry.
Recognize a man from the major league, please.
I'm sorry. Still going underhand. I guess I just lost my head.
Well, we'll put an ad in the paper. Say, I mean, it may not be worth much, but it has a sentimental value.
Well, folks, I know most of us just don't have the knack of slugging homers to get our Wheaties, but I do know that all of us are interested in feeling good.
Yes, folks, famous ball players like Ralph Kiner, Jackie Robinson, and Tommy Henrik, they all go for the fast-stepping nourishment in these crisp toasted flakes of 100% whole wheat. And it's nourishment you can use, too, whatever your age, whatever you do. So tomorrow morning, every morning, start your day with milk and fruit and Wheaties. Wheaties, breakfast of champions.
Great ballad by Mr. Victor Young and Mr. Ned Washington. My Foolish Heart. The night is like a lovely tune. Beware, my foolish heart, how white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this. For they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware, my foolish heart.
Then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that'll fade and fall apart. It's love. This time it's love, my foolish heart. This time it's love, my foolish heart.
Thank you very much. That about brings to a close Wheaties' second annual Welcome Back to Baseball. I want to thank Bob Dottie and Ralph Kiner for helping us out in this salute to our national game.
Yes, sir, Bing. Baseball is a great American game because the essence of baseball is teamwork, and teamwork is what made America.
It's good to know that young America idolizes our baseball heroes, not only because of their professional skill, but because of their clean living habits, too.
Well, Bing, I'll be right out there at the ballpark with my hot dogs.
I'll be right behind you with my peanuts.
And I'll be right behind you with Kiner.
He's got to play.
You think that's not play?
Thanks very much, Ralph.
Thank you, Bing.
And thanks, folks. Good night.
Welcome Back Baseball was produced and transcribed in Hollywood, California by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie and was brought to you by Wheaties, the breakfast of champions. Remember Ralph Kiner, Jackie Robinson, and Tommy Henrick? They all eat Wheaties. Champions do, so why don't you?
Hello, everybody. Join us now for another Brooklyn ball game, brought to you by your favorite Post cereals and their terrific new teammate, Post Sugar Crisp. Yes, sir, Post is back to bring you the Dodgers again as they take on the New York Giants in the second of this three-game series here at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn, USA. This is the old redhead, Red Barber, and Connie Desmond will be along in the middle of the ball game, and between us, we'll take care of the play-by-play assignment. And your seat behind home plate today, no matter whereabouts in the United States you are, your seat is reserved thanks to your loyalty to Post cereals and your all-out cheers for sensational new Post Sugar Crisp. So with Post as your host, let's look around here at Ebbets Field and see what's on the docket. Public address announcer Tex Ricketts is busily going down the respective batting orders, and as you can gather by the cheers, this locale being Brooklyn, he's giving the Brooklyn batters. The starting pitchers will be Jack Kramer, the veteran right-hander who was sold by the Boston Red Sox during the winter to the New York Giants. Kramer will be making his debut in the National League. Jack Kramer will start for Leo DeRoche's Giants, and Dan Bankhead, the first Negro pitcher in the history of the major leagues, will get his first starting assignment for the Dodgers. When Bankhead was up and broke the ice a couple of years ago at Brooklyn, he only got in 4 games and on every occasion was a relief pitcher. So this is his major league starting debut, and so thus it's a big afternoon for both of these right-handers. Kramer last year with the Red Sox won 6 and lost 8. He had a big year with Joe McCarthy, if you'll recall, in 48 when he won 18 and lost 5. In 44 with the Browns, Kramer won 17 and lost 13. That was the year the Browns went for their only pennant. And in the World Series against the Cardinals, he had a win and was not defeated.
Bankhead last year was at Brooklyn's Montreal farm, and he won 20 and lost 6. Each of these pitchers has pitched impressively this spring, and that explains why they are getting the starting assignments. This clear, sunshiny, although it is a cool Saturday afternoon here at Brooklyn. Now for the invading Giants, and it's always a hot time in Brooklyn when the Giants come over. It's always a hot time whenever these two clubs tangle anywhere. Ed Stanky is leading off for the Giants. Whitey Lockman hits number 2 in left field. Third baseman Henry Thompson is batting third for New York. Rookie Don Mueller, M-U-E-L-L-E-R, is in right field. Center fielder Bobby Thompson. There are 2 Thompsons. Center fielder does not spell his name with a P in it. It's just T-H-O-M-S-O-N. Bobby Thompson in center. Alvin Dog, who came to the Giants along with Stanky from the Braves in that big one a deal. Dog is at short. Jack Hoshman, the rookie first baseman, hits 7. Wes Westrom is catching, and Kramer is the pitcher. The umpires have just come out, and there's a conference at home plate between the 3 wearers of the blue serge suits. Groundkeeper Ed Durham, Alvin Dog bringing up the batting card for the Giants, and Captain Pee Wee Reese bringing up the batting order for the Dodgers. And the Brooklyn batting order that Reese has on his card is in this wise. Reese himself leading off at short. George Schuber is in left field. Jim Russell is in center field. Duke Snyder is the regular center fielder, but he has a heavy cold, which has given him some trouble. He missed the exhibition games of last weekend at the stadium with the Yankees because of this same malady. So Russell is in center. Russell played left yesterday. His first game was a Dodger. They got him from the Braves in the winter, and he had a home run and a triple. Jackie Robinson, the defending batting champion and the league's most valuable player. Robinson at second is hitting 4th for the Dodgers. Then comes Carl Ferrello in right field. Hodges, the first baseman, is batting 6th. Rookie Bobby Morgan, who is hitting very well, hits safely in all 3 games. Morgan at third. Roy Campanella, whose grand slam home run in the 3rd inning sunk the Giants beyond hope yesterday. Campanella catching, and Dan Bankhead is the pitcher. The umpires, Douglas Scotty Robb is back to the plate. That's R-O-B-B. Al Barlick and Augie Donatelli will be on the bases. And now Miss Gooding will play and sing the national anthem. To those of you who are tuned in for your first time to a Brooklyn broadcast, as this is the first Brooklyn regular season broadcast to be on a coast-to-coast hookup, in addition to the station in New York that usually carries the games and has been doing so for 9 years, that is a pregame custom at Ebbets Field, the playing and singing of the national anthem before every single ball game. Not just the first game of the year, or not just at some special holiday. That's how they feel about it here at Ebbets Field. The Dodgers have taken the field. Dan Bankhead, slender, loose-jointed right-hander. Roy Campanella, stocky catcher. That's the battery. Big Gil Hodges at first base. Jackie Robinson at second. Captain Pee Wee Reese at short. And rookie Bob Morgan is at third. Billy Cox, who might have started at third base, except he hurt his back, rejoined the club yesterday and is recovering all right. In left field, George Schuber, who's having his second real chance with the Dodgers. Schuber in left. In center field, Jim Russell, who's turned out to be a very valuable player. came to the Dodgers in that Sam Jethro deal with the Braves. And in right field, it is Carl Ferrello, Reading, Pennsylvania, and they call him the Reading Rifle. Now, Ed Stanky is first up for the Braves. Of a crouch, right-hand hitter, Bankett's first pitch, fastball high inside for ball one. Stanky, this young season for the Giants, has 3 hits out of 12 at-bats. He's stocky, small, bends at the knees, outfield a little toward left. Bankhead pitches low outside for ball two. Stanky is one of the best judges in all baseball of a pitched ball. He holds the National League record for bases on balls, and nobody gave him any deliberate walks because he was such an awesome hitter. He just earned those walks. Bankhead throws outside with a curve, and he's behind ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. This is a momentous occasion for Bankhead, trying to make the Brooklyn club. It's his first start in a major league game. Leo DeRocha, the Giant manager, his own third base coach, Freddie Fitzsimmons, is coaching at first. Now the 3-0 pitch. Ball 4, and Stanky walks, throws his bat away, and off the first he trots, so Bankhead walks the first man he pitches to without throwing him a strike. And that's a bit of a danger sign, and here's Robinson coming in from second base. Campanella goes out to the mound. Post Cereals, very happy to be your host. P-O-S-T, Post. And the newest of the Post cereals is Sugar Crisp. Grand cereal and a swell snack. And it's the hottest thing that's come down the road. Look for them in the cellophane bag at your friend the grocer's here. And in addition to the words Post and Sugar Crisp, you'll notice there are 3 little honey bears right on the front. Bankhead in Montreal last year walked about as many fellows as he struck out. He walked 170 and he struck out 176. Putty Lockman, left-hand hitter for the Giants, batting at .333. Takes a call strike. Bankhead came down with his change. He slowed up on it and had it over. Campanella is most apt to make a pitcher use a change-up ball when he is getting wild. In other words, he makes him stay away from the fastball. Hodges holding first against Stanky, who's not too fast a runner. The Brooklyn infield halfway up, ready to go either way on a ground hit ball or a bunt. Outfield toward right. Lockman pulls. Fast curve swung on, fly ball out into center. Right to Russell, who comes in. He can't get it. He gets away from the ball. Suddenly stopped. Stanky goes on to second base and holds on. Russell seemed to have that ball right there up against his belt buckle. He just stood waiting. We said it was right after Russell. Then suddenly at the last moment, he ran in a step and dove for the ball and had to trap it. The ball must have suddenly sunk. The wind is not blowing in, the wind is blowing out. So it wasn't a question of the wind holding up the ball. It was a question of that ball probably sinking. Sometimes those line drives do that. So it is to be scored as a base hit. So there's a break for New York. Break against Bankhead. And let's see now whether the Giants can exploit this opening or just what happens. Yesterday's ball game, the first meeting of these two clubs, the Dodgers hammered the Giants early and often and beat them 8-1. The Giants have lost all 3 of their games this year. The Dodgers, after losing their first game with Philadelphia, won the next 2. So Giants at first and second, and Henry Thompson, the Negro third baseman for the Giants, who broke the ice for the Polo Grounders, left-hand hitter, is up and takes a fastball low inside at the knees. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strike. Down in the Brooklyn bullpen, a fellow who wears number 13 by deliberate design, Ralph Branca, is warming up. Big towering right-hander warming up with Sam Narron, the Dodgers bullpen catcher. Campanella goes out to the mound again to talk to Bankhead. Dom's in trouble. He put himself in trouble by walking Stanky without throwing a strike. And then something happened to that line drive, and Russell, who is a sure judge of a ball, didn't come up with it. He's standing there waiting competently. 1-0 pitch. Quick curve in there for a call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dodger infield has to be ready for the bunt if that's the way Leo wants to play it. Batter Thompson. This is Thompson, Henry Thompson, left-hand hitting third baseman. Hitting at .375, 3 for 8 this year, in a crouch. The pitch, he takes a curve high inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Bankhead, born in Empire, Alabama, makes his home now in Memphis, Tennessee, 6'1", 185 pounds, and probably the loosest-looking fellow on the mound you ever saw. In position, pitches, fastball swung on and foul back, so the Giants have refused to go for the buck. And the count is now 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. DeRocha coaching at third, hollers, all right, Henry. So we have action at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn. and there's always action here. Broadcast is toward right. Groundkeeper Ed Durham, under the supervision of business manager Jack Collins, got this ballpark manicured to where it looks like you could eat off of it any place you wanted to. Henry Thompson steps out to get Tyler waiting. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no score. The Giants threatening here in the top of the first inning at Ebbets Field. Bankhead in position. Henry Thompson crouches, severe crouch, left-hand hitter. Right-hander deals, curve, tip, foul, and it's 2-2 still. Campanella was fighting it like it was a mad bumblebee trying to hold it, but he couldn't do it. Catchers are not expected to hold foul tips. There's never any error charged against him. Any criticism leveled if they do not hold them. If they do hold them, fine. If they don't, well, that's the way it goes. Now let's see. Bankhead coming to his stop. Looks at second. Deals. Curve way outside for ball 3. He's a long way away from the plate on that one. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Dan Bisley chewing gum out there. He doesn't look like he weighs 185. He is so bony and angular. And he has a tremendously loose hip motion. Stanky at second. Lockman at first. Stanky not too fast at second. Lockman can fly at first. Infield and double play depth. 3-2 count. They might be running. Let's see. They pitch. They don't go. And it's a curveball drilled out into right field. It's up against the wall for an extra base hit. Perella plays it on the bound. Stanky is coming around third toward the plate and scores on the single. And into third goes Lockman. And it is 1-0 New York. And DeRocha was right when he didn't bunt Thompson when he produced that base hit. So the Giants have gone out in front and lead 1-0, have men at first and third and nobody out. Looks like you got in here just in time because the pot is bubbling here at Brooklyn. Commissioner A.B. Chandler is just coming in the ballpark now with President Branch Rickey, and they're taking a box down by the Brooklyn dugout. See that also from the commissioner's staff is Dick Butler. Business manager Jack Collins down there with them. The commissioner was at Yankee Stadium yesterday. Ebbets Field today. Bankhead making his first major league start. Got nobody out, pitching to his 4th hitter. Delivers, curveball swung on, hit down to Robinson, who's up with it. Goes to Reese at second, 1 out, 4 on the first. Double play, and Hoffman scores from third, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Giants. Mueller bangs into a DP. It's the first double play that the Dodgers have come up with against the Giants, and their 3rd double play of the year. Hoffman, of course, cruised in from third on the double play, so the Giants have 2 runs in. Under the present scoring rules, Mueller cannot be credited with an RBI because the run scored when he was banging into an infield twin killing. Robinson to Reese and on to Hodges. So 2-0 in favor of New York. Both runs earned. And here is Bobby Thompson. Right-hand hitting, very tall center fielder. Bankhead delivers a curve, swung on, is beaten down to the dirt, foul. Strike 1. This kid, Bobby Thompson, was born in Glasgow, Scotland. So he's come a long way, hasn't he? However, as an infant, his family moved to Staten Island, one of the 5 boroughs in New York, and he came up with the Giants rather than with the Dodgers. He never was a Dodger fan. Wonderful ball player. Hit .309 for the Giants last year, 6'2", 190 pounds. Bankhead pitches, fastball swung on, foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. Leo DeRocha will tell you that he believes that this fellow up at the plate, his center fielder, Bobby Thompson, Thomson, can, in 100 yards, outrun anybody in baseball. He says he doesn't know whether Thompson can outrun Jethro of the Braves at 60 yards, but he knows he can at 100. Believes he can. This fellow can fly, long stride. Pitch, strike 3, back to over. So Bankhead settles down after looking to be right there in the pickle bat. 2 runs for the Giants on 2 hits. The double play finally turned the tide. So it's 2-0 in favor of the Giants, and the Dodgers are coming in for their first licks for the afternoon. And look here, friends. Here's just a simple point-blank question from the old redhead to all of you. Do you eat cornflakes? Chances are you do. But look, here's the important thing. There's a difference in cornflakes, a real difference. You up and try Post Toasters, and you'll see just what we mean. Yes, sir, there's a difference in cornflakes, and it's post-toasting that makes that difference. Now, once you eat them, you'll agree. Post-toasters are extra crisp, extra delicious, better in every way. Post-toasters are fresher, too. Fresher than ever before. Now so fresh that they taste just toasted. So next time that you stop by Joe the grocer's, don't ask for cornflakes. Ask for Post-Toasters, the better cornflakes. That's guaranteed fresh Post-Toasters, one of the famous Post cereals. Try them all, yeah? This is a rather historic broadcast, as we told you at the beginning, and the Post cereal folks are very happy to make it possible, working in cooperation with the Brooklyn Ball Club and the WMGM, which is the station that for 8 years has been doing all the Brooklyn games in New York, because today stations of the Columbia Broadcasting System are joining in too with the coverage outside of New York. And so it is coast-to-coast coverage of baseball's most colorful, dynamic team, the Dodgers. And we're glad to have you along. You come with us all the home Saturdays at Brooklyn is at Ebbets Field. And you see on your baseball schedules that the Dodgers are going to be in Brooklyn. Then we're going to be with you. You're going to help us be there, too, by the fact that you tell Joe the grocer that you want Post-Toasters. Or any of the Post cereals. Or the newest, Sugar Crisp. Okay, here we go with Captain Pee Wee Reese and Jack Kramer making his first start in the National League. Comes down with a strike over the plate. Kramer's a trim-looking right-hander. He throws a fastball, throws slow curves. Good control. Reese has 3 for 14, hitting at 214 right now. Kramer pumps, kicks, throws. There's a sharp curveball. That's a call, strike 2. Kramer. Jack Kramer. Well along, 32 years. Outfield shaded toward left. Reese swings from the end, swings, and there's a high pop fly in the short left center. Left fielder Lockman's in, under it, and he takes it for out number 1. So we have 1 up and 1 gone for Brooklyn. Last of the first inning. The Giants leading 2-0, and this is baseball's most heated rivalry. Giants and the Dodgers. And DeRocha and the Giants trying so hard to win their first one. They've been under very heavy criticism for losing their first 3. Especially in the face of that big deal that was made with the Boston Braves in the winter. You know, when Stanky and Doc came from Boston to New York, and the Giants sent Sid Gordon, Willard Marshall, Buddy Carr, and Sam Webb to the Braves. And then the first 2 games of the season, the Braves played the Polo Grounds, won them both. And in the second game, Gordon hit 2 home runs, won a grand slammer. Boy, that's really having that boomerang come back and hit you right between the eyes. But as Leo said today, it's a long season. George Schuber, left-hand hitter, takes a high outside fastball. Ball 1. Schuber has 1 for 8. He's being given another chance. Outfield around toward right side of the infield is back. It's a bright sun and a bright sky. Pitch. Slow curve right over for a ball strike. Kramer's one of these fellows that pumps and hitches and tries to catch you between swings. This is a great deal of the style of Preacher Rowe, by the admission of Kramer's new manager, DeRocha. Milton Stock is the Brooklyn third base coach. Jake Pittler, old Sugarfoot Jake, and this is his 56th birthday. Pittler coaching at first. Western gives the sign, Kramer pitches, and Schuber takes a fastball low outside for ball 2. Kramer kicked on it, asked where the pitch was, and played umpire Rob motioned outside. Third baseman Henry Thompson is about 3 full steps over towards short. Shortstop Doc is almost directly behind the bag. The outfield is swung drastically into right, and they're playing Schuber wider than I've seen any ball club play him, pulled toward right field. In other words, straightaway left field is wide open, and inside third base it's wide open. Schuber takes a curve over, good for a call. Second strike, 2 and 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. They really ganged up in the right field on this fella. Pitler hauling down from first base. Come on, George. You're the fella. Jack Kramer with one out, pitching his first inning in the National League. He's fidgeting around out there on the mound. There's nobody on base. Pumps once, pumps twice. Right-hander kicks high, throws. Fastball swung on. Drilled deep out into right center field. Back goes Thompson, way back in the corner, and makes the catch 390 feet away in the right center field corner. Schuber tagged it, but it's just out number 2. 2 men gone, and Jim Russell playing his second game as a Dodger. He's a switch hitter, or some people say a turnaround hitter, and he's batting left-handed against right-hander Kramer. Russell went 2 for 4 yesterday. He hit a home run, and he hit a triple. And for every home run that is hit in a Brooklyn ball game or every shutout pitch, there is an award of a case of Post Sugar Crisp. So Russell collected yesterday. The pitch, fastball on the outside. Ball 1. Kramer monkeys around, pitches here, pitches there. Al Bollock, the first base umpire, just noticed that the bag had been kicked a little bit out into foul ground, so he runs up there and kicks it back into fair. Attention to small details, very important. Umpiring, anything else. Slow curve outside to Russell, and it is ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Doc is coming in from short and is talking to Kramer. Apparently, Doc must have noticed that Kramer has kicked on a couple of decisions at the plate. Maybe he's saying something to him. The Giants on top 2-0. They got 2 runs off Dan Bankhead right at the bell. Bankhead began his own difficulties by walking Stanky. That's the first rule in the book for pitchers. Don't walk them, and certainly don't walk that first. 2-0 pitch. Curve outside for ball 3. That was a big, slow rainbow. 3 balls, no strikes. In case you just joined us on this broadcast of the best wishes of Post Cereals, Stanky walked. Went to second base as Lockman's line drive apparently suddenly sank in front of Russell. Russell seemed to have it caught all the way and then dove for it, and too late. Thompson singled off the right field wall to get 1. Mueller hit into a double play, and the second run came over. There's a call strike for Russell on the outside. 3-1. Fine crowd here at Ebbets Field, and the Dodgers and Giants will be here tomorrow. Game time tomorrow, 2 o'clock, and business manager Collins told us before today's game there are 14,000 seats of all kinds that will be available on sale at the park tomorrow when the gates are open, around noon. 3-1 pitch, ball 4, and Russell becomes the first Dodger runner with a base on balls. 2 out last first inning. Jackie Robinson, who is hitting so far with 6 hits for 11 at-bats at 544, the defending batting champion. Presented by Ford Frick yesterday with a silver replica of a baseball bat sent by the Louisville Slugger people. The Hillerick Memorial bat, emblematic of winning the batting title last year. He was also voted the league's most valuable player. Robinson, his weight now is 208 pounds. He's in fine shape. Playing him straight away. The wind is blowing to right field. Curve is good on the outside for a called strike. Jack, I think, is a little unhappy about it, but he didn't turn around. For the Giants, the veteran Jack Kramer, making his first National League appearance. He was formerly over there in the American League with the Browns and the Red Sox. Wes Westrom is catching. Jack Hoshman at first. Russell is leading off at that point, 2 out. Stanky at second. Alvin Dock at short. The third baseman is Henry Thompson. Kramer in position, deals, curve high, and it is ball 1. It was very high. And ball 1 strike. In left field for New York, Whitey Lockman. The center fielder is Bobby Thompson, and the right fielder is Don Mueller. Pick the umpires again. It is Doug Scotty Robb back of the plate. Al Bollock is at first base, and Donatelli, rookie National League umpire, this is his second series in the National League, is at second. Kramer coming down to his set position. Delivers. Robinson swings and misses. The ball was sinking. Took a little bit off of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Crowd sort of quiet for the moment, but they don't stay quiet at Brooklyn long. Robinson holding his club down by the end. Strong right-hand hitter. George Sisler has helped him a great deal to become the fine batter that he is. 1-2 pitch. Curve outside. Jack takes it for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kramer, in no hurry at all. Back to the mound, put into the rosin bag. Two and 2. Russell, ready to get up and go. Just as quick as you can say, sugar crisp. Anything happens with 2 out. Pitch, curve, swung on, hit down to second baseman Stanky, who's up with it. The throw goes over to first. Robinson's out by 2 running steps. Stanky to Hoshman, and that's all for the first inning. There's really nothing to it when you add it up. So at the end of the first inning, 2 runs are both earned, 2 hits and no errors for the Giants. For the Dodgers, no runs, no hits and no errors. Now let's see what's on that post scoreboard, and then we'll see about identifying the stations. So let's see. In the National League, nothing yet on the Cardinals and the Cubs. Philadelphia playing at Boston. Kurt Simmons will go for the Phillies, and Warren Spahn, top-winning left-hander in the league last year, will go for the Braves. Spahn making his second start. He beat the Giants opening day. Cincinnati's at Pittsburgh, and at the end of the first inning, it is 3-0 in favor of the Pirates. Hepke for Cincinnati and Chesney for Pittsburgh. In the American League, Washington is playing New York at the Stadium. Steve Nagy for Washington, and Bob Porterfield starting for the Yankees. Staub is starting for the Boston Red Sox at Philadelphia against Alex Kellner, and that gets you up to date. And now, let's take a 20-second pause for station identification. Hello, everybody, and those of you who may have just joined us, this is Red Barber speaking to you for Post Cereals from behind home plate at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn. The Giants are at bat in the second inning. Alvin Dark first up, and New York is ahead of Brooklyn 2-0. Dan Bankhead for the Dodgers delivers a fastball that's drilled in for a called strike. Dark is hitting at .417. He's gotten off to a good start with the bat. He has 5 for 12. He's a fine ball player. Open stance, feet wide apart. Takes a curve for a called second strike. Nothing in 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Hatfield. Swing around into left. Infield is up a step because this fella can run. Dark. Backs out of there. Takes the heavy end of his bat, knocks some play out of his spikes. The infield has been treated with Mulder sand this year. It has a darkish gray color. But it's free. That strikes him out. In fact, makes Dark chase a low outside hook. Second strikeout for Daniel. And rookie Jack Harshman stepping up.
Jack Harshman, first base.
Harshman. Jack Harshman. Minneapolis last year hit .270 for indigenous to San Diego, California. 6'2", 180 pounds. 2-0 favor the Giants. Fine, sunny afternoon. Harshman takes a fastball that's too low. 0-1. Throw. Let a curve go inside the shin for ball 2. We'll keep you posted on the other ball games as they go along. Bankhead pitches 2-0. Call strike. At the end of the first inning in the ball game between the Washington Nationals and the New York Yankees, it's 1-0 favor the Yankees, who have gotten off to a good start this year. The Red Sox are leading at Philadelphia over the Athletics 3-0 at the end of an inning and a half. At the end of 2 innings now, Philadelphia, Boston in the National League, it's no score. The 2-1 pitch to Harshman foul tipped, and it's now 2-2. The Cincinnati-Pittsburgh game is now at the end of 3 innings, and it is 6-1 in favor of the Pirates behind Bob Chesney. Hetke, who started for Cincinnati, was replaced in the second inning by Kurt Peterson. Outfield, round to the right. Hoshman, left-hand hitter, claimed to fall. This year he's had 2 hits for 11 at-bats, walk of 182. But percentages are not too indicative this early. 2-2 pitch, fastball, foul tip, still 2-2. Bankhead, turn that one loose. 2-2. Dan steps upon the mound. He can throw that ball. Sets. Delivers. Another foul ball. Back on the screen. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Giants 2. Dodgers nothing. The wind is rather gusty this afternoon. At times it is strong, then it seems to slow down. But the prevailing course of the wind is out to right field, which is the short field here at Ebbets Field. Those of you who have never seen the park or heard about it, maybe we'll better describe it for you. The 2-2 pitch to Hoshman, swung on, a ground foul outside first. Fitzsimmons stops it with his foot. Still 2-2. Right field at Ebbets Field is one of the famous fields in all athletics, not just baseball alone. It's a concrete wall in right field, which goes up 20 feet off the ground. Then there is an additional 20 feet of wire screen on top of it. So the right field fence, while it is short here at Brooklyn, is very high. It's 40 feet high. So you just don't pop one into Bedford Avenue, which is a big 6-lane highway in back of it, on just a little bunted ball. 2-2 pitch. The curve just missing low inside, and Bankhead and Campanella are both unhappy at Rob's call on that. It's ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Bankhead really wound up, and he can wind up on himself, too. The distance down the right field line at Brooklyn, which is relatively short, is 297 feet. Bankhead stands at the back of the mound. However, in right center field, the wall slanting away is 395 feet. Then you have double-deck stands beginning in right center field and going all the way around the rest of the park and coming right back into the right field corner. In other words, it is just right field itself that has the wall. 20 feet of concrete, 20 feet of screen, and the scoreboard is also out there. And the scoreboard is stuck out in front of it, which causes a series of angles. The 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 swinging the curveball. He swung off. Well, Bankhead has struck out the first 2 here in the second innings. 3 strikeouts all told. He got off to a shaky start by walking Stanky and then having Lockman's line drive sink in front of Russell when it looked to be a certain catch for an out. Then Thompson hit the right field wall for a single, the wall we were talking about. Mueller banged into a double play. The Giants had 2 runs, but from that time on, Bankhead has gotten 5 outs, pitching to his last 4 men. Wes Westrom, the right-hand hitting catcher for the Giants, been around parts of the last 2 years. Open stance, takes a curve outside, ball 1. Westrom this year has not come up with a base hit, and he's been up officially 6 trips. 2-0, favor the Giants. Always business when the Giants and the Dodgers are on hand. Throw. Let up ball low inside, ball 2. Posterior folks from Battle Creek, Michigan way, very happy to be sending you this ball game from Brooklyn way. And whenever the Dodgers are home on Saturday, so will come these broadcasts. 2-0 pitch. Curve over, good. Ball strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. 1-1. Outfield toward left. Play Western to pull. Bankhead a right-handed deals. Fastball low outside for ball 3. See that one hard. Fitzsimmons coaching at first hollers, "Hey, Wes, come on, get a good ball." Ebbets Field is one of the smallest ballparks in the major leagues. It seats nominally about 32,000. And part of its great charm is its complete and immediate intimacy with the game itself. You're never far away from the players. 3-1 pitch, curve swung on, foul on top of the third base stands, out of the park. 3-2. So whenever you are at Brooklyn, you are actually in the ball game, so to speak. You don't have any great chasms and caverns and yawning distances, etc. You can see the players. Hear them. Hear what the coaches say. There's a lot of truth in the statement that has endured through the years. There's never a dull day with the Dodgers, and certainly never at Ebbets Field. Something in the atmosphere around here. If something's going to happen, it'll happen here at Brooklyn. 3-2 pitch. The high fly ball resultant deep out into left center. Russell, the center fielder, is under it, waiting. He's got it. Ball, having crossed for the Giants in the top half of the second inning. At the end of an inning and a half, it remains New York 2 and Brooklyn nothing. Carl Ferrello coming on now to be first up for the Dodgers, last of the second inning, followed by Gil Hodges and then by Bob Morgan. Jake Pittler coaching at first base for the defending National League champions. Milton Stark at third. Ferrello, who's hitting in August and September, had much to do with Brooklyn coming up with a pennant. He was hitting almost 500 there in the stretch, and that's the mark of the ball player that he is. Ferrello hitting now 3-for-13, 231. Outfield back into right. Stanky on orders from DeRocher in the bench moves back deep at second base. Right-hander Kramer pitches a curve. It's a called strike. It's a big slow bender. Broke away from the hand and caught the inside slice. No balls, one strike. Throw has something in his eye. Steps out of the box for the moment. Kramer puffing. Veteran right-hander. Kicks, throws. Let a ball in on the hands. He tried to make that look like the pitch just now when he broke the curve off the hands and over. But Ferrello stayed off of it, and the count goes to 1-1. Kramer uses a lot of slow stuff. Manager Burt shot into the Dodgers, who doesn't wear a uniform, sitting back there in the dugout. 21 pitch, fastball, low outside. Ball 2. First the slow curve, then the slow pitch up on the hands, trying to look like that slow curve again. Well, it didn't, and then the fastball trying to crisscross on the outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ferrello choking his stick just a little. He's quite strong. 2-1 pitch. Fastball outside, 4-3. So Kramer is behind now, 3-1. Stahl has the orders. He looks at third base coach Milton Stark, who usually is the central man in the Brooklyn wigwag system. Stark, of course, keeps his eyes glued on Boss Schotten. They're in the dugout for the word. In the major leagues, these fellows just don't go out there and do as they please, take orders. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on, hit sharply down to short. Alvin Dark is up with it. Plenty of time for the throw to first, which is accurate with a hospital, and Ferrello's out by 2 steps. So Carl was hitting and grounded out short to first.
Number 14.
Gil Hodges, big first baseman, stepping up. Continue giving you some distances at Ebbets Field. To the straightaway lower center field stand, it's 393 feet. Right center field to the lower stands, double decked out there, 351, and in the left field corner, 348. Big Hodges has really been hotter than a $2 pistol. Hitting at 700, 7 for 10. Big, strong, strapping right-hand batter, outfield toward right. Takes a fastball for a call strike on the outside above the knees. Hodges is a magnificent athletic specimen. I don't know of anybody who has ever seen him that wants any part of it. He has the least trouble of any man on the face of the earth. And he's awfully good-natured, which everybody says is just grand. But if you're that strong, you ought to be good-natured. Fastball inside on the short ribs. Brings him up again. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. I feel deep round toward left. Hodges is just coming into his own as a ball player. Big, strong guy from Indiana. 1-1 pitch, swung on. There's a high ball deep out into left center field. Way back, Thompson goes back close to the stand. It's in there for a home run. Hodges has hit his second of the season. It's his 8th hit on 11 at bat. And that's the second time that he has tapped the kill for a case of Post Sugar Crisp. Here he is running his home run home. So he's busted up him. Way out there where it is marked, 390 feet in the lower left center field stands. It gives Gill 2 home runs, 3 runs batted in. 8 hits for 11, and Bobby Morgan, who has 7 hits for 13, breaking in as a rookie. Stocky, blonde, right-hand batter. Morgan hitting at .538 is up there. So the Dodgers break through, and it's now a 2-1 game favor the Giants.
Hi, folks. Join us now for another Brooklyn ball game here at Ebbets Field, brought to you by your favorite Post cereals and their terrific new teammate, Post Sugar Crisp. Yes, sir. Post is right back to bring you the Dodgers again as they take on the Boston Braves in the first of a 3-game series here at Ebbets Field, Brooklyn, USA. This is the old redhead, Red Barber, saying a hi, hello to you, and Connie Desmond will be along here in a few minutes between the two of us while we'll send you the play-by-play. And your seat right bang behind home plate is reserved thanks to your loyalty to Post cereals and to your all-out cheers for sensational new Post Sugar Crisp. So, with Post as our host, let's see what's going on the docket. Oh, man, it couldn't be a nicer afternoon. Great goodness. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is it. This makes you feel like it's spring and baseball and like there's no more measles and free tickets to the circus. Anyhow, we'll have a repetition of a fine pitching struggle that took place for its first copy up at Boston earlier this year. Joe Hatton, left-hander for the Dodgers, and Vern Bickford, right-hander for the Braves. They met at Boston, and Hatton pitched a 2-hit shutout to beat Bickford and the Braves, and thereby Mr. Hatton earned himself the award, which comes to fellas who deliver shutouts, the same as those who hit home runs, a case of Post Sugar Crisp. All right, let's go over the batting orders. Oh, the sun shines bright in Kentucky and right here in Brooklyn, too. It's a lovely afternoon. For the Braves, who have not won a game in the 2 they've played with Brooklyn this year, Jethro is leading off in center field. Sam Jethro. Earl Torgerson is hitting second at first base. Bobby Elliott, the big third baseman, bats third. Sid Gordon, the ex-Giant, a Brooklyn boy who lives no more than a couple of blocks right out back of right field here at Ebbets Field. And he's wreaked a lot of vengeance on the Dodgers. Gordon in left field for the Braves. The umpires are now walking out, 3 of them. Willard Marshall, another ex-Giant, is in right. Walker Cooper, who was just recently traded, you'll recall, from the Cincinnati Ball Club. Cooper catching. Sisti at second base, S-I-S-T-I, Sibby Sisti. Buddy Carr, who came in that 4-for-2 deal with the Giants. Carr's at short. And Bickford, who hasn't won and lost 3 times, is on the mound. Lifetime, he's beaten the Dodgers 3 times, lost to them once. Batting order for the Braves as the meeting at home plate takes place now between Captain Pee Wee Reese of the Dodgers, the 3 umpires, and Billy Southworth of Boston. Reese is leading off for Brooklyn, playing short, of course. George Schubert is in left field. Duke Snyder in center. Jackie Robinson at second base, hitting 4th. Paul Ferrello, the Reading Rifle, in right, batting 5th. Big Gil Hodges with those meat hooks for hands at first base. Billy Cox at third. Bruce Edwards is catching to give Campanella a little more rest there with that torn muscle in his leg. And the pitcher is Joe Hatton. The umpire is Larry Getz, back at the plate, calling balls and strikes. His 2 associates on the bases will be Lou Jorda, stationed at first, and Frank Dascoli at third. That's the original station before you have any base runners. After the base umpires shift, depending and reflecting upon how many men you got on when you got it. Now, we were just giving you the Brooklyn batting order a moment ago. talking about the Dodgers, well, you ask them, and they'll tell you that it's good to be champs, but that it's better to stay champs. And because they want to keep that pennant flying right here at Ebbets Field, they're mighty careful about physical condition. Ask an expert like Jake Pittler. Old Sugarfoot Jake, the Dodgers Peppery first base coach, what that involves. And he'll tell you, friend, you'll never get to first base and talk to me in any conditioning program unless you start with the right kind of meal. Jake's got a point there for every one of us. Remember, friends, you just aren't eating the right kind of meals unless you start with a proper breakfast. One that includes fruit, bread and butter, beverage, and cereal. And that's what you should have to get a bright start every new day. When you're choosing that cereal for your breakfast, you make that cereal a nourishing Post cereal. So do yourself a favor here. Eat a better breakfast every livelong morning with your favorite Post cereal included. Discussion going on at home plate, going over the ground rules. Whenever you have the first game of a series in a ballpark, and especially if teams have not been in the park in some time, and the Braves haven't been here since last year, why then you have to go over the ground rules. For example, the umpires and the two team representatives must be in thorough agreement as to whether a ball is in play at this particular point of real estate, and whether it is out of play there. What about a thrown ball here? What about a pitch ball there? What about a ball that gets up against the bench out there in the bullpen? What about a ball by the exit gate in right center field? What about a ball that may get down in that queer little corner in left field where you have an angle of seats that jut right down? What about this screen here that's 20 feet high on top of this 20-foot concrete wall? Suppose you hit a ball through there. Suppose a ball bounces back to the scoreboard and comes out on the playing field. Those are the things that they discuss. Maybe you've often wondered, what do those guys do when they get up there and talk? Ask each other where to have dinner? No, it isn't that at all. It's just the business of a thorough understanding. And you can never go wrong if you've got a thorough understanding beforehand. Some of the bitter arguments that come up in baseball are on situations that come up that were not canvassed in the pregame discussion and are not covered by the ground rules. And as far as ground rules for each park are concerned, each manager makes out the ground rules for his own park. In other words, it is the job of the Boston Braves to understand what the ground rules are as set up by the Dodgers here at Ebbets Field. When Brooklyn goes to Boston, they then have to understand what are the ground rules that the Braves have undertaken to put in their ballpark. Now, first base umpire Jordan walking down the line toward his sector. Big Frank Descoli going down toward third. Billy Southworth, who's his own third base coach, going down there. And in just a second, the Brooklyn club will go out and take the field and will be off. It's always news about anything in Brooklyn, especially the Dodgers. A ball game is always news. I don't think it's news that we've got a fine crowd. Boy, they come here. I mean. However, it is news, and it's wonderful news. This weather. Boy, this is the afternoon to quit. Now the Dodgers go out to take the field. Brooklyn opening up its first real homestand. Tomorrow is a single game at 2 o'clock. Then Monday night, the Braves here at night. Then the Western clubs come in, led by the Cardinals, who will be here Tuesday, Wednesday night, and Thursday afternoon. And Thursday will be Ladies' Day. Never a dull day with the Dodgers, and certainly never on Ladies' Day. Pittsburgh is in for a night game Friday next week. Saturday game a week from today. And then next Sunday, May 21, it is Cincinnati, remaining for Monday night, May 22. Then the Cubs, the 23rd, 24th, 25th, and on the 24th, a night game. Now the Star Spangled Banner. Miss Gladys Gooding has just played in song the national anthem, which is a custom here in Brooklyn for every ball game that is played, not just special occasions. The Dodgers are afield in their white home suits trimmed in light blue, which is called Brooklyn blue. Joe Hatton on the mound. Won a game which was a shutout two-hit affair at Boston at the expense of the Braves. Hatton has been uniformly successful since he got into the league against Boston. He's beaten them 10 times. He got 4 reversals. Bruce Edwards catching. Hatton at first base. Jackie Robinson, now a motion picture star, is at second. By the way, I haven't seen the picture, but my wife got to see it at the premiere, which was held in New York last week while the Dodgers were still out on the road. And she told me what I've heard from so many other people, that it's a very excellent picture and that Robinson is fine. Plays his role extremely well on the plate. Robinson is second. Reese is short. Billy Cox is at third. The rookie, Bobby Morgan, is being rested on the bench a little bit, hoping that'll perk him up. Out in left field is George Schuber. Center fielder is Duke Snyder. Right fielder, Perello. Sam Jethro, a switch hitter, has the most hits in the league. 32 of them, hitting 352 is up. Outfield toward the left. Curveball is inside. Off the bed with mitt back to the stand, just ball one. Ball one, no strikes. The outfield is around toward left. The wind is blowing from right to left, off from first base to third. Pretender Hatton deals. Fastball swung on, hit down to third. Cox is up with it. The throw is over to first, and Jethro's out for 3 running steps. So Sam Jethro, the lanky speedster, thrown out third to first. 1 up and 1 ball. Just to start a thing. That was the first batter, naturally no score. And here is Earl Torgerson. The tall, lanky, almost raw-boned, left-hand hitting first baseman. Wears glasses. Outfield back into right. He pulls. Earl hitting at 289. Pretender Hatton pitches. A slow curve over for a call strike. Johnny Cooney, slender veteran, is coaching at first base for the Braves. Billy Southworth pacing along like a restless cat in a new house, coaching at third. Throw. Slow curve, low and away. Left-hand pitcher. Left-hand hitter. 1-1. Not a cloud in the sky. Air is soft. You just sort of see the leaves and the buds just popping right out of the trees. 1-1 pitch. Swung on, a ground ball down to second. Robinson up. Fires to first, and Torgerson's out. 2 up and 2 gone. The Dodgers, if they can win today, and if the Phillies get beat, Brookington's going to first place. So let's see what this means. If you look at your National League standings, you'll find out that you've got 6 teams that are bunched, all of them within breathing distance of first place, which makes a very tight race. Bob Elliott, big blonde right-hand hitting third baseman who can blast that ball. They play him to full, way around into left field. Also, the wind is blowing into left. Outfield swung drastically that way, the infield back. Elliott hitting 244. Swings and misses a low outside curveball. Strike 1. Elliott has batted in 19 runs. He leads the ball club in that department. Throw, swung on, fastball, foul tip for 2. Post Cereals, mighty happy to be sending you this ball game from Brooklyn. Sending it to you wherever you're listening from coast to coast. No balls, 2 strikes. Elliott dug in, 2 out, nobody on. Pitch, curve into the dirt in front of the plate. Ball 1. Haven't tried to put a little too much on that, snap it off. He's also trying to pitch it low and make Bustin' Bob go after a bad ball. Fine crowd here at Brooklyn. 1-2 pitch, swung on, a line drive, hit through in the left field for a base knock. Elliott on, the ball checked by left fielder Schuler, thrown into second. First second by Robinson, and it's the first hit of the game, the first runner. Now the Brooklyn boy, Sid Gordon. He's up. Right-hand hitter. Has always hit well against Brooklyn. Batting at 262. He leads the Braves in the matter of home runs. He's got 7. Sidney, an open stance, strong, stocky. Slow curve, high outside. Ball one. Elliott at first. Patton down, checks the run at first. Pitches. Curveball just low and inside. Ball 2. 2-0. Patton reads the sign. Now stops in his pitching move. Deals. Curve, high outside, ball 3. So goes behind, 3-0. All curveballs to Gordon. Bruce Edwards trying to slow up the pitcher. Walked in front of the plate a couple of paces before he would return the agate. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Fastball low, ball 4. Bell was hoisted in the crowd on simple infield bounces. Single by Elliott is followed by a base on balls to Gordon. And now Willard Marshall gets in. The Braves are threatening with 2 down here in the first inning. No score. Man at first and second. Edwards out the mound. Talking to his battery mate, Joe Hatton. Marshall is a left-hand batter. Hitting .261. They play him to pull. The outfield shifted back now into right. Outfield has been almost like he was on a shuttle train here in the first inning, the way they've been switching back and forth. Various extremes on these hitters. Marshall swinging from the end. Elliott leading down off second. Gordon off first. Right side of the infield back. Left side up step. The pitch is fastball for a called strike. That one above the knees on the inside. Larry gets the ball and strike indicator. Jorda is now on the first base side of second. On the runners at first and second, Dascola remains on the line behind third. Secret of umpiring, of course, is to have the proper angle. Nothing in one pitch. Curveball swung on and popped up. Shortstop Reese is under, waiting. And he loses it to turn the ball up, and Elliott scores. And runners remain at first and second. Pee Wee is in his 11th year, and I have never seen him lose one before, but he lost it. He has no sunglasses. He usually wears them. I told you a few moments ago there is not a cloud in the sky, and Reese, one of the most capable of players, in fact, Bert Shotton says that he's so good he calls him his ringer, meaning that he's really too good for the professionals. Pee Wee lost the pop fly and dropped 2 feet behind him. Pee Wee standing there, sort of wiping the tears out of his eyes, and they are tears of complete frustration, too, as well as looking into that scar. So Pee Wee, the ball has to be scored as a base hit, of course. Ball wasn't touched. So you have no infield foul rule, you know, with 2 outs. So Elliott, who was running, scores, and there is a Sun single of a simple pop fly directly at short. Not too high. But Reese just lost it. When you lost it, you've lost it. And Big Walker Cooper making his first at-bat now for the Braves. He's going to catch today. Hatton throws, curveball low inside. Well, that was a tough break for Joe. It was a good break for Marshall, gives him a base hit and a run batted in. Short stopped at second base. Elliott, of course, running with 2 outs, scored. 1-0 Boston. Well, there's never a dull day at Brooklyn. You see it all with the Dodgers. Cooper swinging from the end. Hit for Cincinnati at 191. 9 hits for 47 at bat. Swings and hits a ground ball down to short. Reese is up, throws to second, in time for the 4th play. So the Braves in reality had 4 outs and got a run home. Cooper hitting into a force out at second base. Reese to Robinson. 1 run, 2 hits, and the bright sky and the sun intervened in that one. Well, friends, I want to tell you about a marvelous new cereal that has everything. It's Post Sugar Crisp, the newest member of the family of famous Post cereals. Delicious puffed wheat, coated with just the right combination of sugar and honey. When Old Red says it's got everything, he means just that. It's delicious for breakfast with milk or cream and no sugar needed. It's wonderful for between meal snacks. Or you can just eat it right out of the bag like candy. Now think of it. Wherever your fun takes you, for a drive to the beach or out to the ball game, that handy package of Post Sugar Crisp can just go right along with you. So get yourself a bag of Sugar Crisp and try it. Hey, on second thought, you better make that several bag. Look for it in the big red and white blue cellophane bag at your grocer's this sunshiny Saturday afternoon. Now that's Post Sugar Crisp, the cereal that's just plain fun to eat. Now we move along the last and first inning. Reese coming up. Well, all things happen to you if you stay up there long enough. I never saw Pee Wee lose one before in the sun, but he lost that one. I noticed that the Boston infielders, especially shortstop Carr, very busy putting up their gloves and then peering out from behind them to check the sky. Vern Bickford on the mound. 1-0 favor of the Braves, and Reese up hitting .256. A call strike. Fastball off the hands over the inside. Reese, 20 hits. Right-handed deals. Curveball. Someone hits top of the short. Carr's up with it. It throws over to first and Pee Wee's up. Carr at short to Torgerson in the first second. 1 up, 1 away. George Schuber hitting at .224. Stepping in. He has been hitting with a great deal of power. Left-hand batter. So far, he's gotten a nod in left field whenever the opposition has started a right-hander, as is the case with Bickford. He pitches, curve low inside. Ball one. For the Braves, it is Bickford on the mound, and Walker Cooper is making his first appearance back of the bat. Cooper returned to Billy Southwood. They used to be together at St. Louis. Fastball low, ball two. The infield has Earl Torgerson at first. Sibby Sisters at second base. Looks like he'll play there with Connie Ryan, traded for Cooper, gone to Cincinnati. Bickford wastes little time, pitches 2-0. Low inside with a fastball for ball three. Buddy Carr, the ex-Giant, is at short, and the third base, Bob Elliott. Sid Gordon in left. Center fielder is Sam Jethro. Right fielder Willard Marshall. Outfielder well around toward right. Right side of the infield deep. 3-0 pitch is ball forward. Schuber walk. Fastball just missing low outside. First Dodger then to get on Schuber with a walk. And that makes the potential tying run at first. Snyder hitting at .294. Post cereals and Post newest Sugar Crisp keeping you posted on the ball game. 1-0 favor of the Braves. Snyder takes a slow curve low inside at the shins. 4-1. Bickford always gives the Dodgers a very stern argument. Always has. Stops. Deals. Slow curve, too low. Ball two, 2-0. 2 balls and strikes. 1 gone. Schuber leading off first, and Torgerson holding the corner carefully against him. Jake Pittler coaching at first base for Brooklyn. Milton Stark is coaching at third. And the sun is shining brightly. It's a tough sky up above. Curve low inside the Snyder for ball three. So Bickford gotten himself in a jam now, 3-0. Also curves to Duke. Tall, willowy. Very strong through the shoulders and chest, left-hand hitter. .3-0 pitch. Fastball high outside for ball four. So 1 man out. Bickford walks the next 2. There's a fellow who won the batting championship last year and was voted the league's most valuable player, Jackie Robinson. There's nobody now who is being as written up or is as well known as this fellow. Just starred in a motion picture. Jackie Robinson's story. You like it. Robbing, hitting at .329, leading the Dodgers in hitting as you'd expect. Outfield around toward left, the infield up 1 or 2 steps in double play depth. Pitch is fastball in to hit. Strike sends it back out of the way, ball 1. We're going to have some action now in the Boston bullpen down in the left field corner. Bickford in position, deals, curve high outside for ball 2. He's walked 2 and he's behind 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Sister, the second baseman, has come over to the mound, taking a little time right now, trying to slow Bickford down, change his mind. Boston bullpen has gone to work, right in the left-hander. Now the familiar chant at Ebbets Field. We want a hit. Robinson leading up there. The count's 2-0. The pitch is a curve outside for ball 3. 2 balls, no strike. Jack, in addition to being a fine hitter, has a very fine pair of eyes. Three nothing pitch, ball strike. The left-hander for the Braves is the bonus player Johnny Antonelli. The right-hander is Norman Roy. Left and right-hander working for the Braves. Robinson has the instructions through Milton Stock as to how manager Bert Schotten wants his 3-1 pitch confronted. Here it is, the runners go, and it is a curve outside for ball 4. Schuber not knowing whether the pitch would be a strike or not, slid into third, but there was no throw. Ball 4 at the plate, and the Yankees are now FOB. They are full of Brookings. 3 bases on balls, and Texas Cooper goes out to talk to Bickford. And the batter up is Carl Ferrello. He's hitting a 275. Well, won't go away. We got a big minute here at Brooklyn. And folks, the post-serial people from Battle Creek are very happy to send you this one. Broadcast, you know, in New York, as it always is, over at WMGM, and on Saturdays from at home at Brooklyn, over the Columbia Broadcasting System. So, got lots of ears right back, and we're glad to have you. We got plenty of room. All right, Bickford's in a jam. He's about to jump right over in the pickleback. He's not careful. Rollo up, 3-all, 1 out. 1-0 Boston. The pitch, the curve, good for a called strike. Bickford's been staying with that curveball. Cooper's been calling for one right after the other. This is Walker Cooper, pitching for the Braves, pitching for his 4th team in the league. He was the catcher, you know, for Billy Southworth when those Cardinals were winning those pennants under Little Billy. Runners take their leads. The pitch is swung on, fell in the left field corner, foul. Johnny Antonelli warming up. The left-handed pitcher caught the ball. Throws it out. Puts it quite a way back in, foul around the bullpen. Joe Ferrello hit a whistling foul ball, and it's a loud strike. No balls, 2 strikes. 1-0 favor the Braves. Schuber at third, Snyder at second, Robertson at first. 3 walks in a row by Bickford. The pitch is a curve just outside. Last curve. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gee, that takes a wonderful set of reflexes to stand at the plate, take a curve ball just on the outside, especially with 2 strikes on you. That's the mark of the finished Major League player, that you're not unduly trigger happy. Now let's see what Bickford does. He's actually trying to cross up the hitter. He deals. It's ball strike 3, fastball, just from the outside. And Ferrello turns and slowly walks away. So they tricked him. They gave him the curve just outside. And then McCall, I guess, looking for another curve. They snuck the fastball over. And more than that, it wasn't a completely fastball. It was a 3/4 speed fastball, just a change. A little off of it. With a highly artistic pitch. And quite successful. That's the first strikeout. So now here we are, down to cases. Big Hodges with 2 down and 3 off. Last of the first inning. Outfield around toward left. 1-0 favor the Braves because of the sun. Reese with 2 down, lost a little pop fly at shortstop. Never touched it. The ball's up, foot behind him. The run came in. Pitch. Sharp curve low outside for ball 1. Bickford trying to work out of this. Southworth has not come out of the dugout at all. And just let the battery go. Very experienced catcher back at the plate. Walker Cooper. 3 runners, ready to go, 2 out. There's a ground ball back over the line, slowly towards second base, and the throw is over to first base in time, and Hodges is out. Nice play by Sister. The ball bounced over the mound as Hodges tried to check his swing. Sister cut right in, he's at second base, right in front of the bag, and threw off balance across his body without having any time to wait. He couldn't. So Bickford pitches out of a jam, and he walks through the hot water and doesn't get scalded. No runs and no hits, and 3 men were left. So at the end of the first inning, it is a run. 2 hits and no errors for the Braves, no runs, no hits, and no errors for the... Here we go again. Another player around the National League at the end of 3.5 innings with Kozlow left-handing him for the Giants at Philadelphia, and Kurt Simmons also southpaw going for the Phillies. It is 1-0 in favor of the Giants. The Phillies right now in first place by a game over Brooklyn. Chambers, a left-hander, will start for the Pirates of Chicago, and Hiller, a right-hander, will go for the Cubs. Hey, those Cubs have been doing all right, haven't they? Cincinnati's at St. Louis tonight. In the American League, Hooks Wise for the Athletics at the stadium against Vic Raschi. That's just about to begin. Washington at Boston. Hudson for Washington. Stobbs for Boston, and it's 2-0 in favor of the Red Sox end of the first inning. No score between the White Sox and the Indians. End of the first inning, Kane for Chicago, Feller for Cleveland. Nothing yet on St. Louis at Detroit. And here we go into the second inning with Sisti first up. Second baseman who just made the nice play closing the first inning. Right-hand hitter, and Hatton curves him low inside for ball 1. Sisti is 0 for 6 this year. Outfield toward left, right-hand batter. Fastball is over, ball strike. Sibby, the last couple of years, was probably Southway's most dependable pinch hitter there in Boston. Hatton pumps, deals, curve bunted, foul. Sisti working, of course, for a base hit. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-0 favor of the Braves. Osorio sending it all your way, and a little bit later on we'll tell you how you can get the 1950 Dodger yearbook. Keep your ears open here. So, high, very high. 2-2. Hatton ready to pitch 2-2, does. Fastball, strike 3. And Sisti has not had a hit in 7 official at-bats this year. So Hatton crossed in. Fastball, called strike 3. Carr, right-hand batter, hitting 175. Chokes that stick a little bit. Outfield back in the right, and not playing into pull. Hatton throws. Ball strike. Fastball on the outside. Carr has an open stance. Spreads his feet. Wind blowing into the left field corner from right. Curveball hit foul, 1 around outside third. 0-2. Carr's done a good job at short for the Braves. Talking with Billy Southworth before the ball game this afternoon, and he said that he was very pleased with the deals that he had made. One in which he sent Stanky and Dog to the Giants, Carr, Gordon, and Marshall. Curveball low outside, ball 1-2. And then the recent deal in which he gave up Connie Ryan, an infielder, to get Walker Cooper, the big veteran catcher from Cincinnati. 1-2 pitch. Curveball just missing. High outside, and she's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Don Newcomb is sitting down on the bench in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Says his arm feels a great deal better. 2-2 pitch. Fastball swung on. There's a high fly ball out into deep center. Snyder is back. Sunglasses down. He's under it. He has it. Put up the center garden. 2 up, 2 away in the second inning. And the pitcher, Vern Bickford, who has 1 hit for 11 tries, pitched in. Right-hand batter. Outfield back into right, and they're playing him to get around on the ball. Pitch swung on fastball. It was really fast. Had to turn out on the leg. The ball's on strike. Boston 1, up to 0 here in the second inning. Joe throws a curve, swung on a miss, breaking down toward the kneecap. Strike 2. Hatton deals, curveball in there, and Bickford Jordan turns to give it the ball and catch Edwards, hands it to him. Ball strike 3. So the Braves went down 1-2-3 in the second inning. Take the field, leading 1-0. Well, look here, fans. Here's a breakfast combination that's just as smooth as $1 million infield. Post Raisin Bran. Crackling, fresh, tasty bran flakes plus tender, seedless California raisins. Yes, ma'am. That's Post Raisin Bran for you. A fruit and a cereal combination that's just double delicious. The flakes give flavor to the raisins, and the raisins give flavor to the flakes. And like all Post cereals, Raisin Bran is guaranteed fresh. So try Post Raisin Bran some morning real soon. You'll see why it's Post for flavor, Post for freshness, Post for the most of everything good in cereals. Now, before we get along into the second inning, let's pause briefly, 20 seconds worth, for station identification. The first pitch last, the second inning to Billy Cox is a curve right over. Brian Bickford returns, and Cox powers it. It's a high foul ball out of play, and the left field stands for strike 2. Bickford pitches like he was in a hurry to get out and go someplace. He didn't waste any time at all. He always does pitch the ball. Cox is 0 for 4. He played the night game at Cincinnati. Last in Brooklyn played before this one. This is his only game playing at third base. Schroeder William is outside for ball 1. Fastball to replace it down there, trying to make it 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curve low outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Cox is a bat that is stained a dark brown. The throw is a curve ball, strike 3. That's 2 strikeouts apiece. One out, last of the second. 1-0 Boston. Bruce Edwards, stocky, acrobatically strong catcher, hitting 167, 5 for 30. Fastball low outside, ball 1. Boy, that Bickford got himself out of about all the trouble big fella could get out of in the first inning. When with 1 gone, he walked Schubert, Snyder, and Robinson, 3 straight. Then struck out Ferrello. He really pitched to him and got Hodges on the tap for second. Pitch is swung on a high fly ball into right field. The wind holding it up. Marshall's underneath. The right field is set and makes the grab. So for Edwards, 2 up, 2 gone, and pitcher Hatton now walks up to bat. He has 1 hit for 7 at bats. Pitches Joe, he's a base hitter. One thing he does well is bunt and beat them out, so see where third baseman Elliott is. To step up inside the bag. Torgerson's also up close at first. Cooper down, give him a sign. Top fly, back to second base, Sister goes over and makes the catch. Patton is trying to check his swing with a high inside pitch. Put out to the second baseman. Nothing across last the second inning. At the end of 2 innings, a run, 2 hits, no errors for the Braves. No runs, no hits, no errors. We're very glad you came along to be with us on the broadcast. With the best wishes of Post Cereals. As you know, on the at-home Saturdays, the Post folks are very happy to keep you posted on the doings of the Dodgers. And if you'd like to sort of keep in touch with future Saturdays, well, the very next one on May 20th, Pittsburgh will be here. Have your ears right back for that one. Then the Cardinals will be here at Brooklyn on June the 17th. Pittsburgh again on June 24th. Philadelphia. Oh, there's a hot one. On July the 8th. Chicago on July 29th. Cincinnati on August 5. These are all Saturdays, home Saturdays at Brooklyn. The Braves back again on August 19. The Giants on September 2. St. Louis again on September 16, and Philadelphia on September 30. It'd be funny if they were fighting for the pennant on September 30. Wouldn't be a surprise, would it to you? Now, Sam Jethro, first up in the third. Outfield, round toward left. Sam, a switch hitter, batting right-handed, hits the third, inside. Jethro, the most hits of any player in the league, batting at .348. He's got 32 good ones. Down the ball game, being thrown out third to first. Pretty well back to the plate. Swings at a high pop fly, going into short left center. Let's see. Center fielder Snyder is in. Dashes down. He had let it go for Jethro. One up and one away. Beginning of the third inning. 1-0. Favor the Braves. End of 2 innings, the Red Sox leading Washington in the American League 2-0. End of 2 innings, the White Sox leading the Cleveland Indians 1-0. Earl Torgerson is the batter. Hitting .286, right up to here, left-hand hitter. Fastball in his knees, ball wide. The Phillies have just come up with 4 runs in the 4th inning to go ahead of the New York Giants, 4-1, the end of 4. Now you're up to date on the Post scoreboard. Patton throws to Torgy, a curve, which is fine sharply out in center field for a base hit. So Torgerson goes right around first base, makes his turn, that holds up. Snyder cut the ball off, slipped to his knees, but recovered, threw in to Reese, who relayed on to Robinson second. So it's a line single drilled in the center field by Earl Torgerson. Little conference out at the mound between catcher Edwards and pitcher Hatton. Elliott hit a solid single into left field for the first hit of the game, the first inning. Moved to second as Gordon was walked and scored as Reese in the sun lost a simple pop fly to short. Simple? Well, not simple today with a sky like that. Curveballs go outside. Ball 1. For those of you all around the country listening to this post-serial broadcast who may not have heard the first inning, don't want you to misjudge Pee Wee harshly. That's the only pop fly I've ever seen him lose in 11 years. Only one. Throw. Curve swung on here off the end of the bat up toward first base. Hodges picks it up and puts the tag on Elliott for the out. Naturally, Torgerson, with no play made on him, moves down to second base. Goes on. Elliott retired, first baseman, unassisted. Sid Gordon. Hitting at .262. Took those 4 curves and then took his base. Pass, first inning. He's a dangerous hitter. He's always hit well against Brooklyn, always well in this ballpark. Swings on a curve and dumps the ball deep on the left center field. It is in there for a big home run. Like I said, that just in time. Hit it from the left center field, section 32. It's 3-0 in favor of the Braves. Here's Gordon running between second and third. There he comes on his way up to the plate. Out of the southward, takes him by the hand. And it's a case of post to the trip to the Sid Gordon household. Yes, sir. That's the award, you know, for home runs and shutouts. Some award, too. That's home run number 8 for Sid. Gives him a total of runs batted in, 17. He drilled it. He's top man now in the National League, and tied with Ted Williams in the majors for the most homers, 8. Here's Willard Marshall swinging and missing at a high curveball. It's no longer a 1-0 ball game. She is 3-0 in favor of the Braves. Sidney boomed one. Hatton comes back, curveball, high outside. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball was well hit. When she got up high, you could see it hooking. Boy, that one was buzzing. From Connie Desmond's tee shot. Getting here to tell you about him in a minute. There's a ground ball off the pitcher's glove, nothing to the tree, and tags Marshall out. That's out number 3. The ball counted off the pitcher's glove over toward first. Happened retrieving the ball, was right up against the runner when he came up with it. So 2 runs on 2 hits. Solid hits, too. Big home run by Sid Gordon. Well, speaking about Desmond, I don't know whether he's going to talk about his golf drives or his house out in Flower Hill, Long Island, or about what a nice day it is or anything, but Connie, have you got a word for us?
Oh, I sure have, Red. I got the word on that swell new cereal, Sugar Crisp. Man, it's so delicious, folks eat it right around the clock. Yes, sir, Post Sugar Crisp is such fun to eat. It makes a hit with the whole family. For breakfast, you just pour on the milk or cream. Remember, you can skip the sugar, because Sugar Crisp is just sweet enough. Sugar Crisp, you see, is wholesome puffed wheat coated with honey and sugar. And that makes it a tasty snack any time of day. And you can eat it right out of the bag. It's just the kind of nibbling the whole family will go for. So remember, as a cereal, it's dandy. For snacks, it's so handy. Or eat it like candy. Look for Post Sugar Crisp at your grocery store. And the big cellophane bag with the 3 little Sugar Crisp bears on the outside. Okay, Red?
All right, Cornelius. Hey, what were you talking about, Connie? Well, here's Reese, first up against Victor. Last of the 3rd. Right-hand hitter. Vern deals. Fastball over for a fall strike. Pee-wee hitting at 253. Takes a pitch outside. That's 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. She's 3-0 in favor of the big, bold Braves of Boston. Pee-wee swings. There's a high fly ball hit down the left field corner. Gordon, the left fielder, goes over and makes the catch. Retired. So just made the catch is the guy that hit the 2-run home run just now, Sid Gordon. The Braves actually have put together, with the exception of Johnny Mize, the batting order that for the Giants 3 years ago used to make all those home runs. They got Big Cooper back on the plate, Marshall out there in right field, Gordon out in left. There's George Schubert to play for Brooklyn. Swings at the ground ball down to the right side. The second baseman handles it over to first, and that's all for Schubert. 2 up, 2 gone. And of course, for the Braves, in this big Elliott, they've got a fellow who can hit their ball a long way. Sam Jethro out in center field doesn't come up with so many long hits. That is as far as home runs go, although he has 3 triples. But he comes with a lot of hits. Snyder up the Brooklyn, left-hand batter. Takes a high inside fastball. Over. Duke was walking the first inning. He's pre-game off. 294, still riding. The wind is toward left field. Duke swinging, fouls it into the third base stand. 1-1. While the wind was blowing the way that Gordon hit his home run, he didn't need the wind. His was belling. Pitcher deals, Snyder swings, high fly ball out into deep left center. Left fielder Gordon under it. Makes the catch for out number 3. In the 3 innings, let's check our totals, Connie, before you grab the tiller here. Speak in nautical terms, because I know that all your life you just like to get out and sail those little things around. At the end of 3 innings, it's 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors for the Braves. Do you concur, sir?
Right, sir.
Yes, sir. And for the Dodgers? Gee, I don't see anything at all, do you?
Nothing on my book.
No runs, no hits, no errors. Well, Connie, I want to ask you a personal question. I want an honest answer. Have you ever seen a nicer day?
Oh, this is wonderful. Now we can only shoot golf.
Boy, you and I are lucky we got a job. Go ahead.
We got it. Robinson, Furillo, and Hodges, of course, will come up if you're looking ahead on that part of the list, because the Dodgers got to start making some runs. Their pitching has been sort of wobbly, and that Western trip was a cruel one as far as they're concerned. But right now, at the present moment, Mr. Hatton must contend with Big Walker Cooper, Sibby Sisti, and Buddy Kerr. The outfield plays this big fellow around to the left. Cooper batting at 188, 9 base hits, yet to hit his first home run. Maybe I better be quiet. 3-0 in favor of Boston here, top half of the 4th inning. Hatton's first pitch swung on, and there's a high fly ball that is hooking foul and going back into the stand. Shuba was over, right up against the barrier there to watch it sail in, and it's a long, loud strike. Boston out in front, 3-0. Top half of the 4th inning. Cooper the first time up. The ground ball down to Reese. Big, strong right-hand batter. Hatton studs another one. Line to left center field. Snyder comes in under it and takes it to the out. Ball was solidly whacked. Snyder playing in position there in left center field. Hauled it down. So there's one away in the top half of the 4th inning. And brings up Sibby Sisti. Sisti made a very fine play to get Bickford out of a trap there in the first inning. Hodges checking his swing, and the ball hit over the mound, and Sisti scooped the ball up and got Big Gill for the 3rd out. Swings on this one, Mr. Fly ball to right field. Here comes Furillo in under it now. A shade over towards the line, takes it to the out. It's 2 up, 2 down. Bobby Feller has just hit a home run for Cleveland the last half of the 3rd inning. The inning is not complete. Chicago was leading 1-0 as Cleveland came to bat in the last half of the 3rd inning. Here's Buddy Kerr. Hitting at 173. The Braves out in front. 3-0 here. Hatton's first pitch swung on and hit wide of third and through. Made a stab, but couldn't quite get to it. A step away. Shuba retrieves out in left field and gets it back into Robinson at second base. So Buddy Kerr, a bouncing single, just out of Billy Cox's reach. Huey tried to back up the play, but got it through him. It made any difference. So Kerr on at first base, and we're waiting on the arrival of Vernon Bickford, who's coming up towards home plate. He had a sort of a spasm of control trouble. Walked 3 men back-to-back in the first inning and then got out of it, striking out Furillo and getting Hodges and a bouncer to second base. 3-0 Boston. Hatton's first pitch swung on and bounced down along the 3rd baseline. Cox has it, goes to first base in time, and that is all for the Bostons. 5-3 if you're putting him down in your book. No runs, 1 hit. Single by Kerr in the left field. Right now, friends, once again, here's the old red hit.
Well, we told you a little earlier, we're going to tell you how to get the 1950 Dodger yearbook. Boy, this one was a dilly. First page to last. In fact, I'll tell you confidentially, it's a double-jointed, stomped-down dilly. It's an exciting, colorful baseball book that Post Cereals is offering you baseball fans all over the country from coast to coast. It's jam-packed with all the essential facts and figures about every player on the roster. Pictures, too. Plenty of them. And complete information about the entire Dodger organization. Now, friends, your copy of the Dodger yearbook is waiting for you. Just send a box top from any Post Cereal package, or else the front panel of a Sugar Crisp bag with a quarter, don't forget that 2-bit piece, to Dodger Yearbook, Box 79, Brooklyn 1, New York. Now, send for it right away. It's the same book that sells at Ebbets Field for 50 cents. You can get yours for 25 cents, plus a Post Cereal box top or the front panel of a Sugar Crisp bag. Just write to Dodger Yearbook, Box 79, Brooklyn 1, New York. and be sure to include your own name and address. Now, that's Dodger Yearbook, Box 79, Brooklyn 1, New York. Okay, Brother Desmond.
No, Red. Robinson takes the first pitch outside, a curveball for ball one. Beckford comes right back to him again, high fastball. Jack walked in the first inning. He got the third walk in a row there that Beckford was dealing out. He's hitting at 329, 23 base hits. Outfield drastically around into left field. Big, strong right-hand batter up there can pull. Robinson waggling that stick back and forth. Beckford spins, comes down, his pitch swung on, a bouncing ball hit the second. Sisti bobbles the ball, puts it up, goes to first, in time. Jack loses his cap running on down along the first baseline. Ball was wrapped quite solidly out there, and Sisti, after knocking it down, picked it up, made a complete turn, and threw to first base for the out. Sisti getting a chance to play now that Connie Ryan was dealt to Cincinnati for Big Cooper. Carl Ferrillo took call strike three, first time up. Takes a curve, lifts it high out toward right field. Under it is Marshall, and takes it for the out. Carl was telling us before game, Red and I are down around the batting cage, that he only hit one ball solidly on the entire western trip. And that one he hit foul. He didn't have a little trouble. His average was sliding down a bit. So Big Hodges, who had a chance to get the Dodgers well there in the first inning and grounded out to Sisti, who turned in a nice play on him, is up. 2 out, nobody on. A curve busts in there for a called strike. Hodges batting at 306. 22 base hits. Outfield is shade around in the left, and they're backed up, you can bet. Infield deep, too. Now the strike one pitch. That one way outside. A big hook that got off Cooper's mitt. Ball one, strike one. Beckford picking off his time from the veteran receiver. Now the 1-1 pitch inside. Ball two. These are anxious days around ball clubs, you know. The cutting down date on May the 18th, and some of the boys wondering where they're going to go. Ball two, strike one. Hodges up, 2 out, nobody on. Last half of the fourth inning, Braves lead 3-0. Both serials very happy to be sending it all your way. Beckford lets up on a curveball, and Hodges goes after it. Misses, strike two. So the deuce is up. 2-2 the count, 2 out, nobody on. Last half of inning 4, 3-0, Boston. Beckford comes in with a hook, swung on, nubbed off the end of the bat, wide at first. Get away from him, and Hodges is on at first base, and it is ordered a base hit. Well, Gill, who hasn't been hitting the ball too well lately, he'd take it. He hit that ball right off the end of his stick, and you can see it just sort of spinning, like you would, take a masse shot, we'll say. Base hit. Oh, Gill on at first base, and that is the first hit off Beckford. Billy Cox up, struck out. First time. He's 0 for 5 since he got back in the lineup. Hodges at first. 2 out. Curveball. Misses outside. Ball one. Beckford is sneaky fast. He's got a good fastball, although he doesn't rely too much on that. He likes to fool around with those half-speed hooks. Throws to spot. Pitch. Half tap. Swung on and hit down to second base. Sisti up with it. Throws to first for the out. And Mr. Beckford must have some tantalizing stuff out there. That's about the third Dodger hitter that is rather undecided whether or not to go for the pitch or not. And checking his swing, the ball went out to second base, and Sisti made the play. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on, and just like that, here's Red back again with our post-serial scoreboard.
The Gillette Cavalcade of Sports is on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, and hello, baseball fans everywhere. This is Jimmy Dudley at the Polo Grounds in New York, greeting you for the Gillette Safety Razor Company, as the Cleveland Indians and the New York Giants get set for the opening game of the 1954 World Series. This is the 16th consecutive year that baseball's championship classic is being broadcast to your entertainment on the Gillette Cavalcade of Sports. Yes, and because so many of you sports fans are also Gillette fans, we broadcast and telecast other athletic events of national interest, including the regular Friday night boxing bouts for your entertainment the year round. And now, fans, we turn you over to one of baseball's all-time greats, Frankie Frisch, the Fordham Flash. Frankie is on deck in the clubhouse right now to give you the inside dope on the series. Today he interviews Baseball Commissioner Ford Frick, the National and American League presidents Warren Giles and Will Harridge, along with Leo DeRocha and Al Lopez. Take it away, Frankie Frisch.
Hey, Frankie Frisch. Good afternoon, fans. Well, it's a pleasure to have on our Gillette program the both managers of the two fine ball clubs, Mr. Al Lopez. Al, how are you? The Cleveland Indians and Leo DeRocha. Say, Al, I've got to ask you one question. You have done a terrific job. Well, to be on a championship club, you've got to do a terrific job. What would you say is responsible for your club winning the pennant this year? One or two. Now, you finished, second back of those Yankees for 2 or 3 years?
3 years in a row, Frank.
3 years in a row. What couple of men, 3 or 4 men, helped you?
Well, Frank, the only thing I can say is Vic Wirtz was a great help to us at first base. It gave us that little extra punch. Our bench was tremendous. It really helped us because we had fellas like Rosen, Strickland, Avila, and really top-flight ball players out of the lineup for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Then our extra pitching. Fellas like Newhouser and those 2 young boys, Don Morsey and Ray Noreski, did a tremendous job for us. I think that was responsible mostly for the success we've had this year.
Say, Leo, that Giant Ball Club, that first string outfit's pretty good. How about your club hopping up there?
Well, Frank, they played wonderful as a team, as you well know, and I couldn't put my finger on any one man. Alvin Dark, naturally, the captain of the club, Willie Mays, were great, and Aunt Nellie. But I think it was more of a team effort as a unit that did a great job, and naturally, Al sitting alongside of me here, I'm hoping we can continue right on through the series.
Well, you know, I get a pleasure out of this because both you fellas played for me, and both wonderful team men.
Let's not go back that far, Frank.
No, that's all you want. A few years back, I mean, you know, get a few great hairs. Say, listen, Al, Gillette Razor. I know you'll enjoy it. And the back of that.
Thank you, Frank. That's a very nice razor.
Thank you. And Leo?
This is my favorite, too.
All right, say, how old is that youngster of yours?
He's 12, Frank.
Look, give him one of those, too. He'll be able to shave pretty soon. And the back of that, I know he's going to enjoy that World Series, the Gillette World Series record book. It's got everything in it. It's a terrific book, and it's got every little thing in it. It's even got the Flash's name in there. Hey, thanks kindly for being with us. And lots of luck to both of you. And take care of your health. Nice to see you. This is indeed a pleasure. I'd like to introduce to you, fans, the Commissioner of Baseball, Mr. Ford Frick.
Thanks, Frank. Fine, thank you.
And Mr. Warren Giles, the President of the National League.
Hi, Frank.
And Mr. Will Harridge, President of the American League.
Nice to see you, Frank.
Mr. Harridge, nice to see you, sir. And the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, James Mitchell. He's here to make a presentation on behalf of the Armed Forces Radio Services.
Mr. Frick, Mr. Giles, Mr. Harridge, as the representative of Secretary of Defense Charles E. Wilson, it's a real privilege to present these certificates of appreciation for your cooperation in making possible the broadcast of Major League games to our service men and women overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Armed Forces Radio Service has 72 local stations all over the world. They broadcast, in addition to sports events, news, shows of various kinds, and you can imagine what it means to these young men and women who are representing America all over the world to be up to date, inning by inning, with Major League Baseball. It's a real pleasure, and I really appreciate your cooperation in making these broadcasts possible. Gentlemen,
Thank you very much, Mr. Mitchell.
I'm very glad to give you these
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
from the
Thank you very
Department of
much.
Defense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very kindly, gentlemen. Mr. Frick, if you come over and sit down with the world flash for a few minutes, I'd just like to have a little chat with you, sir. Well,
counted on that one.
And it's always a pleasure to sit with the Commissioner of Baseball. You've been a wonderful man. You were in the radio business, Mr. Frick, is that so?
Well, that's one of the chapters in my past. It's a dark chapter, Frank.
And also a newspaper man?
Yes.
Now, are you neutral in this series?
I'm completely neutral up to a point, yes. I hope we have a great series. I hope we don't have any umpire trouble. I hope it doesn't rain. As concerns those things, I'm not neutral.
Well, the weather it's a beautiful day for a ball game. Is that right?
Marvelous.
It's marvelous
It's a beautiful day.
And I know no pitcher can complain about pitching a ball game today as being too hot.
Or too cold.
Or too cold.
Oh, indeed.
What do you think about the attendance?
I have a hunch, Frank, that if this, however long the series goes, that for the number of games it goes, we will break the attendance record.
How many? Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
Well, you see, we have two great parks, and if it should only go 4 games, I think we would break the attendance record for 4 games, or 5 or 6, depending on how many we go.
The seating capacity at the Polo Grounds is 55,000, isn't it?
Frank, I really don't know. It's right around that yet.
And
of course, you take out in World Series, you take out quite a few seats to take care of radio and newspaper men and telegraphers and that sort of thing. We take out probably 600 or 800 seats.
And there was one question I wanted to ask you, Mr. Commissioner. How about the boy that's going to throw out the first ball today?
It's going to be little Jimmy Berendisi, I think his name is, and I'm awful proud to have him. He's the center fielder and the captain of the Little League team that won the World Championship.
Oh, that's fine. I hope his arm's in good shape so he reaches out to that mound and does a good
He's
job.
not big, Frank, but he's still young. You know, they can hit that ball when they're young.
How old is he?
Well, he can't be more than 12.
Oh.
But Little League ends at 12, you see.
That's right. And I was up to a Little League session the other day. Those kids do a terrific job. They're really wonderful. Now, you have no favorite in this series.
No, sir.
Commissioner, thanks kindly for being with us.
Thank you.
And fans, it's time to wind up our clubhouse interviews this afternoon, and we got to switch you now to the broadcast booth. Commissioner, thanks kindly.
Thanks a lot, Frank.
And now, fans, this is Jimmy Dudley speaking to you again from the Neutral Radio booth. And today we're all set to bring you the first game of the 1954 World Series. Manager Al Lopez has met with Captain Alvin Dock of the Giants and the umpires at home plate, and here are the lineups for today's ball game. The first game in the 1954 World Series, the 51st World Series, the 14th for the Giants and the 3rd for the Indians. For the Cleveland Indians, the visiting club. Leading off, in left field, number 32, Al Smith. At second base, Bobby Avila, batting champion of the American League this year. In center field, the Indians' spectacular outfielder, Larry Doby. At third base and batting in the cleanup spot, Al Rosen. At first base, Vic Wirtz. In right field, Dave Philly. At shortstop, George Strickland. Catching for the Indians, Jim Hegan. And pitching the first game for the Tribe, the 1954 World Series, is the Indians' ace right-hander, number 21, Bob Lemon. During the regular season, he won 23 and lost only 7. Appearing in 36 ball games, he held 21 complete games and wound up with an earned run average of 2.69, one of the best in baseball. The lineup for the New York Giants. At first base, leading off is Whitey Lockman. At shortstop, Captain Alvin Dock. In right field, Don Mueller. In center field, Willie Mays, the Giants' spectacular outfielder. At third base, Hank Thompson. In left field, Monty Irvin. At second base, Bobby Williams. Catching for the Giants, Wes Westrom. And pitching the first game for the Giants, Sal Magley. Winner of 14, losing only 6 during the regular season. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Here are the umpires for this afternoon's game. Working back of the plate, from the National League, Barlick. At first base, from the American League, Berry. At second base, from the National League, Conlon. And at third base, from the American League, Stevens. The two alternate umpires who will be working the foul line in the first game of the 54 World Series. On the left field foul line will be one of the game's great pitchers of years gone by, Lon Warnke. And on the right field foul line from the American League, Larry Knapp. And the stage is all set for what promises to be one of the most thrilling World Series in the history of the game. This, as we said a moment ago, is the 51st World Series. Bob Lemon versus Sal Magley. Here at today's ball game is a youngster who's getting perhaps one of the greatest thrills of all time in his life, young life. Jimmy Barberi of Schenectady, the captain of the Schenectady Little Leaguers, world champions in Little League play, threw out the first baseball and will throw it out again as we get ready to go. Now the Giants take the playing field, and that means that action is coming up. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
And this is WGN, your exclusive World Series station in Chicago.
And now, fans, with action about ready to get underway, the coaches are taking to the coaches' box on first and third. At first for the Indians will be Red Crest. At third base, number 44, Tony Cuccinello. And may I take just a second of your time to say that it gives me a great thrill to be working my first World Series game. A great deal of pleasure to sit up here in the Mutual Radio broadcast booth. And now with Sal Magley taking those last few warm-up pitches, it is with a great deal of joy and pride that I turn you over now to Mutual's Man of Sport, the voice that has become familiar to millions of fans everywhere. Big in heart, big in sport, and big in voice. Al Helfer.
Well, thank you very much, Jim Dudley. Good afternoon, everybody. And hi, fans all around the country and all around the world this afternoon. We're very happy, too, to have Jim Dudley up here for his first World Series. And we're happy, too, to be here on the Eastern Seaboard this afternoon to have such beautiful weather. The kind of weather you'd expect for this fall classic. Sal Magley has been warming up for the past about half hour, and is he on the mound right now, getting ready to make the first pitch here to the first man up for Cleveland, Al Smith, a splendid left fielder. We have a wind very stiffly blowing in from behind left field here this afternoon as bright, brilliant sunlight bathes Coogan's Bluffs. And we expect that the fly balls hit into right center field will be carried and lofted away by the wind that is coming in right now. Sal Magley is taking the last of his warm-up pitches, and we'll set the New York Giants for you defensively now. On the mound, Sal Magley, who has won 14 ball games, has lost 6 this year, has pitched 1 of the 17 shutouts that have been registered by Giant pitching. His battery mate is a very dependable Wes Westrum, although a light hitter, a very fine receiver. At first base is Whitey Lockman, the Carolina Comet. At second base, the kid from Dallas, Davey Williams. At short, the old Bayou Tiger. And that's Elvendar, the captain of the ball club. At third base is Hank Thompson, a fine little left fielder, a fine little third baseman, and also a fielder. And now, the ball will be crossed out by Jimmy Barberi. And it is being crossed out, and Wes Westrum catches it, goes over, shakes his hand, congratulates him on being a fine ball player also. And we are getting ready for the first pitch in the 1954 World Series, the 51st World Series, to go to the board between the American and the National League. Out in left field, Monty Irvin, who made quite a splash by stealing home base in the 1951 World Series. In center field is Willie Mays, the Say-Hey kid. And in right field, the very dependable Don Mueller. As Sal Magley steps up on the rubber, looks down to this right-handed hitter, and takes his side from Wes Westrum. Al Bollick behind the plate leans down over the shoulder of Wes Westrum to get a look at the first pitch. As Al Smith, choking up on the handle of the bat, steps in about 3/4 deep at the plate. Magley over his head. Down comes the pitch of fastball, which is inside and tight off the letters for ball 1. So the 1954 World Series, ladies and gentlemen, is on the fire. Wes Westrum down in the crouch again to pump the sign as Smith stands there and waits. He's batting at .281 on the regular season. Sal Magley in no hurry, and you can't blame him. Goes over his head, pumps, kicks, and throws a curve. Smith runs up, ducks the bunt, takes the pitch low outside, and it's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. The count on the very first hitter up here for Cleveland. bidding to win their third straight World Series. They've won 2, as Jimmy Dudley told you, they have lost none. While the Giants have appeared in 13, and they have won 4 World Series and have lost 9. Maggie delivers a high fastball under the chin. That's ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. The count here on the Cleveland leadoff man, Al Smith, the left fielder. He'll be backed up by the American League batting champion, Bobby Avila. Time is called for the moment while Wes Westrom walks that ball partway back to the mound to Sal Magley. And the barber from Niagara Falls, New York, turns his back on Al Smith, looks to the scoreboard in center field, and then turns around and places the foot up on the rubber, leans forward to take his sign. Wes Westrom again to pop the mid at the target. Now here's the motion. Up over his head goes Magley, delivers that crooked arm curve and hits Al Smith right in the middle of the back. So we have the first hit batsman. And Cleveland has their first runner in the 1954 World Series. So coming up to the plate now, batting at .341 on the regular season, Bobby Avila, the Captain Pride of Veracruz, Mexico. Bobby Avila, who has done just about everything for these amazing Cleveland Indians this year. Standing deep at the plate, about 3/4 deep, crowds up on it somewhat, hits him right-handed, and holds that bat way down to the knob, despite the fact he's not a very big guy. He's a fine hit-and-run man, particularly when he's on the bases. They'll play hit-and-run. Al Smith leads off at first, Lockman on the inside corner. Maggie delivers a curve, and Avila jumps back from a fast one, fired in at the waist. That's ball 1 on Bobby Avila. Sal Magley makes the motion. He doesn't want to throw that ball anymore, and a new one has gotten out of the pocket of plate umpire Al Barlick. As Jimmy told you, the umpires here this afternoon, Al Barlick of the National League working behind the plate. And we have, at first, Charlie Berry, Jocko Conlon of the National League at second, Johnny Stevens at third, both Berry and Stevens of the American League. Warnicke and Napper on the foul lines. Ron Warnicke down the left field line, he's at the National League, and the right field line we have Larry Knapp. Down the bullpen, we have a left-hander warming up now for the New York Giants, Don Little, just in case Sal Magley should be having a little trouble with his control. But there's one thing we can tell you, Magley usually starts shakily like this and settles down. The pitch to the plate now to Avila is the fastball over for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike now. The count on Bobby Avila, hitting number 2 in the Cleveland order. He'll be followed by Larry Doby. Doby, who has posted quite a year with the Cleveland Indians. He's been their RBI leader, their home run leader. He's played a lot of fine defensive center field. But right now we're centering our attentions on Bobby Avila at the plate. The pitch to him is a curveball swung on by Avila and dumped out into right center field. It's in there for the base hit. There goes Smith down to second base. He's going to hold on. No, he's not. He's going to keep on going as Mueller bobbles the ball. Fires in quickly to third base. Well, we'll get the official ruling on that for you in a moment. It may be a hit and an error. We'll know in a moment as Ed McCulley, Barney Krummenko, and Harry Jones are discussing. It'll be a single to right center field for Bobby Avila, and an error will be charged to Don Mueller, the on-charging right fielder who tried to field that ball and get it in quickly. And the error, of course, allowing Al Smith to move around to third base. So there is the first error of the 1954 World Series, charged to right fielder Don Mueller. So we have runners at first and third now for the Cleveland Indians. Nobody out, top of the first inning, and Larry Doby, who on the regular season batted .272, is coming up. He's a left-hand hitter, crowds in on the plate, holds that bat way down to the knob and bats from a crouch. Infield playing double play depth as the pitch is made to the plate. Doby takes the fastball outside and high, just about at shoulder level for ball 1. Sal Magley in trouble, grabs that rosin bag and slams it down on the ground, turns around, shakes his head. You can just sort of feel how Sal, at this particular time, might feel. Runners at first and third. His back is up against the wall, and he's in the World Series of 1954. And he knows the chips are down, and they're big, and they're blue. The outfield playing just about straight away for Doby, slightly shaded around the right, particularly Don Mueller playing a deep right center. Down comes the pitch, a fastball. Doby after it hits a high pop up off the third base line. Hank Thompson over near the stands. Can he get it? I believe so. He's under it and does make the catch for the first out in the runner's hole. So Larry Doby fouls up and out. Now 1 out here in the top half of the first inning as Al Rosen comes up to the plate. Here's a guy who's always dangerous. Al Rosen's the kind of guy that will give you all the competition in the world. Al Rosen, batting at a flat .300 for the season, has driven in 102 Cleveland runs in the regular American League race and has hit 24 home runs. And he played a greater portion of the season with a bad hand and bad finger. Al Rosen, coming up to the plate right now, hitting in the number 4 position. The boy born in Spartanburg, South Carolina, now makes his home in Cleveland, Ohio. Chokes up someone on the handle of the bat, stands deep with an overly close stance. Al Smith leading down off third. Bobby Avila off first. Second is open. Double play depth on the Giant infield. The pitch is made, swung on. There's a high pop-up. This one coming down to Whitey Lockman at first base. He's under it, waiting for it. He's got it. So Rosen pops up and out for first baseman Whitey Lockman. And now it's going to take more than that sacrifice fly to get the runner in from third base. The break is 0-0 tie. The Cleveland Indians started off right away by threatening. Al Smith was hit by the pitch. Then went down to second base on Bobby Avila's dunk single into right center field, and the overcharge by right fielder Don Mueller. He tried to field that ball before he really had it. Tried to fire it over to third base to make sure that Al Smith didn't get there, but in his excitement and in his hurry, he dropped the ball, and an error was charged against him. So here's Vic Wirtz up at the plate now, batting at .256. He's been a powerhouse guy, hit for left-handed. Sal tries the fastball on him and misses with a shoulder high outside for ball one. Outfield fanned around to right, playing deep, the right side of the infield deep, particularly Davy Williams in the hole between first and second. He's back on the rim of the outfield grass. Lockman holding the runner of Avila at first. The pitch is made. Wood swings. There's a long drive deep in the right field. Don Muir has to hurry. He's gone back. He can't get it. It's up against the wall in the right center field. In comes Smith to score. Bobby Avila's right behind him. There goes Vic Wirtz. He's going to try for three. The relay by Williams is not in time, as the slide by Victor Wirtz gets him into third with a triple. Victor Wirtz, the triple off the right center field wall, deep back by the Giant bullpen. And there is the second hit to be given up by Sal Magley here, and runs 1 and 2. And the Cleveland Indians are leading here in the top half of the first inning by the score of 2-0. Dave Philly coming up now. He's a switch hitter. Dave Philly batting number 6 in the Cleveland order. From Garrett's Bluff, Texas. Now lives in Paris, Texas. Here's a guy that's meant an awful lot to the Cleveland Indians this year by his play out in right field. Magley throws him the curveball, and it's high outside for ball one. Victor Wirtz, who was dealt over to the Cleveland Indians after the start of the season. He came to the Baltimore Orioles, who seemed to rejuvenate Vic Wirtz and give him new life. And the York, Pennsylvania boy has just paid off here in the World Series with a triple to score 2 runs for Cleveland. Magley delivers a curveball to the plate. Philly slides in, doesn't offer, takes it high, and that's ball 2. Two to nothing favor Cleveland here in the top half of the first inning. 2 down, 1 on. Sal Magley in trouble. Delivers a big curveball. Wirtz swings on. There's a high fly ball to deep right field. Going over to his right, getting under now is Don Mueller. Back to the cinder track. He makes the catch for the third and final out here in the first half of inning number 1. So for the Cleveland Indians, they cash in with a pair of runs here in the top half of the first inning. 2 runs on 2 base hits. There was 1 error charged to the Giants, and there was 1 Cleveland runner left on. So the score at the end of the top half of the first inning is Cleveland 2 and the New York Giants nothing. Well, here it is, fans, the 1954 World Series. And to help you get the most out of every critical play in these history-making games, Gillette offers the World Series record book. This handy new 112-page book gives you the scores of every past World Series game, the record of every player, diagrams of all big league parts, basic rules, scoring instructions, a dictionary of baseball slang, and a wealth of other important baseball facts. So for baseball savvy and to get more fun out of these series games, have a copy of Gillette's World Series book. Here's all you do. Just treat yourself to an easy-shaving Gillette Super Speed razor set, including blue blade dispenser and travel case, at the regular price, $1. The record book is attached, and it's free. Right back at the business at hand here at the Polo Grounds in New York City as we move into the last half of the first inning of the first game of the 1954 World Series. The leadoff man for the New York Giants will be Whitey Lockman, their spectacular first baseman. He'll be followed by Alvin Dark, a great competitor at shortstop and captain and field leader of the ball club. Then will come Don Mueller in right field. If anyone else is needed in the inning, the National League batting champion, Say Willie Mays, the center fielder, will be up there swinging lumber. Bob Lemon from Long Beach, California, who appeared in 36 games this year for the American League champions, with an earned run average, as Jimmy Dudley told you, of 2.69, is coming out there to do the pitching now for Cleveland. His battery mate, the very dependable Jim Hegan behind the plate. At first base, Victor Wirtz. who has turned this ball game upside down so far. With his triple that scored 2 runs for Cleveland in the top of the first. Bobby Avila will be at second. At shortstop, George Strickland. And at third base is Al Rosen. In the outfield, we have Smith. In left, Doby in center. And we'll get to right field in a moment. As Waddy Lockman comes up there, bunts the first pitch past the man. Bobby Avila comes in, picks up, shovels over to Victor Worth in time. And that's all for Waddy Lockman, who tries to bunt his way on in the last half of this inning. See down there in front of the dugout, Leo DeRosa's walking back and forth. He's talking to his boys. You know, he's played a lot of these World Series games. And would you like to know how he made out? Well, the facts are in the Gillette World Series record book. Leo himself says that Gillette book sure gives you baseball savvy, and it's free with the purchase of a one-piece Gillette razor at the regular price. Alvin Dark coming up there now. 1 out. Nobody on here in the last half of the first inning. Alvin Dark hitting right-handed. Batted .293 in the regular season. Bob Lemon, 23-game winner for the Indians, delivers a curveball that misses inside and tight for ball 1. The right fielder this afternoon for the Cleveland Indians, and I don't believe we got to him defensively, is Dave Philly. So we've set everyone for you now defensively. As Bob Lemon, chewing gum out there a mile a minute, delivers a fastball that's low and outside to a right-hand hitter. Alvin Stark's count quickly now is 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out, last half of the first. The Giants behind as Cleveland has scored twice in their top half of the first inning to lead 2-0. So as the boys would trade, you'd say they lost no time in getting to it. Lemon ready, delivers 2-0. His fast curve snaps off low and outside, and Bob will throw you a lot of that sinker stuff. He throws you a pretty good slider. And his fastball will hop if it's working good. Freddie Fitzsimmons, coaching at first for the Giants. At third is Herman Frank. There's the fastball, laid through but low. That's ball 4, and Alvin Dark, the .293 hitter, has walked here in the last half of the first inning. So there's the first base on balls, given up by Bob Lemon. He walked only 93 during the entire year. Don Mueller finished very high in the National League batting race for the Crown. He hit .342 behind his teammate, Willie Mays, who led the National League with .345. Don Mueller hitting left-handed. He's not a long ball hitter, but does a lot of punching. He chokes up well on the handle, feet wide spread apart, stands deep of the plate. Infield on the left side up, expecting the bunt. The pitch is made to the plate, low and inside, right down across the chin. That's ball 1. The outfield playing sand around the right and not too deep. Bobby Avila in the hall at second base is playing deep, but not back as far as the rim of the outfield grass. Victor Welch, the Cleveland first baseman, holds Alvin Dark at first base. Alvin has a slight lead. Playing a shallow third is Rosen. He's up almost on the rim of the infield grass, expecting that Don Mueller might be trying to drop one down the third base line, thereby get on. But Mueller right now represents a tying run at the plate for the New York Giants. 2-0 Cleveland. Lemon is ready. Delivers. There's the fastball. Swung on. Hit out into right field. It's going to be in there for a base hit. Bouncing up against the wall. Philly plays it. Mueller holds at first base. The throw comes in. Alvin Dark legs to third. So Bob Lemon, who gave up 228 hits in the regular American League Series, has given up his first World Series base blow, and it puts them in trouble as the Giants, with 1 down, now have the tying runs on. Runners at first and third. Back in the World Series of 1948, Bob Lemon had an earned run average of 1.65. Here is Willie Mays. Here's the guy that a lot of the people here this afternoon have come to see. Willie Mays batting at .345, the National League batting champion, a right-hand hitter, feet wide spread apart. Lemon tries to curve, and Mays is after it and pops it up out into very short center field. Going back toward the shortstop Strickland, he's under it and makes the catch behind second and center, and the runners hold on. So Mays pops out on his first attempt here this afternoon to the shortstop, George Strickland. Hank Thompson has been a surprise for the New York Giants, playing defensively at third base. He used to be a switch hitter, now exclusively a left-hand batter. Hank Thompson batting at .263 on the regular season. He's hampered somewhat this year by injuries, but was able to be in the lineup when Leo DeRosa needed him most. A short battery conference between Jim Higgin and pitcher Bob Lemon has broken up now, and Jim Higgin comes stomping back behind the plate. We're in the last half of the first inning of the 1954 World Series. The Cleveland Indians are leading 2-0 over the New York Giants, with the Giants having the tying runs on. At third, Alvin Dark, and at first is Don Mueller. Second is open. Al Rosen playing a shallow third base just off the line and just off the third base bag, holding Alvin Dark's closest fastball. Lemon delivers to this left-hand hitter. Thompson takes high, and that's ball one. The outfielder stand around the right and playing deep because Thompson will hit that long ball for you, particularly here at the Polo Grounds. He has hit 26 home runs in the course of the regular season. Lemon leaning forward, takes his time, goes to the top of the stretch, comes down, hesitates, deals off the curve, is low and under the knees on the inside for ball two. 2 balls, no strikes. Last half of inning number 1. A goodly crowd has come out here to see this one. All the experts have said this points to be one of the great World Series of our time. And, well, we can believe it. When you look down the records of the 2 ball clubs, they seem to be pretty evenly matched. And they're certainly no strangers to each other, as they have played plenty of exhibition games in spring training coming over for the regular season prior to its start. Lemon ready now, delivers to Thompson. He takes a hit in his swing, holds back, and takes the pitch outside for ball 3. Lemon will throw a left-hand batter, a lot of that sliding stuff, and a lot of that pink ball. The count is 3-0 on Thompson. Runners at first and third. Second is open. There are 2 down. The score Cleveland 2 and the Giants nothing at this particular point. A fastball to Thompson is scored through under the letters for the first called strike. 3-1. The count on third baseman Henry Thompson. Thompson levels that bat off as he stands deep in the plate, 60 feet wide, spread apart. Lemon ready, rears back to look at the fastball. Turn, a miss for a strike. So Thompson was after that one. That runs his count to 3-2. Here's a boy who first saw the light of day in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Now makes his home in New York City. First came up for an opportunity in the majors with the St. Louis Browns, who were then in the American League. Now we're set. In comes the pitch. Thompson swings on from the slow roller. Back to first base. Up with his victory work. Steps on first, and the inning is over. So that's all here in the last half of the first inning for the Giants. They threatened but get no farther than that. No runs. There was 1 base hit. 2 men on, and there were no Cleveland errors. So at the end of the first inning, still remains, as we have told you, Cleveland leading by the 2 runs. And Al Rosen, playing down there at third base, certainly has been a bulwark on this ball club for the Cleveland Indians. His fighting spirit has meant an awful lot. And Al Rosen wound up the season, as I told you a moment ago, with an even 300 batting average, despite the injuries he too had. He's a mighty solid ball player, everybody. One of the best-looking guys you see anywhere, and one of the nicest. You can take it for real when he says, from time to time, I've tried a lot of razors, so I'm talking from experience when I say the one-piece Gillette is the only razor that comes through on the 2 most important times. The shades look good, and they feel good. Now, that's from Al Rosen. Now, don't you think the one-piece Gillette razor? It's the second inning here at the Polo Grounds in New York City. The Cleveland Indians leading 2-0. And coming up now is the pet and pride of New Orleans, Louisiana, George Strickland, a very fine fielding shortstop. A little light with the wood. He's batting at .213 on the regular season, but George was out for about 6 weeks with a broken jaw. Of course, that could have raised his batting average had he played during that time, or it could have lowered it. It all depends on the face of baseball. The George Strickland, tall, slender right-hand hitter, has certainly patched up that infield for Cleveland this year. Sal Magny makes the first pitch to him and fires the fastball outside and high for ball 1. George Strickland has given him 37 runs over the period of the regular season and hit 6 home runs in a rather curtailed season for himself in having been out with that broken jaw. A curveball to Strickland is taken, and it's over to me for a called strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Cleveland, having scored 2 runs in the top half of the first inning, are leading in the ball game by that margin. 2-0 over the Giants. Magny delivers again. There's a crooked-on curveball. Strickland trying to bunt it, fouls it back to the screen. So his count moves to 1 ball 2 strikes. It's the last third of the Cleveland batting order here in the top half of the second inning. Strickland to be followed by Hugan, and then by that good hitting pitcher, Bob Lemon. Lopez is pacing back and forth from the steps of the dugout. The old Ybor City boy just like a caged lion down there. Sal Magny Settling down to his pass now to pitch to Strickland. Fires away 1 and 2. The curveball swung and a miss for strike 3. So there's the first strikeout. Of the 1954 World Series, it's kept up by Sal Magley. Back in the 1948 World Series, Jim Higgins hit 211. Now, you can find that record of Jim Higgins in the Gillette World Series record book. Well, that's a handy book to have around. You'll get a lot of kick out of it, I know. And Jim Higgins on the regular season this year hit 234, so he's standing in right now. Sal Magley ready to go. He's gotten one man here in the top half of the second inning, struck him out. Delivers a curve to Higgins, thrown outside. 1 ball, no strike. Of course, as far as strikeouts are concerned, by the various pitches in World Series play, you too can find that in the Gillette World Series record book. Got a lot of facts and figures and information. Magley's fastball is swung on by Higgins and popped up right back of the mound, coming in fast forward to third baseman Thompson. Under it, looks up into the sun, and then makes the catch. So that's all for Higgins. We have 2 outs now in the top of the second inning. Bob Lemon coming up to the plate. Bob Lemon moving in. Bob has been left-handed. Despite the fact he's a right-hand pitcher, he's been used on many occasions at Cleveland as a pinch batter. Magley tries his curve on him and misses with it high and outside for ball 1. Red Crest down behind first base, coaching there for the Cleveland Indians, hooping and hauling. Wants Bob to get on. Down comes the pitch to him. There's that curveball by Magley low. Ball 2. Hank Thompson playing shallow at third. Right side of the infield playing very deep as Davey Williams is wanted back on the grass in right field. Now he comes up to play on the rim of the outfield grass. Lockman playing back just about as deep. Pulled close to the line. Pitch to Lemon, a slow curve, a tantalizing curve over for a called strike. 2 balls, 1 strike on Bob Lemon. The wearer of number 21, standing at the plate right now. Sal Magley, right foot forward, leads forward from the mound, takes his time from Weston. Pumps, kicks and throws. Another curveball that's been swung on by Lemon and beaten down into the ground foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Bob Lemon. 2 down, nobody on, top of the second inning. The Cleveland Indians out in front, 2-0. Casey tuned in near the plate. They scored their 2 runs in the top half of the first inning. One after Smith was hit by a pitch ball, and a dealer singled him around to second. A bobble in the outfield allowed Smith to keep on going and move to third. Brickwork tripled into right center to drive in the pair. Now the pitch to the plate to Lemon's a fastball that misses outside for ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes to count on Bob Lemon. Bob turns around, says something to Weston. They're both green. Al Barlick, the National League, is the plate umpire here in this one. He's leaning down over the shoulder of Weston to take a look at the next pitch. In it comes, high and outside for ball 4. So there's the first base on balls given up by Magley. He walked 70 over the course of the regular season. Bob Lemon, the guy who wanted to get, he lost by the walk. And now the leadoffer, Smith, comes up to the plate. Eddie Hugh was pushed in the middle of the bat by a pitched ball in the first inning. Sort of set Magley off to a wobbly start. But old number 35 down there usually warms to his task, and he's been doing it so far. Strickland here in the second inning struck out. Higgins popped out to the third baseman, Hank Thompson. Lemon is now on at first base, having been walked. And here is Smith, the take hitter, coming in. This guy can really throw that ball from the outfield, too, this Smith. Magley tries his curve and misses with it low and just outside. 1 ball, no strike. Half of the second inning. First game of the 1954 World Series from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We'll be back right here again tomorrow for the playing of the second inning. Magley stepping for the sign, looks over at first base, watches Lemon take his lead. Now he's ready. Delivers a plate of curve and just takes a nice one through there at the race for strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Williams has pulled a couple of steps over closer to second. He's playing rather deep behind second. The outfield playing just about straight away to Smith. He can hit the long ball for you. He's pounded 11 home runs over the season. Magley settles down, delivers to him. An overhand curve that misses just outside and low. 2 balls, 1 strike. 6 umpires, 6 men in blue, watching the progress of this ball game. Every one of them a fine umpire. We've seen them work many times over the course of the year. Maglioretti fires the pitch swung on. There's a bounding ball hits foul up the third baseline. Gets right over near the crowd, right past the third base coach, Tony Cuccinello. He's a fine ball player in his day, too, that's Cuccinello. A fine guy, too. He and this Fred Kress, the two fellows that really hustle. Fred Kress is the Cleveland coach at first base. This is no Stearns ballpark. Red Kress, he was here with the Giants, I remember, in 1945 as coach. Now they 2-2 delivered by Magley. Down comes that pitch. Fastball swung on and hits foul right back to the screen. That's going up on top of the press section. And it's loaded here this afternoon. They've got more people covering this ball game this afternoon than you can take a stick at. Also, we're very happy to know that the ball game is going around the world. All over the world. Almost every available radio station is hooked in this afternoon to the Gillette Cavalcade of Sports broadcast. Now Magley's ready. Here's the 2-2 delivery. An overhand curve is blown outside. Missed for ball 3. One of the big factors in carrying this ball game around the world, of course, has been the Armed Forces radio stations. And they're hooked on with us again today. If there's going to be some activity down in the Giant bullpen. Looks as though Don Little is going to get up again and start to slow. Don Little, the left-hander. Now the 3-2 pitch to the plate. In it rides, pulling a miss to strike 3. Ball got him on a low curveball, just to back the knee. Well, that's the second strikeout here, as far as Magley is concerned. And here in the second inning, no runs, no base hits for Cleveland. Lemon is walked, he's left at first. There were no errors, so no runs, no hits, no errors. One man left on. And at the end of 1.5 innings of play, the score is Cleveland 2, the New York Giants nothing.
Look hard, you start, He drives a supersonic plane, straight up to pass his test.
I've tested shooting methods too, still I top all the rest. I've got a name, man, I'm worth. So I reach for my Gillette. Enjoy it this refreshing day. For a big life, I'm all set. Look sharp, necessarily set to sharp. All of you from great trust we are. And some great girls out in the cookie breaking world.
The Gillette Cavalcade of Sports is on the air.
Baseball fans, this is Al Helfer greeting you from the Polo Grounds in New York, where the Cleveland Indians and New York Giants soon will take the field for the second game of the 1954 World Series. Once again, your host is the Gillette Safety Razor Company, which takes pleasure in bringing you this and other great sporting events, such as the football bowl games and Triple Crown of Racing, as our way of saying thank you for using Gillette products. And now for a special pregame treat, we turn the microphone over to a distinguished member of baseball's Hall of Fame, Frankie Frisch. Frankie's down in the clubhouse, all set to interview Dusty Rhodes and Vic Wirtz. Come in, Frankie Frisch.
Good afternoon, fans. Well, it was quite a ball game yesterday. I've been in a lot of World Series games, but that ball game yesterday was a dandy, and nobody left the ballpark until my guest, Dusty Rhodes.
Oh, Frank.
How are you, Dusty? Hey, what'd you hit off Bob Lemon? What was that pitch?
It was a curveball, Frank.
Well, did you hit against him before?
Well, only once. It was 2 years ago, I think it was.
What happened?
I was called out on strikes.
Wait a minute, you were called on strikes? What'd you do, take 3?
Took all 3 of them.
Well, how'd you feel yesterday walking up the plate?
Well, Frank, you've been in a lot of these games. I was a little nervous.
You're not kidding. The old flash was really nervous. I mean, did you walk up the plate and say, well, Mr. Lemon, whatever you throw, old Dusty's going to cut and slash, and if it goes, it goes. Where was the pitch, Dusty, high or low?
It was a little below the belt, away from it.
Look, have you changed your stance since you've been on the Polo Grounds? We hear so much they say, oh, that right field fence is short, the left field fence is short. And I was very much interested in what Bobby Fellas said the other day. He said, now, look, he's talking about the Cleveland Club. He said we had a lot of chances to hit the ball up in the seats, but we just didn't do it. And Rhodes came up and pulled one, and there went the ball game. How was it?
Well, Frank, I've had the same stance that I've broken baseball with 1947. I haven't changed a bit.
You've always been a pull hitter, right?
Always.
And Leo sent you up in the right spot.
He said, grab a bat, you're hitting.
You didn't feel any nervousness, eh?
No.
Hey, Dusty, where's your hometown?
Well, Frank, I was born in a little town out in Montgomery, Alabama, Matthews, and I'm staying in Rock Hill, South Carolina now.
Hey, did you ever play in that Montgomery ballpark?
No, I never did.
I saw Babe Ruth hit one. You know the embankment? They have an embankment out there in left field. It runs from the left field foul line to around to center field. And I saw the three outfielders standing up on that bank, and Ruth hit one in that Montgomery ballpark, and the three outfielders looked like mountain goats chasing this ball that the Ruth hit. Babe could have had 3 home runs on it, but he just, lobbed around the bases. And he had a laugh at those 3 outfielders up and down that...
That was in Crampton Bowl, wasn't it, Frank?
Hey, you hit the name right on the head. That was it. Say, Dusty, I was very much interested in that ball game yesterday. I got a great kick out of it. What was the most interesting play to you yesterday?
Well, I thought, Frank, that catch Willie made out in center field with a couple men on.
Oh, that was a terrific play, and it saved the ball game.
Yes, it did.
Say, the fellow, I thought he was going right up in the center field seats. Never stopped. He has no fear of fences.
No.
Great catch.
Sent him bounce off a couple of them.
Say, Dusty, I'd like to have you take this new Gillette one-piece razor set. Now, look, back here, this is what I'm interested in. This 1954 Gillette World Series record book. Hey, you'll get a lot of enjoyment out of that. And, say, fans, I'd just like to say a few words to the fans listening in. Your favorite store has a special World Series package, razor and book, both for the price of the razor alone. And continued success in this series, and keep whacking them.
Thank you, Frank.
Nice
I'll always use this.
Okay, thanks, Becky. And our next guest is a fellow that had a terrific day, Vic Wirtz. Vic, nice to have you on our Gillette program.
It's a pleasure to be here, Frankie.
Say, what do you got there, young man?
This is what is known as a shin guard, and it saved my leg quite a bit, and my instep also. I have a bad habit of hitting myself in the leg with a foul tip off the bat.
Oh, in other words, while you were up hitting and during the game, when you cut at that ball, the foul tips whacking, and they hurt, don't they?
And they really hurt, believe me, so that's the reason for this.
Just, can we get a picture? I want to see how Vic puts that on. Now, which foot is it?
It's on the right foot. It's my front foot, being a left-hand hitter, and this goes on exactly like that with the strap coming around the bottom of the foot.
Oh.
That's on there. That's all there really is to it.
Now, listen, did you have any trouble with that shin guard yesterday in running the bases?
I had a little difficulty, pardon me, on a ball that hit the right field. Mueller made a throw into first base, and of course I hurried back to the bag. And when I hit the bag, it was a wild throw. This snap unbuckled. When I came into second base, it was flopping around on my foot. So instead of going to third, I had to stay at second.
You'll have to get some way of flipping that thing off going down the first baseline. That might have cost the ball game, right?
It could have cost the ball game, and today I'm thinking about leaving it off for the first time in 2 or 3 years.
Well, now listen. How many hits yesterday, Mr. Wirtz?
Well, I'll have to figure a little bit. I think it was 4, wasn't it?
Hey, you know we all, anybody that's ever played the ball game, we always remember those hits. We never remember the strikeouts, right?
Never remember the strikeouts.
And I still think the hardest ball hit in that ball game went foul. And that's the ball you hit, a left-hand hitter hitting to the opposite field. That ball was really smacked, the one you hit up against the scoreboard in left field. What pitch was that?
It was a fastball high and away, Frank, and I had to go to left field. It was away from me. I couldn't try to pull it, so I just tried to slap at the ball.
Say, the Giants will have to learn how to pitch to you.
I hope they don't learn for the next 6 games.
Well, you hit most everything, did you? Fastball, K-ball?
I think every assortment they had.
I think they tried everything. I even thought they threw a couple of sliders up there.
I hit a slider. I hit a curve.
Say, Vic, I got a little gift for you. I know you'll enjoy this. It's a Gillette eraser.
This is very familiar. I already have one, Frankie, but I can always use another one.
Hey, the old Flash used them in the morning.
Yes, sir. Feel mine, too. I use them, too.
I get a kick out of it. And what I like about it, and I'm going to keep talking about it because I get a kick out of it, it's the 1954 World Series record book. And fans, I hope you'll take the old Flash's advice and get yours right now, because last year, we had a little tough time. We run out of them. We got to get them right now. Don't wait. Vic Wirtz, thanks kindly for being with us.
Thank you, Frankie.
Well, fans, it's time to wind up our clubhouse interviews for this afternoon, and now we're going up to the broadcasting booth. Thank you kindly.
We're ready for the second game of the 1954 World Series between the Cleveland Indians and the New York Giants. And the broadcast this afternoon is authorized under the broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. And any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the lineups are to be given to you, I should like to say that due to a special presentation made by the Defense Department here yesterday, and the stepping up of the time schedule in order that the field could be cleared in time for the beginning of the ball game, we were unable to bring you the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner from this ballpark. However, from today on, throughout the rest of the series, we shall be proud to bring to all our national anthem. And now, here are the starting lineups for this afternoon's ball game for the Cleveland Indians. Leading off will be Al Smith in left field. Hitting number 2 will be Bobby Avila at second base. The number 3 hitter in the order will be Larry Doby in center field, followed by the number 4 hitter Al Rosen in center field. Al Rosen at third base. Then comes Victor Wirtz at first base. Wally Westlake will be in right field in place of Dave Philly today. He'll hit in the number 6 position. Strickland the shortstop. Higgin the catcher. And Early Wynn will be the pitcher. He has won 23-11 with 3 shutouts this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Barry Como and our national anthem. And the singing of our national anthem here as the sun finally breaks through at the Polo Grounds in New York City. We had a cold, misting rain all morning, and it was very doubtful that this ball game would get underway. But the sun has come out now as Johnny Antonelli warms up along with Early Wynn to get this ball game started here at the Polo Grounds this afternoon, the second game of the 1954 World Series. And here's the starting lineup for the New York Giants. Whitey Lockman will lead off. He'll be at first base. Alvin Dark, the captain of the ball club, will be at shortstop and hit second. Don Mueller, the right fielder, hitting third. Hitting fourth will be Willie Mays in center field. Then comes Hank Thompson at third, batting fifth. Batting sixth, Monty Irvin again in left field. Batting seventh, Little Davy Williams, the Dallas dandy, will be at second base. Batting eighth, Wes Westrom, the catcher. And the pitcher, the surprising southpaw this year, Johnny Antonelli, who has won 21, lost 7 in the National League, and has pitched 6 shutouts over the course of the year. He's a Rochester, New York boy, now living in Lexington, Massachusetts. And Early Wynn, who has won 23 and lost 11, has pitched 3 shutouts for Cleveland, will be on the mound this afternoon. He's appeared in 40 games. He's from Hartford, Alabama, now makes his home in Nokomis, Florida. The plate umpire here this afternoon, American League's Charlie Berry in a fine one, Jocko Conlon of the National League at first, Johnny Stevens of the American League at second, Al Barlick, who handled the plate so capably here yesterday, will be at third base. He's the National League umpire. At the left field line will be Lon Warnicki, the Arkansas Hummingbird, and Larry Knapp of the American League will be down the right field line. So that's how the stage is to be set here this afternoon for the playing of the second game of the 51st Series in the competition between the American and National Leagues for the World Series honors. And once again, this afternoon, it is the pleasure of Jimmy Dudley and me to be here for the Gillette Safety Razor Company over these mutual microphones to bring you the account of what we see down on the field. We sincerely hope that you'll enjoy being with us for the afternoon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce our co-worker for the afternoon, and it will be he who will start off, let's pause 10 seconds here for station identification. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
This is WGN, the Chicago Tribune station, your exclusive World Series station in Chicago.
Right back at the Polo Grounds in New York City, where we're about to begin the second game of the 1954 World Series. The New York Giants come out to take the field. They've won one ball game here in the series and lead the Cleveland Indians 1-0 in the series. So now, I should like to introduce for the first portion of this afternoon's play-by-play, a young gentleman whose southern voice sort of streaked into the hearts of the country yesterday, working his first World Series broadcast. From Cleveland, their fine broadcaster, Mr. Jimmy Dudley. And it's been a pleasure to be with him, and I know this afternoon we're going to rear our ears right back and get some more of the same. Jimmy, how about you today?
Thank you, Big Al, and hello, baseball fans everywhere. Ready to go in the second game of the 1954 World Series. And an interesting note on the two pitchers, Johnny Antonelli, the left-hander for New York, and the right-hander Early Wynn, 34-year-old veteran of the Cleveland pitching staff. Neither has worked a World Series game before. In fact, I was quite startled to learn from Early Wynn that he has never even seen a World Series game prior to yesterday here at the Polo Grounds in New York. Obtained by the Indians in 1948, Wynn is making his first appearance in the World Series due to the fact that he was not purchased or traded to the Indians by Washington until December of 1948, the last time that the tribe was in a World Series. Johnny Antonelli was the property of the Boston Braves in 1948, but he worked just a short time, had no record with the ball club. And of course, as we all know, Antonelli went from the Milwaukee Braves to the New York Giants. And it was one of the greatest things that could have ever happened to Leo DeRocha and the Giants obtaining the services of this young left-hander. Who was their top hitter in the year with 21 victories as against only 7 defeats. The Indians saw him in spring training, and I can tell you right now, the boys on Al Lopez's club have a great deal of respect for this fellow who can really fire. He has a lot of swift, a left-hander with plenty of speed, good curve, and good control. When you find a left-hander with control, he'll give you a whale of a lot of trouble in any ball game. He's taking his final few warm-up throws, and the weatherman broke into the spirit here just about an hour ago as he cleared the skies overhead. The sun is broken through, and the Polo Grounds right now are bathed in sunshine. Al Smith, the Indians' left fielder, stepping into the batter's box, and it's play ball. The Giants winning the first game by a score of 5-2 yesterday, got off to a head start on the Indians. And, of course, they'd like nothing better than to take number 2. The tribe, of course, would like to even it up as they head for Cleveland for game number 3 tomorrow. Al Smith steps into the batter's box. The Indians' left fielder batted .250 in the first game. Up 4 times yesterday, had 1 hit. Antonelli looks down the alley, checks his sign. Back of the plate is umpire Charlie Berry, and quickly time is called. They're just now clearing the field. And the last piece of the bandstand goes back under the shed. And now we're back in position. Umpire Berry motions play ball, a veteran of the American League umpiring staff. Here's the windup, and the first pitch of the ball game is swung on. A high fly ball is going deep out into left field. That ball, if it stays fair, is going to be trouble. It's a home run for Al Smith on the first pitch of the game. And Al Smith has come through, marking his name in the record book along with others who have opened a World Series game with a home run. And you can find the others that did it in the Gillette World Series record book. It's yours absolutely free, remember. That little record will be found on page 92, and Al Smith joins the select company of others whose names ought to be found in that Gillette World Series record book. First pitch, the first hit, a home run. The Indians lead 1-0. Bobby Avila's up now. Right-hand batter, he takes ball 1 high. The ball hit by Al Smith was right on the fair line, and fair just by a couple of feet. That is his second hit of the series. Bobby Avila, Indian second baseman, batting .200. Swings on the next pitch, and hits a ground ball to the shortstop. Doc is up with it. The throw to first, and Avila is out on a close play. Jocko Conlon, the umpire at first, calling the play.
Number 14,
One out, and the batter is number 14, Larry Doby. Doby, a left-hand batter, steps into the box. In yesterday's ball game, he was up 3 times officially and had 1 base hit. Left-hand batter against left-hand pitcher. He takes ball when a curveball breaking outside and low. Ball on the count. The outfielders are playing him just about straight away, feeling that he will not be able to pull the left-hander, Johnny Antonelli. The Indians lead 1-0 in the first inning. 1 out. The next pitch, Doby swings and he misses a fastball. The count is even up. Ball 1 and strike 1. Larry Doby, star center fielder with the Indians in the American League play of 1954. RBI champion of the league and home run king. Next pitch to him is a strike. He let a changeup go by, and the count is ball 1 and strike 2. One and 2 the count with 1 out and nobody on. Batter on deck is Al Rosen, the Indian third baseman. Doby batted .272 during the regular season. Here's the windup. Antonelli's pitch, and Doby drops quickly to the ground for ball 2.
Good afternoon, fans. And it's really a pleasure to have Al Rosen, the capable third baseman of the Cleveland Indians, on our Gillette program this afternoon. Al, they tell me you're not going to play this afternoon.
That's right, Frankie. Due to this thigh injury of mine, my right leg has been acting up quite bad. You remember seeing me run.
Right.
And we feel that possibly I'd be of more value to the team in a pinch hitter's role or even playing in the later innings of a ball game if necessary. And certainly I can't help the ball club by trying to go all the way.
Well, I know you would help it if you were in there. Now, look, Al, what's happened in these last 2 games from a player's viewpoint?
Well, strictly from a player's viewpoint, we feel that 1 base hit in either ball game or even a fly ball in either ball game, the game might have gone the other way. We ran into magnificent pitching, terrific defensive ball club. Even though I must say, for our own pitchers, I think our pitchers were as good as anything we saw from the Giants. We just didn't get the runs that the Giants did. They capitalized more on opportunities than we did.
Wynn pitched a terrific game yesterday. But how about that little Antonelli?
Johnny's come a long way since I saw him this spring, and he certainly deserves the reputation that we've received, that we've heard about him. Johnny certainly is one of the finer left-handers in the game. He's certainly as good as anything we've seen in our league.
Did you hit against him in the All-Star game?
Yes, I did.
How'd you do?
Well, I think John had a bad day, and by the grace of...
Now, wait a minute. Did you hit
Yes,
home runs? You hit 2 home runs in the All-Star game.
Yes, I did, Frank. I did.
Now, what happened yesterday with the man on second base?
Well, I think Johnny was just a better pitcher yesterday. Maybe I was a worse hitter. I don't know. But Johnny fooled me yesterday. I certainly wasn't looking for a fastball with man on the tying run on second base.
Al, didn't he throw you 2 fastballs?
Yes, he did. He got one up around my letters, which I think is my long ball, the fastball up. And then he got another one right down around my knees, and I should have been swinging, Frank.
Yeah, you know, we've been hearing so much about playing in a certain ballpark. Do you think a ballpark makes any difference?
No, I really don't. I think that sometimes the ballpark looks funny to you when you first walk in it, but most fellas have been around the big leagues for a few years have managed to see most of the ballparks. Now, our club has seen the Polo Grounds. We've played numerous exhibition games there at the end of our spring training season. So, actually, there is no advantage, I don't believe, to any pitcher working in a certain ballpark or any hitter having to hit against a certain wall in a ballpark.
Well, it's certainly been a terrific series so far. I know for a fella, in my case, has been in as many World Series games. I've been getting a terrific thrill out of this thing. Say, Al, I got a little gift here for you, and it's a new Gillette one-piece razor set. And in the back here is the 1954 World Series record book. I know you'll enjoy that. And just stick around with me for a minute, will you? Okay. I want the fans to look for this Gillette display at your favorite store. You'll find this big little book filled with baseball facts. And they got the diagrams of all the ballparks. All the Major League ballparks. Now, here's a Cleveland Stadium. See, 73,500. That's quite a stadium. The seating section and everything's right in there. And you got 112 pages of real dope on World Series history. And then we turn back here, Al. This is important. I think this is a great little thing in this book. Hints on winning baseball. And then you got batting. You know, it's good for little leaguers, good for semi-professional ball players, college ball players. In fact, I get a kick out of reading it. It's got base running,
fielding, pitching, and the player rosters of all clubs. And I hope the fans will get this quick. Last year, a lot of fans waited a little too long, and thousands of fans missed out. So I hope they'll bear down this year and get them soon. Al, Rosen, lots of luck to you.
Thank
you. I
you.
hope that leg comes along, because fans, here's a great guy on the field and off the field. Thanks for being on our
You bet,
program, Al. Lots of luck to you. And our next guest will be a young fellow that did a courageous job yesterday. I admire this young guy. He walked out his first World Series game. Johnny Antonelli. How old are you now, John?
24, Frank.
24.
That's right.
Now, I want to ask you one question. I felt for you in that first inning yesterday with the 3 men on. What did Leo say when he walked down to the mound? Were you nervous?
No, I don't think I was nervous. I believe I was trying a little hard.
Well, I would have been. I'll tell you that.
But I mean, he just tried to calm me down, I believe. He didn't actually say much about the game. He just came out there to talk to me, and that was it.
Say, in the last inning, you had a man on first and third. 1 out.
Right.
What were you firing to Vic Worth?
Mostly fastballs at that time, Frankie.
That's when you did a... Let me brag about you a little. I know you don't care about it too much. But for a young guy, 23, 24 years old, pitching his first World Series game, this kid in the 9th inning, the Giants leading 3-1, did a terrific job to count 3-2.
Right. I think he fouled off about 5 or 6 pitches.
5 or 6 pitches, and still you didn't walk him.
Right.
What about the double play ball? The ball that Regaldo... wasn't that the fellow Rudy Regaldo hit the ball with the shortstop dog?
Yes.
Were you ready to go to the clubhouse in that play?
Actually, I thought we had it, and I was jumping up and down if you had seen me, but I guess I was set off on that one.
Say, John, where's your home?
Right now I'm living in Lexington, Massachusetts.
Oh, right outside of Boston?
That's right, about 12 miles.
You're married, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And how about the little youngster?
I have a little daughter, 1-year-old.
And how about Papa and Mama? They here?
Yes, my father and mother are in here at Cleveland right
now. Boy, I bet they got a kick out of that baby yesterday, didn't they?
They certainly did.
Hey, John, you're a good kid. You know, I had on that baseball all summer long, 25 wins, and you owe me a couple of Coca-Colas. You know that, don't you? But look, here's a Gillette razor. And that little World Series record book, I know you'll like it. I want you to take that new Gillette one-piece razor and the 1954 World Series record book. And you can get your copy at your favorite store. And, John, I know you'll get a kick out of that.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Huh? Hey.
I can certainly use that.
There's a lot of good stuff in there. When are you going to pitch again?
Well, I don't know, Frank. If he needs me Sunday, I'll be ready to pitch. If not, probably Monday.
Fine. Lots of luck to you.
Okay.
Well, fans, the clock says it's time to go until we take you back to Gillette's broadcasting booth.
And now, fans, this is yours truly, Jimmy Dudley, back here at Mutual's radio booth, and we're ready for today's third game of the 1954 World Series. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball, solely for the entertainment of our audience. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Now just before turning you over to Al Helfer, here quickly are the lineups for today's game. For the Giants, at first base leading off, Whitey Lockman. At shortstop, Alvin Dark. Don Mueller, right field. Willie Mays, center field. Hank Thompson, third base. Monty Irvin, left field. Davey Williams, second base. Wes Westrom, catching. And Ruben Gomez, the pitcher. He's won 17 and lost 9 during the regular season. For the Cleveland Indians, the home team, leading off, Al Smith, left field. Bobby Avila, second base. Larry Doby, center field. Vic Wirtz, first base. Hank Majeski, third base. Dave Philly, right field. George Strickland, shortstop. Jim Hegan, catching, and Mike Garcia, the pitcher. Garcia, during the regular season, won 19 and lost 8. The umpires for the third game of the 1954 World Series, calling the balls and strikes back of the plate is Jocko Conlon. At first base, Stevens. Second base, Al Barlitt. Third base, Charlie Berry. On the right field foul line is Lon Warneke. On the left field foul line is Larry Neff. Now the Indians have taken the playing field, and today's game is ready to get underway. And here is the man who will get today's game underway for us, Neutral's Al Helfer. Big Al, come in.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Dudley. Hi, everybody. And we're very happy to say that Chris Speaker, the old Gray Eagle, is here in person. He's gotten over his illness, and he's throwing out the first ball here this afternoon. And Chris Speaker throws the first ball out to Jim Hagan, the starting catcher for the Cleveland Indians. And prior to getting started on this game here this afternoon, we have, right now, 10 seconds pause for station identification. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
This is WGN, your exclusive World Series station in Chicago.
And now to the business at hand here at the vast Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio, where this afternoon Al Lopez has sent in a patched-up lineup to meet the New York Giants, who have won 2 of the 2 games already played in the 1954 Classic. At third base, we have Hank Majeski, as Jimmy Dudley has already told you. Hank Majeski, one of the veterans of Major League play, taking over for Al Rosen. Al tried it. His leg was too bad, and he figured that he was in there hurting his ball club rather than helping it. So he and Al Lopez got together. And Al Rosen is on the bench this afternoon and will be utilized as a pinch hitter if needed. Hank Majeski is at third base. So let's set the Indians for you defensively now. As Big Mike Garcia, the Visalia right-hander, is on the mound for the Cleveland Indians. Old Val Chest is throwing down to his battery mate, Jim Hegan. At first base is Victor Wirtz. At second base, Bobby Avila. At shortstop, George Strickland. At third base, Hank Majeski. Out in left field is Al Smith. The center fielder is Larry Doby. And at right field here this afternoon is Dave Philly, the kid from Texas. And stepping up to the plate is the first hitter here for the New York Giants, batting at 1-1-1 in the series, 1 for 9, is Whitey Lockman. Whitey Lockman hitting left-handed, standing deep at the plate. Now, broadcasting spot here at Cleveland is a very fine one, right behind home plate, just slightly off on the left-hand side of home plate. Jocko Conlon, the plate umpire, looks down over the shoulder of Jim Hegan, and we're about to get started on the third game of the 1954 World Series. Please remember the Giants have won 2, and Cleveland has won none. So this is the game as far as Cleveland is concerned. Big Mike Garcia delivers the fastball. Whitey Lockman swings on this. Line drive hit into right center field. It's going to be in there for the base hit. Over is Philly to cut it off. Lockman down to first base to hold on. So the first pitch here this afternoon is a line shot single into right center field by Whitey Lockman. That is the first hit given up by Garcia, who surrendered only 220 base hits all year. Now coming up to the plate, batting at .375 is Alvin Dark. He has 3 for 8 in the series so far. Outfield placing just about straight away. This is a big ball orchard here. 320 feet down the left and right field line to 410 feet to the restraining fence in center. There's plenty of room to go get him here in this ballpark. Mike Garcia, the big right-hander from Visalia, kicks. Third around at the mound, looks down at Alvin Dark, who has that wide spread eagle stance leaning over. Whitey Lockman leads off first down, comes the pitch, fastball, fired in at the knees for a called strike. When Big Mike is right, that fastball of his comes zipping in there. Hank Majeski, expecting a bunt, is playing a shallow third. And Vic Wirtz, holding Whitey Lockman on at first base, will come charging in when the next pitch is made. They're expecting that the New York Giants will try to get that runner down in scoring position. Whitey Lockman is pretty fast, and he's liable to be moving any time. The pitch is made, and this time it's swung on. Alvin Dark hits a foul ball down off the first base line, back into the crowd, out of play. Hank Majeski, number 5, moving back there to take his station at third. It's been a long time since we've seen Hank Majeski start a ball game, but he's always on tap and ready. You know, I got an interesting note on Hank Majeski for you here in just a moment, and I'll pass it along to you. Mike Garcia checks his runner over at first base. That's Whitey Lockman taking a pretty good size lead. Vic Wertz on the inside corner. We'll look at Alvin Dark now. The pitch to him is swung on. A pretty good hit-and-run man trying to punch to right field. Fouls it off again, and that's strike 2. Hank Majeski, the oldest player among all of today's World Series eligible, is playing at third base for Cleveland. He'll be 38 next December the 13th. Now, you'll find the ages, the heights, the weights, and the records of all the series players in the Gillette World Series book. Hope you have yours. Next pitch to plate is swung on by Alvin Dark, and this caught strike 3. That's the first strikeout in the World Series, but he strikes out here for big Mike Garcia. Mike Garcia had 130 strikeouts over the course of the regular season. Now here's Don Mueller, the pesky guy at the plate. Pesky for him from the standpoint that he can lay in that base hit for you when you need it the most. Don Mueller has 2 for 9 in the series, batting at .222. Has struck out only one time. Whitey Lockman, who opened with a line shot single into right center field, is still on the first base for the Giants. Mike Garcia has to bear down from the opening pitch. He's ready to go here to left-handed batting Don Mueller, the choke hitter. In comes the first pitch, a nice fastball over the knees for a called strike. Big Mike, when he throws, is a little off balance. That is, when he finishes up, he falls towards first base. When he started out in the spring this year, he tried to correct that and finish up in a squared-away position in order that he may field bunted balls and balls that were hit back to his right, the left of the pitcher's mound as we look out from the diamond. But he found that he was not as effective with his pitches, so he went back to his old style. He delivers now fastball swung on, hit down off the rubber of home plate, a high bounce to Avila. The play goes to Strickland to run the throw back. He's not in time, gets away from Vic Wertz. Higgins backing up, there goes Mueller trying for second. The throw goes down, and he's in there. The throw got away from Victor Wertz. He had to reach for it. It was a hurried throw by George Strickland. And we'll probably have an error charged on the play. So we'll wait for the official scorers, Mr. McCauley, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Clemenco, to see what their decision is going to be on this one, to allow the runner to go from first down to second. It's going to be an error on George Strickland. So put Don Mueller on at second base on the error committed by George Strickland on his overthrow at first base, trying to get a double play. And incidentally, we have not had a double play in the World Series up till now. So Mueller was at first on the force out of Whitey Lockman at second base. And the play went from Avila to Strickland. So we have 2 out, 1 on, and Willie Mays coming up. We'll get to get a base hit in the series. Garcia throws him the fastball and brushes the uniform glove, driving the batter away from the plate. That's ball 1. Willie Mays in this series so far has walked 3 times. He struck out once. He has gone 0 for 5. No hits for 5 official times up. Mays, the right-handed batter, quite a ball hawk, and the National League batting champion, steps away from the plate now. His count is 1 ball and no strikes. Up until just this moment, when George Strickland committed the error, the throwing error at first base, allowing Don Mueller to scoot on down to second, the Cleveland Indians were absolutely errorless in the World Series. Garcia checks his runner at second, delivers a plate to soft curveball. It's swung on by Mays and punched back foul right off of the right of our Gillette microphones. Bouncing up into the first section and bounces down into the television camera. So somebody goes home over there on that camera crew, very happily this afternoon with a souvenir of the World Series. There are 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Don Mueller is the runner at second base for the New York Giants. There is no score here, with leaden, overcast skies threatening to pour rain down on us any minute. The pitch to the plate is high and inside to Willie Mays. His count is 2 balls and 1 strike. We got more airplanes flying over this municipal stadium here this afternoon that even Jimmy Dudley, an old pilot himself, can shake a stick at. But he's flying high right here in the broadcasting booth. He doesn't have to be in that plane this afternoon. Jimmy invited me to take a plane ride with him, and I said, let's simmer down after the series is over. We'll do it. Willie Mays up at the plate with the count of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big Mike Garcia has a runner on at second behind him. There are 2 outs for the Giants here in the top half of the first inning. There is no score. Outfield playing fanned around the left and deep as Mike Garcia throws the overhand fastball. Mays swings and doesn't get it. That's strike 2. The Visalia right-hander came right back and poured that ball in over the fifth from the inside corner, and Mays liked it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count on number 24, Willie Mays. Jocko Conlon handling the plate here this afternoon in the third game of the World Series. Down comes the pitch to Mays. Fastball swung on, hit the right field. It's Landry. Philly comes in. He traps the ball. It bounces off his chest. He throws to second base as Mueller comes on in to score. So Willie Mays gets his first base hit. Willie Mays, a single into right field to drive in a run here, and the Giants lead 1-0. Don Mueller scooting around and coming on in from second base to score. So the error definitely has hurt right up till now. That's the second hit of Mike Garcia and run number 1. So Cleveland's behind here in the top half of the first inning. The Giants have a runner on at first base and Willie Mays, a pretty good hit-and-run guy. Up at the plate, a pretty good hit-and-run guy with a stick in his hand is Henry Thompson. He's batting at .333 in the series, 2 for 6. And he's played spectacularly at third defensively. A fastball to Thompson tying outside as the sun breaks out to cast a shadow here at Cleveland for the first time. 1 ball and no strikes is the count on Hank Thompson, a little left-handed hitter standing deep at the plate. The weatherman said exactly at 1 o'clock we could expect the heavens to open up and rain to pour down on us, but it hasn't happened so far. Garcia leans forward. Looks back over his left shoulder, checking Willie Mays at first. The pitch is made to the plate. Thompson takes it high inside. Willie Mays holding right on there at first base. 2 balls, no strikes. The count on Thompson. Hank Thompson batting at .333 in series play. Hank has walked twice, struck out once in the 2 games that have preceded this one. Garcia leaning forward to take his sign, checks his runner Willie Mays. He's always a threat to go. Down comes the pitch. Mays bluffs going, and the pitch is taken at the plate for ball 3. Garcia asks Jocko Conlon for another baseball and gets it. So we should like here at the start of the third game of the World Series to compliment the umpires for the work they have done in this World Series so far. We've had 2 fine jobs behind the plate in the first and second games. Al Barlick of the National League in the first game, a mighty fine job behind the plate, and Charlie Berry, the veteran American League umpire, came up with an equal performance yesterday. And here's Jocko Conlon, a very fine veteran, working the plate this afternoon. An overhand fastball is in there for a strike, and the count on Thompson now is 3-1. Garcia back to visit the rosin bag. Number 25 standing down there on the mound. Steps up, takes his position on the rubber. Willie Mays will take a lead at first now. Vickworth holds the inside corner on him. The check of the runner. Down comes the pitch. Taken. It's outside by shade on a let-up curveball. So Thompson draws his third base on balls in the series. The first one here this afternoon. The first walk given up by Garcia. Garcia walked 71 over the regular season. Now hitting right-handed is Monty Irvin. Monty has gone 0 for 4 in the series. He's batting, of course, at 0-0-0. The right-hand hitter has an opportunity of knocking in his first run as Willie Mays has moved down to second on the walk handed by Garcia to Thompson. The first pitch to Monty Irvin is a strike. Monty backs to scoop up a handful of dirt, dries hands, rubs him down along his uniform trousers, steps back in, beats the bat down on the rubber of home plate. Garcia now standing out in the sunlight. The sun has broken forth in all of its brilliance here for at least a moment. Delivers to the plate. It's taken high and inside for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike to count on Monty Irvin, the big left fielder of the New York Giants. Batting number 6 in the order. He'll be followed by Davey Williams if he's needed. 5 men have come to the plate. 1 run has been scored by the Giants. They lead 1-0. Willie Mays at second. Hank Thompson is on at first. 2 down. Garcia comes in with an overhand let-up pitch, but outside at the shoulder. That's ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. And there's going to be some activity down in the bullpen now for the Cleveland Indians. Got a right-hander up and starting to throw for Cleveland. That'll be Art Houdeman. Art Houdeman up throwing for Cleveland in the Cleveland bullpen. Down back of the right field line. Interesting note that the Street Jazz just put up here, and I believe that to be true as I quickly glance back through the books. The first team to score in both games that have already been played lost the ball game. The pitch is swung on. There's a high foul ball hit off to the right of the plate and way back into the customers. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Monty Irvin. Yeah, that's right, Paul. Cleveland scored first in the first game and scored first in the second game, and they went on to lose both of them. And now the Giants score the first time here in the top half of the first inning. Just an oddity going along in the series that we'd like to know for you. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Monty Irvin, with runners at first and second, 2 down, top of the first. The Giants leading 1-0. Now Garcia is set. Checks his runner, Willie Mays at second. Delivers the plate, an overhand fastball. Monty Irvin punches the foul off the first baseline. There goes Hegan over near the Cleveland dugout, and Hegan's the guy gets in and makes the catch. Running catch on a foul ball by Jim Hegan. So here in the first inning for the New York Giants, 1 run on a pair of base hits. There was 1 walk mixed in there. There was an error committed by Cleveland, and 2 men were left on. So the score at the end of the top half of the first inning is the New York Giants 1. They're now coming to bat Cleveland Indians nothing. Yes, sir, this is the gotta-do-it game for the Indians if they want to preserve their World Series win record. If you have the 1954 Gillette World Series record book handy, you know how it sets up your enjoyment of the game. You'll find it equally valuable this winter and when baseball rolls around next spring. This free pocket-sized book indexed so anyone can put his finger on what he wants quickly gives all-time series scores, a record of every player, modern record-breaking performances, basic rules, baseball slang, scoring instructions, and for budding big leaguers, there are also hints on winning baseball. Get your copy. Buy a Gillette Super Speed Razor set for $1, the regular price. The record book is attached and it's free, but hurry, they're running out fast. Now into the last half of inning number 1 here at the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. 1-0 in favor of the New York Giants. They scored 1 time on 2 base hits, took advantage of a Cleveland error. And we have the first unearned run in the 1954 World Series. Now stepping up to the plate, hitting right-handed is Al Smith. Young fellow who led off for Cleveland yesterday by poking a home run out of the park at the Polo Grounds. He has 3 hits for 8 at-bats, batting at .375. He crowds up on the plate, stands 3/4 deep, and is a choke hitter. Ruben Gomez from Tuxtla, Puerto Rico, is on the mound for the New York Giants. Makes the first pitch, a fastball that's under the knees for ball 1. Ruben Gomez, on the regular season for the New York Giants, won 17 ball games, lost 9, 54 shutouts. His battery mate is the very dependable Wes Westrum. At first base, Whitey Lockman. Second is Davey Williams. The shortstop, Captain Alvin Dark. At third, Hank Thompson. Out in left field, Monty Irvin. The center fielder is Willie Mays. And in right field is Don Mueller. Al Smith up at the plate waiting now. As Gomez, the right-hander, throws the sidearm fastball. And it's outside. The crossfire missing for ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. Count here on Al Smith. Thompson's playing a rather shallow third base on his right-hand hitter. Right-hander throws another sidearmer. This one's in off the hip, quite tight up against the batter for ball 3. Outfield fan around the left. For Smith, he'll poke that long ball for you. He proved that yesterday, leading off for Cleveland. The wearer of number 32. Conlon looks down over the shoulder of Weston. Here comes Gomez's pitch. Sidearm let up. The right side for ball 4. Cleveland's got the tying run on. That's the second time Smith has walked in the series. First base on balls given up by Gomez. Here's Bobby Avila. Bobby Avila. He's batting at .222. He has 2 for 9 in the series. 1 on, nobody out here in the last half of the first inning. Ruben Gomez looks over at first base to see what Whitey Lockman's doing about holding him close, and he is. Bobby Avila standing in, batting right-handed. The American League batting champion. Gomez throws the pitch to him as the runner breaks is swung on and foul tip. So Al Lopez wanted to get that man down to second, get him around. Right away, the Gay Senor playing hit-and-run ball here before the thousands that have jammed in here to the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. The Giants are leading in the ball game 1-0 by virtue of their 1 run scored at the top of the first. And wearer of number 1 himself, Bobby Avila, the pet and pride of Veracruz, Mexico, up at the plate here for the Indians. Gomez comes in with a pitch. There's the bunt. Down to the left mound. Gomez comes off. Fields throws to first base in time. They've got Bobby Avila. And there is the runner moving down to second. Smith overran second and almost was thrown out. By Whitey Lockman whipped that ball over quickly. The shortstop, Alvin Dark. So Avila is out, sacrificing very successfully. A very nicely placed bunt to the left field pitcher's mound as you look out on the diamond. Gomez in a big hurry made the play to Whitey Lockman. Here is Larry Doby. Alvin Dark talking to Ruben Gomez. As this Puerto Rican right-hander gets ready now to pitch to left-hand hitting Larry Doby. The center fielder for the Cleveland Indians has been quite a star for them over the years, particularly this year in the runs batted in department and in the home run department. So Smith is on at second base, a pretty fleet-of-foot guy who can really move around the bases. Doby has a chance to tie this ball game up should he come through with a base hit. Sidearm fastball to Doby's low into the dirt. And that is ball one. Gomez set. Down comes the pitch. A fastball that drives Doby back from the plate is flipped over the inside corner chest high right under the letters for a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count on Larry Doby. He holds that bat way down to the end. Starts to bend his knees as though he were about to get down on him. Opens his stance just slightly down toward first base. The outfield is around right and deep. Pitch to him. A let-up curveball is outside knee high for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike on Larry Doby. 1 out for the Indians here in the last half of the first inning. Al Smith, the leadoff man, walked was sacrificed by Bobby Avila down to second base. And he's in scoring position at second in this 1-0 ball game favor the Giants. Tony Cuccinello waiting to wave some traffic by third. Yells up words of encouragement as Gomez pitches outside again to Doby for ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Smith hanging pretty close there at second base. He doesn't want to be caught off. The Giants use the count play quite often. Pitcher will whirl around and make the toss back there, waiting for the man designated to cover. And in the hopes that he does. Time is called as Larry Doby steps away from the plate, and Gomez, about ready to pitch, has to break back off the mound. Now he's set. Smith takes his lead. In comes the pitch. It's taken by Doby over on the outside corner for a called strike, and that's the second one. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, we've got thousands of umpires in the stands here this afternoon. I can tell you that for sure. Oh, everybody sees that pitch just a little bit differently. Of course, it all depends on which side you're rooting for, too. It's the payoff pitch now to Larry Doby, 3-2. Gomez checks his runner at second, delivers the plate fastball. Doby swings, hits a high fly ball to short center field. Coming in is Willie Mays, says he has it. And he has. So there's the second out. Doby flying out to Willie Mays in center. Smith holds on at second, and here is Victor Wirtz. Victor Wirtz carrying the highest batting percentages of anybody on the field right now. For Cleveland in this series, Vic Wirtz obtained from the Baltimore Orioles about the middle of the summer, has 5 for 8. Including extra base blows, and he is batting right this minute at .625 in World Series play. Big fellow from York, Pennsylvania, hits him left-handed. Prematurely bald guy. Steps up to the plate. He's got pretty good sized wrists and forearms. Hits him left-handed, stands almost straight away to the pitcher. The outfield comes around slightly to right. Particularly right fielder Don Mueller playing deep in right field. Inside off the hit for ball 1. Last half of the first inning, Cleveland has the tying run on at second, 2 down. Victor Wirtz up there. In comes the pitch. Again, Wirtz backs off from one inside. That's ball 2. Leo DeRosa must really be masterminding the Giants right down to the Nats' heel because Westrom keeps checking in to the Giant dugout to DeRosa to make sure what he wants called. Gomez delivers a knuckler that swung on a missed for a strike. Gomez will flash that knuckler at you every once in a while. And I notice he throws a sidearm pitch, much in the manner of Larry Jansen, who is now on the coaching staff. You know, Larry was taken off of the active staff. He's now coach, but they tell me he's going to make a comeback for next year. He's been working with these pitchers. And in one of the pitches, Gomez sort of emulates the old guy from Forest Grove. The 2-1 delivery. There's the knuckler again. It's outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to count on Victor Wirth. Thought for a moment I felt a drop of rain. This was my imagination. 3 balls, 1 strike to count on Victor Wirth. Smith is on at second in scoring position. The outfield around to right and deep. Gomez set. Comes in 3-1 with the fastball. Swing on and hit right on the line to Alvin Dark at shortstop. Lines out the Dark at short. So for Cleveland, their threat goes for the boards. No runs. There were no base hits. There were no giant errors, and Cleveland has now left their 27th man on. The first one here this afternoon. Of all these players on the field this afternoon, one guy stands out in my mind. The fellow that pitched the magnificent ball game yesterday for 5 innings before he was dented. And I went down to the locker room and ran into Early Wynn in that locker room, and he was shaving yesterday. He's a fine guy, just as fine as you ever hope to meet, and he's a real rooter for Gillette. He told me, sure, I use the Gillette razor, Al. There's nothing like it. A quick shave puts me back in form after a tough workout. Early uses that easy shaving one-piece Gillette I've been telling you about, remember? You get the Gillette World Series record book with it, free. Now we move into the second inning here at Cleveland. The first lineup for the New York Giants will be Williams starting the last third of their batting order. Williams to be followed by Wes Westrom, and then will come Ruben Gomez as Mike Garcia goes back to the mound. Mike Garcia from Visalia, California. Big, likable right-hander, working with his battery mate Jim Hegan. Davey Williams batting in the series at 0-0-0. He's 0 for 7 is coming up. The wearer of number 10. Davey stands about 3/4 deep at the plate. Feet wide, spread apart, slightly open, stance down towards third. Suggests he comes up the plate shallow at third base. The outfield fans around to the left for Davey. And all hands are ready to go. 1-0 in favor of the Giants here over the Indians at Municipal Stadium in Cleveland in the third game of the 1954 World Series. Garcia is ready. Throws an overhand curveball. Outside, that's ball 1. Garcia will give you a lot of that big motion and show you that slow stuff sometimes. This is best pitch is probably the slider and the fastball. There's the fastball. It's under the knees. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Davey Williams. Westrom on deck to go next. Herman Franks is your coach for the Giants down behind third. At first is Freddie Fitzsimmons. Boy, that Freddie really was a pitcher in his day, wasn't he? Great goodness, I can remember him many times. Pitch, a fastball, fired through at the knees for a called strike. The count is 2-1 now on Williams. Hagen down to pump the sign. Garcia leans forward to take it. And the pitch now to Davey Williams. Garcia overhand fastball. It's just low and outside. That's ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. Outfield isn't playing as deep for Davey Williams as they would play, say, for a guy like Westrom. Williams don't hit that long ball too often. Fastball to him is fired across at the knees. An overhand fastball to run the count to 3-2. Williams moves that stick back and forth rather nervously. Garcia seems operate the same whether he's ahead or behind. Delivers 3-2. The fastball inside off the knees for ball 4. So Williams walks for his first time this afternoon and the first time in the World Series. That's the second base on balls given up by Garcia. And the batter is Wes Westrom. Wes has 2 base hits for 6 at-bats. And his percentage for World Series play this year is .333. Right-hand hitter with a slightly open stance down towards third. He sort of catty corners across batter's box. Works up somewhat on the handle. Walks up on the first pitch and takes it under the knees for ball 1. Davey Williams opens the second inning by getting a walk here for the New York Giants. He's on at first base. Vic Wirtz holds the inside corner. Garcia taking plenty of time. Checks his runner, Williams, at first. Delivers the plate. An overhand fastball is through there for a strike right off the pitch. Westrom just shook his head as if to say he didn't quite think so. He'll surround out Herman Franks to pick up the sign. It's being relayed from the bench. Williams has that sign. He's already been informed as to what it might be from Freddie Fitzsimmons. Count is 1 ball, 1 strike on Westrom. Garcia settles down, deals it off, and Westrom trying to bunt the ball. Misses it completely. The ball gets away from Hegan. There goes the Williams down to second base. So we'll know in a minute whether it's going to be a wild pitch or a pass ball. It's a wild pitch. So we have a wild pitch moving David Williams down to second base. Judge the wild pitch to Garcia. So Davey Williams now is in scoring position. Garcia and Majeski are talking things over. Wynn had a wild pitch yesterday, if you recall, and Lemon had one the first day. So all 3 of the Cleveland pitchers have come up with a wild pitch now in one of the series games. Wes Westrom at the plate with a count of 2 balls, 1 strike. Davey Williams now in scoring position. 1-0 in favor of the New York Giants. They scored in the top of the first inning. Garcia pitches. Westrom tries to bunt this one and fouls it off to the right of the plate. So they're trying to get Williams over to third to score him on that sacrifice fly, if no other way. But Westrom now has the count of strike 2, so the big danger of the bunt goes to the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count on Westrom. This Westrom's a very determined guy. Very hard-working guy. They call him the bulldog behind the plate. I guess he is in a way. He sort of sticks in there all the time and hangs on. Garcia ready to pitch to him, 2-2. He does. It's swung and a miss for strike 3. Well, Gomez setting that fastball and got him. That's the second strikeout for Garcia. And Ruben Gomez, a pretty fair hitting pitcher, comes up to the plate. Wes Westrom from Clearbrook, Minnesota, now living in Hyde Park, New York, strides back